Monster, get out. Get out of here. This is not a place for you. Go back to your filthy, rotting Black Street. Go. That's where you belong, you bastard. Rotten vegetable leaves, stinking eggs, and even excrement splattered towards Nina, carried by the wind. They were thrown at her one after another, and Nina could only panic and hide behind a crumbling wall, trembling. Even if they didn't hit her, the foul stench lingered, but she had no choice. Nina's eyes were squinted, almost closed, yet they couldn't conceal the strangeness of her gaze. She was a half-blooded dragon descendant, with a lineage so thin it was nearly non-existent. But the prominent, obsidian-like vertical dragon pupils caused her trouble in life. Especially in this city that had recently suffered the baptism of a fire dragon. Humans with significant dragon traits were always unwelcomed out of course. This list of unwelcomeness did not include powerful Dragonborn warriors, Dragonborn mages, or Dragonborn sorcerers who were adventurers. Nor did it include nobles who openly kept Dragonborn maids. For instance, a Dragonborn maid with white dragon blood was quite popular in the eternally hot Kalando, her body always cool. Embracing her felt like hugging a block of ice. Yet it wasn't cold. Moreover, it was said that the experience inside was indescribable, of course. Only those noble lords who had personally experienced it knew these mysteries. So, the only ones they could bully were weak and defenseless outcasts like little Nina. The residents' shouts and threats did not frighten Nina. She had long grown accustomed to such expulsions. But what worried her now was that she would go hungry again today. If it weren't for the fact that this city-state was called the Free City, she would probably have been driven out of the city and into the wilderness by now. You see, the wilderness is not a good place. Creatures like kobolds, goblins, and gremlins are everywhere, like rats in the sewers. It is said that every year, adventurers from the Kalando Adventurers Guild bring back enough goblin, kobold, and gremlin ears to cover the arena in Kalando. Nina had never been to the arena, but she had seen it from a distance while rummaging through kitchen waste behind the Iron Furnace Tavern. The walls were hundreds of feet high, many times taller than Nina. One can imagine just how terrifying the number of monsters that could fill the arena with ears must be. She leaned half against the wall, quietly waiting for the cursing residents to leave, and Nina touched her somewhat shriveled belly under her linen shirt, which was protesting at the moment grumble. A not-so-pleasant sound. Nina hated hearing it, but she peeked out and saw idle children staring at her from doorways. All she could do was leave them with her back, quickly slipping away before the stones those kids threw could reach her. Nina didn't worry about them chasing her. Even the children from that rural place called Blanche knew about the Black Street, which had a notorious reputation. Since she couldn't enter the civilian area now, she could only go home and figure things out later. After all, in this lawless Black Street, a female creature wandering around could easily become prey for others. Although Nina had already cut her silver hair into a shoulder-length style with stones and dirted her face with grime to cover her pretty features, her arms, legs, and neck were also smeared with various filth, leaving bruises of different colors, like old moss. She looked like a sickly little boy on the verge of death. But even like this, Nina was still very dangerous. After all, some people didn't mind that she looked like a little boy. Thus, putting on a fresh disguise became one of her necessary tasks before each outing. Otherwise, if the gangs in the Black Street knew Nina's true appearance, no matter how well she could hide, she would always be unable to escape in the Black Street. Nina skillfully navigated around several courtyard walls, avoiding the places where gangsters, thieves, or so-called golden fingers gathered in the Black Street. She took a more roundabout route, although the straight-line distance to her home was no more than 10 minutes. Little Nina chose to walk along more secluded path for caution. In Kalando, a little girl under 10 with no power to resist had a high chance of being collateral damage on the Black Street. Others didn't care what illness you had as long as you were in their way. They would just stab you directly. The weak could only suffer in silence. Nina had seen a lot of this in the Black Street firsthand over the past year. She had learned a lot from these lessons. She was a good student. Both Grandma Orlon and Sister Celia said so. But Grandma Orlon was gone, and the orphanage that had adopted her was torn down by a noble lord, supposedly to make way for a shop to sell to the townspeople. Sister Celia had left the orphanage long ago when Nina was 7, adopted by a kind couple. She had transformed from a clumsy novice into someone who could scurry like a rat in the Black Street. Soon, she arrived at her home. A manhole cover was long gone, leaving only the dark opening of the sewer. This was also a necessary path home. The sewers in Kalando were extensive and towering, resembling an underground city. But there were many monsters dwelling in the sewers besides the common rat-men and swamp frogs in the wastewater. There were also the stinking mud monsters of the sewers. It was said that there were magical creatures formed from the piles of discarded materials by powerful mages. Very terrifying. Even the toughest thugs in the Black Street would flee upon seeing one. However, the darkness of the sewer was like daylight. To Nina, the abilities granted by her Dragonborn bloodline were somewhat useful. They gave her dark vision, allowing her to navigate through the pitch-black sewer. She avoided those monsters and found a safe spot devoid of any creatures other than rats and cockroaches. An abandoned sewer pipe became Nina's home. It seemed that the upper part had been long neglected and uninhabited, as there hadn't been any drainage or waste for quite some time. Nina had stayed here for several months and had not seen anything come down from the pipe. Nina returned now to sleep, as the civilian area would close off the passage to the Black Street at night, sealing it with wooden planks made of iron and wood to prevent the residents of the Black Street from stealing or robbing at night. Only in the morning would it be open again. She returned to sleep now, so that she could enter the civilian area early the next morning, go to the back street of the Iron Furnace Tavern, and rummage for something to eat. Thinking about the plan for tomorrow, Nina couldn't help but swallow. She skillfully traversed through the labyrinth-like sewer, adeptly avoiding areas with monster activity, though saying she avoided them wasn't entirely accurate. She chose to pass directly through the area of the mud monsters, as these magical creatures posed no threat to humans like Nina, unless one happened to bump into them. With her dark vision, that possibility was almost non-existent. Yet Nina remained very cautious. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Nina passed through a corridor and around several corners. She arrived beneath an ordinary pipe and skillfully climbed up using both hands and feet. The pipe was not large, but was enough to accommodate Nina's petite frame, even leaving some room. Once up, she skillfully crawled to the corner of the pipe and took out her only 2 pieces of furniture, a blanket and a pillow. The blanket was something Nina had found in a dry riverbed in the sewer, which she had brought back and dried for many days to rid it of the smell of dead rats. Sometimes, Nina would wonder if it was this smell that attracted those little cuties, who came to greet her warmly every morning, thinking she was one of their kind. As for the pillow, it is actually an egg larger than Nina's head. This egg was discovered by Nina when she found this sewer entrance at first. Nina thought it was edible. However, after several attempts, she couldn't break it, and since the egg had a bit of warmth to it, it felt very comfortable to hold. So, Nina continued to sleep with the egg. After all, sleeping like this was more pleasant, warm, and allowed Nina to reminisce about her time at the orphanage in her dreams. Back then, she also hugged a big pillow and listened to Grandma Orlon's stories as she fell asleep. It was said that eggs this big were dragon eggs. However, this egg had been away from its mother for a long time and could not be hatched, as Grandma Orlon had said. Dragon eggs must be raised by their dragon mothers, otherwise they won't hatch. But today, while Nina was holding the egg, she noticed something was off. It seemed different this time. This black-gray egg with fiery patterns was trembling. It was as if there was something inside. However, the trembling was subtle and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Nina found it hard to sleep and felt a bit anxious. She realized that if she continued to hold the egg, she wouldn't be able to sleep, and for the sake of her food tomorrow, she had to give up her plan of sleeping with the egg. She chose to lie flat on the slightly curved cement floor. But not long after, just as she finally drifted into a light sleep, Nina heard a sound again, but this time it wasn't a trembling sound. Instead, it was the sound of cracking, like the walls of the orphanage being pushed down. She remembered it clearly. She suddenly woke up from her half-asleep state and turned to see an unforgettable scene. The surface of the black-gray egg she had been holding for many days without any movement had developed cracks. The number of cracks increased along with the cracking sounds. Yes, that's right, cracks. Then, in her dark vision, the egg, which was slightly larger than her head, split open. A dark head poked out from the EGG. It seemed to have come out in a hurry, as the dark golden vertical pupils were blocked by a piece of eggshell, and with a head that was disproportionately large compared to its body. It looked somewhat cute, but in Nina's eyes, the sight of those dark golden vertical pupils made her heart feel as if it had been tightly gripped by someone. Adrenaline surged, and fear grew step by step. She could no longer hear her own breathing. It was as if she couldn't breathe at all. This was Chapter 1. The last moment of memory in his mind was Thomas spinning at an altitude of 30,000 feet. If he were an observer, he would surely be amazed, but experiencing it firsthand made him feel as if his insides were about to burst out. The male and female passengers in the cabin simultaneously screamed in fear, but in the deafening roar of the storm sweeping in through the broken cabin door, their cries seemed so pale and powerless to T that moment. He was also shouting, but he couldn't quite remember what he was saying, only knowing that in the last memory, he felt the force of rapid descent, as if his body was about to ignite, burning hot, and then it abruptly stopped. A rustling sound. When he opened his eyes again, most of his vision was dark, with only a faint light leaking through the edge of a gap. It wasn't until he carefully cleared away the debris-like fragments beside his eyes with his new, somewhat curled and slimy claws that his vision began to recover. However, it felt as if he was wearing sunglasses, seeing everything in black and white, or perhaps mixed with other colors that were tinged with black. Black-green moss, gray-white rock walls devoid of color, smooth as if artificially carved. Under the erosion of time, the curved rock walls still bore deep cracks, one after another. However, what caught his attention more was his hand, or rather his claw. He wanted to say something, but to his surprise, what came out was a low growl similar to that of a beast. It sounded somewhat like a train's roar, but sharper and more piercing. Yet his throat couldn't help but emit a series of strange, awkward words. Gerton Targaryen. He clearly understood what he was saying. This was his name, Gerton Targaryen. The true name that every true dragon possesses. Just as he wondered why he knew this, a chaotic stream of memories surged into his not-so-big brain. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough, not an ordinary hatchling, otherwise, it would be difficult to accept such a vast legacy of dragon knowledge. The continent of Eo, deities, followers, humans, five-colored dragons, metallic dragons, and his own identity. A hatchling of a lava dragon, bigger than a house cat but smaller than a pony, a genuine true dragon hatchling. But soon, he began to wonder, where was his mother? This place didn't seem like a hiding spot for such a large being. Could it be that she wasn't here? But in his memories, the lava dragon mother would care for her hatchlings until they reached adolescence. That is to say, around the human age of 16 to 25 years, at which point the hatchlings would have a desire to collect treasures and establish territories, leading them to leave the nest, either alone or with a few dragons to establish a territory at that time. The dragon mother would also start to be wary of her hatchlings after the young dragon entered adolescence. She would no longer allow them to enter her treasure hoard. If the mother dragon were overly greedy for wealth, she would directly drive the hatchlings, who had just become young dragons, away from the nest. However, in the 10 years before and after the hatching period, she would not allow the hatchlings to grow up alone. Moreover, dragon eggs come in clutches of 25, and he had not seen any of his siblings. He was all alone. However, the remaining consciousness in the dragon egg gave him the answer. The dragon egg retains memories during the last quarter of the hatching phase. Fragments of memories quietly emerged, and after experiencing them as if they were his own, he understood why he had become like this. He had been stolen from his mother's nest. It seemed like a portal spell had transported him directly from the volcano to a desert. An endless expanse of yellow sand was the only impression he had. Then he had been constantly moving, being placed in a basket. It wasn't until about 7 sunsets later that he arrived at an underground laboratory beneath a manor in a coastal city. At this point, the lava dragon's egg finally settled down completely. If it were an ordinary dragon egg, perhaps the hatchling inside would have already perished. After all, dragon eggs cannot be moved during the hatching period otherwise. The hatchling inside has a chance of not hatching, meaning the hatchling could die before being born. However, the lava dragon's egg is different from colored metallic dragon eggs in one respect. The rocky outer shell is larger than even the biggest red dragon egg, measuring a full 5 feet long and weighing as much as 100 pounds. The rocky shell contains magma, allowing the lava dragon baby inside to grow more healthily, and at certain times, in unavoidable circumstances, it serves as a layer of protection. When needing to leave the nest, if forced to compare, it would be like a power bank. When the dragon egg leaves the nest, the rocky outer shell allows the egg to remain immersed in temperatures above 200 degrees Celsius, preventing hatching failure due to temperature changes, but it only lasts for 10 days and is a one-time use. Afterward, it will shed naturally. However, still, the consciousness of the hatchling inside the dragon egg even though it escaped one disaster due to the rocky shell, could not escape the clutches of humans. The last memory was of a person pouring a series of strange solutions into the dragon egg in a room filled with various reagents and bottles, the last consciousness in the dragon. Egg went dark, and the memory ended there. It seems that the hatchling dragon originally in the dragon egg was killed by that alchemical monster, otherwise it wouldn't have taken over the hatchling's body. But why did it end up in this place? What exactly does that alchemical monster want? These questions remain unanswered. Just as he began to ponder the philosophical questions of where he came from and where he was going, he suddenly heard a soft clattering sound behind him. It was faint, but in the quiet environment, it was loud enough to catch his attention. He turned his oversized dragon head around, and, under the gaze of his dark golden vertical pupils, he saw a girl not far away. To be precise, it was a human female with short silver hair and black vertical pupils, no older than 10, sitting on a dirty mat. Her vertical pupils were nervously narrowing to a pinprick, and her whole body trembled incessantly. He had no doubt she would start foaming at the mouth any second. The clattering noise came from her chattering teeth. Seeing her pupils, the dragon heritage buried deep within him naturally provided clarity. He understood why this human female was trembling in fear at the sight of a hatchling dragon the size of a foal. Because she was a dragonborn, possessing dragon blood, albeit in small quantities. With only her eyes displaying draconic traits, the rest of her body was indistinguishable from humans. She was classified as a sub-dragon race. Alongside dragonkin and dragon beasts, it was not common for dragonborn to tremble in fear at the sight of a hatchling dragon exuding draconic might. Only dragon beasts, the mindless creatures, would mistake a hatchling dragon for a fully grown true dragon, unless this dragonborn had not undergone any systematic training, meaning she was not a professional. The term professional refers to those in basic professions like mages, warriors, druids, warlocks, thieves, and rangers, and of course, there are many obscure and rare professions, but few are recorded in the dragon heritage. After a brief glance, he decided to temporarily ignore her and had no intention of retracting his draconic might. After all, he was currently in his weakest hatching stage, and it would take about an hour for his body to allow more activity. So, he could only let the female continue to tremble under his draconic might. The top priority before him was the matter of hatching. Food preparation. He needed to consume a large amount of food to absorb nutrients and replenish his strength. The fragments of the broken dragon egg were the best choice, rich in minerals and energy that the hatchling dragon needed most. He began to sit in the dragon egg, chomping on the nearest shell, not even bothering to lick off the slime covering his body. It wasn't until he had eaten the last piece of black-gray shell with some fiery patterns that he felt a slight sense of fullness. About 70% full. Only then did he leisurely lick the slime off his body. As a post-meal snack, it tasted okay, somewhat like diluted wild honey, mildly sweet. After finishing his meal, he began to stretch his body and smacked his lips. He stood up, but quickly sat back down unconsciously, his dark golden vertical pupils appearing somewhat dazed. Chapter 2. Is this a flashing green traffic light? The small head, which has begun to show signs of being a true dragon, tilted slightly, curiously looking at a green dot that suddenly appeared in his retina. It was a vibrant green, only the size of a grain of rice, resembling a traffic light. When did it appear? Was it when he was eating the last piece of eggshell, or licking off the last bit of mucus from his scales? He had no recollection. However, no matter which direction he turned his head, the green dot remained unaffected, firmly fixed in the lower right corner of his vision. The flashing interval was also quite stable. The green dot flashed about once per breath, almost in sync with his breathing rate. The dragon's legacy did not mention that a newly hatched dragon could see a green dot, so if it wasn't an illusion, it must be related to him. A soul from another world, carrying something, had crossed over into the body of a dragon hatchling on the continent of Aou. It was completely normal for strange things to happen. Thus, he attempted to use his consciousness to interact with the green dot. And the moment his consciousness touched the green, lines of light blue data appeared before him. Gordon Alduin Targaryen, title, Nun Race, Lava Dragon Age, Hatchling, 5 years old, Life, 31 rank, 2 talents, Hard Scales, 110, Sharp Claws, 15, Robust, 120, Low-level Fire Magic Resistance, 112, Hatchling's Dread, 14, Big Eater, 29, Dark Vision, 111, Mimic Voice, 12 skills. Fire Immunity. bite and claw attack, lava spit, soul talent, talent plunder. The sudden appearance of the data panel caught him off guard, but having read many novels in his previous life, Gerton quickly adapted. In fact, this was merely a data representation of what was within his body, clearly showing his current condition. Among them, hard scales, sharp claws, robust, hatchling's dread, and big eater are all talents that every true dragon hatchling possesses from birth. Low-level fire magic resistance is due to the awakened skill, fire immunity, of the lava dragon itself. The skills fire immunity, bite and claw attack, and lava spit are also skills that he comprehended from the dragon's legacy since birth, or rather, self-awakened. That term is more accurate. Moreover, this is just the beginning. As he ages and grows into a true dragon, the skills he can comprehend will increase more and more. Take the lava dragon, for instance. From the hatchling's comprehension of burning hand, to the young dragon's comprehension of heart of lava, to the adolescent's comprehension of scorching ray, to the adult's comprehension of lava wall. And then in the future, during middle age, old age, and as an ancient dragon, it can only be said that it is worthy of being a creature that starts at rank 2 and reaches rank 6 in adulthood, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid from birth. Originally, he was somewhat dissatisfied with being reincarnated as a dragon, but now it seemed, what was there to be dissatisfied about? After all, most true dragons don't even need to train. They can easily surpass most creatures on the continent of AIOU just by eating and sleeping. Among them, the weak humans, if they are warriors, must reach adulthood and undergo years of training and rich adventures to meet the standards of a second-tier professional, to easily slaughter a young dragon. An average 5-person team of second-tier professionals is needed. In a one-on-one situation, most people are not a match for a young dragon. If young dragons are so difficult, one can only imagine the challenges posed by adult true dragons. Each true dragon has a legacy of dragon heritage, and their combat skills are innate and should not be underestimated due to their age. However, dragon slayers on the continent of AIOU continue to march forward, with waves of campaigns against evil dragons, as if they were cutting chives, harvesting one batch after another. After all, both wealth and prestige are what those dragon slayers dream of. The young dragon's talent, like skills, will also change with the growth of the young dragon, increasing and strengthening over time. For example, after a year, the basic talents of Gerton might still be at 1/10 or 1/5, but it is very likely that they could grow to 3 or even 4. After 2 years, they could reach the peak of the young dragon stage, then stabilize, and finally evolve. Among these, the soul talent, talent plunder, puzzled him. This was not mentioned in the dragon heritage. Could it be a benefit brought over from his crossing? Just as he was contemplating how to use talent plunder, a rustling sound came from below the sewer entrance. The sound was quick and urgent, echoing off the slick, wet sewer floor, resembling the noise of running on a racetrack. Moreover, it was clearly not just one creature, but a group, like a swarm of locusts. The Dragonborn little girl also looked towards the sewer entrance in terror, her eyes filled with fear, clearly knowing what kind of monster made that sound. Hearing this noise reminded Gerton of the sound of rats running in the sewers from his previous life. The dragon heritage quickly provided information about this type of creature on the continent of AIOU. Giant rats, one of the most common monsters in the sewers, are dozens of times larger than ordinary rats, standing about 1-2 meters tall when upright, equivalent to the height of an adult goblin. Generally, a first-tier adventurer can easily deal with 3 or 4 of them at once, of course, with specialized protective leather armor. Otherwise, if bitten, the bacteria carried by the giant rat are not something they can resist. At that time, wound infection would make it difficult for ordinary town doctors to treat such injuries. After all, giant rats are considered a type of magical creature, although they do not belong to any tier. To treat the infection, one would need to purchase holy water specifically designed to remove plague from the temple, of course, diluted. It is said that high-purity holy water can even purify demons from the abyss. Alternatively, one could choose low-level antidotes commonly found in apothecaries or alchemist shops, specifically used to eliminate diseases carried by low-level monsters, but the cost is not much different from that of holy water. The remuneration for adventurers clearing out the sewers is not much to begin with, and if they also need to use a vial of antidote or diluted holy water, then the reward they can obtain after completing the commission will be minimal. They might not even have enough left to vent at the tavern after the battle, which is why the commission for clearing out the sewers exists in every adventurer's guild in every city. However, if you take it up, usually, It's new adventurers or mentors taking their apprentices down there for training. The sewers are still somewhat safer than the wilderness outside the city because you can never imagine whether the next monster in the wild will be a goblin or a dragon. You never know which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. This is also why every high-level mage will consult an oracle before embarking on a journey. The continent of EO is full of hidden talents, and it's not just talk. There are indeed some divine beings and ancient evils to be found. Nina's heart is now in turmoil. How could there be signs of Ratman activity here? Suddenly, Nina recalls that when she passed by the area of that stinky sludge monster on her way back, she did not see it like usual. She thought it was just hiding, but did not expect it to have left the area or been eliminated. Otherwise, how could the Ratmen, separated by several tunnels, have reached this place? Just as Nina's expression grew increasingly fearful, for pairs of crimson eyes rose from the sewer entrance. The red glow in the eyes above was fixed intently on Nina, and the long spear made from an unknown bone was clearly visible in the darkness. Emitting a cold light, they were the elite among the rat men, a first-tier monster, giant rat knights. Chapter 3. Tuka felt the unique, damp, and cold wind of the sewers sweep past his sides, his shiny black fur blowing like wheat in a rice field. Undulating in waves, he looked at the dense crowd of giant rats ahead, as well as his kin on the backs of the giant rats. Feeling an indescribable sense of pride, he was a Ratman just turned 4 years old, which in Ratman years was considered middle-aged. But as a giant rat knight, he was now at his peak. With a charge, if aimed correctly, taking down an adult goblin was not difficult. After all, goblins had once been the nightmare of the Ratmen. In the face of such beings, the previously weak Ratmen had no choice but to squeeze into narrow gaps. Now, however, they had the means to fight back. Reflecting on his life, he realized it was filled with legendary moments, just like the human book he treasured most, Knight Levi, described. He was born 4 years ago, and it was only after a year that he barely gained consciousness. Before that, Tuka had acted purely on instinct, not as an intelligent being. This was considered late for awakening among Ratmen, as the so-called genius mutated Ratmen could awaken in just a month. Sometimes, when he heard the elders who had lived for more than 10 years recount past events, Tuka felt a chill run down his spine. The previous state of their tribe could only be described as miserable, merely a bunch of old and young, sick and disabled surviving in the sewers, living worse than the rats in the sewers. Until the emergence of the ritual 3 years ago, which saved their clan of sewer ratfolk. They no longer had to struggle daily for food. Newly born ratfolk within the clan, upon reaching 1 year, were required to undergo specialized vocational training to enhance their combat capabilities. Tuka happened to ride this wave of fortune, becoming one of those beneficiaries. Which is why the elder rat teacher often remarked that their generation was the luckiest. However, unlike his fellow kin, Tuka did not choose to become a ranger or a rogue, the professions in which ratfolk naturally excelled. Although ratfolk inherently possess stealth and keen senses, and considering the setting of the sewers, these two professions were indeed the most suitable. Yet, he chose to become a giant rat knight. Upon hearing the priest mention the profession of giant rat knight, he resolutely ignored his family's advice and decisively chose to pursue knighthood. This was a dream in his heart. The dream of a dragon slayer, influenced by the book Knight Levi. It is not that rangers and rogues cannot slay dragons, but it is the act of confronting a giant dragon while mounted that truly embodies the spirit of a brave rat. It is not about sneaking around, launching surprise attacks, poisoning, or slitting throats. Among the fewer than 100 newly born ratfolk, only 5 chose to become knights. The rest naturally became either rat rangers or rat rogues. However, this did not deter Tuka's unwavering spirit. He remained steadfast on the path of knighthood. Although the road of a knight is lonely and rugged, glory can accompany him. Unafraid of hardship. This was a phrase he noted from the human book Knight Levi. Although the protagonist Levi was a human knight, Tuka, as a knight, still felt a sense of identification. Levi carved his way through countless monsters. Even the evil dragon that kidnapped the princess could not escape death. Tuka had become thoroughly familiar with the story. Yet every time he read it, he trembled all over, his fur standing on end. A feeling that was hard to express in words coursing through his skull, especially on the eve of slaying the evil dragon. At that moment, the protagonist Levi stood atop the dying dragon's head with his lance, uttering, "Let me, the crawling creature in your eyes, end your evil life." The 3-meter-long lance pierced halfway into its bones, and the evil dragon perished. At that moment, Tuka felt as if his entire being was about to float away, which was why he was so relentless in his pursuit of becoming a knight. At that time, whether it was his father, mother, or his dozen or so siblings, they all regarded him as a joke. A rat folk, born with inherent weaknesses and strength, actually wanted to become a knight. However, later on, they fell silent. For Tuka truly became a giant rat knight. He was also the first giant rat knight in the sewers of Kalando, which shows the hardship Tuka endured. The training for giant rat breeding was scheduled only after the 3rd month of vocational training, and by the time giant rat breeding began, half a year had already passed. During the first 3 months, Tuka had no training with mounts, and it is important to know that knight training cannot lack either the knight or the mount. However, despite this, Tuka mastered the giant rat riding skill in just 9 months, which is less than a year, indicating that Tuka's talent is not bad, at least in terms of knightly abilities. However, this was also achieved through 9 months of eating and sleeping with the giant rats. As a first-tier knight, it is required to have a proficient mastery of riding skills and a skilled handling of the lance weapon. Tuka was also able to endure hardships in lance training. At that time, the method used by the priest to train Tuka and the others was to have them take a dry branch that was taller than themselves and use it as a lance, stabbing and prodding it 500 times each day. Tuka, on the other hand, did 1,000 times, and at times even reached 1,500. Moreover, in addition to regular training, Tuka tied his hand to the lance with a rope to ensure he could feel the distance control at all times, even while sleeping. Many of his contemporaries dropped out due to the tedious lance training, finding it uninteresting. In the end, only Tuka persisted among the 5. Ultimately, he was the only one from the first batch of rat folk to become a knight. If we look at the rate, 1 in 5 is quite a high probability. There is also a qualification rate for professionals. Although many rat folk signed up for training as thieves and rangers, most were eliminated in the first round, and very few could progress to become professionals. Sometimes, even a ratio of 20 to 1 is unattainable. The profession of knight became popular among the rat folk only after the giant rats were fully cultivated. At that time, Tuka rode the giant rat and had to patrol the sewer areas of the rat folk almost every day, daring to confront swamp frogs. In one-on-one conditions, Tuka not only defeated a goblin but also brought its corpse back to the rat folk gathering place, allowing all the rat folk to share its meat. The giant rat knight profession quickly rose to the top of the most desired professions among the rat folk. After all, it is known that Tuka, who killed the goblin, was the dream lover of countless female rat folk, to the extent that many rat folk in the current generation carry Tuka's bloodline. This shows his charm. But once this batch of 11 giant rat knights graduates, things will likely improve significantly. This time, Tuka was sent by the priest with orders to explore this newly developed sewer area to find a suitable stronghold. After all, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The wisdom of the rat folk is not low, and they consider reproducing in batches, not putting all their eggs in one basket. However, just as Tuka felt everything was normal, suddenly, a giant rat jumped up from a sewer opening above them. The rat folk on that giant rat was someone Tuka recognized, Vicky, who was the most suitable for being a scout among this batch of rat folk knights because of its keen sense of smell, able to detect scents that rat folk could not. Even human sense. Could it be that it sensed something? Vicky, what's going on? Tuka communicated with Vicky. Lord Tuka, alive, human cub, female, Vicky cheerfully exclaimed, as if discovering a great treasure. The dozens of giant rat knights below also squeaked in joy. Indeed, the ratmen who had tasted human young before could never forget that flavor. It was more fragrant than cheese and sweeter than cake. Tuka was also very happy, secretly thinking that the elder priest was indeed right. Only by exploring could there be surprises. Today was truly its lucky day. Perhaps it should change its name to Takasa. In the Ratman language, Kaza has a meaning of luck. Vici, capture it alive. Tuka, no, it should now be Takasa. Chapter 4, Vici and its giant rat steed. With 2 pairs of crimson, cherry-sized eyes, closely observed the human young before them. By scent, it was clear that the human was undoubtedly a female. Vici was certain. It trusted its nose. It tugged at the reins tied to the giant rat's exoskeleton, shaking them and listening to the cheers of its ratman companions below. For a moment, it felt like a truly elegant night. The only downside was that the opponent was just a human young. It would have been better if it were a goblin. Vici felt that its debut in rat life, battling a human young, somewhat insulted its reputation as the second knight of the sewers, even though it was a title it had self-proclaimed. But Vici cared, because even if its own reputation was insulted, it was unacceptable to insult Tukas. Therefore, it wanted to capture it alive, not just for itself, but also to fulfill Tukas' expectation. It aimed to complete the task perfectly, raising its head and striving to make eye contact with the trembling human female, stammering but in an undeniable tone. It said, "You, come with me." Or else Vichy raised the half-meter-long bone spear in its hand. The consequence was self-evident. However, it did not expect that the human female would actually shrink back in fear, retreating deeper into the darkness of the sewer. How foolish and hopeless. It seemed that it would have to resort to force. Otherwise, this stupid human would probably curl up in a corner like a quail, refusing to come out. Vichy thought, and also tugged at the reins, signaling its partner, the giant rat, to charge. Charge was the only active skill that the giant rat knight knew, requiring a high level of mental connection between the knight and the steed. Mastering charge meant that it had already become a first-tier giant rat knight. Achieving proficiency in charge was also one of the necessary conditions to advance to a giant rat grand knight. The difference between being a novice and proficient could be likened to a metaphor. Being a novice is like a driver who just got their license, nervously managing to get on the road. Proficiency is like a seasoned driver with 10 years of experience, capable of navigating the sewers through turns. As for the mastery level above proficiency, it is said that mastering every skill at the master level will result in a qualitative change in the skill's effect. For example, a master level charge can lead to various effects, and some knights are indeed exceptionally gifted, mastering charge at the grand knight level, which is second tier. However, each master level charge might produce different effects, not all being the same. Most of the most common charge master level techniques involve multi-hit attacks, using super fast glyph movements to execute multiple strikes, and even performing maneuvers like the backstab. Some charge masters, upon comprehension, can create 2 to 3 phantoms during their charge. But generally, such knights possess magical aptitude. A rare few charges enhance speed, being several times faster than the proficient level, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. If the knight wields a magical weapon, even the most fortified hill giant might find itself pierced through by such a charge. In martial arts, speed is paramount. This principle applies universally, provided one has a sufficiently sturdy magical spear. However, knights are not without their weaknesses. Firstly, mastering the master-level charge is not a simple task for warriors or knights alike. Just because a second-tier individual can master it does not mean all second-tier individuals possess it. In fact, across the entire continent of AIO, finding someone who can achieve master level in a second-tier skill is exceedingly rare. Additionally, spells like the mage's grease, web, and terrain-altering spells, such as turning fossils into mud, can completely prevent a knight's charge from being executed. Furthermore, thieves can use stealth, disengage, and disappear from the knight's sight, making it difficult for them to lock onto a target, and other professions have similar methods to evade. Even the most clumsy can climb to the treetops to avoid a charge, as most knights' mounts do not climb trees, except for dragon knights. Nevertheless, knights who comprehend master-level skills at the second tier, provided they do not meet an untimely end, have unlimited potential ahead of them, reaching the 7th tier of Transcendent. The 8th tier of Hero, or the 9th tier of Legend, is not out of reach. As for the 10th tier of Demigod, that remains debatable. As igniting divine fire is no simple feat, however, Vicky's current charge is barely at the entry level. She cannot even brew the momentum of charge freely and still needs to coordinate with the giant rat beneath her. But that is sufficient for a weak human pup. A first-tier giant rat knight is more than enough to handle her. This is also the reason why the other giant rat knights below did not advance. Upon confirming that there was only one weak human pup, bringing more would be an affront to their knightly spirit. One last time, come out and surrender, or else. Vicky issued her final ultimatum. Her short legs straddled the giant rat's body, standing in a dip of its exoskeleton, serving a similar purpose to a saddle. Vicky was already prepared for charge. If the human before her did not recognize the situation, she would not hesitate to let her bone spear taste blood. Although the bone spear was only half a meter long, with the boost from charge, it could easily create a 1-foot-sized bloody hole upon collision with a human body. One should not underestimate the rat folk due to their small stature, as being small can also be an advantage, especially in sewers where their size makes it difficult for targeted magic or arrows to hit them. I can't move. Can you help me? As Vich was about to take action, he suddenly heard a voice, a somewhat stuttering common tongue, tinged with a hint of timidity. It was the voice of a human female, and Vich immediately lifted his head. He saw the human child looking at him with a bewildered expression, but the voice indeed came from her. Although Vich was not very proficient in common tongue, he had no problem understanding it. He just spoke a bit hesitantly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to comprehend the novel night leeway written in common tongue. Therefore, he was quite sure he had not misheard. The human child was begging for mercy. Vich felt proud and slowed his charge, slowly striding forward, accompanied by the giant rat beneath him getting closer with each step. The human child seemed to have already accepted her fate, no longer retreating. However, her expression grew increasingly panicked, afraid to look at him, even lowering her head. Thud, thud, thud. Vich was getting closer to her, his spear almost less than half a meter from the girl, nearly poking into her pale, bloodless skin. She looked somewhat malnourished. It seemed he would need to take her back to the tribe and feed her well for a while before she could be eaten, or else there wouldn't be much meat. Vich began to scrutinize her from head to toe, somewhat disdainful of her physique. If only she were a bit fatter. But wait, what was that tail? Behind Nina, a tail covered in black scales flashed by. Vich was a little dazed. Could it be that he was seeing things? Just as Vich was wondering if he had made a mistake, a shadow suddenly sprang out from behind the human child, leaping with lightning speed. It pinned the completely unprepared Vich and the giant rat beneath him, one paw for each, pressing them onto the cracked gray-white concrete slab. The unmatched strength of the paw suppressed the two rats, rendering them unable to move. Just as Vich was about to cry out, he felt a pain in his back, and everything went dark as he lost consciousness. The other giant rat died even faster than Vich, kicking its legs and ascending to the heavens. Then, in Gerton's vision, two light orbs appeared above the corpses of the two rats. The size of ping-pong balls, they emitted a soft glow, quite noticeable in the black and white darkness. However, the dragon-blooded girl seemed oblivious to the light orbs. Instead, she began to lick her lips at the sight of the two corpses. Chapter 5. The influence of the dragon bloodline on Nina seemed to extend beyond her vision and the changes in her pupils. The ancient, unchanging factor in her bloodline allowed her, when extremely hungry, to not mind transforming back into a blood-drinking dragon beast to replenish her energy. It appeared that she had not inherited the agility, fitness, and predatory nature of dragons. Instead, she had inherited a bit of camouflage and learning ability, which was precisely why Nina, before the age of 10, could survive in the notorious dark corners of the Black Street. However, at this moment, Gerton did not notice the change in Nina's expression. He was very interested in the two ping-pong-sized light orbs before him. If it guessed correctly, this should be the soul talent plunder, described in its panel. However, how to absorb it? Gerton was momentarily perplexed. Just now, he had used his curved claw to touch one of the two small light spheres. But the result was obvious. The light sphere did not get absorbed into his body due to his contact, nor did the other one. He frowned slightly, adding more wrinkles to his already somewhat wrinkled dragon face, which did not seem fierce, but rather unexpectedly cute. It seemed that he could only connect with those two light spheres using his consciousness. He thought to himself. Then, with an experimental mindset, he used his consciousness to touch the light sphere in front of him. Unsurprisingly, it was successful. It appeared that the connection between the light sphere and the deep blue panel could only be communicated through consciousness. After his consciousness made contact with the light sphere for a while, the pale white light sphere in front of Gerton trembled and then swiftly floated up from the bodies of the two rodent-like monsters, moving at an incredible speed, like a shooting star, into Gerton's not-so-thick chest covered in black scales. Two lines of information also appeared promptly on the pale blue panel. Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed a piece of talent fragment. The system is detecting. Progress 11. Progress 98. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent. Charge, entry level. Would you like to activate the talent? Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed a piece of talent fragment. The system is detecting. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent. Dark vision. Would you like to activate the talent? Clearly, the former talent belonged to the rodent person wielding the bone spear, while the latter was from the giant rat monster. Although the rodent could not unleash charge alone, the timing of casting charge was indeed dependent on the rodent's mastery. As for dark vision, it probably explained why their eyes were red. Normal rats have poor vision and rely on their whiskers to navigate. Gerton did not take too much time to consider the two talent options on the panel. First, he definitely accepted charge. Even though the dragon's inheritance contained many techniques for dragon attacks, hunting, and melee combat. However, this type of charge was not included, likely reserved for certain dragon professions advancements. As for dark vision, it was already one of the dragon's talents and would grow as Gerton matured. He also wanted to try using this talent fragment to see what would happen if he did not activate the talent. He lightly touched the first option to activate, charge. Almost at the same moment, a line of pale blue text appeared on the panel. Ding! Talent activation successful. The panel also began to change accordingly. Gerton Targaryen. Title, Nun Race. Magma Dragon Age. Wormling, 5 years old. Life, 31 rank. 2 talent. Hard Scales, 110. Sharp Claws, 15. Robust, 120. Low-level Fire Magic Resistance, 112. Wormling's Dread, 14. Glutton, 29. Dark Vision, 111. Sound Imitation, 12. Charge, 115. Skills, Flame Immunity. Bite and Claw. Magma Breath, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder. Along with the changes in the panel, a flood of memories surged into his mind. However, compared to the impact of the previous dragon inheritance, this amount of memory was merely a drop in the ocean. After briefly browsing through the memory fragments, the charge that Vichy had painstakingly mastered over a year was imprinted in Gerton's mind like a brand. His tender, newly born body seemed to develop a kind of conditioned reflex. It felt as if with just a thought, his limbs would swiftly coordinate and prepare the posture for charge. The dragon power within him would also surge forth at the right moment to execute a charge. The wonders of the light sphere were fully displayed at that moment. Activate dark vision. Yes, Gerton wanted to try, but the next second, the light blue panel data refreshed again. Detected that the host has a similar talent in their talent specialties. Activation will cause the talents to overlap and stack. Do you wish to activate it? Gerton suppressed the intention to absorb the second fragment of dark vision. After all, absorbing dark vision would stack with his own dark vision talent. Activating it would just waste the fragment. Moreover, dark vision was irrelevant to the current situation, so Gerton chose to try something else. It wouldn't hurt to try. No. His consciousness lightly touched. The light blue data began to change with his thoughts. Ding. Detected abandonment of activation for a talent fragment. Do you wish to decompose it? There's a decomposition function? Gerton felt a surge of joy and quickly touched his consciousness. Yes. He wanted to see what he could get from the decomposition. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtained a first-level blank talent fragment. At the same time, on Gerton's panel, after the talents, Hard Scales, Sharp Claws, Robust, Low-level Fire Magic Resistance, Wormling's Dread, Glutton, Dark Vision, Sound Imitation, and Charge, there was an additional light blue mark. Below the panel's Soul Talent, Talent Plunder, a new subclass floated up. Free Talent Fragment, First Level Fragment 1. Just as Gerton was about to explore the mysteries of the panel further, a squeaking sound suddenly came from the sewer entrance. Nina looked puzzled, but Gerton, due to his dragon inheritance that granted him proficiency in all languages, naturally understood the meaning of the Ratman's words. Vichy, is it not ready yet? Under the sewer, Takasa was feeling restless. However, for the honor of the knights, he refrained from going up to watch, instead blocking many Ratmen who wanted to see the commotion. In his words, only a one-on-one duel qualifies a true knight, and Vicky should be the one to receive such honor. If you go up, it would disrupt the duel. It must be said that in today's world, where humans have long abandoned the nobility of knighthood, it is hard to imagine that in a gathering place of Ratmen, there is still a rat like Takasa who upholds the virtues of knighthood. One can only sigh that the continent of Io is full of wonders. However, after a few moments, Takasa couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to ask about Vicky's situation above. Soon, a series of squeaks came from the pipe. Naturally, Takasa, fluent in the Ratman language, understood, as it was his mother tongue. There are many human cubs in the pipe, 2 or 4, I need support. The voice was urgent and sharp, and he could vaguely hear Vicky's indignant voice, along with some stuttering in the common language. Chapter 6. Upon hearing Vicky's voice, Takasa's anxious heart relaxed, but after listening to Vicky's words, his brows furrowed slightly, revealing a human-like confusion on his rodent face. Are you joking? 4 or 5 human cubs in the sewer. What are they doing here? How did they get here? It should be known that the sewers of Kalando are quite chaotic. The sewer entrance in the civilian area has long been sealed off with iron bars. If adventurers want to enter, they need a guild commission proof, and the guards responsible for this would hand over the keys. If it's so troublesome for adventurers to enter the sewer, let alone those weak human cubs. If Takasa's memory serves him right, human cubs can only be encountered in the sewers under very rare circumstances. The last time he encountered one was a stroke of luck, coming across a human cub who accidentally entered Ratman territory. This time, according to Vicky, encountering 4 or 5 at once is as absurd as finding a real dragon in the sewer. However, soon there was a chaotic uproar from the sewer entrance, dispelling the doubts that had just arisen in Takasa's mind. Monster, I want to go home. Mommy, I miss Mommy. Wow, get away. Monster, be careful or I won't be polite to you. The voices of the human cubs, both male and female, were incredibly tender, unmistakably the voices of human children. From the emotions he could hear in their voices, there was crying, despair, and unwillingness. However, it was also mixed with Vicky's proud, yet somewhat stuttering common language, which sounded quite strange and out of place. Suddenly, Takasa remembered that before his previous outings, the elder shaman would remind him to pay attention to the unusual places in the sewers and report back. He had once asked the shaman what he was looking for. The shaman, who appeared somewhat aged yet radiated wisdom in Takasa's eyes, did not hide anything from him and told him the truth without concealment. In the sewers of Kalando, there lies a space magic artifact that is said to be the relic of a legendary mage, though it is unknown how it ended up in the sewers. Once this news reached the high priest, he immediately rushed to the free city of Kalando. According to the high priest, he has spent 4 years trying to obtain this space magic artifact. During these 4 years, aside from training his fellow ratmen, he has scoured the entire sewer, but unfortunately has found nothing. However, he has not given up. Instead, he has enlisted the help of the ratmen he trained to search for it until the day it is found. Although Takasa does not know what a legendary mage represents, it must be something that the ratmen cannot afford to provoke, given the legendary prefix. After all, even Takasa has to admit that ratmen are a naturally weak, intelligent race in the continent of AIO. Except for a few ratmen who can become professionals and a small number of mutated ratmen who have awakened magical talents, the racial potential of ratmen is very low. Throughout the history of the AIO continent, there have been very few legendary ratmen, and not a single one has achieved divinity or ignited the divine fire. Most ratmen reach their limit at the 4th tier. Without extraordinary opportunities to enhance their abilities, they are likely to struggle to maintain even the 4th tier during their decline, let alone reach the 5th tier. Now, if the sudden appearance of those human cubs is all due to that space magic artifact, then Takasa's fortune today cannot simply be described as lucky. It feels as if the Lady of the Night herself has come to bestow blessings. However, one could argue that the luckiest of all is that kid Vicky. The worry that had been furrowing Takasa's brow vanished, and it couldn't help but crack a grin, revealing its sharp teeth of varying lengths, with its cherry-sized red eyes still reflecting a hint of confusion and emptiness. It felt a surprising joy as if it had been hit by a massive cheese, even feeling a bit flustered as if waking up lying on a cake. When the other ratmen on the giant rats heard the commotion, they began to chatter, expressing their gratitude to the high priest and admiration for Vicky's keen sense of smell. Of course, many others stepped forward, eager to volunteer and assist Vicky. As the first ratman stepped up, the other giant rat knights also surged towards Takasa, requesting to fight alongside Vicky. After all, while everyone would share in the glory upon returning, personally capturing a human cub would be far more rewarding than merely watching from below. Some were eager to act, but the knight's code of honor prevented them from rushing in like other creatures. Instead, they followed Takasa's orders. Faced with so many eager giant rat knights, Takasa found it difficult to choose who to send. Just as they were clamoring about who should go up, the sounds in the sewer gradually faded into silence, returning to calm, but including Takasa, all the ratmen were oblivious. They were more concerned with the honor before them, regarding everything else as trivial. However, Takasa did not delay for long. After all, although Vichy was a first-tier giant rat knight, facing 5 human cubs could lead to trouble if he underestimated them. After all, the giant rat knight was only half the height of a human at most, so the size advantage was not significant, and it was mostly a matter of skill. Therefore, he quickly decided on the participants. He himself and 5 giant rat knights would go, while the remaining 5 would wait at the sewer entrance. Although some of the giant rat knights were not chosen by Takasa and looked a bit disappointed, They did not complain, but quietly stepped back and began to guard in unison. This shows that Takasa still held a high position in their hearts. After gathering the 5 giant rat knights, Takasa took the lead and quickly darted up to the more than 1-meter-high sewer entrance. A few moments later, the 5 giant rat knights behind him followed one by one, and in an instant, anyone who happened to be there would be scared half to death. The dark sewer entrance suddenly revealed 12 pairs of densely packed crimson eyes in a small area, accompanied by rustling sounds, which would surely make anyone feel uneasy. However, after Takasa came up, he did not see Vishi's figure. Besides the foul-smelling, tattered blanket in front of him, he also saw the silhouette of a human cub at the far end of the pipe around a corner. However, he could only see a back view. With messy short white hair and tattered linen clothes, a frail body. Although this human cub was not as robust as the one he encountered last time, Takasa was still quite satisfied. After all, there were still 4 others. 1 or 2 being thin was not a big deal. Vishi, he called out in the Ratman language. But not only did he receive no response, but the human cub also got scared and hid around the corner. Damn it! Seeing the white-haired human female disappear from sight, Takasa didn't have time to dwell on Vishi's silence, as he was already mentally prepared for Vishi's death. So he quickly rode the giant rat and hurried forward. In no time, he had darted from the pipe entrance to the corner. To Takasa's surprise, the corner was a dead end, and there were no 5 humans as Vishi had mentioned. There was only one white-haired human female leaning against the iron bars, staring steadily at them. This time, Takasa got a clear look at the face of the white-haired female and the dark golden, cat-like vertical pupils that could not be concealed even in the darkness. Damn it! Vishi, where are you? Takasa suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and couldn't help but ask. I'm here. A familiar voice in Ratman language rang out above Takasa. Without thinking much, Takasa questioned, where are the 5 human cubs you said would be here? They are here. Just as Takasa was about to ask where, he heard a familiar voice coming from above. Monster, I want to go home. The desperate childish voice echoed in the silent sewer, and at that moment, Takasa felt his heart suddenly race. A chill ran down his spine, as that voice was coming from the exact location where Vishi had spoken. Mom, I miss Mom. Wah. A crisp girl's voice echoed above Takasa's head, and he immediately recognized it as the voice of the child who had just been crying for her mother. Get away. Monster, be careful, or I want to be nice to you. These were all sounds Takasa had heard moments ago on the steps of the sewer. Unable to help himself, he looked up and saw a creature he had never encountered before. To be precise, it was a black monster with a pair of eyes identical to those of the white-haired human. The monster was gripping the rocky wall above with its sharp claws, staring down at him, its dark golden slit pupils revealing no emotion. Its tail, covered in black scales, coiled in the shadows, making no sound. However, beneath the thin, crystalline scales on the monster's chest, it seemed to house a gradually igniting flame, shifting from dark to bright. The light reflected off the shiny black fur of the ratmen. Under the glow of the fire, Takasa felt a sudden sense of alarm. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the fire in the monster's chest surge again, shifting from orange-red to bright red, as if countless pieces of kindling were being added to the flames. In less than a breath, the bright red light rose from its chest, gathering into a ball in the monster's toothy mouth. Takasa's earlier alarm had not yet faded when he felt every hair on his body stand on end, and he couldn't afford to warn the other ratmen. He immediately urged the giant rat beneath him to unleash his most skilled talent, Charge. After 2 years of hard training, his Charge had reached a level of mastery, making him quite the veteran. Takasa and the giant rat zipped away in an instant. A blink later, they dashed behind the black monster with a rush of wind and roar. However, the 5 giant rat knights behind him were not so lucky. When Takasa looked back, he felt a chill of dread. He saw a torrent of scalding bright red lava spewing from the monster's toothy mouth, hitting the very spot where he had just stood. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been the first to suffer. The lava formed a pillar of fire that instantly turned the previously cold and damp sewer into an oven, illuminating the cramped environment and even casting a red glow outside the sewer entrance. In less than a breath, this black monster had unleashed lava at thousands of degrees Celsius, engulfing the corner of the pipe. It completely wrapped the 5 giant rat knights he had brought along, like sandwich cookies. At first, Takasa could still hear their squeaking cries. But after a few breaths, the cries of the ratmen and giant rats suddenly ceased. Even before Takasa could fully comprehend it, The 10 corpses before him had already been half consumed by the lava at thousands of degrees Celsius. The remaining ratmen's bodies curled up like cooked shrimp, resembling the position of newborn ratmen. In the cramped environment, aside from the still erupting lava, the air gradually filled with the scent of cooked meat. It was the smell of barbecue. In the past, Takasa would have taken this as a blessing from the gods. But when it came at the cost of his own kin being incinerated, it was a different matter. Its heart, emotions insufficient for outsiders to comprehend. In its scarlet eyes, there was no longer the previous joy and confusion. Only fear and panic remained, as it realized it had nowhere to retreat. The flaw of charge made it unable to adjust its angle in the first moment, resulting in a loss of control over the general direction after using it, forcing it to charge behind the black monster, leaving only 5 meters between it and the white-haired human. The magma blocked the way, and behind it was an iron fence. With the strength of a rat man, even using charge couldn't break through this fence made of wrought iron from years ago. For Tsukasa, this was truly a dead end. However, it still did not give up. Suddenly, in a flash, it saw the dark golden vertical pupils and instantly recalled the white-haired human girl nearby. She also had the same pair of eyes. Thus, a plan formed in its mind, but it did not act immediately. Instead, it slowly maneuvered the giant rat behind it to retreat. Stammering, it said, "You are not Vichy, who exactly are you?" However, before it could finish speaking, it saw the menacing black monster charging towards it like a cannonball. The massive body covered in black scales surged with fierce wind. Tsukasa recognized this move. It was one of the talents of the giant rat knight's advancement. Charge. It was instantly scared out of its wits, no longer pretending, and hurriedly tried to turn around to grasp at the last straw, taking the white-haired girl as a hostage. As for whether it would work, Tsukasa could only try its luck. However, the speed of the black monster was faster than it. Even before Tsukasa's lance could get within a meter of the white-haired girl, a loud rumble was heard. Tsukasa and the giant rat mount were directly sent flying against the iron fence by this pitch-black cannonball. They then fell to the ground, and it couldn't even hold onto the lance in its hand, only hearing a few crisp sounds as the lance, over half a meter long, rolled to the feet of the black monster, stopping in front of its sharp claws. However, Tsukasa now felt as if its whole body was about to fall apart, with blood seeping from the corner of its mouth due to the impact of charge, and its mind was blank. Meanwhile, the giant rat, being the primary target of the black monster, was on the verge of death, unable to move beside it. The white-haired human girl quickly distanced herself from Tsukasa, crawling beside the black monster with a somewhat timid expression. The larger girl seemed more like a pet in front of this black monster, weak and submissive. Then, accompanied by footsteps, Tsukasa felt its body being lifted by a claw, squeezing what might have been its neck. Then, familiar ratman language reached its ears, Vichy's voice. "I am indeed not Vichy, sorry." The voice transformed at the end, returning to a sound Tsukasa had never heard before. It rumbled like the groan of a steam locomotive. Then, Tsukasa felt a pain in its tail, darkness enveloping its vision, leaving in its mind the last scene. A creature covered in black scales revealing a chilling smile with sharp teeth, wearing a semblance of human-like apology. The dark golden vertical pupils gazed at it with a hint of greed. Chapter 7. The high-temperature magma had yet to cool down, possibly due to Gerton's spout causing a large pit at the corner, just enough to accommodate the overwhelming flow of magma. From a distance, it looked like a sea of fire, with occasional bubbles rising up. However, the color of the magma's surface had changed from its initial golden hue to a small portion of orange. It remained incredibly hot, reaching over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Given enough time, it could even melt bones. The 10 rodent corpses squeezed into the fiery pool revealed only their stark white bones, with a few remnants of unmelted flesh. Floating above this sea of fire at the corner, the scene was unstable. Yet, Gerton's focus was not on this. Although it was his first time using the lava dragon's innate skill, magma spout, the power felt trivial in the memory of the dragon's heritage. In the memories of the dragon's heritage, the 6th-tier adult lava dragons, magma spout, could spew out a volume of magma the size of a football field from its chest, enough to cover a 1,000-man army formation. But now, covering just a few square meters at a sewer corner was hardly worth his attention. He was currently eyeing the rodent corpse in his hand, which appeared more robust than the others. No, to be precise, it was the light group on the corpse. Surprisingly, it was not the previous white color but a bright black, reminiscent of its fur, with a faint metallic gleam. Gerton rubbed his dark golden eyes a few times. But the bright black metallic light group remained, quite conspicuous under the intense flames. Could the black be a higher tier fragment? Let's call it the black iron talent fragment, Gerton thought, casually naming the light group. He then picked up the twitching giant rat that had lost its owner. Following his previous method, he held its neck and pulled its tail. Crack! Amidst the bubbling sounds of the magma, a crisp and pleasant dislocation sound came from the giant rat's body, and the twitching rat instantly appeared much more tranquil, with no trace of pain on its face. Another occupational hazard, he muttered, casually tossing the giant rat aside, and began to guide the white light groups, 11 of them, along with one black light group, using his consciousness. The light groups slowly rose from the fire pool and the corpses on the ground, floating in the air. Then, they swiftly and orderly crashed into Gerton's body. A dense array of pale blue data almost simultaneously appeared in Gerton's vision, resembling a computer screen that had just crashed. Ding! Detected that the host has absorbed a piece of talent fragment. The system is detecting. Progress 1. Progress 23. Ding. Detection successful. Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed a piece of talent fragment. The system is detecting. Progress 2. Ding. Detected that the host has absorbed a piece of talent fragment. The system is detecting. However, the chaotic pale blue interface before him only lasted for 3 breaths before the completion messages began to flood the screen. Gerton also learned how his magma eruption and charge performed. He received 11 first-tier talent shards, which included Dark Vision 3, Rodent Perception 2, Source of Plague 1, Rodent Riding Proficiency 3, Charge 1, and Spear Weapon Proficiency 1, totaling 6 different talents. Among them, the ones that caught Gerton's interest were Source of Plague and Charge. The other talent shards were all broken down into first-tier random shards. There's not much to say about Charge, but the talent Source of Plague surprisingly allows his claws and bites to carry a slight toxin, which is quite similar to the Scorching talent he understood after growing into a young dragon. The talent, Scorching, the bites and claw attacks of the magma dragon will additionally deal fire damage equal to its age tier. Naturally, Gerton had little aversion to Source of Plague, especially since he was a young dragon without the protection of a mother dragon, welcoming any kind of power. If it weren't for the need to use mimic voice to imitate the voices of those human children and the Ratman Vicky to deceive the giant rat knights outside the sewer, he wouldn't have spent a first-tier talent shard to further enhance his mimic voice. However, this investment was still quite worthwhile, not counting the shards given to him by the shiny black light cluster. Just from ordinary first-tier talent shards, he had already gained 11 pieces, which is quite a generous return. At this moment, if someone could see his panel, they would discover that mimic voice had somehow disappeared from his talent list, replaced by a newly transformed talent, sound mimicry. Talent, sound mimicry. As the young dragon ages, its throat approaches a mature state, allowing it to produce any sound that can be heard in the world whenever it wishes. A young dragon well-versed in the art of hunting can even perfectly mimic pig sounds to lure in predators. This talent is something that almost all true dragons, except for the red dragon among the 5-colored dragons, can possess. Sometimes, one has to admit that true dragons are the favored ones of the creator god of EO. Otherwise, it cannot be explained why countless intelligent races need to train hard for talents, while for true dragons, it comes naturally during eating and drinking. However, even though true dragons have astounding growth potential, the fact remains that Gerton is currently just a defenseless young dragon, feeling utterly insecure. Although he is 2 tiers above, surpassing most creatures in the EO continent, if news about a young dragon in the Kalando sewer were to spread, countless would flock to slay the dragon, or the arena slave capture teams would come. 2 tiers of strength are not enough in front of these people. It can even be said that a 6-tier adult dragon, without its subordinates, would also find it difficult to escape the fate of being slaughtered or captured. Thus, Gerton does not give up any opportunity to grow stronger and did not hesitate long when he saw the option to activate Source of Plague. Yes, he lightly touched his consciousness, but the next second, the talent Source of Plague did not appear in Gerton's talent list as he had hoped. Instead, a line of brand new data appeared. Due to the host's high body temperature, the Source of Plague activation failed, and the system automatically converted the Source of Plague into talent fragments. When Gerton saw this scene with his dark golden eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Looking a bit dazed, is it possible to do this? Can a talent still activate even if it fails? However, after a while, Gerton regained his senses from the shock, slowly exhaling, and he roughly understood the principle of activation failure. The general idea was that the virus in the source of plague couldn't survive for even a second in his body, as it would be completely corroded by his scorching dragon blood. The path of the poisonous seed was simply unfeasible for him, the lava dragon. But Gerton quickly recovered from his discouragement and shifted his gaze to a line of data stuck at the lower part of the screen, composed of bright black text. Whether to activate the talent, charge. Below the charge suffix, there were two smaller, delicate fonts tightly attached. Proficient. Clearly, just from the color of the text, it was a level higher than the previous 11 fragments. This was precisely the black iron talent he obtained from the rat man he knocked away with charge. It was a charge higher than the entry level, one of the necessary conditions for advancing to a second-tier knight. Chapter 8. Whether to activate the talent, charge, proficient. This was a more powerful charge than the entry level, and although it was called a talent, it felt more like a skill. To this day, Gerton still didn't know how the system determined it to be a talent. However, the immediate priority was, of course, to activate this talent first. He had already tentatively used charge once earlier. The experience of using it made him feel very comfortable. It felt as if his weak and heavy body suddenly became light, and the air resistance was greatly reduced, as if a strong wind was aiding him beneath the scales of his body. It allowed his speed to increase threefold compared to normal running, and if he could maintain this speed, he felt he wouldn't even need to hide around corners to ambush those giant rat knights. Unfortunately, it could only be maintained for a maximum of 10 seconds, and if he stopped midway, the remaining time could not be accumulated and would automatically enter a cooldown state. However, he had only used it for the blink of an eye and had already dashed out several dozen meters, directly knocking the rat man against the iron fence with his side outstretched arm and retracted dragon wings. His charge stance resembled the posture of leaning against an iron mountain, not the kind of visual he knew from his previous life as a dragon cart. He also didn't know what the experience would be like after mastering charge proficiently. However, he didn't have to wait too long for this. After his consciousness lightly touched the information bar, the second-tier talent fragment was quickly read and loaded. In his talent list, the original entry-level charge, 115, was replaced with charge proficient, 18. It was also one of only 2 talents in his entire talent list that did not have a suffix. The former was onomatopoeia, and the latter was this, charge. It is evident that the first-level talent shards can no longer allow charge to continue leveling up. Gerton understands this very well. After this loading, it was just like the first time. Many memories appeared in his mind, specifically the memories of the Ratman's repeated training of charge. However, this time the techniques, experiences, and insights of charge were richer, more refined, and more experienced than the last. After digesting the shards that entered his mind, Gerton realized that his body unconsciously formed muscle memory. As a result, when he moved, his lower limbs and arms naturally assumed the best posture for charge. Like a cheetah always ready to hunt, he was crouched and poised to spring. Clearly, the impact this time was greater than Gerton had imagined, to the point that the Dragonborn girl beside him began to curiously observe the black dragon, whose behavior was somewhat strange. Nina, with her limited knowledge, only recognized dragons by color, and she only knew about evil dragons. It wasn't that she didn't recognize metal dragons. Rather, the intimidation that evil dragons brought her was far greater than that of the metallic dragons in the lawful factions. The memories were also more profound. Nina easily remembered the names of those evil dragons. The black one was the black dragon, the white one was the white dragon, and so on. However, there were no dense forests like those in Sunhigh or dark, eerie swamps near Kalando or Blanche, making black and green dragons hard to find. Even if they existed, they would only stop briefly and wouldn't plan to establish a nest. As for the red dragon's favorite active volcanoes and the white dragon's frostbitten lands, there were none here. Therefore, if one wanted to find evil dragons of the 5 colors nearby, one would have to try the surreal desert to the west of Kalando. It is said that travelers have discovered traces of blue dragons in the desert oasis, including footprints and the pranks left by the blue dragon. The entire oasis's water source had become murky due to the blue dragon's pollution spell, emitting a foul odor, and even livestock could not drink it. These were things Nina occasionally learned from adventurers or merchants loudly discussing in the Ironforge Tavern. Nina's gaze was very cautious, as if afraid that looking too long would disturb the true dragon in front of her, who was making strange poses. However, the fear in her eyes had diminished significantly, replaced by curiosity, perhaps in her eyes. The black dragon that saved her from the rat man seemed somewhat different from what Grandma Orlan had described, not the kind that would eat people and was irritable. It seemed capable of communication. After all, Gerton's mimicry of the sounds earlier was clear to Nina. His imitation of the voices of children her age was so lifelike that if Gerton were not right in front of her, she would not believe such a sound could come from a black dragon. Gerton sensed the changes within him and noticed the Dragonborn girl's cautious gaze. He decided to walk over to the Dragonborn girl who was squatting on the ground. Unfortunately, even while squatting, Gerton had to tilt his head slightly upward to make eye contact with the Dragonborn girl. He folded his somewhat open wings and looked at the Dragonborn girl squatting in front of him, who was taller than him by a head. "What is your name?" His voice was not loud, reflecting the original tone of Gerton, with a hint of the innocence of a newly hatched dragon. However, the lava dragon's vocal cords were wide and thick, but relatively narrow, which is why his voice had a prolonged and harsh ending. It buzzed, echoing like a reverberation. It was completely different from the tender cries of ordinary hatchlings. Anyone who heard this voice would not think it was spoken by a dragon hatchling that had just been born. "Nina, my name is Nina." Nina could barely see the cement ground filled with dark green ferns. She did not dare to make direct eye contact with the black dragon and replied timidly, her voice trembling. "Nina, you can call me Gerton." Gerton had his own intentions in asking the girl's name. Since he had come to this world, the first thing he needed to do was understand the surrounding environment. And who better to know about the environment than this obedient Dragonborn girl in front of him? Otherwise, this hatchling dragon wouldn't last long in this world, either being sent to the arena or becoming another test subject on a wizard's workbench. "Then, Mr. Gerton, how can I help you?" Nina felt relieved upon hearing the black dragon introduce himself. She tried to use the etiquette that Grandma Orlan had taught her to address a black dragon, but before she could finish, her stomach let out a grumbling sound. This made Nina's face flush with embarrassment, leaving her speechless. Gerton remained silent, his dark golden slit pupils fixed on the blushing Dragonborn girl. He then walked straight behind Nina, and under her curious gaze, picked up 2 rodent corpses lying on the ground and placed them in front of her. He then dragged out 2 more rodent bodies hidden in an inconspicuous recess on the left side of the sewer grate and placed them in front of Nina as well, before leisurely saying, "Then let's eat and talk." In the dragon's heritage, ratmen were considered the favorites of true dragons and also served as appetizers when true dragons were bored. After all, these little creatures that squeaked and scurried were seen by true dragons as food, just like the cattle and horses they usually consumed, with no difference between a main course and a dessert. For rodent corpses, 2 giant rats and 2 ratmen, except for the ratmen being slightly smaller than Gerton. The other 2 giant rats were larger than him. However, Gerton was not worried about not being able to finish. Hatchling dragons had a tremendous appetite, especially shortly after birth when they needed to consume a lot of nutrients to make up for the energy expended during their first sleep. Moreover, the previous magma spit had already consumed a lot of Gerton's strength. Although he did not feel hungry now, he sensed that his stomach was empty. "All right, Mr. Gerton," Nina said obediently as she squatted in front of him. She was not averse to the rodent corpses, even though these creatures were sewer dwellers. Clearly, these monsters had been healthy in life, and for Nina, who had rummaged through leftover food, it was not a problem. Eating rats isn't even a minor psychological barrier. In the face of hunger, these are simply non-issues. "All right, just wait a moment." Then, Gerton followed the method from the dragon's ancestral memory to prepare the raw materials before him. He dragged 2 giant rat tails to a nearby lava pool and then set them down. He began to silently count down, his dark golden vertical pupils fixed on the lava pool, watching the changes in the giant rats. The bodies of the giant rats visibly burned, their fur charred, their flesh contracting, and then they began to melt. Gerton swiftly lifted the 2 giant rat heads and twisted them off, casually tossing them into the lava pool to join their skeletal companions. It must be said that the method of consuming meat in the lava dragon's ancestral memory is quite similar to Gerton's favorite cooking method in his previous life, hot pot. Both involve dipping ingredients into boiling liquid. The only difference is that one is molten lava at temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, and the other is a carefully brewed hot pot broth. But the general idea is the same. The aroma of roasted meat once again filled the sewer, and Gerton split a giant rat's hind leg to give to the Dragonborn girl in front of him, whose mouth was practically watering. Then he began to feast heartily. Nina didn't hesitate either. Her stomach had been protesting for 2 days, and she had no reason to refuse the sumptuous fresh meal, even without any seasoning. It tasted sweet and delicious in her mouth. Nina ate until she was very full, her small belly protruding. As Gerton listened to Nina's contented and satisfied chatter, he began to gradually understand the world around them. Chapter 9. The continuous disturbances in the sewer had already alarmed the giant rat knights below, who were originally feeling somewhat disheartened. They were regretting not training harder, which had led to them not being chosen by Lord Tuka. Now, they had missed a good opportunity to show themselves in front of the priest and their ratfolk companions. But now, as the strange and terrifying noises emerged, the already dazed giant rat knights immediately became chaotic. Some ratfolk suggested going back to report to the priest, while others scolded them for forgetting the knightly spirit. They would never abandon any companion that could be saved and would never hesitate on the battlefield, even if the enemy was a true dragon. As knights, they had to spur their mounts and deliver their strongest strike. This is the knightly spirit. Now that Tuka was absent, these giant rat knights felt like headless chickens. For a moment, the noise of chattering filled the air. However, these ratfolk were ultimately the elite of their tribe. Each one was a top-tier member, otherwise they wouldn't have advanced to become giant rat knights. They quickly established a plan. First, they would sneak up to observe. If there was any enemy movement, they would act accordingly. If the situation was serious, they would swiftly return to report to the tribe's priest. Soon, they left 2 giant rat knights outside to wait. 3 giant rat knights, led by a ratfolk named Terry, cautiously entered the sewer pipe that emitted heat and a fiery red glow, with 1 in front and 2 behind. However, when Terry looked ahead, he saw not a single hair from his kind, let alone any signs of his companions. Aside from the orange light illuminating the entire arched pipe, there was only the overwhelming wave of heat hitting them. The giant rat beneath him, usually docile, began to stir, shifting its feet restlessly. Perhaps there was an unknown danger in the sewer that frightened it, or maybe the concrete beneath their feet was too hot. After all, the giant rats, accustomed to living in damp, dark environments, had never experienced such intense heat. However, with the ratfolk's reassurance, they remained silent. As the trio approached halfway to the source of the fire, the giant rat stopped in its tracks, refusing to move an inch despite their urging. But from this position, they could see nothing. With no other option, Terry dismounted the giant rat, set down his lance, and stepped onto the scorching concrete slab. Enduring the searing heat, Terry jogged forward a bit to see what was happening. Then he encountered a horrifying scene that would be etched in his memory forever. In a small lava pool, there were countless white bones floating uncertainly, with the lava bubbling and steaming. Terry could easily discern from the contours of the bones that they belonged to ratfolk. As for where these bones came from, they were undoubtedly from his fellow knight companions who had just bravely entered the pipe to capture human younglings. Otherwise, this scene could not be explained, though he couldn't see how many corpses lay in the lava. Given the earlier commotion and the current silence of his companions, it was clear that they had all perished. A chill suddenly rose from the soles of Terry's feet, spreading throughout his body, even cooling the unbearable heat in the air. Cold sweat trickled from his forehead, but it was quickly evaporated by the scorching air. Run, hurry, and run, to tell everything to the high priest. They are all dead. All dead. Countless thoughts swirled in Terry's mind, but he restrained his curious desire and slowly retreated, not daring to make a sound. He quickly gestured the retreat signal used during training to his 2 ratfolk companions. Then, he remounted the already restless giant rat, with the other 2 ratfolk following closely. And they swiftly left the sewer pipe that had become the grave of 7 giant rat knights. Only a bone spear, left behind in haste, bore witness to their presence. Once Terry was back down, feeling the long-lost dampness and coolness, he didn't have time to explain to his companions, simply stating, "We need to go back and find the high priest. Lord Tuka has likely met with misfortune." "Terry, what did you see?" One of the ratfolk companions blurted out impatiently, unable to contain the question any longer, fearing the noise would disturb something inside. "Bones, all bones. None survived." Terry's crimson eyes were filled with terror, as if the horrifying scene remained vividly etched in his mind. The skin, fur, and meat have all vanished, reduced to nothing but white bones. "This is beyond what we can handle. We must report this to the priest," Terry emphasized. The other giant rat knights felt a twinge of panic upon hearing this, even though they had anticipated it. However, Hearing Terry explicitly state the outcome of total annihilation was still hard for them to accept. After all, no one could accept that half of the giant rat knights, who were just joyfully and confidently preparing to capture human cubs, had suddenly all fallen into an unknown sewer pipe. They didn't even know who the culprit was. Terry and the others didn't communicate for long. The urgent matter now was to return to the tribe and inform the priest about this. So, in no time, the 5 giant rat knights quickly set off, disappearing at the end of the sewer corridor. However, if one looked closely, they could still see a pair of crimson eyes in the darkness, staring intently at the brightly lit entrance. They remembered to leave one behind for covert surveillance and to facilitate a response. Inside, after exchanging information with Nina, Gerton naturally knew they couldn't stay long. Although he learned from Nina that there hadn't been any monsters near this sewer entrance, or else she wouldn't have been able to stay here safely for months, he wouldn't let his guard down. Even though he had just annihilated quite a few formidable monsters with overwhelming force, this was still a deal. And a second-tier hatchling dragon couldn't be considered much in this sewer. While there weren't many creatures stronger than him, they certainly existed. A lich hiding in the sewer, a high-level wraith, or even a goblin priest could easily lead him to his demise. Moreover, a ratman tribe capable of cultivating so many standard first-tier monsters must be quite formidable. There might even be a few second-tier or even third-tier ratmen inside. Therefore, after luring and killing the giant rat knights, he was already prepared to retreat. After all, why would he stay in place waiting for trouble? Perhaps only those red dragons. No, the white dragons would be fearless enough to remain stationary, waiting for the enemy to come and settle the score. However, before leaving, he needed to tidy up the environment here, trying to erase any signs of a hatchling dragon's activities. Gerton thought this way. Then, amidst Nina's astonished expression, he suddenly plunged into the magma with a splash. Chapter 10 Terry, you finally returned. Priest. The giant rat knight who was secretly monitoring heard rustling noises behind him and turned to look. He saw Terry returning after going back to communicate, especially noticing a giant rat man in a black robe following behind him. The entire rat group became excited and quickly showed their respect. What happened? Any updates? Terry, leading the way, stepped forward to inquire. I've been here since you left, and aside from the firelight dimming a bit, there hasn't been any movement at the entrance. The giant rat knight, who was tailing them, answered honestly. Terry nodded, believing that the giant rat knight was not lying. With a serious expression, it turned back to report everything to the giant rat man. It reminded the elder priest to be cautious, as the culprit who killed the giant rat knight's companions might still be in the cave. Having faced the scorching magma personally, it still felt fear towards the creature that could produce such magma. Although the elder priest was omnipotent in its eyes, Terry's heart could not settle down. The giant rat man was actually about the same height as an adult human from Kalando, but was cloaked in a black robe, rendering it invisible. Besides its pair of crimson eyes and the unmistakable rat tail, which hinted at its identity. After listening to Terry's words, the rat-man priest fell silent for a moment, then turned its head and softly squeaked towards the ancient, unchanging darkness behind it. The sound was not loud, but it had strong penetrating and reverberating qualities, making Terry feel as if the entire sewer could hear it. If a seasoned adventurer were present, they would surely recognize that the sound emitted by the giant rat man was a rare ability, known as Rat Swarm Summon, which only the king among rat men could learn. It could convey its message to any rat under its command, anywhere, at any time, akin to an unlimited long-distance communication in another world. Furthermore, the ratmen and giant rats that heard the Rat King's summoning would experience a 20 increase in both attack and movement speed, resulting in a brief agility boost. Before Terry could sense the passage of time, several rat men wearing leather armor suddenly emerged from the shadows. Their weapons varied, ranging from bows and crossbows to daggers, and even dual swords. With sharp gazes and excellent equipment, Terry felt a shiver compared to them, being just a giant rat knight with nothing else. However, what surprised Terry the most was that these leather-clad rat men were clearly all at the second tier, their aura significantly stronger than before. Moreover, Terry recognized these rat men. They were the powerful ones from the Ratman tribe who had advanced to become wanderers or rangers alongside Lord Tuka. According to rumors, it was said that some rat men had reached the second tier, but Terry had not believed it at the time. After all, the elite rat wanderer or elite rat ranger was not easy to break through, equivalent to a second-tier giant rat knight. Although rat men had a natural agility bonus, the requirement for weapon proficiency was the same as that of their knights. The proficiency requirements for daggers and ranged weapons were not easily stacked. It required time and countless battles to comprehend. However, Terry thought it through and felt relieved. After all, Lord Tuka, who was closest to the second tier, was just a step away from reaching the knight level. It was only natural for those who had transitioned to become wanderers or rangers to progress faster than it did. The ratmen who had already reached the second-tier professional level knelt humbly before the giant ratman, chanting in unison, "Great Priest! Great Priest!" Their 4 voices were strong and powerful, as if they were prepared to die at any moment, awaiting the giant ratman's command. "Scout the front, report back," came the instruction from the hooded ratman priest, whose crimson eyes flickered. "Understood." The 4 ratman professionals chirped in response. Just as they were about to leave, they felt a chill in their bodies, and their vision blurred. They discovered that a frost-blue diamond-shaped shield had wrapped around them without them realizing it. At the same time, they also heard the calm voice of the ratman behind them. With this, there's no need to worry about the infernal demon's curse in the tunnel. It was the ratman priest who had cast a group ice shield on them, a rather obscure third-tier spell. However, it was extremely useful as a defensive spell during explorations and battles in deserts or hot regions. The spell not only increased external armor, but also allowed the recipients to be untroubled by the infernal demon's curse. The infernal demon's curse, commonly known as heat stroke, could affect even professionals. Every year, many poor people die from heat or cold in various regions, and those killed by the infernal demon's curse often outnumber those who fall to goblins or kobolds. After all, this curse does not discriminate based on whether you are in the wilderness or in a city. As long as you are under the sun god's rays, you are at risk. The ratman priest had already learned from the giant rat knight Terry that the temperature there was over 100 degrees Celsius, and there were blisters on the ground from burns. With the all-ice shield, these second-tier ratman wanderers and rangers could maximize their strength and deal with the monsters in the tunnel without being affected by the high temperature. Terry wanted to follow, but hesitated. In the end, he could only watch as the 4 professionals entered the nearby sewer pipe emitting an orange-red glow. He was still afraid of holding them back, and he felt a sense of aversion towards the densely packed white ratman bones in the magma, not wanting to see that hellish scene again. However, not long after the 4 second-tier ratman scouts entered, they returned carrying some items. Terry, with his sharp eyes, naturally noticed that among them was the bone spear he had accidentally dropped when he left. Resolved? So soon? Just as Terry was filled with doubts, the second-tier professionals approached the ratman priest with the items in hand, recounting their findings in the cave. Upon hearing that there were no more living creatures in the cave, the ratman priest instructed the second-tier ratmen to lead the way. He also cast a layer of ice shield on himself and entered the sewer pipe. The adult-sized ratman priest could not walk upright like the other ratman scouts. He could only bend over and wriggle forward, pulling the bulging black robe, unsure if it was his hands or feet underneath. Not long after, the ratman priest and the 4 second-tier ratmen arrived at the edge of the lava pool around the corner. However, the once unbearable hot lava pool had now turned dark red, clearly indicating that the temperature had approached the bottom layer of the magma. If the ratman priest had arrived any later, they might have only seen a pile of cooled lava stones. At the end of the corner, the iron bars had been twisted open by some unknown force, creating an exit large enough for any creature that could enter the sewer system. Surrounding the lava pool, both the ground and the rock walls were splattered with solidified black substances, undoubtedly the cooled magma. Above the corner pipe, there were several areas widened by sharp objects, and that particular spot was clearly higher than the others. Even the ratman priest could stand or lie down there without bending over. "Lord Priest, it's right here." One of the second-tier ratman wanderers pointed in a direction and respectfully addressed the ratman priest. Following the wanderer's indication, the ratman priest looked towards an area obscured by rubble, where there were blood-like patterns. From the corners peeking out from under the rubble, it looked like a circular hexagram magic circle, with artistic font-like patterns on its outer circle. It appeared quite classical and somewhat exquisite. "This is abyssal script. A summoning formation?" the ratman priest exclaimed, clearly surprised by the appearance of abyssal creatures in the sewer. This was exactly why Gerton was so confident in concealing his presence. After all, magma had nothing to do with dragons. With a little inducement and a few drawings of abyssal summoning formations from the memories of dragon heritage, there was no need to draw the entire thing. the subsequent events would naturally be filled in by others' imaginations. Thus, his existence would completely vanish within the sewer. As for the dragon scent, could you distinguish other smells amid the sulfurous magma? Therefore, while the Ratman priest was inspecting the sewer, Gerton had already taken the dragon-blooded girl to find another safe sewer passage. Chapter 11. The hatchling dragon actually falls into a day-long slumber shortly after being born. During this slumber, the hatchling can fully absorb the nutrients from the dragon egg shell, allowing its vital organs to begin developing. This is why at the start, Gerton's personal panel talent list showed some progress in glutton, while the others were still at single digits. Other talents would only begin to grow automatically after the hatchling's first slumber. In a dry riverbed within the sewer, piles of rubble, dead wood, and garbage were carelessly stacked, forming small hills that were difficult to surpass. Beneath an unknown garbage heap, in a cramped space made of broken wooden planks and stones, a black hatchling dragon and a white-haired girl under 10 years old were sound asleep on a wooden door panel that was missing a corner. The concealment here was quite good, but even the common monsters in the sewer rarely hid in this type of riverbed. Firstly, the spatial capacity is not suitable for a tribe to reside in. Cleaning it would require a considerable amount of manpower. However, a tribe with such manpower would generally not choose to nest in such a riverbed. Secondly, it is simply too smelly here. Without water, the silt of the riverbed has re-emerged, freely spreading its odor. The thick, fishy smell is the result of years of decaying waste accumulation, and just a whiff can make one feel lightheaded. This is precisely the best hiding place that Gerton specifically chose from Nina's descriptions of the sewer environment, without exception. Not far from the original dwelling in the sewer, there is this natural scent barrier. Furthermore, even though there is a pile of rubble, it is still easy to find a space that can accommodate a hatchling dragon and a human girl, making it very convenient for hiding. If this isn't the best, what is? When Gerton awoke from his slumber, he found himself seemingly embraced by something. It was very soft and loose, and he could easily break free. Gerton didn't think too much about it, and instinctively broke free. His original position was curled up, and as he stretched out, the movement naturally startled Nina, who had fallen asleep holding Gerton. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the waking Gerton, completely stunned. The sounds coming from her mouth were filled with uncontainable excitement and a bit of stammering. "Mr. Gerton, you're awake. I thought you would sleep for a long time." That's not what I meant. The smell on your body is just too pleasant." "No, that's not what I meant either." Nina became increasingly flustered, her words becoming more disorganized. In the end, she could only lower her head, her silvery short hair drooping, and fell silent. She looked like a little student caught in the act by her parents. "Nina, how long did I sleep?" Gerton did not mind the girl's nonsensical chatter, but instead asked the Dragonborn girl he had just met a short while ago. Seeing that Gerton was not angry about her earlier indiscretion, Nina sighed in relief and quickly replied, "Mr. Gerton, you slept for about a day. It is now nighttime on the Black Street above. This is also when those monsters are most active," she added, clearly indicating that tonight there was considerable commotion above the riverbed. No, rather, this was the norm for the sewer. As for the time, Nina judged it by the moonlight shining through the broken manhole cover nearby. Of course, if Gerton had not been there, Nina might have curled up in fear and trembled, let alone have the presence of mind to observe her surroundings. After all, this place was not far from the realm of the Ratmen, and every time she heard the sound of hurried footsteps, her heart would leap to her throat, fearing they had discovered their trail and were coming to capture her and Gerton in the riverbed. Fortunately, the day had passed without incident. A day, huh? Although the dragon's legacy had already told Gerton that a hatchling's slumber would only last a day, he still routinely asked, as he had no awareness during the slumber and could only judge based on external factors. In this regard, Nina understood it better than he did. "Yes, Mr. Gerton. By the way, you still have those things I gave you yesterday, right, Nina?" Gordon raised his head, opened his long-closed wings, and stretched his stiff limbs, tail, wings, and head while asking Nina, "They're all here." Nina pulled out a small pouch from her ragged linen skirt, which contained the 7th vertebrae from the tail of the giant rat that Gordon had taken before leaving yesterday. There were exactly 7 vertebrae, 3 feet long, white as jade, appearing somewhat pale in the dim light. The tail vertebrae of the giant rat were spell-casting materials, which Gordon had learned from the dragon's legacy. Heaven knows why there was so much advanced knowledge in the dragon's legacy that allowed Gordon to see it once and automatically recognize it as a medium for summoning animal companions. It had a below-average spiritual quality, but was favored for being cheap and common. It was a staple material for novice mages, druids, and warlocks, and they had to carry it until they mastered the talent of spell casting without materials. Originally, Gerton was neither a mage, nor a warlock, nor a druid, so he naturally had no use for these materials and was too lazy to collect them. However, before leaving, he saw Nina devouring rat meat like a starving ghost, her clothes in tatters. Naturally, he considered what was most important for integrating into another world. Money? No. Resources. And resources required someone to help him acquire them. The Nina in front of him, in her predicament, was currently the best candidate for recruitment. After all, she was the only person he knew. But Nina's performance so far had made Gerton quite satisfied. Although she seemed delicate and weak, she had followed his instructions well and performed excellently. Moreover, surviving in the sewers for so long suggested she had some skills. In terms of judging people, Gerton believed he rarely misjudged. To recruit someone, of course, required making her willingly submit. This wasn't just talk, it needed action. Money, however, was an unavoidable obstacle at present. It could eat dirt if it was hungry. But Nina couldn't. Her teeth weren't that strong yet. However, she was still a fledgling dragon, struggling to fit into human society and find food. Gaining money was somewhat difficult for her. But for Gerton, wanting to survive well in the sewers of Kalando, Nina's help was essential. Unless he left Kalando for the wilderness, in which case he would only need to think about what to eat for today and what to eat for the next meal. But the wilderness wasn't safe either. Werewolves, trolls, and ogres were not uncommon, and there were many humanoid creatures that enslaved true dragons, such as frost giants who would enslave young white dragons or hunt them. True dragon cubs were a delicacy in both human society and the wilderness, and there would always be someone willing to try to capture them. Therefore, these seven-tailed vertebrae of the giant rat were Gerton's idea to let Nina exchange them for her first bucket of gold and then slowly plan for the future. When dawn breaks, you go to the alchemy shop in the common district as you said. They should accept this. Okay, Mr. Gerton. Retrieving the small bag, Nina nodded heavily and then put the bag away. She patted the texture of the linen cloth, feeling reassured. Then you should get some good rest. After giving her instructions, Gerton naturally noticed the fatigue on Nina's face. She had been living in a state of fear all day. It was impossible to be without stress and fear. But now what Gerton could do was simply to let her sleep well and regain her energy. Good night, Mr. Gerton. Nina readily agreed, then found a corner, curled up, and closed her eyes. In the sulfur-scented air, Nina slept soundly, especially knowing that Gerton was awake. Seeing Nina fall asleep, Gerton had nothing else to do. He opened his personal panel, intending to check what changes had occurred in his talent list after this slumber. Furthermore, he still had a fairly substantial reward of 11 first-tier talent shards that he hadn't used yet. In the next moment, Chapter 12, the light blue screen suddenly froze in Gerton's vision, and he skillfully glanced over it. Gerton Alduin Targaryen, title, Nun Race, Lava Dragon Age, WIRM, 5 years, life, 34 rank, 2 talents, hard scales, 410, sharp claws, 35, robust, 420, low-level fire magic resistance, 212, WRM's dread, 24, glutton, 59, dark vision, 411, mimicry, charge proficiency, 18, skills, fire immunity, bite and claw attack, lava spit, soul talent, talent plunder, free talent shards, first tier shards 11. Gerton was slightly surprised. A single slumber had actually increased so much. He wondered what changes would occur when the WIRM advanced to a juvenile dragon. He had a general idea of the data above, but he was curious about the talent, robust, which seemed to be linked to his life points. Meaning 3 points of robustness could provide him with 3 points of life points. However, at present, Gerton had not been injured, so he did not know how much health would be deducted if he were stabbed, and thus had no direct comparison for the health increase from robust. Moreover, he vaguely felt that his strength had increased significantly, but he was afraid of waking Nina and alarming the monsters in the river, so he refrained from experimenting. However, holding his claws still gave him a sense of strength. In terms of percentage, the talent, robust, had increased his health by 10 at once. And it might also have increased his strength. Other talents had also progressed to varying degrees, either halfway or 1/3. Clearly, the gains from this slumber were not inferior to those from killing the 14 rodent-like monsters. He looked at the scales that had slightly darkened and the claws that glinted coldly. Before the slumber, Gerton remembered clearly that the scales were lighter in color, and the claws had a slightly curved shape. Now, the curvature of the claws had elongated slightly and become sharper. when he was just born. His claws resembled crescent moon scimitars, but now they look like several cold, gleaming daggers embedded in his hands. As for Dragonling's dread, low-level fire magic resistance, and glutton, Gerton couldn't feel any changes for the moment. After all, even if he were neurotic, he couldn't possibly unleash his dragon aura now and cause Nina to panic. The fire magic resistance is even more absurd. Only those chaotic and evil clowns would dare to experience the power of a fireball by seeking out a mage. As for glutton, since he hasn't eaten anything and isn't hungry, he can't evaluate it for now. But it seems that because Gerton had a mouse meat hot pot before the Dragonling's slumber, some of the nutrients from the eggshell haven't been fully digested. So he doesn't feel the pangs of hunger in his abdomen for the time being. In other words, Gerton is still in the process of digestion. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable that the Dragonling in the dragon's legacy memory would want to feast immediately upon waking. The Dragon Mother would also bring them a grand feast to replenish their strength. Dark vision is the most noticeable effect, even though it has only increased by 3 points. Gerton feels that his entire world has become much clearer, and even in the dark and gray world, he can faintly perceive a few more colors, though not very distinctly. Nonetheless, it makes his understanding of everything around him no longer like watching a black and white television, giving Gerton the illusion that he has switched to a high-definition camera that captures colors. The remaining 2 talents, onomatopoeia and charge proficiency, are won because he has reached the limit, and it seems he can't advance further, as only onomatopoeia does not have a progress bar displayed after its suffix. Other talents all have their suffixes. The other, charge proficiency, has surpassed this tier without the corresponding second-tier fragments or black iron fragments, making it impossible to allocate points. Although there are many talents in the talent list, Gerton quickly prioritized the point allocation weights, simply dividing them into 3 groups. 1. Charge proficiency, tough scales, robust. Evaluation, able to fight, resist, and run away. Nothing is more suitable than these. 2. Sharp claws and fangs, dark vision. Evaluation, sometimes, when you can see things others can't. You've already won half the battle. Plus, staying alive means you can output. 3. Dragonling's dread, low-level fire magic resistance. Evaluation, although the Dragonling is a true dragon, without power, emanating the aura of a true dragon is as deadly as a poisonous poppy flower, while the latter is like a chicken rib. Pending, glutton. Evaluation, my stomach hasn't informed me of any changes within me. After briefly ranking these talents in his mind, Gerton's talent fragments have found their purpose. Although the Dragonling only needs to grow slowly, its inherent talents will grow alongside it. Simply put, even if Gerton doesn't have talent fragments as a golden finger, his talents will naturally reach their maximum values. Then he will evolve into a young dragon, and this process will repeat until he ultimately becomes a 6th-tier adult dragon. After that, to reach Tier 7 and Tier 8, it would require the dragon's own experiences and efforts. Many dragons choose to change their profession to a druid or a priest to enhance their strength. However, Gudwin did not forget that he had no mother dragon to protect him. He was just a rare lava dragon cub lost in the human world, hiding in the sewers. The enhancement from talent shards takes time to be read, and he wouldn't allow himself to be stingy, hoarding the shards and refusing to use them. Waiting until he truly encounters a strong enemy, wanting to burst out with all his points at once. Would not work if his body couldn't adapt to the new points, or if the reading of the talent shards affected his current battle. Once it's gone, it's really gone. Gudwin understood this simple truth. Of course, the key point is that first-tier shards are really not worth much, so he could afford to squander them. The sewers lack everything, but the one thing they have plenty of is monsters. Therefore, Gudwin quickly allocated 11 first-tier blank shards to sharp claws, robust, and hard scales. This was, in Gudwin's view, the optimal solution. After all, his shards were enough to max out sharp claws and hard scales. 3 first-tier talent shards were unhesitatingly invested into sharp claws. Sharp claws, 35, 55, steel claws, 110. Gudwin felt a flash before his eyes as the pale blue talent panel suddenly twisted and changed, a brand new talent appearing in his field of vision. So fast. This was Gudwin's first experience of such speed, completely different from activating the charged talent. He unconsciously extended his claws to take a look. The claws, which had originally looked like daggers, now seemed coated with a layer of silver varnish, providing a different visual experience for the dragon. The length of his claws also surged from 4 or 5 centimeters to 7 or 8 centimeters, frighteningly sharp. with a soft sound. His claws effortlessly pierced into a gray rock beside him, like cutting through tofu. So strong. Although his claws were already quite sharp, he had done a lot of digging in the sewers before while disguised. The feeling now was like replacing a rusty and dull kitchen knife with a new one. He could easily cut the stones into 3 segments or carve deep grooves. After playing with his new claws, Gerton turned his attention to the next talent, Robust, without hesitation. Panel, allocate points. Robust, for 120, 720. Gerton immediately felt a surge of warmth flow through his body, from his tailbone to the top of his head, warm and full of energy. He clearly felt an increase in his strength, which confirmed his previous guess. The health points on the panel jumped from 34 to 37. Looking at the slowly increasing health, Gerton felt a bit more settled in his heart, which had been somewhat lost after crossing into this other world. Although his health was currently not much, the future was promising. The remaining 6 first-order shards were all allocated to Scaled Armor Hardness, and he wanted to see what changes occurred after Scaled Armor Hardness, 1010. With the previous example of Sharp Claws, he was quite curious about this. Scaled Armor Hardness, 410, 1010, Scaled Armor Demonization, 220, took less than a second. Gerton felt a heaviness all over his body, as if he was clad in heavy armor. So brutal? Gerton used his claws to poke at the scales on his body, which were 2 to 3 centimeters thick and had a strange luster, clicking his tongue in amazement. He even tried to touch the armor with his claws, applying slight pressure or gently tapping it, and the scales emitted a crisp metallic sound. Clearly, Gerton's defense had significantly increased. The talent, Scaled Armor Hardness, in the talent list vanished without a trace, just like Sharp Claws. In its place, a talent called Scaled Armor Demonization appeared in Gerton's view. Additionally, there was another talent in his talent list that silently disappeared along with Scaled Armor Hardness. Chapter 13. The low-level magic resistance disappeared, while the Scaled Armor Demonization inexplicably increased by a bit. The coincidence of these two abnormalities made Gerton ponder their connection. However, the personal panel did not have artificial intelligence. Although Gerton had speculations, he didn't have evidence at the moment. He could only tentatively categorize the reason for Scaled Armor Demonization, 220, under the vanished, low-level fire magic resistance. He didn't know what would happen if the fire resistance had been fully filled before maxing out Scaled Armor Hardness. Now it was too late to look back, and there was no point in dwelling on it. After all, losing an inconspicuous talent in exchange for a bit of unallocatable, Scaled Armor Demonization was clearly a gain. It's worth noting that Scaled Armor Demonization provided resistance to all attributes. Whether it was elemental, energy manipulation, or other spells, it could offer some reduction. Unfortunately, Gerton sighed, looking at the 2 skill suffixes on the panel that resembled charge proficiency, lacking that familiar warmth. Next, he planned to max out Robustness, then Big Eater, and finally Dark Vision. That night, Gerton began to plan for the future and the tasks he needed to accomplish soon. For example, finding a place to settle in the sewers and recruiting some followers to be his tools. Also, if possible, making Mina's life a bit better, so she wouldn't have to hide in the sewers like a rat and could have a place in Kalando. Of course, the prerequisite was that Nina had to pass today. This thought flashed through Gerton's mind and quickly faded. It wasn't the time to consider such matters. Through the starry moonlight, Gerton's dark golden dragon eyes peered through the gaps in the piles of rubble and wood at the world below, which was only the size of a fingernail. It was quiet down there, although Gerton could only see a dilapidated European-style wooden window swaying and creaking in the wind. His eyes were filled with longing. Although he couldn't experience the scenery of this other world now, but from the memories of the dragon's legacy, he could understand just how vast the continent known as Io truly was. Countless adventurers ventured into the dense forests, high mountains, and deep valleys of this continent in search of wealth and fame, battling and killing. Human nature and beastly instincts often intertwined, playing a mournful song of life. In the shadows, strange entities whispered, planning to unveil a new chapter, attempting to overturn the world and create legends. Even the lofty deities would engage in fierce battles for faith, waging divine wars that could affect several principalities and nations. Even sweeping across half the continent was not out of the question. At that time, whether powerful or weak, everyone would strive for the same purpose, spreading the glory of the deities they believed in. Such an intriguing world, as real as it seemed. One might ask, how could this not make Gerton yearn for it? Of course, to avoid becoming a dragon-slaying hero or part of a team's glory, Gerton's recent plan was to lay low, farm, level up by defeating monsters, and seize talents. If the sewers became unbearable, he would look for an opportunity to leave Kalando, heading to the wilderness or the overseas islands, if worse came to worst. The desert would also be an option. However, for now, the sewer was indeed the most suitable place for him, although there were many monsters. It was not like the wilderness, where one could encounter a resting black dragon or red dragon if luck was bad. Gerton did not belong to the chromatic dragons, and it was quite normal for true dragons to kill the offspring of other true dragons. Given his current hatchling strength, the probability of surviving in the wilderness was really slim, even if he had an advantage. It was known that in the wilderness, the consensus among adventurers was that one would never know which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. However, in the sewers, Gerton also needed to avoid contact with other humans. If he could avoid it, he would. Of course, if he really couldn't avoid it, he had to be fully prepared. He couldn't let anyone who knew of his existence escape. With a thunderous force, he would eliminate all who were aware. If he had to take action, he couldn't leave a trace, ensuring to destroy the bodies and scatter the ashes as part of the complete process. He remembered that the priests in this world could learn divine spells to resurrect the dead. They could snatch souls from the hands of death. So Gerton had to be extremely cautious. Of course, if he found himself unable to win, he would have to make a hasty escape. Gerton slowly exhaled, making the sulfurous air in this small space even thicker. Nina, curled up in the corner, wrinkled her nose but wore a smile on her youthful face, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. However, her body trembled slightly, with her arms wrapped around her chest, clearly feeling the cold. The temperature in the sewer was even cooler than above, especially since the river would occasionally bring in chilling winds. Gerton glanced at Nina, who was wearing a thin dress, and then looked at the cold wind seeping through the gaps into this small space. He thought for a moment, worried that the constant cold wind in the sewer could lead to this frail girl catching a chill without the protection of the sewage pipes. But for a moment, she hesitated, but later decided not to think about it anymore. Taking small steps, with a soft thud, she lay down behind Nina. In fact, using a human as a pillow felt quite nice. She mumbled something, as if trying to persuade someone, or perhaps justifying her own actions. The soft sensation when Gerton had woken up earlier, even through a layer of scales, was still noticeable. It was quite comfortable. But he was still a bit unaccustomed to sleeping next to someone. After all, he had always been alone in his previous life. Even though he had now turned into a dragon, it still felt a bit awkward. Once lying down, his body instinctively blocked the gap behind him to prevent the cold wind from coming through. His head, which was somewhat disproportionate to his body, leaned awkwardly to one side. But fortunately, Nina's hair was relatively short, so Gerton's head wouldn't crush it. With him acting as a moving warm blanket, she should be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Gerton looked around with satisfaction, planning to keep watch until dawn, while other matters could wait until Nina returned from Kalando. However, after a while, Gerton still felt a bit uneasy. After thinking for a moment, he spread his right wing and draped his small, underdeveloped meat wings over Nina's slightly sunken stomach. Only then was he satisfied and nodded, believing that his tool wouldn't catch a cold. Gerton kept his eyes open, listening to the occasional sounds coming from the river, waiting for the first light to seep through the cracks of the wooden frame and the shattered edges of the manhole cover. The sewer became quiet. Gerton, having spent the night lost in thoughts and planning for the future, had consumed quite a bit of mental energy. Originally, the young dragon's head wasn't very big, and now that he thought about it, it felt like it was about to explode. Plus, lying down for so long made him increasingly drowsy. Eventually, Gerton could no longer hold on, and along with the first light in the sky, he fell into a drowsy sleep. Thus, the sleeping dragonborn girl and the slumbering young dragon lay in the ruins of the sewer, heads touching, tails brushing against bare feet, with black dragon wings draped over the girl's slender body. One dragon and one person huddled together for warmth. It formed a beautiful scene, warm and lovely. Meanwhile, not long after Gerton fell asleep, the dragonborn girl's biological clock had already kicked in. Chapter 14. Nina looked at the black-scaled dragon wing, then at the dilapidated wall completely covered by Gerton's body. Her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Although she was not yet 10 years old, she was not an ignorant child. Her experiences might be richer than many adults. She grew up in an orphanage, having no friends except for Grandma Orlan and Sister Celia. At that time, the children in the orphanage seemed to agree that there were only two ways to refer to her, either as a bastard or a monster. She grew up hearing those words. The children in the orphanage seemed to have reached a consensus that criticizing her was the way to fit in, and Nina was isolated, growing up in such a somewhat desperate environment. But she didn't dare to disturb Grandma Orlan or report to her, as that would surely make Grandma angry and sad. But she didn't want to make Grandma Orlan sad, not at all. It wasn't until later, when Sister Celia came to the orphanage, that she finally had someone to confide in. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Soon Sister Celia was adopted by someone. Then Grandma Orlan left as well. And the only place she had to stay, the orphanage, was demolished by a nobleman to build shops. A trade route near the Free City. The land in a town was worth quite a bit of money. It was too wasteful to use it for an orphanage. If it weren't for Orlan's high reputation among the townsfolk, the nobles would have torn down that dilapidated and poorly maintained orphanage long ago. After that, Nina made her way from Blanche to the Black Street of Kalando, where she struggled for a year and experienced the malice in many people's hearts. Some coveted her looks. Others were angry about her questionable lineage. And of course, the biggest issue was poverty. She had no money. If she hadn't encountered a few kind-hearted adventurers on the way, she might have died in the over 100-mile wilderness between Blanche and Kalando, dying at the hands of goblins, gnolls, or kobolds. She heard they would eat people, and that larger tribes would even keep humans like livestock. If Nina hadn't met those adventurers, her fate might have been the same. However, they saved her to sell her at a good price in the Free City, as there were quite a few nobles who had a taste for such things. After overhearing the adventurers' conversation late at night, Nina took advantage of her dark vision to escape into the night. Fortunately, the campsite was not far from Kalando, and the nearby monsters had just been swept away by a group of adventurers and soldiers. Moreover, Nina was quite cautious, so she didn't encounter any monsters along the way and avoided them from a distance, eventually entering the magnificent Free City. She initially thought her life might continue like this, perhaps ending up injured or ill without timely treatment, dying in a sewer and decaying into a skeleton. If someone found her then, no one would think she was a mongrel or a monster, right? Sometimes Nina thought like this. If it weren't for Grandma Orlan's last words, urging her to live well, she might have long ago gone with the flow and become a plaything. That wouldn't have been too bad. At least she wouldn't have to scavenge in garbage piles and fight stray dogs for food. Living was so exhausting, it really felt meaningless. So, when she saw the dragon wing that had just taken shape resting on her, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps Mr. Gerton, with his similar double pupils, would recognize her as his kind and show her compassion and protection. Nina thought, then gently shifted her body, carefully cradling Gerton's dragon wing with her little hands, afraid of disturbing the sleeping hatchling. Unfortunately, she still startled Gerton, and the hatchling dragon, covered in thick black scales, opened its dark golden eyes. The dragon's majesty was already taking shape in its gaze, and Nina felt a sense of reverence just by meeting its eyes. It seemed that what lay before her was not a newly hatched dragonling, but a fully grown giant dragon that could unleash a storm with its wings, capable of blowing a person away. Mr. Gerton, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Nina said a bit shyly, secretly blaming herself for not being lighter on her feet, thinking that perhaps she wouldn't have woken Gerton. It's fine, is it dawn already? The dragon's majesty in Gerton's eyes flickered and quickly receded. He had been in a light sleep. Any slight movement from Nina would certainly have awakened him. After all, he was still in the sewer, and as long as he wasn't in a deep slumber, a dragonling's vigilance was quite high. Sometimes even the slightest noise could startle it. Yes, it's dawn, Mr. Gerton, Nina replied, and then she seemed to realize something, quickly adding, I have to go now. If I wait any longer, I might not be able to get into the civilian area. Her words were rapid and urgent. Gerton didn't ask her why being late would prevent her from entering the civilian district. He merely nodded slightly and watched her quietly. Seeing Gerton nod in agreement, Nina swiftly began to gather materials on the spot, starting to make some adjustments to her appearance. This time, she didn't apply her usual brutal makeup. Instead, she used some dirt and grime to cover her fair skin, making her appear at first glance to be just a nondescript, filthy wild child. It wasn't that Nina had let her guard down. Rather, this disguise would make it easier for her to trade in the alchemy shop later. After all, those apprentice spellcasters were a cut above the rest. If they saw Nina reeking and covered in red spots and white scales walking in, they would likely chase her out at first glance. She worked quickly, knowing that time was of the essence, while the civilians were still not fully awake. She needed to enter the alchemy shop in the civilian district as soon as possible to exchange goods. If she arrived too late, she might be discovered by well-meaning individuals, which would lead to her ending up in the same predicament as a few days ago, getting kicked out of the civilian area. Being hit with vegetable scraps, pelted with stones, and splashed with sewage had become a daily occurrence for her. It didn't matter to her being kicked out. She was already used to it. But if she delayed the task that Mr. Gerton had entrusted to her, that would be a serious offense. Before long, with the morning mist still lingering, Nina was already ready to go. The disguised version of her was completely unrecognizable from the previously fair and tender little girl. Mr. Gerton, I'll be on my way now, she said softly. Be careful on the road, Gerton replied. After receiving Gerton's nod of acknowledgement, Nina tiptoed and crouched down, leaving the cramped temporary dwelling. Before she left, she patted the somewhat uncomfortable materials at her waist, her eyes filled with anticipation, thinking that these items could indeed be exchanged for a considerable sum of money, just as Mr. Gerton had said. Once outside, Nina's petite figure nimbly maneuvered between the obstacles in the waterway, her movements agile and swift. This was her forte. Although she lacked strength, her speed was commendable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived in the jaws of sewer monsters. Before long, Nina arrived at a manhole cover with a gap in it, located in a small alley. The third alley of the Black Street, which she was quite familiar with. This place was considered one of the safer exits, as it was a good distance away from where the thugs and villains of the Black Street lived. Usually, there were more rats than people in this area. But once you stepped out of the alley, you were on the main road of the Black Street. It was easy to run into people. So Nina would never take this route back except in the morning. For some reason, she felt a bit anxious. Unsure whether it was the wealth she carried or the eerie silence of the Black Street in the morning that made her uneasy. After waiting for about 1 to 2 minutes and confirming that there was indeed no movement above through the gap, she struggled to push the manhole cover. The cover made a harsh grinding sound against the ground, causing Nina's heart to race even more. Once she created a gap wide enough for her to pass through, Nina nimbly crawled up from the sewer. Hunched over, she felt the uncomfortable tailbone through the linen fabric as she entered the misty white fog of the morning. Meanwhile, not long after Nina left, Gerton also stepped out with his short legs from the place that had been asleep all day. Chapter 15. 7 pieces of first-tier spellcasting materials. Giant rat tailbone. Not bad. The quality and texture are perfect, and there are no traces of blood. It's very clean. That's 6 silver coins and 55 copper pieces. Here, take it. In the civilian district of Kalando, where the morning fog had yet to dissipate, a small alchemy shop named Fran was lit up. A half-elf woman, dressed in a water-blue robe and appearing to be around 21 or 22 years old, spoke to Nina. She was playing with the phosphorescent bones in the bag that the Dragonborn girl had handed her, nodding in satisfaction. She promptly pulled out 6 shiny silver coins from her pocket and handed over a small bag filled with copper pieces, a rather heavy pouch. After all, most adventurers didn't know how to process the materials from monsters. Some even came directly carrying monster corpses to find her, claiming it was fresh, which she found utterly insane. Compared to that, despite the Dragonborn girl in front of her having a dirty face and wearing a tattered linen dress, the half-elf woman found her quite pleasant. Of course, there was also an unspoken reason for this. Both of them were mixed blood. One was a half-elf, and the other was a Dragonborn. Both mixed with the blood of other races, which always created a sense of mutual understanding. In any society of intelligent beings, mixed blood individuals are often labeled as hybrids or monsters, and this title is quite common. They generally don't get along well. However, half-elves are generally more accepted than Dragonborns, primarily because elves are usually non-confrontational and have little conflict with humans. After all, one lives in the deep forest and the other in vast plains. If we had to say, elves tend to dislike humans a bit more. It's worth noting that the price of elven female slaves in Kalando has always been high, and in the black market, they are often priced but rarely available. The colorful dragons have been rampaging across the continent of Ao every day, and their greed drives them to toy with passing travelers and seize their treasures. Although there are occasional reports of successful dragon slayings, it is still humanity that suffers the most losses. However, the dragon-blooded little girl seems to be in a daze, hesitating to take the money. It isn't until the half-elf woman urges her a few times that she seems to awaken from her dream, realizing the situation, and quickly takes the money handed to her. This is a fair price, and she is not being taken advantage of because of her young age. Before coming out, Gordon had already informed Nina of the approximate price for first-tier materials, which generally fluctuates between 70 copper coins and 1 silver coin and 10 copper coins. The half-elf woman in front of her is offering around 90 copper coins, which is already very high. This nearly 7 silver coins is almost equivalent to the income of a peasant under a baron for nearly 4 months. It is worth noting that below copper coins there are other forms of currency, such as food or wheat, used for barter and to fill gaps in trade. Of course, this method of filling gaps is not applicable in Kalando, as even the cheapest price here starts at 1 copper coin. However, 1 copper coin can be exchanged for enough black bread, or more appropriately, bran bread, for a family of 3 to eat for a day. This black bread, mixed with sawdust and bran, is so hard it can be used as a weapon. Many goblins and dog-headed men have perished under the blows of black bread during monster attacks on villages. Thus, Nina quietly expressed her gratitude for this fair deal. Thank you. May the gods in heaven bless you. This is a standard expression Grandma Orlon used to greet outsiders this way. After all, beliefs vary from person to person, and with so many good gods, it is impossible to discern which person is a follower of which deity. Just like a female warrior armed with a flail and clad in heavy armor, it is obvious she is a devotee of the god of war. But once she removes her armor, she transforms into a delicate girl in a white dress. Can you guess her faith just from that? After expressing her thanks, Nina took the coins from the half-elf, stuffed them into her coin pouch, and then concealed it at her waist. Due to the loose fit of her dress, it was completely unnoticeable from the outside that there was a bulging pouch hidden there. Only Nina could feel the little treasure concealed within her dress. It's all right. If you have more materials next time, you can come find me. My name is Franvilo. I usually stay in this little alchemy shop in Fran, and when I'm out, I hang a sign on the door. The half-elf. Oh no, Franvilo smiled at Nina. Clearly, this was a common phrase for the half-elf, used to attract long-term customers. With her clever mind, she has already guessed that the dragon-blooded little girl in front of her is merely a runner. The one who can produce 7 first-tier fragments must be someone else, likely a lone adventurer who has just arrived in Kalando not long ago. To have taken down 7 giant rats in the sewers, they must be at least a second-tier professional. This kind of quality customer is a key target for Fran to attract. After all, for a professional like her, whether as a seller or a buyer, if she settles down, it would be a considerable income. Okay, I will, Nina said before hurriedly leaving. Her mood at that moment was hard to describe. Although she had just left, she was already somewhat impatient to return, excited to see Mr. Gerton and bring him the money. Time passed, and the morning mist gradually dissipated in the sunlight, revealing clearer roads, the towering city walls in the distance, the noisy curses in her ears, and the cries of children. All these began to appear on the streets of the commoners' district. In the past, at this time, Nina would still be searching for food in the back alleys of the Iron Furnace Tavern, completely unaware of her surroundings, her mind solely focused on hunger. However, she didn't linger here for long, naturally to avoid any prolonged troubles. She was carrying almost 7 silver coins, and in the Black Street. A single copper coin could lead to murder, let alone silver coins. Fran's alchemy hut was not far from the Black Street. So Nina returned to the entrance of the Black Street in the same amount of time it took to get there. Compared to the clean and tidy streets of the commoners' district, here the sewage flowed freely and garbage was everywhere. She could even see the eggshells they had thrown away a few days ago. As for the vegetable leaves, it was unknown whether they were taken by dogs or picked up and eaten by someone from the Black Street. Nina did not stand still. She quickly left the entrance of the Black Street and walked towards a secluded path she had always taken. Cautious as she was, she did not choose to go back the same way, but rather took precautions. However, unbeknownst to her, someone had already begun to follow her from a distance. Since Nina's disguise was not very obvious this time, some idle thugs in the shadows of the Black Street had noticed this somewhat unfamiliar girl as soon as she entered. Upon seeing her unmistakable obsidian-like dragon eyes, they realized she was that sickly beggar with sores, a Dragonborn. Nina's new appearance surprised these thugs, but they were also enraged, having been played with by a little girl for so long. So, 3 of them followed her, ready to cause trouble for Nina, or at the very least, to have some fun and vent their frustrations. As they got closer, Nina heard the footsteps behind her, but she didn't dare to turn back. She wasn't sure if the people behind her were coming for her, so she cautiously quickened her pace, and the footsteps behind her grew more intense. This made Nina's heart sink. They were indeed coming for her. But there was still a block away from the nearest sewer entrance, over 200 meters. And if she ran in a straight line, she definitely couldn't outrun these adults. Moreover, if that manhole cover wasn't pushed open, she wouldn't be able to escape at all. After all, even if she was agile, Her age was a factor. Her physical strength and speed were clearly inferior to that of adults, and at most, she was just a bit quicker in her reaction time. So Nina ran directly into a small alley ahead. The alley was interconnected, and she needed to use the terrain she was most familiar with to shake off her pursuers. Nina dashed towards the entrance of the alley, thinking that as long as she could slip into it, she would have a chance to escape back to the sewers. The people behind her seemed to have noticed Nina's odd behavior and quickly abandoned their cat-and-mouse game, hastening their pursuit. After all, if they were seen failing here, they would be laughed at for a year. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Nina felt herself collide with a soft body, and then a force of rebound sent her sprawling to the ground. As she listened to the laughter and footsteps from behind that were almost impossible to conceal, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. There was no escaping now. Terrified, she turned to see 3 gangsters closing in on her, her body scrambling to get up. At that moment, a pale, slender hand reached out towards her, accompanied by a slightly familiar voice, one that was buried in her memories. Nina? It was only then that Nina lifted her head and saw the person who had caused her to fall. It was a girl in a fitted black robe, with a low hood that obscured half of her face, revealing only her exquisite lower face and long neck. Just from her lower face alone, it was undeniable that she was beautiful, and the black robe, engraved with patterns, added a mysterious aura to her. Hearing this voice felt dreamlike to Nina. Looking at the familiar yet strange face of the girl in the black robe, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that you, sister? Cecilia?" Chapter 16. Cecilia didn't expect to encounter Nina, the girl she had spent time with in the orphanage, in this place. However, it was clear that the girl who had once been in a difficult situation at the orphanage was still struggling in Kalando, and had become even worse. Cecilia looked at Nina, who was dirty and had half of her silvery hair cut off, and hesitantly said, "It's really you. Weren't you in Branch? How is Grandma Orlan? And how did you end up in Kalando?" Cecilia had many questions she wanted to ask. Although her time in the orphanage was short, it was enough to leave her with fond memories, including the kind Grandma Orlan and Nina, whom she called her sister. Especially after being driven out of her home by a seemingly kind couple who saw her as a monster, she particularly cherished her time at the orphanage. After Cecilia successfully awakened her wind element sorceress bloodline, she embarked on a long adventure for over a year. During her breaks, she would occasionally reminisce about that time. Unfortunately, she and her companions had been active in the northern borders and had not had the chance to return to Southern Branch. Coming from the City of Freedom, Kalando was the closest she had been to Branch. Discovering a companion from the orphanage filled her with joy, so she asked several questions in quick succession. However, upon seeing the dimness in Nina's dark golden eyes, Cecilia, who had experienced many life and death separations, understood the meaning behind it. The orphanage was gone, and Grandma Orlan had passed away. Otherwise, Nina wouldn't have fallen to such a state in Kalando, looking like this, once comparable to her gray long hair. The silver-white hair had turned white, dry, and lacking any luster, now cut into a messy bob just above her ears. While Celia was observing Nina, with a worried expression, suddenly spoke up, saying she heard footsteps approaching from around the corner. "Now is not the time to talk about this, Sister Celia. You need to leave quickly. The people behind are here to catch me." Nina did not forget the 3 gangsters closing in behind her. She tried to push away Celia's outstretched hand to make her leave. After all, if she was to fall into the fire pit, she couldn't let the sister she had just met fall into the abyss with her. "Hey, you bastard. Keep running, huh? You won't get away this time." Accompanied by disdainful laughter, 3 figures blocked the exit of the alley. Nina didn't need to look back to know that the 3 thugs had caught up, closing in on her. When the 3 gangsters saw Nina fall, they approached her with the mindset of a cat playing with a mouse. In their eyes, the fallen Nina was already in their grasp, and now was the moment for endless humiliation. Watching Nina, who had fallen into the muddy ground, her dirty dress now stained with black, they laughed mockingly. "That person in the black robe, this is the Dragon Hunter gang. If you don't want to incur the wrath of Boss Finchy, I advise you to leave quickly." Some also noticed the figure in the mysterious black robe, but from their angle, they couldn't see Celia's face, only the dark hood. Having been in the Black Street for many years, they knew who to provoke and who not to. Mysterious figures in black robes were always to be treated with caution. Who knows what is hidden beneath that black robe? A dagger, twin blades, or a staff? Thus, they did not want to clash with this black-robed person and resorted to using the name of Finchy, the Dragon Hunter, who had once killed a 3rd-tier dragon beast, to intimidate her. The title of Finchy the Dragon Hunter was not only prestigious in the Black Street, but also frequently mentioned among the nobles of Kalando. However, when they finally saw the face beneath the hood, they were immediately stunned. They had originally thought the person under the robe was just a frail young man. To their surprise, it was a charming young girl with soft gray hair, more beautiful than any courtesan in the Black Street Tavern. Suddenly, the leading thug had an idea and addressed the gray-haired girl. "What is this bastard to you? She stole our things, and we are following Boss Finchy's orders to take her back." He intended to use Nina to threaten the girl, thinking that in the Black Street, she was not someone he couldn't provoke, especially not this girl who looked only around 14 or 15. "I didn't steal your things," Nina retorted, then quickly urged the gray-haired girl, "Sister Celia, don't listen to them. You need to leave quickly. They are bad guys and have ill intentions." But the thug just scoffed. "If you didn't take anything, then why are you running?" he said with a smug laugh, clearly pleased with his excuse. Nina was rendered speechless. But before she could say anything, someone else spoke up for her. It was Celia, who had just stood up from a crouched position. She removed her black hood, revealing her face without any concealment, her deep gray eyes locking onto the villain who had just spoken. She softly asked, "Did she really steal your things?" Her voice seemed to carry a certain magic. If any professionals were present, they would surely recognize that this girl was a spellcaster. Moreover, the spell she used was the much criticized first-ring spell, Charm Person. Although it was ineffective against seasoned professionals, it worked wonders on nobles without magical artifacts for protection. Not to mention these street thugs. The thug looked into her gray eyes, initially taken aback, then seemed to fall under a spell, his gaze becoming vacant as he muttered, "No, then why did you accuse her?" The voice asked again. "Because I wanted to threaten you. To do some things I like," the thug answered, still in a daze. The other two thugs immediately felt a chill run down their spines, a wave of cold washing over them. A thought emerged in their minds. Mage. It must be that unreachable mage. But why would a noble mage come to the Black Street? What would they do in this filthy place? They screamed inwardly. Yet their actual behavior resembled that of a startled quail. They hunched their heads and watched the gray-haired girl interrogate the lead thug. Such bullies, who prey on the weak, reacted similarly when faced with a stronger opponent. The two thugs felt a sense of despair. Even invoking the name of Big Boss Finch would likely not save them now. Finch wouldn't risk angering an unknown-level spellcaster for the lives of these two thugs. After hearing the thug's answer, the gray-haired girl showed no anger. Instead, she turned to the other two thugs and smiled. "Do you two have anything to add?" That smile was akin to a devil's grin in the eyes of the thugs. They didn't even dare to look at the girl, who had a face blending elven and angelic features. "Respected mage, our boss is Finch from the Dragon Hunter gang. And he is also his cousin." The thug pointed at the dazed thug controlled by Charm Person, trying to gain leverage. "Mage, we won't dare again." Some even attempted a last-ditch struggle or to beg for mercy. But within 2 breaths, the girl's mocking laughter reached their ears. "Is that all?" As they wanted to say something more, they heard the girl softly chanting strange syllables. A small vortex quickly formed in her hand, stirring up a gentle breeze. The wind from the vortex blew through her gray, smooth hair, and the black robe with golden edges rustled loudly. 2 arrow-like miniature elemental arrows, made of wind, suddenly appeared in her palm. Wind Arrow, a first-ring spell. It could shoot wind arrows at targets within 30 feet. With the number of arrows split at the caster's discretion, though the damage would decrease, and the accuracy depended on the caster's focus. The elemental long arrow shot from the cyclone to the solidified form took less than 3 seconds. The 2 Blackstreet thugs only had time to turn around and run less than 3 meters before being pierced through the throat by the elemental long arrow that was hot on their heels. Blood gushed out like a turned-on faucet, splattering on the muddy black street, gradually dyeing the muddy ground a dark red. The blood gushing from the thug's throats severely startled the last remaining gang member controlled by Charm Human. He woke up, broke free from the control. But what lay before him was a scene of overturned circumstances. His companions, who had been joking with him, were already lying on the ground, their faces still showing panic. Blood pooling all around. He trembled as he looked at the gray-haired girl in front of him, his eyes no longer filled with greed, but with fear. Stammering, he said, "You can't kill me. I'm Finchy's cousin. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." A foul smell emanated from beneath him, but he didn't care about his wet pants. Repeatedly uttering this phrase, hoping to escape with his life from the gray-haired girl, he slowly backed away, seeing that the girl made no move, and felt a glimmer of hope. His trembling body stopped shaking. Could it be that she really let him go? Indeed, She was afraid of his cousin Finchie, known as the Dragon Hunter. A slight smile cracked on his lips, but it quickly vanished. He wouldn't dare to make threats. There was no benefit in angering a female mage. Oh no, a sorceress who had just killed someone. He had not yet fully enjoyed the nightingales near the Black Street Tavern, nor had he tasted elves or beast women or Dragonborn. He didn't want to die here. He wore a smile, flattering the gray-haired girl in the distance, then turned and ran, not looking back as he tried to escape the dark alley. Just as he relaxed slightly, a swift shadow suddenly darted out from the shadows beneath the eaves. In an instant, it cut through the air and charged directly at him, sending chills down his spine. Then, he felt as if a hole had been pierced in his neck, warm, blood-scented liquid gushing from his throat, soaking his clothes. Intense pain surged in his throat, so severe that when he tried to speak, only hoarse whimpers escaped. The subsequent chain reaction left his limbs weak, and ultimately, his whole body collapsed into the dried-up ditch filled with several centimeters of black sludge. Warm liquid flowed from his neck, streaming down his chin, lips, nose, and finally filling his eye sockets. In the end, everything turned red and then black, and he lost all consciousness. "Sister Celia, are you a mage now?" Nina looked at the three corpses, feeling no discomfort. After nearly a year in the Black Street, she had become unafraid of death. What piqued her curiosity more was the wondrous spell Celia had just used, reminiscent of the witches in the fairy tales told by Grandma Orlan. "I am not a mage. I am a sorceress. Mages need to learn, while I am born with it." Celia explained that there is a significant difference between warlocks and mages. If Nina is interested, she would be willing to spend a considerable amount of time explaining it to her. But what about that shadow just now? Nina clearly saw the previous, charm human, as well as wind arrow, and there was also a strange creature assisting them. "Oh, that's Miss Liz, my companion." "Miss Liz? Companion?" Nina was puzzled, wondering if it was a creature like Mr. Godon. Seeing Nina's confusion, Celia just smiled. She uttered a strange syllable, as if calling. Then a swift shadow darted out from the shadow under the eaves, allowing Nina to see what Celia's magical pet looked like. A tiny silver dragon, about the size of a house cat and covered in dense scales, landed on Celia's shoulder. It was twisting its head, shaking its wings, which seemed to still have red liquid on them, and then began to lick the bloodstains off its wings with its long, forked tongue. After finishing the licking, it nestled its long neck against Celia's other shoulder and pretended to doze off. Clearly, they had a very close bond. This is a northern pseudo-dragon, a first-tier creature, and also Celia's contracted magical pet. "This is Miss Liz, a pseudo-dragon with the bloodline of a northern silver dragon, my companion," Celia introduced to Nina while pointing at the pseudo-dragon. The northern pseudo-dragon cooperatively opened its golden vertical pupils and looked at this childhood companion of its owner. A dragonborn little girl? But after looking and sniffing, it shivered all over. The sulfur mixed with a sense of majesty, a familiar true dragon aura. Chapter 17. As the name suggests, pseudo-dragons are cousins of true dragons. Unlike dragonborns or dragon beasts, pseudo-dragons are classified separately within the dragon family. Because they lack the power of true dragons, their intelligence as adults is not inferior to that of ordinary adult true dragons. However, due to their small size, most true dragons do not acknowledge any connection with them and merely regard them as somewhat intelligent dragon beasts. Adventurers, like true dragons, also do not believe that this creature, the size of a cat, is a true dragon. Thus, over time, the name pseudo-dragon spread throughout the continent of AIO. Liz is a pseudo-dragon that has just turned 30, still in her juvenile phase. Unlike the usual timid nature of ordinary pseudo-dragons, Liz is full of curiosity about the outside world and has dreamed of leaving the icy plains to see the human world since she was young. She has heard that there are countless wonderful stories, novel things, and endless delicious foods there. Self-proclaimed as a pseudo-dragon gourmet, she has grown tired of the damn life of eating insects, mice, squirrels, rabbits, and snakes every day. So, by a stroke of luck, to be precise, she was attracted by the aroma of roasted black pine sturgeon. She formed a magical pet contract with Celia, becoming her magical pet and fulfilling her wish to leave the northern icy plains. After all, whether true dragons or pseudo-dragons, they have long lifespans. Even if a warlock possesses bloodline power or elven blessings, they generally cannot live longer than a dragon. Its time can be spent lavishly, enjoying the cultural landscapes of Air and tasting delicacies from various places. However, despite being a magical pet, the relationship between the two is more like that of partners. No matter what happens, Celia would never force it to do anything. It can only act if it is willing. The villain from earlier was someone it readily agreed to help and thus took action. Along the way, the dragon and the human have supported each other, encouraging and motivating one another. They have already formed a deep bond. Additionally, even though it is female, it cannot tolerate anyone coveting Celia. Celia belongs to it, both now and in the future. If one had to specify a time limit, it would probably be when Celia stops feeding it grilled black sturgeon. Only then might it consider leaving. Since Liz and Celia formed their contract, in their adventuring group, Dawn and Blossoms, they have taken on 5 or 6 tasks of various sizes over the past 6 months, facing countless adventurers and monsters. Liz prides herself on being battle-hardened. Yet she has never felt danger, because she hasn't taken on any truly dangerous tasks. But today, from a filthy Dragonborn girl, she caught the scent of a true dragon. Long and enduring. It was definitely someone who had been close to a true dragon for a while. Otherwise, that scent wouldn't exist. Although the scent was faint, as a being with the legacy of a pseudo-dragon, it was still familiar with the scents of various dragons, so there was no mistake. Even a strong sulfur smell couldn't completely mask the subtle, yet distinct scent of a true dragon. The presence of a true dragon's scent mixed with sulfur meant something. After reading enough human court novels, Liz felt as if she had caught a whiff of conspiracy. The first thing she ruled out was that this sulfur scent could not belong to the metallic dragons, whether bronze, brass, or gold. They preferred the cool caves of mountains and forests, not the constantly erupting active volcanoes. The only ones likely to hang around a volcanic crater, and thus possibly carry a sulfur scent, would be the red dragons. It could also be that crazed and brutal magma dragon. Neither of these two were ones that could be dealt with easily, especially the latter, who is considered a danger by most true dragons. With an unpredictable temperament even harder to gauge than that of a red dragon. Just like the previous incident with Karland. Now it's happening again. Liz shivered at the thought. Those who could appear in human society without being discovered were certainly not hatchlings or young dragons, but at least young adult dragons, meaning they had a minimum strength of 4th tier. Although this wouldn't be much in Karland, where even 7th tier, extraordinary beings could be found, for them, who were only 2nd tier sorceresses and 1st tier magical pets, it felt like a disaster. Thinking of this, Liz shivered even more, knowing that those dragon madmen could do anything. Celia, who had direct contact with it, turned to the somewhat strange pseudo-dragon today and couldn't help but use telepathy to inquire about its abnormal behavior. What's wrong, Liz? We need to leave, quickly. Liz suddenly thought that if Celia knew, her attitude might be completely different from before. If that dragon lunatic transformed into human form and was secretly watching from the shadows, then she decisively changed her mind and decided not to tell Celia the truth, just urging her to leave quickly. It would not be too late to tell her after they left Freedom City. Yes, Nina, let's go. Just in time. I can take you to meet some friends I got to know later. Celia saw the corpses scattered everywhere and seemed to understand that this was not a suitable place for chatting, so she rubbed Liz's head and invited Nina. God's bless. If one were to ask what the pseudo-dragon's current mindset was, it might reply with these few words. It couldn't avoid it. Yet you still want her to come back as a guest. As if living too long in the AIO continent made you eager to return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess? At this moment, Liz felt desperate inside. But she still timely dissuaded, using telepathy to convey to Celia, aren't we on a mission from Freedom City? Bringing her along might be a bit inconvenient. Let us finish the commission first. She did not intend to tell Celia that this former friend of hers might have dealings with the Red Dragon. After all, if she acted foolishly and needed help, wouldn't her grilled black sturgeon be gone? In order to keep enjoying black sturgeon, Liz tried to persuade Celia, using all her words. But before Liz could convince Celia to give up her idea, Nina began to hesitate. Upon hearing Celia's invitation, she was somewhat indecisive. She hadn't forgotten that Mr. Gerton was still waiting for her to return in the sewers. However, she also wanted to chat more with her former sister Celia since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and there was much to say. But when she heard that there were friends there, she looked at Celia's black robe adorned with golden-edged runes, pristine and unblemished. Then she looked down at her own dirty little hands, gripping a linen skirt smeared with fresh black mud. In the end, she raised her head, shook it, and forced a smile. Sister Celia, no need, I have things to do. Once I'm done, I will definitely come find you. Saying this, she was about to pass by Celia and walk towards the alley. Celia, who had been somewhat swayed by Liz's persuasion, momentarily forgot to stop her and only had time to ask, Nina, where do you live? She planned to take Nina out of this dark street once the mission was completed. It wasn't that it couldn't be done now. The rewards from the tasks she had received this year would allow her to rent a place in the commoner district. After all, she was a sorceress and didn't need something as expensive as a spellbook. It was just that Liz had said many things that made her feel somewhat reasonable. For example, it was unsafe to let a child under 10 stay alone in a tavern if they all went out to carry out tasks and didn't return for days. The danger level of the inn would be no less than that of the dark street. It would be safer to let her stay in the most familiar dark street for now. Of course, it had to be ensured that the deaths of these 3 people did not involve Nina. I'll come find you later, Rose Longstreet. White Horse Inn. I remember that. Sister Celia. Nina waved goodbye to Celia, indicating that this time it was truly farewell. Celia, who had not obtained Nina's address, was not angry. Since she was unwilling to share, there were ways to find out, especially since Nina's features were quite distinct. What was more important at the moment was to handle the aftermath of the 3 corpses without involving Nina. Her gray eyes scanned the surroundings, all walls and no windows. With her keen perception, she carefully recalled the moments earlier and did not sense any prying eyes. The gray-haired girl sighed softly, pulled up her black hood to conceal her face, and silently left the place, leaving behind 3 increasingly cold corpses and a spreading stench of blood. Chapter 18, Black Street. Amidst the startled cawing of a flock of black crows, a group of people stepped onto the land stained dark red with blood. Boots made of cowhide splashed the mingled blood and sewage, creating a bloody mire. On their chests and arms, large and small, were tattoos of a dragon's head holding a sword. It was clear without guessing that this was the notorious symbol of the Dragon Hunter gang in the southern part of Black Street. The leader of the Dragon Hunter gang, the Dragon Hunter Finchy, arrived at the scene with his subordinates, but the scene was no longer as it was when Celia left. The cowhide boots, belts, vests, and other clothing on the 3 corpses had already been looted. They were left with nothing but their bare underwear, and this was nothing new to the crowd. After all, they had seen worse. Eyes, limbs, internal organs, anything that could fetch a copper coin from the buyers. The impoverished people of Black Street could handle it all without hesitation. And as for whether it was disgusting or taboo, they did not care. As long as there was copper to earn and black bread to eat, it was paradise for them. However, such people were in the minority on Black Street. Otherwise, the order in Kalando would not be as it was, but even worse. Yet they still hesitated, as the 3 corpses belonged to the Dragon Hunter gang, and did not go further, leaving Finchy with a bit of face. Finchy was a robust man in his late 20s, with a bare upper body covered in countless healing scars. The longest and deepest scars were 3 brown marks running from his right chest to his lower abdomen. Those who understood knew this was the source of Finchy's title as Dragon Hunter, caused by a 3rd-tier wyvern. However, seeing him still amazed them, as they could not imagine how Finchy had survived such injuries and managed to bring back the dragon's head to Kalando. But now Finchy, who had previously had no right-hand man, had a figure in a gray robe standing half a position behind him, obscuring their face. These were the confidants of the Dragon Hunter gang who had always prided themselves on being close to Finchy, and they appeared as if overnight. They could only occasionally hear a hoarse voice from within the black robe to judge, sounding like an elderly woman. Emerging from the black robe were bony, withered hands. Further supporting this fact, those hands were skin and bones, showing no trace of flesh. The wrinkles were layered, resembling shedding skin. The age spots clustered densely together, enough to make those with a fear of dense crowds feel uncomfortable. However, what made them even more uneasy was the coarse voice of the Dragon Hunter Finchy ringing in their ears, like thunder, causing them all to shudder. Who knows who did this? Looking up, they saw that dark and familiar face, along with those fierce eyes. Clearly, this Dragon Hunter was on the edge of anger. Any misstep could provoke his thunderous wrath. Finchy was filled with rage. He had been in a good mood that morning. After all, anyone would feel at ease and relaxed upon seeing things completed smoothly. He had even planned to invite his subordinates to a tavern in the trade district for some relaxation and fun, having held back for so long and wanting to vent a little. However, just as he stepped out of the secret warehouse, he was informed that someone had committed murder in the Black Street. Murder in the Black Street was somewhat normal, but the victim was a member of the Dragon Hunter gang, and his cousin at that, which made Finchy almost uncontrollable with anger. After years of hiding his strength and biding his time, there were indeed rats bold enough to come and test him. Yet, the feedback from his subordinates was a deafening silence. No one knew who the assailant was. The three individuals involved had acted on a whim and hadn't informed anyone else of their target. Moreover, at that time, most people in the Black Street were still asleep. And with Celia's swift handling, it hadn't caused any commotion. This incident was like a tiny ripple on the surface of a vast lake, going unnoticed. "Boss, we heard that the group in the southwest corner has our clothes. Maybe we should go ask them?" Someone tentatively suggested. The southwest corner was a wasteland in the Black Street, recently occupied by a group of gnomes, said to have come from across the sea, mostly refugees and civilians, with women in the majority. A few had a military air about them, usually working in the dock area. They occasionally ventured out of the city for short tasks, but never stayed outside for more than a day and had little interaction with the gangs in the Black Street. Their leader was a burly man wielding a massive broken sword, taller than Finchy, like a bear. "No, it shouldn't be them, but you can go ask. Just remember to be polite." Finchy's anger eased slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If it was indeed the gnomes, he had no way to deal with it. That burly man, although looking dull, was like a madman in a fight, trading injury for injury. Even if he could win in the end, it would be a mutual destruction, and he had always kept his distance from such people. Moreover, those gnomes had been quite orderly lately, staying in the southwest corner without plans to expand their territory, aside from adding a group of grave robbers to the Black Street. These were minor issues that Finchy could tolerate. The traces of magic elements that had once gathered here should indicate that a spellcaster was involved in the killing. The hoarse voice that entered Finchy's ears was indeed that of the cloaked figure. At this moment, she was positioned at the mouth of the alley, squatting and observing the traces on the ground, which was where Celia had once stayed. Finch, upon hearing this, seemed slightly distracted. A spellcaster? Where would a spellcaster come from in the Black Street? However, upon hearing the old woman's words, his expression changed slightly, and he stepped forward, asking in a low voice, "Could it be coming for us? The ritual has just completed its preparations, and a spellcaster arrives. This is rather suspicious. Lord Weimer, should we delay the ceremony? It wouldn't be wise if it attracts the temple." He had already cast aside the lives of his three subordinates and was more concerned about the behavior and intentions of this suddenly appearing spellcaster. His voice held some worry, suspecting that there was more to this situation. "No need. It seems to be just a passing spellcaster. However, we should find a more concealed place to hold the ceremony. Your warehouse is really too inconvenient," the woman in the black robe named Weimer said lightly. Seeing Finch's somewhat panicked face, she comforted him again. "Don't be afraid. The holy knights from the temple won't easily step into the Black Street, because when they enter the free city, the first ones to be restricted are those noble lords from the noble district. The evil aura they carry is no less than that of us cultists." Her hoarse voice carried a hint of teasing, clearly not taking this matter to heart. Upon hearing Weimer's words, Finch finally relaxed his tense heart and let out a sigh. "That's good, Lord Weimer. The next batch of goods, barring any accidents, will arrive in 3 months. By then, we can proceed with the next phase in the sewer. It's also convenient, isn't it?" Finch implied, and Weimer nodded in agreement after hearing this. "Yes, the sewer will do. It is indeed suitable. However, transporting that batch of goods will be somewhat troublesome, 500 in total." Weimer hesitated. "Leave it to me. Not a single one will be missing," Finch assured her, patting his chest. "Then it's settled." After Weimer finished speaking, she stood up and said calmly, "Let's go. Since it's a spellcaster, we should avoid provoking it for now. If it really is coming for us, we can address it later." Finch nodded helplessly as he understood this rationale, even if Weimer hadn't said it. He had no intention of seeking revenge after realizing it was a spellcaster. Only a spellcaster could defeat another spellcaster. In the sewer, Nina carefully crawled out from the abandoned pipe, her hands still stained with dark green moss. However, with her dark vision, she saw the familiar yet strange scene of the dried-up riverbed, with buildings made from piles of garbage. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. After twisting and turning, she had finally returned. This trip had been more thrilling than the past year, almost making her forget how she got there, as her expertise still lay in returning to that original pipe. She wondered if Mr. Gordon was anxious after her long absence. Nina thought to herself. She lightly jumped down from the pipe and took a few steps down to the dried-up riverbed, searching for a foothold to avoid stepping in the mud among the scattered trash. Soon, Nina bounced back to the small space under the rubble of piled stones and wooden blocks where she had slept this morning. The broken door plank was the bed she shared with Gerton yesterday. However, as Nina squeezed into the cramped space, her heart sank. Mr. Gerton, the little black dragon that was only half her height, who had sheltered her from the wind this morning, was gone. Chapter 19. Gerton had not gone far. He was dozing in a crevice on the right side of the dried-up riverbed. From his position, he could perfectly observe the movements of their former home, including a decent view of what was happening above. It was an excellent observation point. As soon as Nina appeared, Gerton sensed it. When he heard the sound of only one person's footsteps echoing in the riverbed, his heart relaxed slightly, and his heartbeat slowed. It seemed the worst outcome had not occurred. Hiding here was his backup plan. If Nina really had betrayed him and brought someone to capture him, he could change his position and not be easily caught. However, this was a low probability, but Gerton, just in case, had left after Nina did not wait in place. When Gerton saw the anxious Nina crawl out of their home, stand up, and look around with an expression that suggested she wanted to shout but dared not, his feelings were quite complicated. He wanted to reveal himself, but he had set a time limit of 1 hour. He also considered that the people Nina could encounter were just the thugs of the black market, who were often the most impatient. They would not believe that a little dragon had the intelligence to play hide and seek with them. They would most likely think that the Dragonblood girl had lost her mind and was lying to deceive them. Therefore, if he were truly ambushed, he would not reveal himself for a while. Fortunately, Nina did not go out searching. After glancing around for a while, she squatted on a rock, hugging her knees and facing the entrance of the riverbed. Gerton could only see her back, as he could not see her expression. However, Nina did not stay in that state for long. After realizing there was no movement at the entrance, she crawled back into the small space where she had slept yesterday. He could hear rustling sounds, but through the cracks, Gerton could not see clearly what she was doing. He only knew that she was not sleeping, and time quickly passed. With the sunlight streaming in through the cracks becoming brighter, Gerton slowly moved out of his crevice and walked toward Nina. Before he could reach her, he heard a soft exclamation, and then a figure quickly emerged from the crevice, pouncing on him and tightly hugging his not-so-long neck. "Mr. Gerton, I thought you had left Nina." The Dragonblood girl's voice was filled with emotion. The long hour of waiting felt like a year to her. Countless thoughts intertwined and collided in her mind, only to be dismissed one by one. "I just went out for a stroll," Gerton replied in a somewhat unnatural voice, clearly feeling a bit guilty, but Nina did not care about that. After venting her emotions, she returned to her previous state, smiling as she tugged at Gerton's forelimb. "Mr. Gerton, go in and take a look. Nina has prepared something that your kind, the true dragons, love the most." Oh. Nina's earlier rustling indeed piqued Gerton's curiosity about what she was up to. Then Gerton was the first to squeeze through the somewhat low entrance and saw the surprise Nina had prepared for him inside. On a worn-out door plank, 55 copper coins were arranged in a perfect circle, with 6 silver coins placed in the center. They formed a small circular disc of coins, large enough for Gerton to rest all 4 of his claws on it. Although Mr. Gerton currently had very little money, he believed that in the future, gold coins would pile up like mountains, filling this entire space. Nina, who followed him in, climbed to the front and said to Gerton, gesturing with her hands to illustrate her vision for the future. This made Gerton feel somewhat amused, but Nina was not wrong. Most true dragons had a strong obsession with treasures. However, treasures do not solely refer to gold coins. Different types of dragons collect different kinds of treasures. You might find a mountain of gemstones in a red dragon's lair, while in a blue dragon's lair, you could only find exquisite paintings or artworks, ceramics, jade, or perhaps a few bards. Music and art are what blue dragons pursue. What the lava dragon wants to collect is also different from other dragons. It is the ores and gemstones buried deep in the soil of the continent of Ao, which is why the lava dragon does not have a strong attachment to man-made coins. If it were gold bars or copper ingots, it might be a bit happier. This is not a matter of nature. It is the memory of the dragon's inheritance that tells it so. The gemstones and crystals buried deep in the underground veins, the scent that emanates from them, and the pleasure that the minerals bring when they touch its scales are incomparable. They even surpass the primal physiological desires. Many lava dragons dream of lying in a nest filled with gemstone minerals, with their favorite view of a lava lake in front of them, and then indulging in a deep sleep. If one were to make a metaphor, these peculiar treasures for the giant dragons are like catnip for cats. However, this catnip does not have any hallucinogenic effects on true dragons, but it can indeed elicit a response akin to an intracranial climax. Nevertheless, Gerton had no reason to refuse Nina's goodwill. He stepped onto the small disc made of copper and silver coins with his newly formed long limbs. The sensation was indescribable. After all, Gerton did not know what a dragon's structure was like. He only felt a coolness rising from the soles of his feet into his body, tingling pleasantly. However, he did not forget the important matter and turned to Nina, saying, "Today we need to change locations. Staying here might prevent us from sleeping." After all, he had killed quite a few giant rat knights and had been lingering in a place where rat people appeared. Even if Gerton wasn't afraid, Nina would probably be anxious and unable to sleep all night. It was certain that they wouldn't have a good night's rest, and rather than waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. Gerton plans to take advantage of the low daytime activity frequency of the ratmen to explore other places in the sewer to see if there are more suitable homes for them. After all, the sewer is not inhabited solely by ratmen. From Nina, he learned that several territories have already been claimed by various creatures, including the loyal minions of the true dragon, the kobolds. However, Gerton is just a young dragon, and if that kobold tribe reaches more than 100, it's easy for a kobold sorcerer to appear, and he would likely be served up as a big meal. Even if Gerton is capable of fighting, facing hundreds of kobolds charging with clubs would definitely be overwhelming. Therefore, he needs to conduct on-site reconnaissance. Moreover, Nina's information is not detailed enough. She often avoids monsters when she encounters them, so while she knows a lot about their distribution, she is unclear about their strength. After all, even a random monster is not something Nina can handle. "Mr. Gerton, are you leaving?" Nina is caught off guard by Gerton's sudden decision. Although she has only been here for less than 2 days, she has a good impression of the place, except for the noise at night. Otherwise, "Do you want to spend the night unable to sleep?" Gerton retorts. "Actually, we can stay. I can keep watch at night," she bravely suggests to Gerton. Her first time expressing doubt. "There are many other monsters in the sewer. Can't we just wait here until you grow up? We can go out after you are bigger." She continues to elaborate, clearly trying to persuade Gerton. "But what about food? A dragon has a large appetite, especially a newly hatched one like you. Someone of your size might only be a snack," Gerton teases, realizing that Nina doesn't want him to take risks, even if he can spit deadly magma. "I can." Nina suddenly becomes confused by Gerton's words, as it does seem to be the case. If they stay here without actively seeking food, how would they survive? She could rummage through trash to survive, but letting a true dragon eat garbage or leftover scraps would likely result in his expulsion from the true dragon lineage, becoming a disgrace to true dragons. She hesitates, wanting to say something but unable to voice it, especially since she herself is half-starved, and it was Gerton who provided her with food yesterday. "Let's go. According to what you said last time, take me to see the sewers here," Gerton says as he rises from the coin disc on all fours and heads towards the exit of the narrow space. Nina can't say no, knowing this is the only solution at the moment. She quickly follows him but doesn't forget to gather the coins, putting them in a small bag and tucking it into her clothes before climbing out. Once the human and the dragon exit the cramped space, they proceed forward until they reach a cliff at the end of a dried-up riverbed. 5 meters below, there is a sewer river still flowing with water. This sewer river is several times wider than the dried-up riverbed where Gerton resides, wide enough for 3 or 4 horse-drawn carts to pass side by side. Clearly the main channel of the sewer. Even in Gerton's vision, several stone arch bridges could still be seen not far from the sewer. And one wonders what the original intention of those who built the sewer was. If it was just for drainage, many things were unnecessary. Bridges and steps are superfluous. Here, rather than being a sewer, Gerton increasingly felt like it resembled an underground palace. However, this underground palace has now been occupied by monsters, filled with garbage and sewage. The area to the right is where ratmen and swamp frogs appear, while to the right there are dog-headed people and goblins. The back used to be the territory of the stinky mud monster, but it should now be occupied by ratmen. Crossing this river leads to the sewers of the commoners, which are controlled by other monsters, and I can't even say what they are. They look very much like humans, with large heads and small bodies, even thinner than Nina. Nina initially wanted to say that Gerton's current figure is similar to that kind of monster, but then she thought better of it. After all, those creatures are very ugly and frightening. While Gerton looks cute, how could she compare him to Gerton? They also ride on dog-like creatures, much larger than the previous giant rats, but they are hairless and smooth. I visited that place once before and didn't dare to go back. I nearly exposed myself last time. Nina squatted on a stone and continued to supplement Gerton with what she knew. Gerton quietly listened while looking at the sewage flowing slowly below. He had a rough idea of what Nina was talking about. Goblins and goblin dogs. They like to live in caves, dense jungles, or the ruins of buildings abandoned by other races. although it was a bit surprising to find them in the sewer. It also made sense upon reflection. Nina, I understand now, Gerton nodded. He had already gained a general understanding of the distribution of monsters from Nina's words. The next step was field investigation. Gerton did not intend to take Nina's word for it. She is at the low end of the food chain in the sewer and has to run from any monster she sees. How could she truly understand the real intelligence? Chapter 20. Gerton originally didn't want to take Nina with him, but considering that she wasn't safe here and was powerless, it was better to have her around for support. Moreover, he indeed needed a guide. Otherwise, it would be fine going in, but when it comes to returning, Gerton highly suspected he would get lost in the labyrinthine sewer. That would be quite a fun situation, so he decided to bring Nina along. Thus, Gerton took small steps, carefully keeping his distance and following the Dragonborn girl as they headed toward the area where dog-headed people and goblins roamed. The pitch-black sewer environment and the constantly noisy sound of rushing water were not a problem for either a dragon or a human. Gerton also had pads on his feet, allowing him to walk as silently as a cat. Although Nina was slightly less stealthy, she had already been navigating the sewers for nearly a year, and she was quite adept at moving quietly. The two of them moved like ghosts through 3 corridors, traversing over 1,000 meters of waterways and crawling through a pipe. At this moment, Gerton saw the Dragonborn girl Nina ahead suddenly stop at a corner of the drainage channel. She turned back and made a shushing gesture, indicating to Gerton that there was something ahead. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the rushing water. There were no other noises, just a faint light coming from ahead. Gerton peeked out and understood why Nina had stopped. About 30 or 40 meters ahead, in a wide open space near the corner, a bright bonfire was blazing fiercely, and a large pot of soup was boiling over it. A few small, humanoid creatures were busy in front of the soup, some adding ingredients while others were putting in firewood. Other information was blocked by the corner wall, so Gerton couldn't see. He didn't dare to stick his head out any further for fear of being discovered. Soon, the smoke from the soup wafted over to Gerton's side. He sniffed and immediately closed off his nasal breathing system. Damn the smell of cilantro. He didn't expect to smell it in another world. After observing for a while and finding no other movement around, he decided to find another way to observe, as he understood the saying better safe than sorry. He turned to Nina and said, "Wait here for me. Don't move." Gerton's voice was very low, almost like a whisper, so faint that it would be drowned out by the sound of the water from a distance. Nina said nothing but silently nodded, then completely blended into the shadows of the wall. She naturally knew that her presence was a burden to Gerton. Although she wanted to change, it was just the beginning, and she wasn't in a hurry at all. Seeing that Nina understood, Gerton looked back and, finding no monster movement, took a few steps back. Facing the wall, he slightly exerted his strong hind legs and gently kicked off. Without even spreading his wings, his sharp claws firmly grasped the uneven wall of the drainage channel. The entire dragon clung to the mottled wall illuminated by the firelight. Then, with a slight effort from his limbs, he began to climb up towards the ceiling of the drainage channel. The height of the top of this drainage channel was over 3 meters from the ground. Although it was Gerton's first climb, his dragon instincts made it feel as easy as walking on flat ground. He quickly climbed to the top under Nina's watchful vertical pupils, then slowly moved and crawled around the corner. The top was very high, high enough that those humanoid creatures had never considered that there might be a being at the top. They mostly just glanced occasionally at the corridors on either side. Soon, the appearance of these humanoid creatures became clear to Gerton. Through the firelight, these creatures, averaging over 3 feet tall, had skin that glowed with a greenish-red hue. They had pointed ears, sharp noses, and sharp teeth, along with seemingly weak and emaciated bodies, all wearing ragged cloth around their waists. Undoubtedly, they were goblins. Gerton didn't expect that the first monster he encountered today would be goblins, and not just any goblins, but a small tribe. Gerton, climbing at the top of the sewer, could see clearly. In this open space, counting the little goblins playing, there were at least 30. The hierarchy within the small tribe was strict. Through observation, Gerton noticed that the 4 or 5 goblins cooking a fragrant cilantro soup on the outskirts, and the few goblins crafting weapons and arrows inside, shared a common trait. They were all incredibly weak, emaciated, and looked malnourished. Clearly, they were oppressed lower-class goblins. Deeper into the open area, in small tents made of stones and wood, lay robust and strong goblins, sleeping soundly on soft bedding made of weeds. Evidently, these were the elites among the goblins, akin to the elite rat knights he encountered before, playing an important role in the tribe's rise and fall. Gerton roughly counted the number of elite goblins present. 5 appeared before him. Further in, there was a stone house that looked quite substantial, larger than the other small houses, but without windows and with a tightly shut door, preventing Gerton from seeing inside. However, the elite goblins' homes were clustered around the stone house, indicating that the goblins inside held a significant status. He planned to sneak in there and wait for an opportunity. The age-old principle of capture the thief first, capture the king was something Gerton understood. Thus, hanging upside down at the top of the sewer like a gecko, Gerton began to act. The sound of his claws piercing the wall was masked by the crackling of burning wood in the campfire. His dark-scaled armor blended with the wall's color, making it nearly impossible to spot him unless one looked closely. He deliberately avoided areas directly illuminated by the flames to prevent the reflection of his scales from being noticed by the goblins below. Consequently, he safely climbed to the shadowy area at the top of the stone house in front of more than 30 goblins. The campfire's light did not reach this spot, further reducing his exposure risk. However, Gerton still did not act recklessly. He knew that if he rushed in without killing the owner of the stone house, he would be surrounded and attacked by over 30 goblins. Although he had maxed out his scale armor talent, he wasn't foolish enough to test the sharpness of goblin weapons with his own body. He believed that if he waited, an opportunity would surely arise. He had already seen that the bubbling surface of the soup in the distant campfire indicated it was boiling. This meant it was mealtime for the goblins. Sure enough, before long, the elite goblins gradually woke up and walked out of their dilapidated houses. They approached the campfire and roughly pushed aside the weak goblins who had been busy all morning. However, they did not begin to eat immediately. Instead, they lifted the iron pot and started to move it, heading in Gerton's direction. It was clear that the master of the stone cottage below was to eat first, and Gerton's heart tightened. It knew that success or failure hinged on this moment. Whether it could easily win this battle depended on it. Galakrin was a goblin warrior, awakened by hunger, but upon smelling the delightful aroma wafting in from the crack under the door, Galakrin realized that everything outside was ready, just waiting for it to push the door open and dine. What a comfortable and pleasant day it was, it thought. Soon, after lying down for a while, as the aroma grew stronger, Galakrin finally got up. Then it put on the rusty half-armor that was in poor condition but still intact, fastening it to its muscular chest. After dressing, it retrieved a piece of red silk cotton cloth from the box behind it and tied it around its waist. This was its 5th year. The priest had said that the 5th year for a goblin was very important. Galakrin had kept this in mind. So it planned to wear red cloth all year because it firmly believed that red was its lucky color. Once dressed, Galakrin pushed open the door of the stone cottage. The door was too low, so it had to lower its head to exit. Upon stepping out, it saw the elite goblins holding a pot, waiting for it to begin the feast. Galakrin first scanned the surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, spoke in a serious tone. "Let's eat." 6 elite goblins quickly surrounded the iron pot in a circle, leaving one relatively empty seat, clearly for it. Galakrin took the seat without hesitation, looking at the goblins around it with cautious expressions, and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the authority the priest spoke of had indeed manifested in it. Just as it was about to say something more, it suddenly felt an intense heat above its head, and the few hairs on its scalp curled as if scorched. What was happening? Galakrin sensed something was wrong, and was about to look up when it saw a golden-red sphere hurtling directly toward its face. Galakrin's pupils contracted as it hurriedly crossed its arms, wrapped in protective gear, to shield itself, but the next moment, its hands, face, and any exposed skin were met with an unbearable searing pain. The burning sensation, was this fire? Liquid fire? Before Galakrin could comprehend what liquid fire was, a shadow fell from above. A foot landed squarely on its head, and its consciousness instantly went black, losing all awareness. The last image in its mind was of its entire body collapsing to the ground. Then from a very low vantage point, it heard a thunderous roar nearby. "I am the favorite of Ao, the future great true dragon, Gerton. Submit. Death. Choose one." A black whelp descended from the sky, stepping on the skull of Galakrin, the strongest warrior in the goblin's heart, now corroded to white bones by lava. Chapter 21. Gerton's roar contained the initial development of its whelp's dread, commonly known as dragon fear. Although it was not enough to scare these goblins into crawling and kneeling, the way it appeared was still enough to make them wary and hesitant to approach. The only downside was that Gadon's current body was even shorter than those elite goblins rolling on the ground in pain. It was too small. Having been born less than a week ago, even though its scales were thicker than those of an ordinary hatchling dragon, its limbs and torso were quite robust, but it was still only slightly larger than a pony, while the goblin warriors submerged in the lava beneath it were several times its size. If it weren't for Gadon's shocking entrance and the sudden death of the goblin warrior, these timid yet brazen goblins might have already come forward with their bone clubs to test the waters of this promising true dragon. However, Gadon was somewhat puzzled. Although the goblins showed fear and panic in their eyes, there was still no sign of submission or retreat. Instead, they formed a siege-like formation. This did not conform to logic. Just moments ago, Gadon's fresh magma spit had directly engulfed 3 goblins. None of the goblins were spared. The collision of flesh and magma was not something their kind could withstand. Even the goblin warriors wouldn't have survived. Before the battle even began, nearly half of the elite goblin forces had fallen. The other elite goblins had also been burned by the splattering magma on their eyes, legs, or arms, undoubtedly reducing their combat effectiveness significantly. Yet now, with the strongest forces of the tribe weakened or eliminated, these goblins still had the will to fight. Thus, there could only be one truth. Gadon's dark golden pupils narrowed slightly, akin to the embodiment of a grim reaper in elementary school, and it had already formed a suspicion in its heart. Its gaze began to quickly scan the surrounding environment. There was definitely another goblin hidden in this hall, one that held a higher status, more honor, and greater strength than the goblin warriors beneath it. This unseen presence was, in an intangible way, supporting the morale of this goblin tribe, giving these goblins the courage not to be intimidated by its dragon might. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why the goblin warrior, who appeared to be the chief, was dead beyond recovery, its bones exposed in the lava, while not a single one of these timid goblins dared to flee. They were truly unworthy of the goblin title. Moreover, Gadon understood very well that the hidden goblin was definitely not a powerhouse. It could possibly be a shaman, that is, a spellcaster. This was evident from the surrounding environment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed to notice such a unique building unless it didn't reside here. But goblins, as tribal beings, could not exist outside their tribe. As for what kind of spellcaster it was, Gadon had some guesses. Among goblins, spellcasters were generally referred to as shamans, but their professions varied slightly. They could be priests or warlocks. After all, some goblin shaman spells were indeed not obtained through prayers to deities, but rather were innate awakenings they were born with. However, for a tribe of this size, if there were a priest, it wouldn't be at this scale. Moreover, when Gadon was just crawling and clinging at the top of the hall, there were no obvious divine engravings or statues visible in the hall. Therefore, it speculated that there was still a goblin spellcaster hidden among the goblin crowd, and it was very likely to be a warlock, which required caution. After all, even if a true dragon is formidable when it reaches adulthood, it is still an adult. Right now, it is merely a hatchling dragon, having just been born for less than 3 days, and it has a long way to go before reaching adulthood. Not to mention that its scales are not as resistant as those of an adult dragon, and some of its spell skills are not usable. For a spellcaster, it is now no different from a slightly fiercer wild beast. If things go wrong and it gets captured by the goblins, death would be real death. And who knows if a dragon has a second chance at life. Therefore, after seeing the reactions of these goblins, Gadon quickly changed its actions. Almost in the blink of an eye, it flapped its dragon wings, took to the air, and pretended to be eager to make a getaway. The goblins below, seeing Gadon finish its slaughter and prepare to flee, were momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, it had been roaring like an evil dragon, but now it was impatient to leave. The stark contrast caused many goblins to not even aim their weapons at Gadon, simply staring blankly as it left the empty hall at a leisurely hatchling speed. Sure enough, Gadon had not flown for long, and while still some distance from the corridor, it heard a hoarse incantation from below. Almost at the same moment Gadon heard the syllable, a chill suddenly surged from its tailbone, spreading throughout its body. Even though Gadon had thick black scales, it offered no sense of security. However, Gadon was not flying in the sky to escape. It was fishing. It wanted to draw out the hidden spellcaster from the goblin tribe. That's why it placed itself in plain sight. It did not believe that the hidden spellcaster would let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by without acting. If it could suppress the urge to attack and let it leave, then Gadon would accept it today. Leaving was fine. After all, hatchling dragons have limited stamina. Dealing with a group of low-intelligence goblins is simple, but with a spellcaster as a leader among them, that was another matter. Therefore, after hearing the syllable, Gerton quickly determined the direction of the sound and reacted immediately. Having been mentally prepared, its wings stopped flapping, and the entire dragon fell like a kite with a broken string, landing among the goblin crowd. Fortunately, it was not very high, and its four limbs landed steadily on the ground. Ignoring the goblin's dazed actions around it, it quickly adjusted its direction. Facing the northwest corner of the hall, where the voice of the incantation had just come from, behind a stone hut, Gerton didn't have time to think about why the spellcaster was hiding below the spot it had just concealed itself. Instinctively, it activated the skill that was engraved in its bones. Charge, a black true dragon, slightly larger than a foal, had its muscles bulging beneath its black scales. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a shadow and disappeared from the goblin's bewildered eyes, many of whom had their pants blown away. Meanwhile, the spellcaster's magic was already taking shape. Behind the stone hut, the air seemed to warp, and waves of magical ripples spread outward. Just as Gerton was halfway through its charge, a distorted sphere of light suddenly appeared under the glow of the campfire, materializing out of thin air and swelling in the wind. In an instant, it grew into a black-green orb the size of a basketball, hovering in the air. Gerton could clearly see the nauseating acidic liquid and twisted black water within the orb. This was the second-tier spell, Acidic Sphere, a rather obscure spell that wizards and warlocks could learn, as recorded in the Legacy of Dragons. Under the colorful, shimmering black light, stood a hunched figure even smaller than an ordinary goblin. Gerton could see clearly that it was an elderly goblin wearing an unknown circular ring and leaning on a bony staff. It was so old that its green wrinkles formed mountain-like patterns on its face, and its frail body seemed as if it could not stand with just a breath. If it weren't for the bright and wise eyes still open under the multicolored black light, no one would consider it anything but an ordinary monster beneath that fearsome acidic sphere. It was the shaman of this goblin tribe, and after finishing its chant, it saw that Gerton was not far away and immediately let out a huge roar that belied its age. "Stop it, children of the Gallic clan. Stop this despicable, true dragon hatchling." At that moment, the other goblins seemed to awaken from a dream, as if they had found their backbone, and began to block Gerton. The closest goblin even attempted to pounce and entangle the black hatchling that was the same size as it. Unfortunately, as Gerton charged, its tail swept lightly, sending the attacking goblin flying dozens of meters away. The goblin that was hit had its chest visibly caved in. Clearly, even if the hatchling was weak, it was still a true dragon. It was not something that a goblin, which was not even elite, could stop. Of course, the elite goblins swung their bone clubs at Gerton, but they were deflected by Gerton's thick black scales. Gerton charged forward unaffected, while the goblin stumbled backward from the recoil of its own weapon. Such ordinary weapons were no more than a tickle to Gerton at this point. They were all useless. Seeing this scene, the goblin shaman spat softly. It knew it could not delay any longer, relying on this group of worthless beings that weren't even elite goblins. It could only let its emotions destabilize, risking the failure of its spell. Now, all it could rely on was itself. Its consciousness began to pull the acidic orb from the top of its head, linking it to the black figure of Gerton in the distance. Aim, fire. In one swift motion, the acidic mass shot forward at an incredible speed, carrying an overwhelming stench, heading straight for Gerton's position. It flew like a meteor. Continuing forward, it approached the goblin priest Gerton at high speed, finally experiencing a perspective similar to that of the rat men and goblin warriors before. The black-green acidic mass quickly enlarged in Gerton's view as a dot, and the foul odor of the acidic mass wafted over, making him feel nauseous before it even arrived. Seeing this magic-infused acidic mass made Gerton feel a chill run down his spine. He dared not imagine what it would be like to be hit by it. Just the smell alone was almost unbearable. So, he scanned around for a place to hide, wanting to stop his charge and take cover. However, when he spotted a protruding rock on the ground, his dark, golden vertical pupils slightly brightened. Got it. Just as the foul acidic mass was about to collide with Gerton, his dragon tail arched in an extreme curve, hooking onto a rock embedded in the hall floor. The entire dragon twisted in an impossible manner, spinning like a pointer to avoid a direct hit from the acidic mass. But his body inevitably brushed against it, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, like maggots gnawing at his bones. The scales on his back felt like they were about to be corroded with small pits, but there was no injury to his flesh, so it was not a big problem. At the same time, there was a splashing sound of the acidic orb hitting the stone slabs of the hall. Along with crackling hissing sounds, as the corrosive acid easily melted a small pit over half a foot deep into the ground's rock. However, Gerton did not look back at the corrosive pit. As soon as his body regained balance, he charged again toward the hunched goblin priest. The goblin priest was still muttering incantations, and Gerton could sense a surge of magical energy brewing in the air again, from the breath leaking from the magic. It was clearly a spell not weaker than acidic orb. However, without the protection of goblin warriors, the aging goblin priest, unable to move, would not be given a second chance to cast. Before the syllables could fully escape the goblin priest's mouth, Gerton had already rushed to its side. He grasped the goblin priest's throat, rendering it unable to speak. The magical energy that had gathered in the air immediately faltered and, with a bang, dissipated completely. Great true dragon, I, Gallic the poison staff, am willing to submit. The goblin priest stammered in a plea for mercy, still held by Gerton's grip. However, the only response it received was the despairing rumble from Gerton. But death has chosen you. Before the goblin priest could say anything more, Gerton's claws ruthlessly pierced into the wrinkled neck of the elderly goblin sorcerer, staining his claws with the flowing blood. However, Gerton paid no attention to this. He directly threw the sacrificial corpse to the ground, stepped forward, and once again stomped on the unblinking old head. He let out another roar, like rolling thunder, towards the greenskin monsters. Chapter 22. The patience of the true dragon won't count to 3. Gerton stepped forward, lifted the goblin priest's corpse he had trampled underfoot, as a show of intimidation. This time, Gerton's roar finally subdued the goblin tribe, which had already lost its backbone and was almost disintegrating into a heap of sand. Goblins of all sizes, whether weak or strong, were completely overwhelmed by Gerton's dragon might, prostrating themselves on the ground, mumbling something. However, Gerton had no interest in listening to their mumbling. What concerned him more was that just now, when all the moving goblins in the hall were bowing to him, a light blue data list suddenly popped up, displaying his personal panel that he was all too familiar with. Gerton Alduin Tangriel, title, Lord of Gallic Race, Lava Dragon Age, WRM, 5 years, life, 32-37 rank, 2 talents, scaly armor enhancement, 220, steel teeth and claws, 110, robust, 720, WRM's dread, 24, glutton, 59, dark vision, 411, sound mimicry. Charge proficiency, 18, skills, fire immunity. Bite and claw attack, lava breath, soul talent. Talent plunder, free talent fragments. 0. Gerton immediately noticed the changes, with a new title added. Lord of Gallic? What kind of title is this? It sounds weak. However, just as he was puzzled, a line of light blue font data information appeared in his retina, providing clarification. Lord of Gallic. Although you have now become the master of the Gallic clan, your influence is limited to this sewer hall, and most creatures would not regard a WYRAM that has fallen to the point of subjugating goblins as worthy of note. Wearing effect, Dragon Might. Gallic clan reputation a rather insignificant effect, but it did open a window for Gerton. If he were to unify the entire sewers of Kalando in the future, wouldn't that title become something like the Underground Emperor of Kalando, the Sovereign of Shadows in Kalando? Titles that sound impressive? The appearance of the title was merely a momentary novelty. After testing that he could freely change titles, he had already grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of the title. After all, it was a beneficial enhancement, nothing bad about it. Moreover, when he mentioned his name in the future, he could add a phrase, Lord of Gallic, which would enhance the suffix of his name. Thinking of this, Gerton couldn't help but smile broadly. This smile made the prostrating goblins tremble even more. They thought their newly recognized master was beginning to reveal his true nature and was about to start feasting on the pitiful goblins. After all, a creature like Gerton, no matter how you looked at it, did not seem like one that would eat vegetables. However, despite this, the goblins still appeared to be at the mercy of others, their bodies trembling but too frightened to move. They had to remain crawling on the ground until they heard Gerton's command. This was also a form of atonement for having previously rejected an invitation from a true dragon, although they were not entirely to blame. The weak must accept the rules of the strong and adapt, otherwise they would face certain death. Of course, the goblins were quite familiar with this system, as their internal hierarchy was strict, with the strong preying on the weak. Gerton had not forgotten about his spoils. He had just killed quite a few goblins. However, he was somewhat surprised that the ordinary goblin's corpse he had flung away with his tail did not seem to emit any of the white porcelain-like light orbs. He could only speculate that it might be too weak, preventing even the lowest tier white light orb from appearing. Nevertheless, Gerton did not dwell on this for long. A first-tier light orb held little attraction for him at this moment. He quickly began to gather the scattered light orbs into his chest, merging and assessing them. Soon, the personal panel in his retina, displaying light blue data, began to jump, emerge, and scroll rapidly across his vision, densely occupying his entire field of view for clarity. Ding! Detected that the host has inhaled a piece of talent fragment. The system is detecting. Progress 1. The information data was all monotonous and standard, with the only change being the differences in talents. There was a new development in the talents dropped by the giant rat knight he had killed earlier, now related to goblins. In fact, he did not collect many light orbs this time, only 5 in total, 2 black and 3 white. However, in terms of practicality, goblin talents completely overshadowed the previous giant rat knight's talents. They were simply incomparable. The 3 white light orbs were endurance, trap mastery, and endurance. Clearly, these 2 talents were good skills for Gerton, with endurance being particularly useful for a young dragon. Trap mastery was also one of his favorites, as it would provide him with more ways to avoid direct combat in the future. After all, he had already tasted the sweetness of ambushes on this journey. If it weren't for the Dragon Clan's inability to switch to the rogue class, he might have considered advancing to the assassin profession. It wasn't that Gerton disliked fair duels. It was just that ambushing was simply too enticing. Gerton decisively selected the 2 options. The talents Endurance, 17, and Trap Mastery, 14, also appeared in Gerton's talent list. His mind and the heart in his chest began to synchronously absorb the information and energy brought by the talent fragments. Thump, thump, thump. Time passed, but he didn't know how long it had been. He also couldn't tell if it was just his illusion, but after he fully digested the traps that goblins could make, he felt that his heart in his chest had become even stronger, and even the pain from the acid-corroded back had lessened. Talent, Endurance. Endurance allows you to last longer, no matter in what aspect. By the way, there is also the amazing effect of recovery. Seeing this explanation, Gerton felt it was a bit strange, but if taken literally, this talent is indeed quite good. It can recover, lasts long, and is super powerful. The Trap Mastery also did not disappoint Gerton. Just the hundreds of trap-making methods suitable for use in sewers and wilderness, whether for hunting or harming, are all included. Just this point makes him feel that this talent fragment is worth the investment. After all, having many skills is never a burden, even for a true dragon. There is also a stamina fragment, which Gerton didn't rush to use, but instead directly decomposed it into free talent fragments for future use. Now, what remains are the 2 black iron talent fragments that appeared from the Goblin Warrior and Goblin Priest, waiting for confirmation. The detection data quickly appeared in Gerton's field of vision. Ding! Detection successful, identified as 2nd-tier talent, Rage. Do you want to activate the talent? Ding! Detection successful, identified as 2nd-tier talent, Spell Enhancement. Chapter 23 Talent, Rage, Effect, as long as you wish. You can activate the power in your bloodline at any time and enter a state of rage. Once in a rage state, your physical fitness, neural response, and willpower will be greatly enhanced, becoming immune to certain levels of hypnosis, dizziness, human charm, and other control effects. However, after the rage state is lifted, you will enter a weakened state, and the duration of weakness will equal the duration of the rage state. Note, in the rage state, your stamina will be consumed at double speed, and if your stamina runs out, the rage state will automatically lift. Seeing this skill description, Gerton was not in a hurry to look at the next one. He directly clicked to activate the talent. It activated in an instant, no explanation needed. A talent like Rage, which doesn't make you lose your mind or IQ, is simply perfect in Gerton's opinion. Fortunately, that Goblin Warrior hadn't had the chance to use it before he was taken down. However, Gerton thought for a moment that Rage doesn't increase health. Even if it was used, under that super close-range golden shower, 10 rages would probably be useless. Gerton closed his eyes and carefully experienced the changes happening inside him after the activation of the Rage talent fragment. After the infusion of the talent fragment, Gerton's body quietly changed. His bloodline was like dry firewood, and his consciousness was that spark. Whenever he wanted, he could ignite the power buried deep within his bloodline. Entering a Rage state is a simple operation. Gerton felt he already knew how to do it without even trying it out. However, Gerton didn't plan to experiment right now. He hadn't forgotten that another black iron talent was waiting for him. Moreover, the rage state has its side effects. He opened his eyes again and focused his gaze on the next line of light blue information about the rage talent. Talent, spell enhancement, effect. You have a unique understanding of spells, and the spells you cast will receive a certain degree of enhancement. The direction of which you can decide for yourself, choosing from aspects such as damage, duration, area of effect, and so on. This talent made Gerton hesitate for a while, but ultimately, he chose to activate it. Although he currently does not master many spells, he is unsure whether Magma Spit falls under the category of spit weapons or spellcasting. Flame immunity is merely a passive ability and does not count as a spell. However, he knows that in the future, whether it's the hand of burning awakened in his youth, this scorching ray in his adolescence, or the wall of fire awakened in adulthood, all signify that he cannot escape his identity as a spellcaster. He is inherently a magical dragon. Now, since spell enhancement can enhance the spells he awakens in the future, it is not unreasonable for Gerton to prepare in advance. Although it seems he does not currently master any spells. Yes, Gerton silently activated it, and in the talent list, a brand new talent appeared alongside the previously activated Rage, 118. Spell Enhancement, 150. When Gerton saw the denominator behind this spell enhancement, he couldn't help but gasp. This was the highest progress bar talent he had seen. If his understanding was correct, he would need 49 black iron talent fragments to evolve spell enhancement if he did not practice or learn about spells. That meant nearly 50 second-tier monsters. Thinking about it this way, spellcasters are indeed terrifying. Can't provoke. However, upon second thought, it is quite normal. Others spend years to hone certain talents to perfection. In the future, if he has the opportunity to roam the Abyss battlefield, he can collect hundreds or thousands of low-tier free blank fragments, provided he can survive the return. At that time, it would be up to him how to allocate them. The speed of this talent's advancement is already incredible, and spellcasters don't seem so perverse anymore. With this thought, Gerton felt much more at ease. After digesting the talent fragments of spell enhancement in his mind, the profound theories of spells, practical spell operation experience, and spell techniques were imprinted in his mind as before. The memories obtained out of thin air felt innate, more like a segment of data transmitted at will. However, Gerton felt that he could indeed optimize his spells as the effect described. It was just that he currently had no spells to practice with. As the talent fragments came to an end, Gerton suddenly felt there was still one thing he had not done: looting the corpses. Although it was a bit late to do so now, it was not too late. However, after taking a look, Gerton gave up on the idea of searching for loot from them. It seemed that the most valuable bone staff had been accidentally broken by him while preventing casting, and the circular ring atop the goblin priest's head. It was merely a piece of iron wire coated with silver paint, purely a decoration to showcase status within the goblin tribe. As for the goblin warrior, it was even less noteworthy. Aside from a heavy, rusty half-armor that was clearly not made for humans, it only had a red silk loincloth. Utterly worthless, the poverty was evident to the naked eye. Forget it. Gerton could only sigh. He didn't expect to find anything of value on the goblin. However, they should know some things, particularly the precise information about the sewers. Nina, hiding in the sewers, naturally had no clue. These monsters probably understood more than Nina did, Gerton thought. So, he looked at the goblins still trembling on the ground not far away, pointed at one casually, and called out, "Come here." This goblin was the closest to Gerton. With green skin, pointed ears, and a strong body, its muscles bulged beneath the green skin, and it was taller than the average goblin. It was one of the few elite goblins that survived the magma eruption because it had been sitting some distance away from the goblin warrior. However, it now looked quite pathetic. The palm of its left hand to its elbow was charred black, and its soles were blistered from the lava. It emitted a foul, burnt smell, clearly indicating that it had not escaped unscathed. When this elite goblin saw Gerton calling for it, it immediately shivered. But Gerton's words left no room for refusal. It obediently hunched over and walked up to Gerton, then knelt on the ground, letting the sticky blood belonging to the goblin priest stain its knees. Looking up at the black drake squatting before it, it felt an indescribable pressure and authority. The closer it got, the more it feared. Its green-skinned face twisted in anxiety. Yet it did not forget to respond in an extremely humble voice. "Great true dragon, our supreme master of the Gallic clan, what orders do you have for your most loyal servant? Tell me, who is the strongest in the sewers?" The Black Drake's voice, filled with authority, echoed in its ears. "Of course, it is you, my master," the goblin said without hesitation, its face full of flattery. "Then who else?" Gwydion frowned slightly, looking at the elite goblin kneeling before him, half a head shorter than him, doubting whether this green-skinned one was brainless and unable to understand his meaning. But soon, Gwydion dismissed the doubt. "Aside from you, there are no other creatures in the sewers that can be described as strong. They are all just humble crawlers beneath your wings." Chapter 24. Gwydion had no choice. Looking at the elite goblin with a face full of flattery and servility, he felt it was beyond saving. He could only try a different approach and ask the elite goblin, "Map. Do you have a map of the sewers?" He needed a more intuitive layout, which the elite goblin could help point out to gain a general understanding of the power dynamics in the sewers. "Yes, that old guy has a map in his room. Once, when I entered his room, I saw the map hanging on the wall." The elite goblin betrayed him without a moment's hesitation in front of the corpse of the priest he once admired the most. It revealed everything it knew to its new master, a black hatchling dragon. Upon hearing this, Gerton was delighted, since it was a map collected by a spellcaster. It must be very precise, possibly even detailing the distribution of forces. He commanded, "What are you waiting for? Bring it over quickly. If there are other things, bring them all too." However, after seeing its burned left arm, Gerton added, "Call a few people to help you." "Yes, my master," the elite goblin promptly responded, and then, in front of Gerton, summoned a few goblins who, while not exactly elite, were strong and sturdy to help with the priest's hut wasn't far. But transporting the items back and forth still took some time, especially since this goblin tribe had been completely subjugated. Gerton then remembered little Nina, who was still hiding in the shadows around the corner. So, without hesitation, he walked out of the hall under the worshipful gaze of a group of goblins and headed towards the shadows of the corridor. He gently pushed Nina, who was anxiously pressed against the wall listening to the sounds. When Nina saw a black hatchling dragon silently approach her and nudge her with its claw, she was startled and quickly regained her composure upon seeing Gerton, hurriedly whispering, "Ah, what is it, Mr. Gerton? Are you okay?" However, after quickly scanning him, she saw that aside from some slight curvature in the scales on his back, he wasn't bleeding, and there were no other injuries. So she thought he was fine and quietly praised the gods above. "Phew, thank you for the protection of the gods." She didn't know which deity to attribute this to, so she could only refer to them generically. She was a pan-believer. It wasn't that she lacked faith, but rather that she believed in many gods without truly being loyal to any. She had once prayed to the god of travel for the safety of Sister Celia on her journey after her departure. She would also visit the only temple in Blanche, the Earth Goddess Temple, to pray for the safety of Grandma Orlon, who was ill, and she would pray to the god of storms for the fishermen's safe return during storms. Otherwise, the orphanage would have no fish to eat in the future. However, the consequence of Nina not having a loyal faith was that after death, no other divine messenger would guide her to the divine realm. She would either enter the river of the dead or be embedded in the wall of the faithless. On the continent of Io, there are many people without faith. They may have lived well in life, but their souls will face the harshest treatment after death. Back to the topic. Gerton felt a warmth in his heart seeing Nina genuinely worried about him, and he reached out to rub her little head as she squatted. "I'm fine," he said, and while speaking, he skillfully scratched Nina's palm with his long dragon tail, making it tickle. Hee. Nina was amused by Gordon's actions. She was still thinking about asking Mr. Gerton how his harvest was this time, when the warm and cozy atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of noise from the hall over there. "Master, most exalted master, where are you? Don't abandon your most loyal servant." A heart-wrenching scream came from the hall, accompanied by other chattering sounds, resembling goblin language, continuing to spill out from the hall down the corridor. It was clear that the elite goblins who had gone in to move things were anxious after discovering that Gerton was missing. Nina was somewhat perplexed by the noise and looked at Gerton, asking, "Mr. Gerton, what's wrong with them? They seem very sad." Gerton didn't explain, saying to Nina, "Let's go. Nina, we have a new place to stay, so we won't have to sleep in that pile of junk that leaks air anymore. But over there." Nina wanted to say that there were monsters, but seeing that Gerton had already taken the lead, she could only grit her teeth and follow him out. The bright bonfire was burning, and the hall was well lit. Nina saw a group of monsters sprawled on the ground in the center of the hall. At a glance, there seemed to be 2 or 3 dozen of them, scaring Nina to the point where she quickly wanted to grab Gerton's tail and drag him back into the corridor. However, before Nina could make a move, she heard the previous piercing scream again. My most revered master, I knew you wouldn't abandon your most loyal servant. This time it was a joyful voice. If it weren't for the similarity in tone, Nina would have never guessed it was the same person. The speed of changing expressions was faster than flipping a book, like a mangy dog behind a tavern. She also saw the owner of the voice. A strong goblin taller than her. Even the strongest thug in the Black Street seemed like a baby in front of it, despite their similar height. However, it seemed to be injured, with its left arm charred, and it limped while walking, but that didn't affect its speed. Even if Nina was a bit slow at this moment, she knew the situation wasn't as she thought. It seemed that Mr. Gordon had indeed tamed this batch of monsters. Before she could finish her words, she stared in astonishment at the tall goblin rushing towards them despite its foot injury. With a loud thud, the tall goblin suddenly bent at the waist, its knees buckled, and it knelt before Mr. Gordon, mumbling the earlier creepy praises. Nina had no doubt that if this green-skinned monster had a tail, it would probably wag it faster than the windmill at Aunt Vernie's house. Gordon awkwardly smiled at the dazed Nina, revealing his sharp teeth. Sorry I scared you. I didn't know they were like this. It's all right, Mr. Gordon. You just do your thing. Nina quickly waved her hand in response. All right. Gordon nodded, and then spoke to the still kneeling elite goblin. Did you bring the map? Yes. My master, under your wise guidance. The servant successfully moved the map out of that old man's room. Gerton automatically ignored the long sentences that followed and took Nina with him, heading towards the gathering place of the goblins. The place where he had just been was now devoid of the sacrificial body, but bloodstains remained on the ground. However, on top of the bloodstains, many items were haphazardly placed, which had been moved from the goblin's sacrificial room. There were a desk, bookshelf, and bed made to goblin height. And he even saw feather quills, all in miniature size. There were also several books scattered messily on the ground, with a long parchment map resting on top of them. Gerton was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. He thought there was only one map, but unexpectedly there were quite a few books, which were quite valuable. However, he was more concerned about the map's distribution, eager to know his location and the distribution of nearby monsters. Approaching the books, he picked up the scattered parchment map from a book titled Mage's Beginner Manual written in the common tongue. He spread it on a blood-free patch of ground, pressing down one corner of the rolled-up map page, and began to study it carefully. Nina helped by pressing down the other corner. The parchment map thus lay flat before Gerton's eyes. The map was very detailed, and it was not a map of the Black Street sewer, but rather a map of Kalando, divided into upper and lower levels. The upper part naturally depicted the streets, while the lower part illustrated the sewers. Many areas were marked with ink depicting various monster skeletons. The ink was fresh, clearly just applied not long ago. Nina was the first to find her original residence. Pointing to it and saying to Gerton, Mr. Gerton, this is where you were born. Gerton followed Nina's finger and saw an inconspicuous marked intersection in the northwest corner of the map. There were two skeleton monster icons marked nearby. One was labeled as a rodent, and the other as a sludge-like creature, arranged in sequence. Clearly, these were the Ratmen and the Stenchmire creatures that Nina mentioned. It was really detailed. After realizing this, Gerton clicked his tongue in amazement, but the only downside was that the monster markers seemed to be limited to the Black Street. Other areas like the Trade District, Civilian District, and Noble District sewers had no annotations apart from the sewer route map. However, this was still sufficient. Gerton and Nina spent about an hour memorizing the monster nodes on this map. First of all, the strongest race occupying the largest area in the sewers turned out to be the goblins, which Gerton had not expected. They firmly occupied the northern part of the Black Street, that is, north of the main river road, close to the ocean at the exit, bordering the Civilian District sewer. But while they were the strongest, they did not expand, guarding their small territory, and as long as other monsters did not venture into their area, they would not actively attack. Otherwise, right now in the Black Street sewer, apart from the swamp frogmen, it was likely that all other monsters would be trembling under the shadow of the goblins. The southwest is not worth mentioning. The Ratmen occupy half of the sewers. And there are other creatures like swamp frogs, carrion beasts, mud monsters, and so on, scattered throughout. In the southeastern area of the sewers where Gerton is currently located, the dog-headed men and goblins are vying for dominance. There are two goblin clans in the southeastern region, similar in size to Gallic, but they are quite far apart. It's not that they don't want to get closer. It's just that the goblins from these three tribes are not united and often engage in infighting, fighting whenever they meet. The dog-headed men, however, have only one tribe, estimated to have over 100 members, located in the southeastern corner near the walls of the Free City. Furthermore, Gerton has marked the location next to the dog-headed men's skull symbol on the map. He also saw a familiar monster symbol, featuring a dragon's head with 2 wings and 4 claws. Chapter 25. Are there other dragons in the sewers? Gerton felt a slight chill in his heart upon seeing the map markings and almost immediately called over the elite goblin waiting nearby. Are there true dragons among the dog-headed men? What kind? The elite goblin was initially taken aback by the new master's question, but when it saw the markings on the parchment that Gerton's sharp claws pointed to, it appeared even more confused and stammered, "Great master, I have never heard of other dragons in the sewers. That old guy never mentioned it either, and if the dog-headed men had true dragons, our Gallic clan probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Those ugly lizard-headed pups." "Master, I didn't mean it that way," the elite goblin explained, cursing a bit when mentioning the dog-headed men, clearly showing signs of ongoing friction and jealousy. However, it suddenly remembered that its own master also had a lizard head and hurriedly began to explain again. "There won't be another chance. Keep talking," Gerton said, looking deeply at the goblin crouched on the ground, speaking calmly. Although he didn't care much about the goblin's words, it sounded indifferent to him. However, in order to maintain the dignity of a true dragon, he didn't mind making an example of it. A true dragon cannot be insulted. Yes, the goblin nodded quickly, clearly alarmed, indicating it wouldn't make the same mistake again. It continued to explain to Gerton, "If those dog-headed men really have a dragon behind them, our tribe might have already been subdued or served as dinner for the dog-headed men. We wouldn't have such a great and kind master like you." The elite goblin glanced at Gerton's expression every 2 or 3 words, and when it saw no change, it cautiously continued. Indeed." Gerton ignored the second sentence and nodded, acknowledging that it did make some sense. He was also contemplating that if the dog-headed men really had a dragon behind them, then the goblins wouldn't be able to share the world with the dog-headed men in this area. It's important to note that for a true dragon, this wouldn't be a difficult task. It wouldn't even need to expend any troops. It could simply appear and make these wishy-washy goblins submit. Just like the goblin priest he killed, in the face of absolute power, they would become the most loyal servants. Moreover, dragons are extremely territorial magical creatures, and even dragon beasts without magical abilities will not tolerate the presence of other threatening beings near their nests. This is something they cannot endure, let alone true dragons. Even now, Gerton has begun to envision how to incorporate the other 2 goblin tribes in a few days, and ultimately conquer the most powerful dog-headed clan. If Gerton has such plans, it is impossible that the dragon does not have any. Unless, perhaps, this thought crossed Gerton's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. After all, nothing happens without reason. Since there is this mark, it indicates that there must be a cause. Even if Gerton does not believe it, it still needs to keep it in mind, being cautious and careful to avoid any pitfalls. However, conquering the dog-headed clan is an essential part of its future plans. When the time comes, whether there is a dragon behind the dog-headed clan can be tested with some goblins. Gerton thought of this. It had already conceived its first 5-year plan in the sewers while looking at the map. It aimed to gain enough territory in the sewers before entering the young dragon hibernation period, not to mention ruling the Blackstreet sewers. At least it must completely control a certain area. This is its first step in the sewers, very important and critical. This is the world of Ajo, a paradise of gods and a testing ground for adventurers. Even the strongest solitary dragon can be overturned by those despicable adventurers. Moreover, it is still just a hatchling. Even if it kills all the monsters in the sewers, its strength is limited. Can it really challenge higher levels with nothing but some Tier 3 talent fragments? One must know that the locations of dragon nests in the AIO continent are clearly exposed, yet the ancient red dragons and primordial blue dragons still thrive. The common point is that they are all local lords, with monstrous armies numbering in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. They can rule a certain area for thousands of years, and neither the council nor kings can do anything about them. The gods in the sky also turn a blind eye, and adventurers need not be mentioned. They don't even have the courage to face them. At most, they accept commissions to help deal with the monsters causing chaos under them. As for the main subject, there will definitely be a next time. Farewell. This is also why some true dragons like to gather and subdue their followers whenever they arrive in a new place. A multitude of followers and servants will often alert adventurers and armies before they even get close to the dragons. Then, they will have to face an endless attrition battle against the monsters, with no time to rest in between. They might go to great lengths to reach the dragon's lair, only to find an empty cave that doesn't even have a single gold coin left. The dragons have long since seen the situation turning unfavorable, gathering their treasures and making a swift exit. Therefore, Gerton understands this very well. As long as it occupies the entire Blackstreet sewer in the future, every move within the sewer will be under its watch. In this way, no matter how many adventurers come, it will not be afraid. After all, if you can't win, just slip away. It's a long-standing tradition of the true dragons, and they don't see anything wrong with it. Since they live longer than you, why take any dangerous risks? With this clarity, Gerton no longer fixated on the dragon markers on the map. Anyway, without a 90 certainty, he wouldn't take action against that goblin tribe. However, he wouldn't hesitate with the other two goblin tribes. But today, his spewing weapon had already reached its limit, and it would take until tomorrow to recover. The magma nurtured within the body of the young lava dragon still required quite a bit of time. Unlike an adult lava dragon, which could spew 8 times in a battle without issue, and in large quantities too. If only he could reuse it. Gerton glanced at the nearby magma that had cooled into an orange-red color, and quickly dismissed that thought. Eating what he had spewed out felt strange, especially since the magma didn't come from his stomach. All right, I understand. You can step back now, and let them get up too. Also, bring a portion of food from over there. Gerton instructed the goblin in front of him, telling the goblins in the hall not to kneel anymore, and then reminded it to bring some food. He still remembered that both he and Nina hadn't eaten. After saying this, he continued to discuss the areas on the parchment map other than Blackstreet with Nina. After all, this was his first time seeing the map of the free city of Kalando, and he didn't know how long he would stay here in the future. Was it during his juvenile phase? Or his teenage phase? Leaving? It was still uncertain, but it was always good to learn more about the sewer system. Meanwhile, the elite goblin who heard Gerton's words reacted in an exaggerated and grand manner, looking extremely grateful, almost rushing to hug Gerton's leg. Master, even if the ancestors of the Gallic clan were to resurrect from the river of the dead, they wouldn't be as merciful as you. I will go prepare breakfast for you and your kin right away. Upon seeing the black dragon furrow his brow again, the elite goblin quickly interrupted his praise and began to diligently follow Gerton's instructions. There was no shortage of food within the Gallic clan. After all, this was the sewer, and they had everything they wanted. The goblins that had been crawling on the ground nearby finally got up, and the oppressive atmosphere in the hall immediately eased. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. Walking, working, and talking were all done very quietly. Fearing to disturb the dragon and the person who were sitting on the ground, focused on the map. Inside the hall, the bonfire was still burning, and the wood continued to make its familiar crackling sounds. The only difference was that the owner of this hall had changed hands in less than an hour. It was the 3rd day since Gerton transformed into a newly hatched lava dragon cub. Chapter 26, just as Gerton was enthusiastically beginning to transform his first territory in the sewer on the surface, accompanied by the fragmented golden morning light dispelling the morning fog and gloom of the free city, the daily commissions from the Adventurers Guild of Kalando also started to be issued. Celia still wore her black hood. Her unchanged attire concealed her stunning beauty. The allure of a sorceress, if left unobstructed, would lead to disaster, a truth she understood well. Like hundreds of other adventurers, she queued outside to receive her token. Then one by one, the adventurers entered the Adventurers Guild, browsing the quests posted on the walls in order. It's not that there are no other places to take on quests besides the Adventurers Guild. There are many other guilds, such as the Thieves Guild, the Warriors Guild, and the churches and temples corresponding to priests, all of which have quests available. However, the quests there are relatively specialized. For example, the thieves have theft quests, the warriors have escort quests, and the priests send adventurers to nearby villages near the City of Freedom to dispel evil spirits, banshees, and skeletons in place of deities to save the ignorant villagers. The mages mostly handle tasks like transcribing scrolls and so on. However, the quests at the Adventurers Guild are broader, more general, and of lower rank. Most importantly, the monetary rewards are quite substantial, significantly higher than in other places, especially since they can be paid with reputation. Moreover, as long as you are a professional, you can take on quests here. The temples require faith and even alignment. If you are not lawful good, you cannot accept their quests. The Adventurers Guild is much more convenient, and the quest difficulty is not high, generally involving monster extermination and escorting merchant caravans. Adventurers in the AIO continent mostly operate within the first to third tier areas, and these quests are perfectly suited for them. Of course, there are also high-tier quests at the Adventurers Guild, even legendary quests. One such quest is to hunt a male ancient white dragon, Naknos. The bounty is 10 million gold coins, or an equivalent in gems, plus 3 promises regarding a female elderly silver dragon, without violating alignment. This quest has been posted for nearly 130 years, and countless adventurers have entered the City of Freedom, yet no adventuring team has dared to take it on. After all, that dragon is older than the combined ages of their ancestors, excluding elves and dwarves. However, it must be said that an adventuring team capable of slaying an ancient white dragon would not care for the gold or the promises regarding an elderly silver dragon. Moreover, the challenge level of the ancient white dragon has reached nearly Tier 9 legendary, coupled with its loyal minions, making it extremely difficult to defeat. Perhaps only a divine avatar, saint, or a legendary mage close to demigod, capable of astral travel, could take it on. Otherwise, it remains uncertain whether a normal team could kill an ancient white dragon, as it can flee and one T simply stay put to fight to the death. The ancient white dragon is immune to all spells below extraordinary, and is a skilled spellcaster itself. Besides flying, it also possesses greater teleportation. At worst, it could dive directly into the depths of the glacier, which would leave even a legendary sword saint dumbfounded. The northern glaciers extend into the endless sea. They cannot simply be drained. Moreover, underwater combat is not that simple. Even with underwater breathing potions, it would be of little use. In summary, attempting to slay the ancient white dragon is fraught with difficulties and requires many years of preparation, along with a bit of luck, to have a chance at success. However, if successful, the rewards are also substantial. Aside from the quest rewards, the treasure hoard of the ancient white dragon is likely to rival that of the old silver dragon, accumulated over thousands of years. There are also powerful magical weapons, scrolls, and materials that you desire, all of which can be found in the dragon's hoard. However, such legendary quests are rare. On average, there is one legendary quest completed in the continent of AIO approximately every 20 years. If the frequency is a bit higher, it might be every 10 years, and if shorter, 5 years. After all, behind every completed legendary quest is hidden bloodshed and the fall of powerful beings. The fall of a legendary level powerhouse is a significant event, enough to be passed down by half of the humanoid creatures in the continent of AIO. Apart from legendary quests, there are naturally high-tier and master-level quests, corresponding to Tiers 4 to 6, as well as Tier 7, Extraordinary, to Tier 8, Hero quests. The most recent master quest was jointly funded and released by the Merchant Alliance of Rhine City. It involves repelling the blue dragon population of the surreal Great Desert. Or rather, solving the trade route issue, ensuring that the blue dragons no longer attack merchants. Recently, the attacks by blue dragons on merchant caravans have become increasingly frequent. Just this week, it is said that 3 caravans, comprising hundreds of merchants, have been forever buried in the vast yellow sands. This was once unimaginable. Previously, those blue dragons were known to have some restraint, typically just collecting protection fees, and only resorting to robbing travelers when they were short on funds. Of course, the more cunning blue dragons would choose to trade, for example, contaminating oases in the desert and then selling water to merchants. As for the price, the blue dragons were quite satisfied, but whether the travelers were satisfied is unknown. Therefore, regarding the recent anomalies with the blue dragons, the Merchant Alliance of Rhine hopes to defeat or eradicate the tribe of blue dragons that are attacking merchants, or at least drive them away from the trade route from Rhine City to Kalando. The merchants of Rhine City initially sought help from the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth, as they are the most devout followers in the City of Freedom. However, for some unknown reason, the temple has been short-staffed lately, seemingly sending people out to gather wealth for the Goddess of Wealth. Moreover, the Goddess of Wealth, who has always been reliable in the past, has not responded to their prayers this time. No oracles have been delivered. At the very least, they donated 2 million gold coins, but there was not even a ripple in response. Left with no choice, they could only turn to the Adventurers Guild for help. They released a quest to eliminate the blue dragons, as well as a quest to protect merchant caravans, with a minimum requirement of Tier 4 adventurers. They cannot afford to let this lucrative trade route slip away. The spices, porcelain, and silk transported from the eastern continent, docking on the eastern shore of the western continent, and heading to the Rhine Federation on the western shore, yield profits not merely tenfold, but 100-fold. It is no wonder that the Merchant Alliance of Rhine is infuriated. However, none of the above commissions are something Celia's team can take on. The highest they can handle is the extermination of a lone frost giant. She stood in front of the commission board, browsing through the commissions for 5 minutes. Feeling quite calm. This time was enough for her to finish reading the low-tier commissions, and she was slowly searching for a target. Low-tier commission, find the missing fland. Number of commission participants, unlimited. Commission reward, 1,000 gold coins, 100 gold coins if dead. Clue, 1 gold coin. Note, the clue needs to be verified in the Temple of the God of Justice. Celia frowned when she saw this commission. Is this commission still uncompleted? She thought someone might have already taken it. She went to the Black Street this morning because she accepted this missing person commission yesterday, hoping to investigate and try her luck there. Unfortunately, she found nothing, but unexpectedly met Nina, so the trip wasn't a waste. It's hard to find. After some thought, Celia decided to give up on this commission. Although the disappearance location is in Kalando, it's so vast that searching would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The divination spell wouldn't work either. Blindly searching would be a gamble for the 5 members of the relatively poor Dawn Adventurers Guild. As the vice captain, Celia didn't intend to gamble. She wasn't a gambler. She remembered that wanting to keep Nina by her side would require a considerable amount of money. Since meeting Nina, she had made up her mind not to let her suffer in the Black Street anymore. She might even be hungry right now. So, she shifted her gaze to the middle position of the low-tier commission board, to the commission on the far right. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Goblin Hall, a tender and delicious white frog leg was pushed towards Nina's mouth. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, but I'm full, very full. Nina waved her hand, hurriedly refusing the sharp-beaked frog leg that Gordon offered. She patted her round belly, feeling a bit stuffed, but she had enjoyed the meal. The unique frog meat from the sewers was substantial and tasted great, and she was full after eating 3. These sharp-beaked frogs were one of the food supplies stored by the goblins, each over a foot long. Seeing that Nina was done eating, Gordon happily devoured one by one on his own. He used the still hot lava to cook the frog meat, giving it a unique flavor. It just lacked spiciness, which was a bit of a pity. Next time, he should let Nina go up and see if there are any spices like chili to buy. Chapter 27. Other goblins in the hall were busy watching their new master devour food like a glutton. One sharp-beaked frog at a time. Tears were almost flowing from the corners of their mouths. This kind of food was previously only for the high priest to consume. It was said that eating it allowed one to see more clearly in the dark and that it tasted very sweet. However, they didn't dare to complain, as even if Gordon weren't there, it wouldn't be their turn to eat such food. They felt relieved as they watched Gordon swallow, as it was a good thing for the new master to be full from eating sharp-beaked frogs, which meant he wouldn't want to eat the pitiful and weak goblins. Clap. A crisp sound of a whip striking a stone echoed, bringing the goblins, who had been so distracted by the sight of food that they could hardly move, back to their senses. They remembered that they still had work to do. Hurry up and get to work. They aimed to finish building their great master's lair before he took a rest, showcasing the skills of the Gallic clan. The 10 fastest workers today would get to drink with that elite goblin with scorched elbows, who wielded a whip in one hand, supervising the construction. Although its tone was stern, its words were full of encouragement, as it pointed with the whip towards the large pot, emitting a fragrant aroma in the distance. As a top goblin, it understood its kin's nature well, lazy yet fearful, needing both carrot and stick. This was the only way to manage this group of weak kin whose minds revolved around food and mating. Today's task was to dismantle this stone house and build a lair sufficient for 1 dragon and 1 human for the great new master, Gerton. It didn't want to mess up the task assigned by Gerton on the very first day. The commotion here was merely a minor episode for Gerton. He was still eating. It wasn't until Gerton felt a slight fullness in his abdomen that he finally slowed down his eating pace, causing the goblin attendants nearby to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. If he kept eating, there would truly be no stock left. It wasn't that they were reluctant. They were just afraid of running out. If Gerton wanted to eat more and took it out on them, it would be disastrous. Serving a master is like serving a tiger. Being near a true dragon was no different. Who knows if one day, out of the blue, he might suddenly want to taste the green skin? Gerton glanced at his abdomen, which was not bulging like Nina's. After consuming a quantity equivalent to the weight of a sharp-nosed frog, he didn't even feel a hint of fullness in his stomach. He almost thought his mouth, along with the spatial pocket, was connected, If it weren't for the lack of fullness in his abdomen, he would have believed it. Although Gerton had spent 3 days on the dragon's body, he couldn't help but marvel at the intricate structure of a true dragon. Moreover, he felt that his body still had room for development. No, it should be said that it had room for growth. As time flowed, dragons would reach their complete form and adulthood. Only then could they be regarded as the favored ones of the creator god Io. Possessing a massive heart capable of shattering granite, covered in scales of varying sizes, with a body stretching over 20 meters long, casting a shadow large enough to cover a 100-person formation. It is said that ancient dragons could exceed the physical limitations of elder dragons, leaping to lengths of over 100 meters and weighing nearly 10 tons. However, it is normal for Gerton not to appear fat no matter how much he eats. The energy stored after digestion in dragons flows through their dragon blood as elemental energy, not fat. Therefore, there is no concern that dragons would become overweight from overeating. Additionally, dragons do not have obvious ways to dissipate body heat. They neither sweat nor breathe heavily. These calories are extracted and converted into energy through the core organ's vascular system of dragons, which then stores this energy and transforms it into the corresponding energy of their race. It can be said that there is virtually no energy loss, making it a perpetual motion machine. This ultimate biological weapon, it is not wrong to say that dragons are the favored ones of Io. Gerton no longer focused on the writhing and digesting body inside. Instead, he looked at Nina. At this moment, she was perched on her buttocks on the map of Kalando, seemingly believing that this position was more beneficial for digestion than lying flat. Nina was seriously flipping through a book, her small face grave, as if she were deeply engrossed. The book, with a parchment cover, was one of the volumes taken by the goblins from their sacrificial chamber, titled Introduction to Magic. Nina was sensitive to Gerton's almost unabashed, burning gaze. Almost before he had stared at her for 3 seconds, she hurriedly closed the book, lifted her head, and looked at the black hatchling dragon, which was beginning to resemble a true dragon, cautiously and flustered, saying, "Mr. Gerton, are you full?" she asked tentatively. However, Gerton answered her question with another, looking thoughtfully at the dragon-blooded girl in front of him and asking, "Are you very interested in mages?" Not really. Nina seemed a bit shy about this question, her speech somewhat hesitant, but she was no longer as restrained as before in front of Gerton. She sincerely said, "I just feel that since Mr. Gerton is protecting me, I should have my own value. If I can't help with anything, I would feel very useless, whether it is a mage or a sorceress like Sister Celia. As long as I can help Mr. Gerton, I can do any profession." Nina's voice was very low, and her emotions flickered on her small face illuminated by the campfire. But it was clear that she felt a bit downcast. In the orphanage, Grandma Orlon had told her that what you gain is not necessarily something you can always have. To keep it, you need to maintain it well. The same goes for things and feelings. Therefore, she started working around the age of 6, eagerly taking on various chores just to continue her life in the orphanage. Unfortunately, in the end, as a half-dragon, she cherished the hard-earned love even more and wanted to protect it, not wanting to lose it. This is also why she is so eager to learn and improve. Gerton originally wanted to say, "Just be a purchasing tool, I'll cover you for anything." But then he thought about it. He would eventually leave this place. And if he couldn't take her with him at that time, wouldn't she revert to her previous precarious life? He could temporarily protect Nina for a while, but he couldn't protect her for a lifetime. So, Gerton organized his words and said to Nina, "All right, if you need it, you can direct my goblins to help you find spell materials. If you are interested in other professions, I support that too. Do whatever you want, Nina." Although Gerton's voice was not gentle, Nina still heard concern from the mouth of the black hatchling in front of her. Thinking back to Gerton's series of actions earlier, her heart nearly melted. However, she still held back her tears, nodded, and then opened her spell book to continue studying. Gerton, like a cat, lay on the ground, occasionally glancing at the progress of the goblins building its nest, but mostly spent time studying the map of this free city, with 2 levels and several blocks. An hour was not enough for it to see everything. Moreover, it had already begun to plan its next 5-year plan, the Underground Emperor of Kalando. It had made up its mind. Nina was immersed in the obscure and difficult introductory knowledge of spells, feeling that her little head was somewhat insufficient. She wanted to give up, but putting down the book now would only make Mr. Gerton laugh at her. So Nina gritted her teeth and continued to hold up the book, studying the profound knowledge within. Occasionally, she glanced at Mr. Gerton, who was boredly biting its own tail and looking at the map. Also, she couldn't help but think about her sister Celia, whom she had just reunited with that morning. I wonder how she is doing now? Yawn. Outside the free city of Kalando, more than 10 miles away, a carriage was traveling through the wilderness. Celia, sitting in the carriage, felt a tickling sensation at the tip of her nose, prompting her to yawn. Her teammates, sitting with her in the same carriage, noticed Celia's unusual behavior and expressed their concern. Celia, are you all right? Asked a female warrior with soft golden hair, wearing silver armor and having a serene eastern face. Sitting opposite Celia, do you need something? She pulled out a bottle of diluted holy water from her adventurer's pouch. The adventure was about to begin, and the main damage dealer, Miss Sorceress, must not have any accidents. Magracia, I'm fine, I'll be okay soon. I might have woken up too early today and caught a bit of a chill from the sea breeze, Celia replied with an apologetic smile from under her black hood, waving her hand to decline. All right then, if anything comes up, you must let us know, Magracia said, glancing at the sorceress, who had lowered her head to meditate again, and then fell silent. They began to conserve their energy and rest. This commission was even more difficult than the previous ones in the northern lands. If they hadn't prepared specifically for this, they would definitely not have agreed to let Celia take on this task. Commission target, Dragonling commission restriction, Team 1 commission reward, 300 gold coins or equivalent magical items. The carriage continued to move, and occasionally, a growling sound would come from the forest. That was the warning signal from Celia's magical pet, the pseudo-dragon Liz, to deter the goblins, gremlins, and kobolds. It was a natural scout, and Liz enjoyed the role immensely. Chapter 28. Great and benevolent yet incredibly powerful master, your most loyal servant has completed the task you assigned. Gerton instantly awakened from the darkness upon hearing the first syllable. The black hatchling dragon lying on the open ground opened its slit pupils, possessing 2 layers of irises. Its dual lenses could easily focus, magnify, and contract, allowing it to see its surroundings clearly. The first thing that caught its eye was the seemingly eternal bonfire in the hall, with sparks floating everywhere, as well as the walls that were engulfed in darkness, uneven and covered with dark green ferns, a very familiar scene. However, below its line of sight was an ugly green-skinned monster lying on the ground, its head nearly pressing against the floor, gazing up at it. It was clear that the sound just heard came from this monster. It recognized it as the recently acquired subordinate. The black hatchling dragon glanced around at the slightly wrinkled, detailed map of the free city laid beneath it, along with the scattered books on top. There was also a dragonkin girl sleeping soundly while hugging its tail, her bare feet touching its soft, tender paws. Warm and cool at the same time. Gerton quickly remembered that it had dozed off while studying the sewer map. After 2 intense battles, its dragon breath and physical exertion had completely drained the energy stored within its body. There wasn't a drop left. Following that, it had indulged in a feast. And considering it was still in its growth phase as a hatchling dragon, feeling sleepy was perfectly normal. It gently twitched the slender tail of the girl in its arms and carefully shifted its body, moving softly so as not to wake her. She hadn't slept so peacefully in a long time, in a warm room, the hall, together with the one she loved, the dragon, carefree and without worries. In her dream, a slight smile graced her lips, clearly indicating that the story in her dream was as beautiful as reality. Gerton stood up from the map, stretching like a cat. Its dragon wings silently unfurled in the hall, causing the wind to make the bonfire flicker. While dragons are classified as reptiles, covered in scales, some detractors might say they are just large, flying lizards. However, they are actually a unique species, not reptiles at all. The front half of its body is built like a large feline, in terms of both bones and muscles. Yet the muscle structure from its cervical vertebrae to its caudal vertebrae is similar to that of a giant python. It must be said that both of these creatures are top predators in the natural world of the previous life. Gerton raised its already elongated neck, first glancing around, and then looking at the sharp goblin that had its head nearly buried in the ground. Get up. Its voice was cold and hoarse. The most genuine voice of a lava dragon, without a hint of disguise. However, its words were soft, seemingly not wanting to disturb the sleeping girl. During its earlier survey, it had noticed a building that had suddenly appeared in the hall, a circular platform about 3 feet off the ground, which was the nest it had instructed the goblins to build. The construction materials were taken from the house that had originally been for goblin warriors and priests. Although it is not a perfect restoration of Gerton's heart, it will not be picky about the goblin's craftsmanship. There are no conditions to be picky now. If it weren't for the need to project authority, it would be fine sleeping on the ground. Just yesterday, it was sleeping in a garbage heap. Yes, master. The voice of the green-skinned goblin is already low, and now, seeing that Gerton's voice is not loud either, it lowers its voice even more. Fortunately, although dragons do not have external ears, their unique ability to capture sound, with edges formed by scales, allows them to hear every little movement around them clearly. So, even at a distance, Gerton can still hear what the green-skinned creature is mumbling. It sees the green-skinned goblin stand up, still hunched over, trying to lower its height as much as possible, seemingly afraid of displeasing its new master. However, Gerton doesn't think much of it. It just glances slightly, and then strides away silently, with the goblin limping behind it. The damage caused by the lava has not healed in just one day. However, the pleasure it feels mentally now far exceeds the pain from its body, especially after it sees Gerton nodding in satisfaction and even lying down on the platform for a while. Gerton doesn't stay down for long, leaping off the 3-foot-high platform. I must say, lying at a higher place provides a different view. No wonder so many true dragons like to build their nests on high mountains. Let us go. Let us take a look around the hall. After jumping down from the platform, Gerton instructed the goblin following behind. Yes, my master. The goblin showed no impatience and was full of respect. Of course, it didn't dare to be otherwise. After exiting the hall, Gerton nodded in satisfaction. It hadn't noticed before, but now, when it calms down to observe, it realizes that the goblin nests here are not randomly generated, but rather the location is exceptionally advantageous. First of all, there is a drainage river passing outside the goblin hall, a river about 4 to 5 meters wide, and across it is a wall that offers no footholds. Dark and steep. This is different from what Gerton saw before at the dried-up riverbed, where there were footholds and buildings with bridges on the opposite side. Moreover, there are only 2 passageways leading out of this hall, one to the left and one to the right, with the left side turning just a few meters ahead, exactly in the direction Gerton came from, while the right side is longer but also has a turn. The width of the passageways can only accommodate the body of an adult moving normally. If there were one more person, they would be squeezed and fall into the deep, flowing sewage river. Both passageways have corners that obscure the light from the hall's campfire, making it difficult for the outside world to notice. Additionally, Gerton exited the nest from the outer edge of the hall, specifically from the right passageway. Once outside, it found that the route into this goblin nest was very secluded, nestled between the connections of normal drainage pipes and cracks. If an adventurer were armored and just a bit more robust, they would have a hard time squeezing in sideways. Having a certain impression of the surrounding map, Gerton naturally knows that if it gets out of the cracks, it will reach the main road of the drainage system. As long as you follow this path upwards and then make a few left turns at the intersections, you will soon encounter or see members of another goblin tribe. That tribe is called Kaz, which in goblin language means blessed by the celestial god, and it can also be referred to as the tribe of divine favor. However, their strength is only slightly stronger than the Gallic clan that Gerton conquered today. According to the elite goblins around him, Kaz is clearly just a way for them to embellish themselves. When the goblins talked about it, they expressed some resentment, indicating that their usual relationship is quite tense. However, Gerton has not yet recovered and has not thoroughly explored the surrounding situation, so for now, he needs to take a few days to stabilize here before conquering the next one. He needs to consume them one by one, first stabilizing the basic foundation before slowly encroaching. He is still just a fledgling dragon. Although he has a large appetite, his strength is limited, and Gerton understands this principle. Therefore, Gerton patrolled the area a few times, but didn't even see a single mouse, returning empty-handed. However, his original purpose was to familiarize himself with the environment and correspond it with the map in his memory. Not long after, he returned to the hall with the goblins. Before coming back, he reminded the goblins to set traps in the corridors on both sides to prevent anyone from sneaking over. After all, there are lessons from the past, and he does not want to become a part of a cycle. Okay, master. The goblins immediately brought over several ready-made traps from the hall upon hearing Gerton's orders. They were large animal traps. Gerton frowned slightly after seeing them, spreading his dragon wings to stop the goblins from directly placing one in the nearby corridor. Use this. His voice carried doubt. Yes, master. Big. Very big and good. The green-skinned goblin held the giant animal trap as if showing off. After all, those who have seen smaller ones know that bigger ones are better. The same goes for goblins. In their view, bigger is always better, exhibiting a kind of seasoned familiarity. Gerton couldn't help but facepalm upon hearing this, realizing he had to worry about the lack of intelligence among his subordinates. He said blandly, "Put it back. I'll do it." To minimize the risk to his own life, Gerton thought for a moment and decided not to let those goblins handle it directly. Relying on a group of goblins for life safety was inherently an extreme irresponsibility. Gerton filtered through his mind lightly and found dozens of alarm traps suitable for this terrain. He then began instructing the waiting goblins nearby to start making them. To be honest, his claws were not as nimble as those of the short goblins. After about 2 hours, Gerton and the goblins finally completed the outer defenses. As long as someone triggers them, the goblin scouts hiding in the shadows will definitely be able to report back immediately. This way, Gerton will have many options when the time comes and will not be caught off guard by a surprise attack. Nina, who woke up midway, came to check on Gerton a few times, but she didn't know about traps. She only watched for a little while before going back to continue studying that obscure introductory spellbook. After completely finishing the tasks around the territory, Gerton, unaware of how much time had passed due to the lack of daylight, only felt a slight hunger in his lower abdomen. He then returned to the bonfire hall and saw the Dragonborn girl Nina, who was leaning against the high platform, reading a book, her little head drooping and on the verge of dozing off. Gerton smiled helplessly and gently touched the drowsy girl's head with his forelimb, causing Nina to wake up with a start. "Oh, Mr. Gerton, you're back? It's time to eat," she said nonchalantly. "All right." Nina quickly got up, but after squatting for a while, she felt a bit unsteady when standing. It was only with Gerton spreading his dragon wings to support her that she managed to regain her balance. The dining area wasn't on the high platform, but by the bonfire. Although it wasn't prepared with magma, Gerton could still accept it as long as it wasn't frozen. Before leaving, he glanced back at the high platform. It sparkled with silver, indicating that Nina's coins had already been scattered on it. "Let's go? Tonight we're having sharp-nosed frogs," Gerton said without looking back to Nina behind him. "Mr. Gerton, wait for me." Nina, finally steadying herself but with slightly numb legs, hurriedly chased after him as he walked away. The other goblins in the hall looked at the two, a person and a dragon, who seemed somewhat out of place together, with fear in their eyes. Chapter 29. The lucky one. Beneath the deep blue night sky, the dim stars were hidden among the gray clouds, as if veiled by a thin layer of gauze. Only the incarnation of the moon goddess Surin, a silver moon embedded in the gray-white cloud layers, gazed eternally at the continent of Ao. Of course, the dim starlight attracted the special attention of temple priests and astrologers. Most commoners, nobles, and adventurers were still immersed in the warmth of their homes, banquets, and taverns, indulging in the most ordinary emotions amid the noise. The free city, Kalando, a seaside city located on the eastern coast of the western continent, was brightly lit at this time. Especially in the trade and noble districts, the crowds were bustling, with people jostling against each other. Countless carriages on King's Avenue raced down the road, hooves kicking up dust as if hurrying to the next noble's banquet. Merchants traveling from all over the continent brought countless gold coins to this city blessed by the goddess of wealth, also bringing prosperity and vitality. The dock area was packed with dock workers working overnight to transport goods, sweating profusely and looking lively. This was all because the priest of the storm god Talos had warned a few days earlier that a storm would rise at sea, possibly sweeping over this harbor, urging them to prepare early. Faced with the warning from the priest of the storm god Talos, these maritime merchants dared not dismiss it, spending several times their usual prices to hire dock workers for overtime, transporting goods overnight, and then moving their ships to a less storm-affected location to avoid property losses. However, where there is light, there is also darkness. In the civilian district cemetery, one might still encounter thieves hired by mages and warlocks to steal corpses at night. In contrast, the noble district cemetery, patrolled by vigilant guards, is so quiet that not even a dog barks nearby. The silence is terrifying, with the only source of light coming from an inconspicuous little house that still has its lamp on. However, the dim glow of the candlelight only illuminates less than 3 feet of soft soil and the pale, ornate tombstone near the edge of the house. If one gets closer, they might vaguely see 2 distorted human figures through the glass window. The sound of conversation from inside can also be heard. "What about this shipment? Let's see it." An old, hoarse voice comes from the little house. If there were nobles who frequently visited the cemetery to pay respects to the dead, they would certainly recognize the voice as belonging to the administrator, George Norton, who had taken up his post at the cemetery half a year ago. He is an old man with completely white hair, half of his body already nearing the grave, constantly coughing, and possessing the distinct blue eyes of a Targon. He looks frail and sickly. The news of his death the next day would not surprise anyone in the noble district. However, George Norton was quite normal in the cemetery, as he was indeed the administrator there. The other figure, after hearing George Norton's words, hesitated for a moment but still brought out a sealed round barrel from below. George Norton immediately had a bad feeling, and his already sickly expression now showed a hint of fear. When the barrel was opened in front of him, a wisp of icy white mist poured out. His face turned increasingly furious as he glared at the cloaked figure before him. White dragon egg. This is the third time. Why is it still this damned white dragon egg? The barrel contained a white dragon egg with ice blue patterns, standing a foot tall and emanating cold air. Undoubtedly, it was a white dragon egg. They were the most inferior materials. Not one could survive around, and you have wasted several months of my time, as well as precious materials. His murky blue eyes fixed intensely on the mysterious figure in the black robe that concealed their face, loudly demanding an explanation. George, you know how much risk I took last time? I almost got exposed. I really can't afford any risk of exposure again. The only eggs I can steal are these kinds. Besides, a white dragon egg counts as a true dragon, doesn't it? I haven't violated our agreement. The mysterious figure shrugged, indicating that they were somewhat powerless. They understood that this aging man had already sacrificed a lot for the forbidden arts. However, they also rationally knew that their own sacrifices were no less than his, just not as tragic. Ever since the lava dragon attacked Kalando, they had almost been divined by the bishop residing in Kalando and the archmages above the White Tower. If it weren't for his timely plea for help to the god he worshipped, the god of deception and fantasy, Layla, he might have already been sent to the pyre to quell the anger of the crowd. However, he had paid a sufficient price. With his professional level having reached the 7th tier, extraordinary, his soul after death would forever belong to Layla, serving her. But that damned white dragon egg, after being infused with my concoction, has a hatching probability 50% lower than other true dragon species, not to mention the subsequent 2 steps. The success rate is exceedingly low, less than 2%. This probability is nearly 0, yet it attracts him like a deadly poison. It's like drawing cards. Even though he knows he won't draw anything, he still wants to try. Edward, you know, I don't have much time left. If we don't succeed in these last few years, we might meet again in the river of the dead. The voice of the old man George turned into a plea as he looked at his longtime collaborator and old friend, Edward Henry, with a gesture of prayer. He fantasized that Edward could perform a miracle, swapping the white dragon egg for another dragon species. Anything would do, as long as it wasn't a white dragon. After all, there is still a 1% chance. Perhaps it could succeed. George, Lady Luck is smiling, isn't she? Edward Henry smiled and made a moderately sized joke. But seeing the still troubled George Norton, he finally sighed and said, next time, I heard the blue dragons in the Surreal Desert are getting restless, and merchants have hired a group of professionals to deal with them. It's also a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Maybe it will bring you a blue dragon egg, one you can use until death. I hope so. The old man sighed as well, putting on gloves, taking the dragon egg from the 0-degree environment barrel, and then addressing his old friend, let us go. I hope to hear good news from you a few days early next month. Now, I must face my own despair. Good luck. Tonight, the moon goddess will bless you. Edward Henry looked at the old man, leaving with the dragon egg, reciting the common blessing used by humans in the continent of EO. Then he too stepped out of the dimly lit cabin, tidied his clothes, took a deep breath, and strolled into the darkness. Several hours later, the distant lights dimmed a bit. The old man who emerged from the basement of the cabin held a black bag containing the shattered dragon egg shell. Expressionless as he walked out of the cemetery and made his way to the nearest sewer entrance. Without a doubt, he had failed again. The dice of the goddess of luck did not roll a 20. He couldn't even keep the egg, it simply exploded. However, he was already mentally prepared. Directly tossing the dragon shell into the sewer entrance, letting the water carry it away. Naturally, some creatures would help him dispose of the remains. The transplantation of the basic blood vessels, human draconic transformation. It was only a piece of paper away from him. But that piece of paper was an impenetrable barrier he could never break. Hope that the moon goddess will truly bless him, after all. He has always adhered to the code in his heart, only using 5-colored dragons and other evil foreign dragon eggs. He has never used a single metallic dragon egg. The hunched figure, like a ghost, slowly returned to the small house. Tonight, he was still accompanied by the spirits beneath the tombstone. The broken toe Kaz is known for its unique 4 toes among the Kaz clan. Today, it was its turn to lead 10 goblin guards to patrol the clan's surroundings, preventing those despicable and ugly goblins from launching surprise attacks or looting among their own kind. However, the primary concern was the former. Recently, those goblins seemed to have gone mad, and solitary goblins could easily be surrounded by them and taken back to their tribe for enjoyment. It should be noted that they used to kill goblins without ever bringing them back, clearly indicating that they were getting desperate. Perhaps their tribe had increased in population. If that were the case, it would have to work hard for the prosperity of its clan upon returning. This situation couldn't continue. The broken toe Kaz was lost in thought until it turned a corner and noticed a glimmer of light that caught its attention. Look, what is this? A shiny copper coin. The broken toe Kaz felt a surge of joy and led the goblins toward that corner. Although it deviated slightly from the patrol route, it felt it was worth it for a copper coin. After all, this thing has strong purchasing power underground, and many intelligent races are willing to trade food with them. Not for use, but to offer tribute to the black dragon in their territory. After all, black dragons love coins the most. The broken toe Kaz, along with the 10 goblins, reached the corner and picked up the copper coin. Just as it was about to return, its peripheral vision uncontrollably caught sight of another glimmer ahead, another shiny copper coin. Today, could it be the lucky day for Broken Toe? With its nimble goblin physique, the broken toe Kaz felt a bit happy. It seemed that picking up money was now its turn, and soon all the goblins in the clan would probably envy its luck. It was truly a goblin favored by the gods. After picking up the copper coin, the broken toe Kaz squinted its eyes and looked around, trying to see if there were any missed opportunities. Sure enough, there was another one ahead, and it even had a different luster than the previous copper coins, shining with silver brilliance. By the gods, it was actually a silver coin. The broken toe Kaz was overwhelmed with excitement and hurriedly wanted to lead the 10 goblins forward to pick up the silver coin. It was immensely grateful to the priest for the duty roster that allowed it to be on duty today. Otherwise, all of this would have gone to that damned sharp-eyed Kaz. Praise the gods. The broken toe Kaz pounced on the ground like a hungry tiger, picking up the silver coin. But just as it was about to stand up, it suddenly noticed a group of shadows appearing sharply around the corner, enveloping the area. A dense mass of goblins, among which were 3 elite goblins. Damn it, it was the green-skinned brats of the Gallic clan, a trap. The broken toad Kaz knew he had fallen into a trap, hurriedly wanting to turn back and flee. Then, around the corner of the passage, a shadow appeared. It was not tall, but the slightly spread wings, the prominent forehead with sharp angles, and the razor-sharp claws, combined with the thick black scales, filled Kaz's mind with countless images, and he struggled to spit out 2 syllables. A true dragon, a real dragon, in league with goblins, was blocking their way. The gods above. I must be dreaming, Kaz shouted in his heart, watching the true dragon approach step by step, trembling and not daring to move. The other goblins under his command had long since succumbed to the draconic dread released by Gerton, their legs turning to jelly on the ground, with yellow urine leaking from their groin. For a moment, this 11-member monster squad was a sight to behold. With Gerton's title effect of Lord of Gallic in play, most of the weaker goblins simply could not withstand its draconic might. Gerton had already experimented with this under the Gallic clan yesterday. Everything today came as no surprise. Knock them out. The cold, hoarse common tongue echoed in the passage, and the few Gallic clan goblins who heard the words nodded, each one knocking out the Kaz clan goblins and then binding them with ropes they carried. Gerton knew that as long as the priest did not fall, these elite goblins could rebel at any time. To avoid chaos, it chose to play it safe. After knocking them out, it didn't seem matter to its plan that these goblins were present. In no time, the goblins were securely tied up, all unconscious. Take them away, Gerton ordered. Then, 11 unconscious goblins were placed in a prepared imprisonment location. The initial passage fell silent once more. As before, at the corner of the passage, Gerton, hanging upside down in the shadow at the top, waited silently, like a black stone statue. Below it, in the center of its line of sight, lay a yellow copper coin, quietly resting on a somewhat foul-smelling mossy stone slab, waiting. Chapter 30. The broken toad Kaz woke up from a severe headache, wanting to hold his head but finding his hands and feet firmly bound. He vaguely heard someone nearby cursing in the goblin language. You greenskin brats of the Gallic clan only know how to sneak attack. If you have the guts, come and fight me head on. The rough and slightly sharp voice was familiar to broken toad Kaz. It was the voice of sharp-eyed Kaz. However, apart from his voice, there was no response. As if they couldn't be bothered to reply. Only the whistling sound of the sewer wind blew by. And the dim torchlight allowed Broken Toad to clearly see his surroundings. A remote and spacious open area, not far from their Kaz clan. But they seldom came here, as it was a dead end. In addition to the environment, it also saw the surrounding goblins sprawled on the ground. At a glance, there were actually 10 goblins lying on the ground, along with 3 elite goblins next to them. One of them was the sharp-eyed Kaz it had heard. The other 2 were unconscious, but seemed to be alive. Broken Toe Kaz, you're awake. The familiar tone of sharp-eyed Kaz reached its ears, seemingly having noticed the groans of Broken Toe Kaz, which were filled with pain. Broken Toe could only turn its head to meet its gaze. It found that there was not a hint of defeat on its face. Instead, it was full of fighting spirit, as if it wanted to collaborate with its old rival. Come, let's curse those unscrupulous green-skinned bastards who launched a sneak attack. They utterly disgrace our goblin identity, like filthy swine. You haven't encountered them. Looking at sharp-eyed Kaz, Broken Toe felt that it seemed not to have seen that terrifying true dragon. Otherwise, its mood would definitely not be like this. However, its words were cut off midway because it heard it. The only corridor was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Someone was coming. It shut its mouth and said nothing. Meanwhile, sharp-eyed Kaz began to bark like a rabid dog, its curses never ceasing. Sure enough, its voice seemed to have stirred the creatures at the other end of the corridor, and the footsteps quickened. In the dim light, goblins carrying bound unconscious captives appeared in Broken Toe's line of sight. Broken Toe squinted, sizing up the emerging Gallic tribe. It felt a bit flustered. Another batch had arrived. There were probably only about 10 goblins left in the tribe, if that. All the elites were here. In the Kaz tribe, it was likely that only their clan leader, Heavy Hammer Kaz, a goblin warrior, and the priest who worshipped the goblin god Hamriel, their esteemed ritual master, Rilla Kaz, a rare female goblin spellcaster, remained. Thud, thud, thud. The captives were thrown to the ground, bound like caterpillars, without the worry that being thrown around would cause these green-skinned goblins to wake up. The goblins of the Gallic tribe looked at their former rivals lying on the ground, unable to move, and the exhilaration in their hearts was indescribable. But following a powerful master indeed brought benefits. Similar thoughts flashed through the minds of these goblins. Sharp-eyed Kaz's curses continued, and these goblins did not attack it. Mainly, the goblins of the Gallic tribe seemed to have some morbid curiosity, watching their sworn enemy. Coward. Swine. Let's duel. Useless. All right, knock it out. Although I still want to continue listening to its wails, our master is waiting for us to return, and this time we are going to fight them head-on. The pre-battle excitement ends here. Brothers of the Gallic tribe. Yura. A elite goblin stepped forward and said something, and the other goblins responded promptly, swiftly knocking the incessantly chattering Kaz the Sharp-Eye unconscious with a club. His head was smashed open, blood flowing everywhere. This discipline and unity made the secretly observing Kaz the Broken Toe feel a sense of alarm. The master? It seems to be that black dragon. However, it didn't look like the black dragons, as they all had skull heads. The black dragon Kaz had seen was much stronger, completely lacking the slender neck and bony head typical of black dragons. But Kaz the Broken Toe had no time to dwell on those details anymore, because from the words of the elite goblin, it heard about their next actions. Are they going to attack their tribe? Kaz the Broken Toe thought anxiously. I wonder if the clan leader and the others can hold out. They must not be scattered. Kaz the Broken Toe silently prayed in its heart. There's only one black dragon. As long as they don't get separated, there's still a chance. This was the only way it could imagine not being defeated with its small mind. The clan leader and the shaman must not be separated, otherwise, if they get picked off one by one, the Kaz clan would truly be finished. A tribe favored by the gods would fall to become a mere subordinate of a suspected black dragon. Although that didn't seem shameful. Leaning on the strong often comes at a heavy cost. This principle was understood even by the 3-year-old dog-headed people in the sewers. But now it was trapped here, bound all over. In this state, how could it escape to send a warning? The only thing it could do now was pray to the gods above to protect the Kaz clan. Hamriel above, bless the Kaz clan. Heavy Hammer Kaz sat somewhat restlessly on a wooden chair, which creaked under the strain. This made Rilla Kaz, who was resting with her eyes closed nearby, frown slightly. Opening her eyes with scarlet irises, and impatiently said, if you break my repaired chair again, you can get out right now, Heavy Hammer. But, shaman, the group of kids in the tribe hasn't returned for a long time. There are as many as 10 of them, including Sharp Eye and Broken Toe, who have also gone missing. The dog-headed people. The goblin warrior did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. It hadn't even been one sunset. They might come back at night, perhaps just playing around outside, chasing mice. Rylakaz waved her hand dismissively. In her view, it was perfectly normal for these green-skinned brats to behave this way. After all, their intelligence was what it was. As a spellcaster, she had always looked down on these kin who shared the same blood. But Heavy Hammer wanted to say something more when he was distracted by the commotion outside. Ula! Ula! The goblins were taunting. Heavy Hammer Kaz immediately stood up from the chair and lowered his head to exit the somewhat low spellcaster's hut. His pupils contracted as he clearly saw a group of creatures on the road opposite the clan, 5 or 6 goblins. They were facing away from here, slapping their bare behinds, which was highly humiliating, making ula-ula sounds. This instantly ignited the already irritable and agitated Heavy Hammer Kaz, who grabbed a stone hammer and ran out with a thud. A few clan goblins followed closely behind. He shouted angrily, "You green-skinned brats of Garrick! You're seeking your own death. I will smash you into meat paste to feed the rats. Don't run," accompanied by the scattering of 5 or 6 goblins. The unvented anger within Heavy Hammer Kaz surged, and he continued to chase after them. Behind him, at the unseen top of the sewer, a shadow quietly slipped into the Kaz clan. Gerton, hanging upside down from the ceiling, firmly grasped the rocky wall above with his claws, making not a sound as he approached this place that was no different from the bonfire hall of the Kaz tribe. However, the totems here, which were indistinct in appearance, far outnumbered those of the Garrick clan, with almost every building adorned with totem-like carvings. Yet, there was no trace of magic. It was presumably just a form of faith. After sensing that there was nothing unusual about the totems, Gerton boldly slipped into the very center of the Kaz clan. The small house he had seen Heavy Hammer come out of. The house was exquisitely built, and the fragrance emanating from it formed a stark contrast to the nearby foul-smelling buildings. Clearly, this was a room meant for someone of high status. Most likely, it belonged to the spellcaster of the Kaz clan. Gerton thought to himself, marveling at how the Kalando sewer truly hid talents, with 2 consecutive tribes having spellcasters. It is known that in the wilderness, one could kill 1,000 creatures without encountering a single spellcaster. After all, meeting one could lead to disastrous consequences for adventurers. He did not descend immediately. Although there were even fewer goblins here than before, Gerton would not act rashly unless absolutely necessary. After all, taking the enemy by surprise was the best strategic approach for him at the moment. Time was on his side. Rylakaz slowly opened her eyes and exhaled. This round of prayer had come to an end. She felt the divine power within her had strengthened slightly again. Perhaps soon she would surpass that old fool. Rylakaz had always dreamed of unifying the 3 goblin tribes in the Blackstreet sewer. Unfortunately, standing in her way was the priest of the Garrick clan, who was also a spellcaster and would not grant her wishes. This was something that had always troubled her. Thinking of this, Rylakaz couldn't help but frown slightly, finding everything around her unpleasing, especially the rickety chair that Heavy Hammer Kaz had just sat on. Forget it. She could directly refuse him entry in the future to avoid contaminating her carefully arranged small house. It had taken her a great deal of effort to extract the fragrance from a pile of grease, which aided in her meditation and prayer. Being contaminated was truly heartbreaking. With this thought, Rylakaz took the broken chair and stepped out of the small house. In the hall, a small number of goblins were busy preparing food or repairing weapons. Rylakaz directly ignored it, a scene that was all too normal. But just as she was about to take her next step, she heard a hissing sound. The sound of a sharp intake of breath was very faint, but it didn't escape her ears. Something was above her. Rylakaz, being a young spellcaster, was still too inexperienced. The sewers had always been protected by heavy hammers, and since this was the Kaz clan, her guard was already down. She never even thought to dodge. She just wanted to see what was at the top to satisfy her curiosity as a spellcaster. Then, her pupils dilated sharply. By Hamriel, what is this? She saw a dragon. A real hatchling dragon. The pale yellow scales covering the hatchling's chest glimmered with a faint fire, which then entered the hatchling's lungs with the air. It cycled again to the core organs blood vessels of the true dragon, transforming into magma that could burn everything, all in less than a breath. The golden red glow was about to burst forth from the hatchling's mouth. Rylakaz now wanted to run back to the hut to grab her staff. However, the hatchling was faster than her, leaping down effortlessly from above, landing on the ground like a cat. and in a flash, it caught this even more inexperienced spellcaster. Its claws pierced into her limbs, pinning her firmly to the ground. Listening to the cries and groans of the creature beneath its claws, Gerton had initially wanted to spit fire to liven things up, but he swallowed it back, knowing there was still a goblin warrior to deal with. Since this spellcaster was so weak, he would save his magma spit for the next one. With that thought, his claws directly slashed the throat of the spellcaster in front of him. Blood flowed, and the campfire burned. In the hall, the sudden commotion was quickly quelled. When Heavy Hammer Kaz cheerfully returned to the Kaz tribe holding a bloodstained stone hammer, he immediately felt that something was off. It was too quiet. It was really too quiet here. Not a single goblin was in sight. Even when the hall was empty earlier, he could at least see a few goblins doing logistical work for the clan. But now, there wasn't a soul in sight. The only constant was the faint fragrance in the air, the aroma wafting from the hut somewhat calming Heavy Hammer Kaz. However, today's scent was a bit strange, seemingly mixed with something else. But in an instant, he brushed aside that uneasy thought, with Rylak around. There was no way there could be no noise even if there were enemies. Come out, you damned brats. Thinking about slacking off before the sun even rises. Get out here. Heavy Hammer Kaz shouted angrily within the clan, trying to wake up those goblins who were hiding in tents or dark corners slacking off. However, the only response he received was endless silence. Apart from the crackling of wood burning in the campfire, there was no other sound. Damn it. When I catch you all, I'll hang you up one by one. Heavy Hammer Kaz swung his stone hammer, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The goblins following behind stumbled and fell to the ground, nearly getting crushed by him. Rylak, come out and punish these lazy cubs. I've only been gone for a short while, and they've become this lazy. This cannot continue. Hammer Kaz shouted towards the exquisite little house while searching through the stinking building. Punishments are usually carried out by the priest in the name of the goblin god Hamriel. But after flipping through several small houses, Hammer Kaz did not find the goblins who often hid here to slack off. Moreover, since Rira had not responded, the fragrance in the air could not quell his temper, and he quickly strode towards the exquisite little house, shouting angrily before even pushing the door open. Rira, why are you ignoring me? Hiss, a very ordinary sound of inhalation came from inside the house. But the furious Hammer Kaz did not think much of it and pushed the door open. He was instantly frozen in place. Corpses, all corpses. The room was filled with goblin corpses, all familiar faces, including Rira, who had just angrily chased him away, lying among them with her throat slashed by claws. Blood, unable to be contained, flowed from her neck, but the bloody smell was masked by the fragrance, making it difficult for him to detect. But what shocked him even more was that on top of Rira's corpse sat a grotesque creature with wings, resembling a true dragon. Its chest was ablaze, illuminating the little house brightly. Then Hammer Kaz felt a blinding golden-red light, instantly bathing him in the high temperature of molten lava. His body unable to resist burning and melting, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Accompanying his consciousness was a whisper. I'm sorry. She is already dead. I'm very sorry for this. But isn't it perfect this way? Little one. Chapter 31. Sewers, Kaz Clan Hall. Gudewin withdrew his gaze. No longer looking at the goblins outside who had narrowly escaped, their pants soaked. He looked down at the sturdy goblin warrior's body slowly corroding and melting under the lava. The progress was slow. Without the effect of the Ratman's lava baths earlier, many parts of the goblin were charred, though flames still flickered in the blackened areas. However, Gudewin had already become accustomed to this in the bonfire hall, and it was the black iron-colored light orb floating above the corpses that attracted him more. All the elite monsters he encountered with second-tier combat power, without exception, were killed by him. It's not that Gudewin didn't want them to submit. After all, a living second-tier creature was far more useful than a black iron talent. But it also posed a danger to him, although that danger was not great. Gudewin did not want to take that risk, so those second-tier monsters had no choice but to die. The main reason was, of course, that the current environment in the sewers was not good, with various monster races mixed together and pressure from outside adventurers. Keeping a second-tier subordinate monster around was like adding a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Perhaps after a setback in battle, it would completely detonate. This verbal submission had no substantial contract to bind it, which was also a crucial factor. Gudewin did not trust any creatures in the sewers. Before having absolute strength to crush others or effective means of control, it would absolutely not seek subordinates of the same rank during its juvenile stage. It prefers to be cautious rather than take risks. This is Gerton's mindset. After all, Gerton is just an unusually developing young dragon, still too weak. Whether in Kalando or in this sewer, its vertical pupils fixate on the familiar black iron talent light cluster. Gerton did not hesitate and directly drew the black iron-colored light cluster from the nearly charred corpse over, which quickly merged into its chest, covered in large scales. Gerton hadn't had the chance to see what talent shards the spellcaster who killed the Kaz tribe had dropped. It merely absorbed them. Now that everything was settled, it happily activated the small green point below its field of vision with its consciousness. The moment to reap and taste the fruits of victory had come. A pale blue light screen and lines of jumping data information instantly covered Gerton's field of vision. The pale blue light screen reflected in its obsidian-like vertical pupils. Ding. Detected that the host has inhaled a talent shard. System is detecting. Progress 15. Ding. Detecting. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent. Stamina. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a first-tier talent. Alliance morale. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent. Heavy weapon mastery. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent. Devotion. Would you like to activate the talent? Among the goblins previously killed, only 2 had given it white light clusters. The others died without value. However, it still served the purpose of preventing the returning goblin warriors from noticing anything unusual. The remaining 2 second-tier talents were granted by the 2 strongest members of the Kaz tribe. Gerton looked down through the data information. The effect of stamina goes without saying. Gerton directly chose no and decomposed it. It already had this talent, and decomposing it would bring it agility. The other first-tier talent, Alliance morale, piqued Gerton's curiosity. It seemed to be a type of beneficial aura. However, upon checking the effect bar, Gerton was disappointed. Alliance morale, when the number of your kin nearby increases, you will gain a small morale boost. The more people there are, the higher the morale. Note, when 1,000 goblins encounter an injured ogre, they won't consider making it their master, but will think about which part is tasty. For goblins, it is indeed a decent talent, but for the lava dragon Gerton, it is hardly worth considering. After all, it doesn't even know how many of its kin are around. However, from the dragon's inherited memories, it knows that its kin are not common on this AIU continent. They are far less common than colorful and metallic dragons. No. Decompose. Heavy weapon mastery. Just a glance made Gerton uncomfortable. Does this talent expect a true dragon to stand upright, neglect its fine claws, and pick up a hammer to fight monsters? A hammer is useful. As long as it can be decomposed, there's no big problem. Gerton's mindset is very calm. The last talent, devotion, effect. Your devotion is known to the gods, and your prayers will be more easily acknowledged by the deities you believe in. Your daily prayers count as 10 days' worth of a regular believer's prayers. If Gerton were a dragon with faith, this effect would indeed be good, as the divine spells of priests rely entirely on the gifts from the gods. If the gods are pleased, it's not hard for a believer to leap into legendary status. There are countless examples on the continent of AIOU. Whether it's the former elven queen of the Underdark, the spider goddess Lolth, or the Lord of Dawn, Lathander, all of whom have done such things. Even the outcome of the battle between the moon goddess Sel-Ini and the night goddess Shar created a powerful deity, the first-generation goddess of magic, Mistra. But now, it doesn't even know whether it believes in Tiamat or Bahamut. What use is this for enhancing faith? No. Decompose. Yes. With a single click, the harvest ends here. And apart from 4 free fragments, Gerton gains nothing. However, this was all within Gerton's expectations. Hoping to find good talents from goblins is like wishing for a real dragon to voluntarily give you its treasury, including the previous harvest. There are now a total of 5 free talent fragments, and Gerton has plans for their allocation. 3 first-level free fragments are added to Draconic Dread, 24. Originally, it thought this would be a useless talent, but it turned out to be quite practical against swarms of low-level monsters. This can be considered a hidden gem of a talent, given that there are still kobolds, goblins, and other creatures to deal with later. Gerton is not stingy with the 2 talent fragments. Draconic Dread, 24, 44. Young Dragon's Roar, 18. The familiar distortion, the familiar panel changes. Gerton is already quite skilled. It clicks on this second-level talent that is completely mismatched with its age, feeling somewhat curious. Talent, Young Dragon's Roar. After a long slumber, growing into a second-stage true dragon, your internal organs gradually take shape. and your charging dragon roar can force all nearby creatures that can hear it to make a will save. If they fail to save, they will fall into random negative states such as dazed, crazed, confused, or paralyzed. Gerton opens its mouth wide, producing a hissing sound from its throat, realizing it seems to have missed a lot. Chapter 32. Looking at the brand new effects of Young Dragon's Roar, Gerton's mind momentarily wavers, suddenly realizing it has been doing something counterproductive all along. The reason true dragons are strong is precisely because of their bloodline and talents, all of which are top tier on the continent of AIOU. No other creature's talents can match those of a true dragon, let alone the small ratmen and goblins' talents. However, looking back now is not too late. Originally, Gerton still wanted to allocate the 2 second-level talent fragments to the freshly minted Frenzy. Now it seems, why bother choosing? Without hesitation, it directly assigned the talent points to Armor of Scales. Only being tough is the hard truth. After all, Gerton is quite sincere, especially after nearly being hit by a goblin spellcaster's acid orb last time, enduring the pain of acid corrosion with small dents on its back scales. Its pursuit of defense has surpassed that of attack. It has a long lifespan, as a true dragon can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. On the long journey, all it needs to do is to survive. Soon, after Gerton allocated the remaining first and second tier fragments, the suffixes of the 2 talents in the talent list instantly jumped up a notch. Robust, 720, 820, Scale Armor Magic, 220, 420. Immediately after, Gerton felt its body sink slightly, as if it were burdened with dozens of extra pounds, but the power surging in its chest quickly countered this sudden weight. Gerton only paused for a few seconds before moving around again, regaining its previous cat-like agility without making a sound. Its appearance now is similar to before, but slightly larger, much bigger than a foal. It's unclear if it's the effect of robust that makes Gerton no longer look like a newly hatched dragon. Instead, it appears to be like a dragonlet over a year old, and with its thick scales, some might even believe it to be 3 or 4 years old. However, compared to a 3 or 4-year-old dragonlet, it seems somewhat underdeveloped. But if it claimed to be a dragonlet less than a week old, it would probably be seen as foolish. Crazy. Even a regular true dragon can't grow this fast, unless it's a legendary dragon. It is said that the formless and tasteless force field dragon, one of the 3 legendary dragons, is the size of a farmer's house at birth, much larger than other types of true dragons in their youth. Just this alone is enough to illustrate why it is called legendary. Not to mention that the time dragon hatchling reaches the 9th tier, legendary, at the time of birth. The ability to stop time without limit is simply terrifying. And when it matures, it can stop time every 6 seconds. It is an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods in the sky. However, discussing these is meaningless. Gerton is indeed at a stage where it is lacking in comparison to those above and has plenty compared to those below. After feeling the changes in its body, Gerton looked around at the layer of magical black scales it had acquired. The refreshed scales gave it the first impression of being shinier than before, with an increasingly high degree of reflectiveness. Curiously, it tapped its claws against them, producing a sound different from the metallic clash it had touched last time. Bang! Bang! This time, the sound was somewhat muffled and solid, a reassuring sound indeed. Gerton did not expect such a significant change from just 2 talent fragments. However, if it thought about it seriously, it would understand that a dragonlet is in the growth cycle of 0 to 5 years, while a young dragon is in the 6 to 15 years cycle. Scale Armor Magic fully matures within 10 years, and the 2 second-tier talent fragments directly offset 1 year of its growth cycle. The changes over a year may not be visible on adult dragons, but for young hatchlings and juvenile dragons still in their growth phase, saying that a year brings significant changes is not an exaggeration. With that in mind, it makes perfect sense. After distributing the talents, Gerton began his routine post-battle summary. He organized his thoughts to see if there were any oversights during the fight and reminded himself not to make the same mistakes next time. However, this post-battle summary was perfect. Whether it was stealth, the finishing touches, or strategies, it could all be evaluated with a textbook-style battle process. From the initial lure to subsequent provocations, infiltration, assassination, silencing, covering up his presence, and finally lying in wait, Gerton had done his best. If there was a mistake to be counted, it was that he should have twisted the spellcaster's head off instead of slitting her throat, which caused a bloody scent to linger. If it weren't for the fragrant cover, that goblin warrior might have discovered him. However, discovering wouldn't be a big deal. In fact, Gerton thought it would give him a chance to practice. He had originally prepared for rage, but he didn't expect these second-tier monsters to be so easy to defeat. Gerton wandered aimlessly in the Kaz clan hall, waiting for the late-arriving goblins from the Garrick clan. Just as he was bored flipping through a meditation potion recipe recorded by an unknown person in the spellcaster's hut, noises finally came from outside the door. The sound of footsteps rustled in the empty hall, accompanied by the classic sneering laughter of green-skinned creatures, somewhat resembling night owls. Clearly, they were very satisfied with the current situation of their former archenemy, but they also knew who brought all of this about. As the elite goblins of the Garrick clan bowed one by one outside the hut, they shouted in unison, "Great and noble master. Your most loyal servants bring the defeated to pay their respects." Beside them, a regular goblin, clearly of lower intelligence, shouted loudly, "Master." However, the final shout from Ula was strangely synchronized. No wonder the previous broken Toadkas thought they were a well-trained group of goblins. Looking back, he probably overthought it. The chaotic nature of goblins is unchangeable. Only when they become powerful and face stronger foes do they restrain that inherent nature. However, without supervision, their chaotic traits will still be exposed. Biological instincts are like that. It's just like how a dog can't change its nature. Gerton stepped out of the spellcaster's hut on his now somewhat elongated limbs, looking at the hall filled with goblins, some standing, some lying down, and some kneeling. At first glance, there seemed to be 40 or 50 of them, but the elite goblins were pitifully few, only the 3 he originally brought. However, among the captives, there seemed to be 4 elite goblins, looking at him with fearful eyes, but none dared to meet his gaze, all avoiding his eyes. The other regular goblins were even more miserable, as a unique smell of urine permeated the hall. Gerton stepped forward without beating around the bush and addressed the bound goblins below. "To the great true dragon, humbly offer your worthless loyalty." His voice roared with an undeniable tone. A goblin with a bleeding head tried to say something, but only managed to utter a single syllable. "We are not humble enough." With a sigh, Gerton rushed forward and flipped it over with a claw, his sharp talons carving 4 deep, bone-visible gashes into its chest, revealing the heart pounding beneath the flesh. Gerton stood lightly in front of another elite goblin and said, "Kneel." This time, the already terrified goblin quickly bowed its head, knelt on both knees, and with the loudest voice of its life, humbly yet tragically exclaimed, "The great true dragon, the broken Toadkas is willing to submit. You shall be my only master for this life." Its voice was urgent and fierce, as if it were shouting, afraid that if it paused for even half a second, it wouldn't be able to speak. The other goblins, seeing this, seemed to have found their backbone and all shouted in a scattered chorus. There were those who submitted and those who declared themselves masters. There were also oaths of loyalty learned from who knows where. The only commonality was that they all lowered their heads, filled with utmost awe and fear. After Kaz finished speaking, a strange feeling welled up inside. It seemed that its submission had disappointed the true dragon before it. It felt as if it were angered by the fact that its bones were not as hard as the previously sharp-eyed Kaz. Chapter 33. Amidst the shouts of submission. Gerton's panel added another title, Kaz Conqueror. Kaz Conqueror, you have used your immensely powerful strength to shatter the fragile confidence of the Kaz clan, crushing their self-proclaimed glory of being a divinely favored race. However, even so, as a true dragon, conquering a greenskin tribe is not worth boasting about. You remain the shame of true dragons. Wearing effect. When attacking, there is a certain chance to force the opponent into a round of willpower assessment. If the assessment fails, the opponent's will be destroyed, leaving them without fighting spirit or confidence. Unlike Lord of Gallic, the effect of Kaz Conqueror seems quite interesting. It's just unclear whether this chance is minuscule or astronomical. Even more to Gerton's surprise, both titles could be worn simultaneously in the title slot without any conflict or the phenomenon of only being able to wear one. Moreover, he could remove them at any time, and it was uncertain whether there was a limit to the title slot. The obsidian-like vertical pupils of Gerton reflected blue, flowing light, and his thoughts drifted. Pack these up. Take them back. Perhaps Nina could use them. Gerton had not forgotten Nina's desire to become a spellcaster, so he instructed the goblins to move useful items from the spellcaster's hut and the Kaz clan to see if they could be of use. As they were about to empty the Kaz tribe, Gerton immediately ordered them to leave. Before departing, he did not forget to set a large fire, turning the territory of this once divinely favored tribe into a sea of flames, reducing it to a white wasteland. The concealment here is not as good as the campfire hall, and keeping it is of no use. It's better to burn it down and completely erase any traces of itself, even though it seems to have left no marks. Gerton set off with more than 20 goblins, and when he returned, he brought back nearly 50 to the campfire hall. He also brought back some scattered items, but fortunately, the campfire hall is quite spacious, with enough room to accommodate them. Moreover, ordinary goblins do not have the privilege of sleeping in houses. The previous 6 small huts have simply returned to their original number. After that, Gerton chatted with Nina, who was very excited to see him back, about the events of the day. Soon, he sent her away with the items he obtained from the spellcaster's hut today. He still had some follow-ups that needed to be dealt with and didn't have time to listen to Nina's lengthy stories. After counting together, Gerton's current strength is as follows: 6 elite first-tier goblins, plus 20 relatively strong ordinary goblins, and more than 30 weak logistical goblins that cannot participate in battles. He recruited quite a few of these goblins today to make up the numbers. In today's battle, aside from the 2 goblins who died at the hands of the heavy hammer cast, there were no casualties, except for 1 goblin who twisted its ankle while running. The number of goblins under his command has already swollen to be larger than any previous goblin tribe. However, compared to the kobolds, there is still a slight gap. After all, the kobolds are not joking when they say that everyone is a soldier, and they are humorously referred to as a mining community. They love to carry a pickaxe with them. Life goes on, and mining never stops. No worker is more diligent than they are. If they weren't so weak and had such low intelligence, they could easily become one of the most favored minions of all true dragons. Moreover, the probability of kobolds transforming into dragons is incredibly low. It could take thousands of them to produce just one. Even if a true dragon grants them bloodlines, often no kobold can withstand the true dragon's blood. However, some wargs and ogres are the best carriers of true dragon blood. The topic has strayed a bit. But in any case, Gerton currently has a gap compared to the kobold tribes in terms of both the number of cannon fodder and elite forces, plus his own combat power. After all, he hasn't forgotten that there is a dragon marked on the map. If there is a dragon, Gerton is more inclined to think that the kobold tribe is raising it. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why this dragon does not compete for territory. There are historical precedents of kobold tribes raising true dragons, especially among the kobolds in the northern regions. Kobold tribes that raise white dragon hatchlings are encountered by adventurers every year. In the gloomy marshes, there are also kobold tribes that raise black dragon hatchlings. After all, aside from black and white dragons, the hatchlings of other true dragons are born with an intelligence of 10, equivalent to that of an average adult human. If they are raised by kobolds, it's hard to say who is raising whom. Only the juvenile dragon resembling a beast, the white dragon, and the black dragon, which is not very bright at birth, are likely to be domesticated. It is only through domestication that we can explain why the dog-headed tribe is in urgent need of food but does not expand. The dog-headed people do not raise true dragons for fighting. Rather, they are revered and treated like deities, worshipped like bodhisattvas. Only when the tribe faces a crisis would they take their imagined gods out for a walk. Although the dog-headed people generally restrain their deities with iron chains or similar devices to prevent them from escaping, at that time, the dragons resemble dogs more. However, this does not diminish the dragon's majestic presence. Nevertheless, these are just Guduin's speculations. The exact situation requires on-site investigation, which will be carried out by sending goblins. Guduin will only be responsible for remote control, but all of this will have to wait until tomorrow, as the reconnaissance can be done no later than the 3rd day. He has not forgotten that there is another goblin tribe waiting for his conquest, and he is also quite curious about the effect of the next title. He inquired about the name of that goblin tribe, which is called Daika. In the goblin language, it means unity, and it is said that their tribe does not have any spellcasters. Yet, they managed to avoid being swallowed by the other 2 tribes, indicating that their leader has some abilities. Furthermore, their location is the closest to the dog-headed tribe, and the fact that they are not being encroached upon clearly shows they have their unique strengths. However, all of this information comes from the older goblins, who mentioned that in the past, there weren't so many clans among the goblins. There was only one, called the Chino clan, which used to dominate the sewers and was referred to by well-meaning individuals as the underground goblin kingdom. They could be found in the sewers of trade zones, noble districts, and dock areas, but later, with the development of Kalando and the goblin's own arrogance, many pedestrians were often robbed by groups of 3 to 5 goblins in the shadows at night. Ultimately, guided by greed, They attracted terrifying creatures known as adventurers. It is said that at that time, a goblin's right ear in the sewers of Kalando was worth 10 copper coins, compared to the current value of 2 copper coins. That was 5 times more. This led to overcrowding in the sewers of Kalando. If it weren't for the fact that later there were too many goblins and not enough resources, one could find a goblin tribe in the countryside within the time it takes to search for a goblin in the sewers. This is what caused the fervor to subside, and the remaining goblins then consolidated into 3 clans, looking down on each other due to their differing stances. The Gallic clan spellcasters survived from that period. After hearing this, Gerton understood why the goblins in the sewers here are so different from those in the wilderness. It turns out their ancestors had once been affluent. No wonder, no wonder. After learning all this, Gerton gathered some information about the Daika clan from the goblins and began to formulate some plans. However, since magma eruption has not fully recovered, he can only wait until tomorrow to discuss it further. After all, this could be considered a significant weapon of its destructive power. Sometimes, Gerton envied the hatchlings. At least their breath could be released without limit every day. However, Gerton's breath could only be unleashed once a day during its hatchling stage. This also reflects the terrifying nature of Gerton as a lava dragon. Even in its hatchling stage, its combat power already far exceeded the other 4 types of dragons among the chromatic dragons, almost rivaling that of the red dragon. After understanding this, Gerton had nothing much to do for a while, so it lay on the high platform, rubbing a few silver coins under its claws. Then it looked at Nina, who was holding a spell book and appeared to be drowsy. As it continued to watch, it too became drowsy and soon fell into a deep sleep. Feeling quite tired that day, hatchlings must ensure enough sleep to grow quickly. Chapter 34. When Nina woke from her slumber, she found that the hatchling that had been lying beside her had disappeared. Only the residual warmth on the ground and the scattered coins proved that it had once lain there. Nina sat up and looked out from the high platform. Indeed, there were many fewer goblins in the bonfire hall, and not a single elite goblin was present. At first glance, it seemed rather empty. Nina knew that Mr. Gerton must have gone to lead his subordinates to conquer another tribe, which she heard was called the Daika tribe. She was aware of this, but waking up without seeing Gerton left her feeling a bit empty inside. Looking at the scattered coins beside her, she momentarily lost the desire to tidy them up. Staring blankly at the empty surface of the high platform, after a long while of days, she picked up the obscure and difficult spellbook again. But she couldn't turn a single page and closed it, tossing it aside. She couldn't focus on it. However, this state of lethargy didn't last long. It was as if she suddenly had an epiphany, shaking off her previous droopy appearance. She began to pray with a sincere expression. Nina suddenly realized that even if she couldn't be by Mr. Gerton's side, she could still contribute in some way, even if her offering was insignificant. She prayed for the blessings of the gods, hoping that today Mr. Gerton would be as successful as he was yesterday. Nina closed her eyes and silently prayed to all the deities she knew, including the Lord of the North Wind, Bahamut. If there were a shrine to a deity in front of her, she might even bow and offer her most sincere faith, just as she had done when seeking the help of the Earth Mother for Grandma Orlan. The belief in deities had deeply rooted itself in the hearts of the people of the continent of EO. Both children and the elderly believed that the gods were omnipotent. At least, in their hearts, they were. While Nina was praying, Gerton was leading its goblin subordinates to the last goblin tribe in the sewers, the Daika clan. This time, in addition to 6 elite goblins, there were also 30 to 40 ordinary goblins, including those from the Kaz clan who had just surrendered yesterday. They all held newly issued weapons, but what was even more surprising was that their expressions were no longer listless. Instead, they appeared spirited and eager to try. The goblins of the neighboring Gallic clan were the same. However, when they looked at the Kaz clan next door, their expressions were filled with arrogance, as if they looked down on the losers from a high pedestal. Gerton had long anticipated this. After all, he had administered a strong dose of motivation earlier that morning. The formula for this motivation was quite simple, akin to the saying from his previous life about painting a pie in the sky. It was nothing more than telling these goblins that after unifying the last Daika clan today, the chieftain of the goblin race would be chosen from among the bravest of them. This leader would head the newly integrated tribe, truly becoming the king of goblins. Above all others, the promise of becoming the Goblin King was straightforward and crude, yet it was the most effective way to inspire the goblins and ignite their fighting spirit. A goblin who does not wish to be a warrior is not a qualified goblin. As for the Goblin King, there was no need to elaborate. Any goblin knew what this status represented in terms of power and the privileges it afforded within their strict hierarchy. Everything was self-evident. Therefore, the boost in morale was well within Gerton's expectations. However, he did not anticipate such a significant effect. Not only the elite goblins, but even the physically weak ones appeared full of vigor. It seemed that this strong dose had been effective after all. The results for the goblins were remarkably good. However, upon reflection, Gerton felt relieved. After all, they could be considered a form of intelligent life on the continent of AIO. As long as they were intelligent beings, they would crave power, status, and wealth. Even true dragons could not escape this curse, let alone goblins. With morale up, Gerton planned to engage in a truly direct battle this time, preparing and laying the groundwork for the upcoming fight against the kobolds. After all, if there was indeed a dragon in the kobolds' lair, they would eventually have to confront it. Although the lower-tier forces do not play a decisive role in battle, they still have some utility, and any increase in strength is beneficial. Gerton originally did not expect them to win against the kobolds despite being outnumbered. His expectations were low. He simply hoped that these goblins would not flee before they had even shown any signs of defeat. Therefore, in this battle, Gerton hoped that after this encounter, the goblins would gain some confidence in their master. Of course, confidence is not something that is merely spoken. It must be earned through real experience. With this in mind, Gerton realized that he had unknowingly led the goblins behind him to a moss-covered underground corridor. If his memory of the map was correct, at the end of the corridor there was a slope. Turning left after descending would reveal a circular abandoned underground hall. That would be the residence of the Daika clan, a gathering place for over 40 goblins. Gnatica was the current leader of the Daika clan, having taken the supreme authority of the clan from his aging father 5 years ago and maintained it ever since. Regardless of whether they are dog-headed men or goblins from other clans, Gnatica looks down on them all, as it has always arrogantly believed that the Daika clan is the only legitimate lineage in the former goblin kingdom of the sewers. This belief is supported by the unique bloodline of its Daika clan chieftains, which emits a mysterious power. Those goblins from other tribes are merely incompetent, cowardly, and pitiful creatures. However, it does have the capital to be proud. Under its leadership, the elite goblins of the clan have reached as many as 10, not to mention its own magical abilities. Even the spellcasters from the Gallic or Kaz clans do not intimidate it. Yesterday's great fire in the Kaz clan had reached Gnatica's ears through its subordinates, and it was pondering which force could be responsible. Was it the dog-headed men? Or an outsider race? Or had some other upheaval occurred in another region? Just as Gnatica's thoughts were wandering, urgent footsteps were heard outside the chieftain's hut. Chieftain, a lot of goblins have come to the hall. There are some from the Gallic clan and some from the Kaz clan. There are as many as 10, 7. The complex and awkward counting of the goblins outside immediately snapped Gnatica to attention, first with confusion, but then a sense of absurdity surged within. The Gallic clan and the Kaz clan are irreconcilable enemies. How could they come together to surround the Daika tribe? It would be more believable if a dragon had come outside. And chieftain, there's a black dragon in the hall outside. You must come and see. Hearing the urgent call, Gnatica immediately pushed open the door and stepped outside. Now was not the time to question the truth. Whether it was real or fake would be known upon seeing it. Soon, after passing several buildings in the hall, its vision opened up. It saw 2 groups of goblins confronting each other directly ahead. One group was its own clan members, while the other was, as reported, from other clans. It also saw the incongruous black dragon. After all, a bit of black among a sea of green was particularly eye-catching. This was a black whelp, standing significantly shorter than the elite goblins, even shorter than an ordinary goblin, which stood over 3 feet tall. Gnatica could see clearly that this dragon, covered in thick black scales, was not a true black dragon. It did not have the prominent parallel spiraled horns on its head, nor did it have the emaciated, skeletal body. Instead, it appeared somewhat robust. It looked more like a red dragon cloaked in black skin. However, there was no doubt that this was a whelp, though Gnatica could not determine what kind of dragon it was. Nevertheless, Gnatica felt a slight sense of relief, as even a strong whelp had its limits, making it not too difficult to handle. What Gnatica was more eager to know now was how these cowardly goblins dared to come looking for trouble with the Daika clan. Did they really think they could intimidate it with this black whelp? How ridiculous. Once, the Goblin Kingdom also raised dragons. At this thought, Gnatica's eyes lit up slightly, and involuntarily glanced at the black dragon, suddenly having a bold idea. So, It stepped forward with an extremely proud posture. Looking at the other clan goblins who seemed quite spirited. Proudly, it spoke, "You dare to invade my territory. Didn't T. Galakrin and Heavy Hammercast tell you that the Daika clan is not a place for weak and useless fools like you? However, I am in a good mood today. As long as you leave this hatchling dragon you have raised, I can let you go." As soon as Ganatica finished speaking, it noticed that the originally spirited goblins across from it, whether elite or ordinary, were all looking at it with a strange gaze as if they were looking at a fool. Then, it heard the most majestic and solemn, thunderous voice of its life. Chapter 35. A voice like rolling thunder, making it hard for Ganatica to ignore the creature that produced the sound. The voice came from the black dragon crouching on the ground, giving Ganatica a sense of absurdity, as if a petite woman had emitted a rough, hoarse male voice. The size of Gwydion was indeed such for Ganatica, who was as tall as an adult human. However, it was more concerned about whether it had misunderstood. Was this hatchling dragon not raised by the goblins? Just as Ganatica was lost in thought, the goblins across from it conveniently revealed the truth. Especially the elite goblins who shouted loudly, "You have insulted our great, kind, and supremely revered master. Its majesty cannot be insulted. Our Galaka's clan will fight to the death with your Daika clan. Yura." As soon as these elite goblins started, the other ordinary goblins quickly reacted, joining in the shouting. "To the death! Yura! Yura!" The goblins' angry shouts echoed throughout the hall. All the goblins appeared indignant. But how much of that anger was genuine and how much was put on for Gwydion was unknown, although Ganatica was not afraid of these rabble-like goblins. Hearing that the black dragon in front of it was the master of the goblins still revealed a hint of surprise. After all, if it were just a hatchling dragon, it would be quite difficult to subdue two goblin clans with spellcasters and second-tier warriors. Were there other creatures lurking in the shadows? Ganatica cautiously looked around the dark corners, trying to discern something. However, the next moment, a roar louder than the goblin's clamor shattered all sounds in the hall. Hatchling dragon's roar. Then came that familiar hoarse and rough voice, "My vassals, take up arms and fight for me. Crush any creature that dares to insult the true dragon. Outside of submission, there is only annihilation." Gordon's voice was like a signal, causing the goblin followers who were originally standing still to raise their weapons one by one, charging towards the nearby Daika clan like a vanguard. They appeared eager and full of fighting spirit. On the contrary, the Daika clan was shaken by Gordon's authoritative roar, which caused many ordinary goblins among them to kneel down, their calves trembling uncontrollably. Some goblins instinctively tried to flee, and even the elite goblins were affected by this roar, appearing timid and helpless as they watched the charging goblins be slaughtered. Seeing this phenomenon, Ganatica dared not think that there might be others hiding in the shadows. If he continued to let his imagination run wild and became paranoid, the tribe's warriors might be killed off by these filthy swine. The urgent task now was to deal with the people in front of him. Thus, Ganatica skillfully drew upon the mysterious power within him. The entire goblin took a deep breath and then, as if exerting all his strength, let out the mightiest roar belonging to the Daika clan chief in the hall. "Warriors, stand up. Let this whelp dragon and its subordinates remain forever in the Daika clan. I want its head as a trophy to hang on my wall." Ganatica's roar seemed to carry magic, instantly reviving the morale of the previously dispirited goblins of the Daika clan. Some goblins immediately struggled out of their dazed, paralyzed states. Their trembling bodies ceased shaking, their chaotic thoughts gradually stabilized, their hands regained strength, and their expressions returned to the robust and powerful appearance they once had. They began to calmly grip their weapons to face the oncoming enemies. This roar directly saved the Daika clan from the brink of collapse under Gordon's dragon roar. Gordon naturally noticed that his originally unstoppable momentum was being countered by the angry roar of that goblin chief. This piqued Gordon's interest. Moreover, after the roar, the goblins of the Daika clan seemed to have become even stronger, with bloodshot eyes, elevated morale, and agile movements. While the goblin followers on Gordon's side could attack 3 times, those from the Daika clan were able to launch 4 attacks. If it weren't for the goblins' physical changes being minimal, Gordon would have believed it was a group frenzy technique. It seemed that this goblin chief was not simple. Gordon narrowed his dark golden eyes, watching the chief who had let out the roar and was about to disappear into the crowd of goblins. A hint of murderous intent emerged in his gaze. If he could just kill it, the Daika tribe should have no one left to resist. With this thought, Gordon wasted no time, slightly exerting strength in his limbs and folding his wings. His long body, along with his tail, curved slightly into a bow shape. The best posture for a charge. Whoosh. In the next moment, Gerton transformed into a black streak of light, the wind visibly swirling beneath his scales. The goblin chief Ganatica charged fiercely toward the goblin chieftain in the distance, still within sight. After letting out a roar, it suddenly felt a chill down its back, and its alertness spiked. It didn't even get a chance to glance at the ongoing battle before retreating behind several goblins. And it was this keen awareness that allowed it to escape disaster. Boom. A loud crash echoed, and the two goblins at Ganatica's original position were sent flying. A black hatchling dragon, charging sideways, appeared before Ganatica in the next moment, looking down at it with a disdainful posture, its head held high. In its dark, golden vertical pupils, there was a hint of regret, as if it was somewhat dissatisfied with its own actions. Ganatica thought it was something else at first, but when it looked down and saw the small black hatchling, it was momentarily stunned. Then it burst into wild laughter. It had come right to its doorstep. Even a red dragon probably wouldn't be as brave as you, little one. Saying this, Ganatica immediately activated Frenzy, its already robust figure towering even higher. Striding towards the hatchling, which barely reached its knee, it intended to slay this true dragon in front of all the goblins, to show them what true kingdom legitimacy was. After all, it was not just the goblin chief, but also a goblin warrior who could frenzy. Little one, the hatchling, Gerton, tilted its dragon head and smiled back after hearing the goblin's words. Without further ado, it activated the frenzy inscribed in its bloodline. In the next instant, Gerton's size, which was originally that of a pony, shot up, and the sound of cracking bones echoed from within. This time, Gerton's use of frenzy surpassed Ganatica's. Its size increased by half, and perhaps due to its different bloodline, it was hard to explain why Gerton's transformation was so obvious despite both using frenzy. This was also Gerton's first time using frenzy. Originally, Gerton stood less than 2 feet tall, but after frenzy, it reached 1 meter. When crouching, its height was even about 1 meter and 3 centimeters, slightly shorter than Nina, and with its tail, it measured over 2 meters long. Although Gerton was not as large as the goblin after frenzy, its size could no longer be considered small. Gerton asked slowly, just now, "Who did you say was the little one?" Ganatica opened its mouth, staring at the suddenly enlarged black hatchling, speechless. Before it could comprehend why a dragon would also frenzy, it felt a massive shadow and a powerful wind rushing toward it. Ganatica stretched out its hands to resist, only to find that its once proud strength was like an egg in the face of absolute power, shattering upon contact. Its resistance was futile. The 2-meter-tall, robust body was instantly knocked to the ground by Gerton, which was the size of a large dog. After entering a state of rage, Gerton felt an endless surge of strength in its body. The slight resistance from the goblin chieftain beneath its claws seemed to it like a playful little punch to the chest, filled with amusement. So weak and powerless. It was utterly unworthy of a fight. Gerton expressed its disappointment to the goblin chieftain below. Ganatica wanted to say something, but Gerton directly cut off its chance to speak. Its razor-sharp claws plunged straight into Ganatica's heart, blood flowing from its chest and soaking its entire green torso. Rage indeed had its aftereffects. Not speaking and wasting time was not good. Ganatica could only emit some meaningless syllables before falling silent. Gerton, feeling quite uninterested, looked around, observing the other goblins fiercely engaged in battle. Both sides on the battlefield had bloodshot eyes, clearly fighting with real fire. Only the goblins near Gerton trembled, not daring to move. Seeing their chieftain die at the claws of a true dragon, they realized that continuing to resist was meaningless. It was better to surrender and end it quickly. Gerton's roar of the WIRM was not yet able to be voiced, unable to calm these goblins down. However, in just a few seconds, Gerton thought of another good way to stop the fighting. The black true dragon, squatting and about the height of a child, aimed its head at the dilapidated dome towering over 10 meters high, gauged the distance, and found it wouldn't touch it. It then took a deep breath, the air passing through its throat and lungs, transforming into one of the most turbulent elemental energies, magma. A column of magma fire, 7 to 8 meters high, erupted from Gerton's mouth in a scorching blast. With no target to attack, the magma column dispersed after reaching its maximum range, resembling a fountain as it turned into a shower of meteor fire, falling in the center of the battlefield. In less than 3 seconds, the goblins, who had been fighting fiercely, collectively howled and sought shelter to evade the still-hot magma raining down from above. Gerton watched the goblins' actions with satisfaction, nodding. It was about time for a rain to cool them down. Gerton remained silent, observing the many goblins looking over. Stepping on the corpse of the dead goblin chieftain, it bared its sharp teeth and addressed the sorrowful goblins of the Daika tribe. Chapter 36. When Gerton gradually manifested its third title in the title bar, it finally lifted its rage state. After the rage subsided, Gerton felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over it, unconsciously collapsing down, resting its chin on the corpse. Its originally robust body seemed to deflate like a balloon losing air, reverting to its previous form, a black hatchling slightly larger than a pony. At this moment, although Gerton looked listless, no goblin dared to make a move. They all lay on the ground, heads bowed in submission, under the leadership of a goblin without second-order strength. These elite goblins were like a pile of loose sand, unable to unite without a leader. Only Gerton could meld them together. Therefore, Gerton also began to check the newly appeared title on the panel. Title, King of the Daika, undoubtedly. Your strength is enough to make these goblins born in the Daika clan fear and submit, especially after the chieftain's death. You will be their only refuge and hope. Now, inherit the will of the previous goblin chieftain and become their only king. Of course, you will also walk further down the path of the true dragon's disgrace. Wearing effect, strength Daika clan reputation. Because it was during the decline after the frenzy, Gerton only felt his body hollowed out, so he couldn't intuitively feel the power bestowed by the title. He only knew that a warm current surged within him, but it quickly vanished, like a mud cow entering the sea, fleeting in an instant. However, the aftereffects of the frenzy came quickly and left just as fast. In just over 30 seconds, Gerton felt his body once again filled with power, even stronger than before. He stood up, flexed his claws, and then raised his head to look at the goblins still respectfully lying on the ground. He issued his first command after unifying all the goblin tribes in the sewage system. Take everything valuable here and leave. Gerton had already decided to use the bonfire hall as a base and had no intention of opening a branch mine. So he was very straightforward in wanting to replicate what he had done previously in the Kaz clan. Although this hall was spacious and somewhat hidden, Gerton thought it was still not as safe as the bonfire hall in the narrow path. Moreover, he was more accustomed to that place. The newly submitted Daika clan did not dare to refuse the new king's request, and the goblins from other clans were too busy gloating to even think about opposing it. One by one, they joined the demolition crew, and in an instant, the originally quiet hall became busy again. Green figures rushed around, carrying supplies and materials, which were quickly piling up into a small mountain. Gerton couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This goblin tribe was the richest he had ever seen. But thinking about it, if they weren't this rich, how could they raise 10 elite goblins? It should be noted that their food consumption was quite astonishing, and there were many goblins to be enslaved. Generally speaking, the ratio of elite goblins to ordinary goblins was 1 to 5, or even 1 to 10. This means that at least 5 goblins were needed to support one elite goblin. Otherwise, insufficient survival resources would greatly diminish the strength of the elite goblins. However, Gerton didn't have much interest in how these supplies came about. After all, he would know once he returned and asked. What he was more curious about now was what the floating black ball in front of him would bring him. He still vividly remembered how the previous goblin chieftain dispelled the pressure of the dragon's roar. He was quite interested in that kind of power. Gerton did not hesitate and directly absorbed the black iron-colored talent orb, a trophy from the chief of the Daikar's clan. The light blue panel was opened, and familiar lines of data began to appear, displayed in Gerton's field of vision. Ding. Detected that the host has inhaled a talent fragment. The system is detecting. Progress 5. Progress 99. Ding. Detection successful. Identified as a second-tier talent. War command. Would you like to activate the talent? Talent. War command effect. War flows through your blood. Your words and actions carry an inspiring charm, easily stirring the emotions of your subordinates with just a single sentence, significantly boosting their willpower, making them fearless and unafraid of death. Additionally, under the enhancement of your voice, your subordinates will gain a slight increase in agility, strength, endurance, and attack speed, with the duration depending on when this war ends. Note, crush them. For the clan king. Upon seeing this talent, Gerton naturally clicked yes without hesitation. Although it wasn't as powerful as Group Frenzy or the Shaman's Bloodlust, having it was better than not having it at all. He hadn't forgotten that his forces had already swelled to nearly 100 goblins, with over 10 elite goblins. This talent, which could enhance the group's strength, made Gerton wish he could have more like it. Ideally, he wanted several group invisibility, group magic weapons, bear strength, and cat's agility. That way, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, as his goblins would handle everything for him. After all, isn't there a famous saying? When the buffs stack to 100,000 layers, even gods can be defeated. Once the talent fragment was confirmed, it immediately fused into Gerton's body. And the talent list quietly changed. War Command, 118. Meanwhile, a method of use resembling Dragon's Roar silently appeared in Gerton's mind. The vocalization was identical to that of a dragon's roar, but needed to be combined with the bloodline within to stir up and manipulate the hidden war command. Then, the war command would evoke a spiritual resonance in the subordinates, stirring their inner turmoil. This would enable the subordinates to be fearless, freely unleashing the vigorous power within them. The process was similar to bloodlust, but bloodlust was more straightforward, directly using magical power to alter the recipient's body. In contrast, war command was subtle, allowing the recipient to naturally accept the changes occurring in their body. If the former was crude and violent, the latter was gentle and silent, like boiling a frog in warm water. Although the effects were not as immediate as the former, the latter clearly had superior sustainability. After all, the side effects of bloodlust were no joke. Once Gerton finished studying the method of using war command, in his mind, the goblins were already fully prepared, just waiting for his command. Looking at the neatly lined up goblins, almost 100 in number, a sense of accomplishment surged within Gerton. After all, it took less than 3 days to unify the goblin tribe in the sewers from scratch. Although it couldn't compare to the true dragons who easily subjugated ogres or had dragon kin as subordinates, Gerton was already quite satisfied with what he had achieved as a young dragon. After all, progress is made one step at a time. With this thought in mind, Gerton's gaze involuntarily turned to the far end of the hall, where the desolate and broken stone steps led up to a stone archway about 5 or 6 meters high. Beyond that was the familiar environment of the sewers, the direction of the kobold's lair. Now, the only area not under Gerton's control was that. However, this matter needed to be planned over time. Gerton thought of the dragon-shaped symbol marked on the map, and a hint of gloom flashed in his golden vertical pupils. Let us go. Gerton got up and walked out of the ancient hall with elegant steps. With a command and Gerton gradually walking away, the goblin army, consisting of 3 clans, also set off, quickly forming a long line that disappeared into the hall. Chapter 37. On the way back, Gerton and his group faced no obstacles and returned safely to the bonfire hall, just in time to find Nina cooking something. Upon seeing Gerton return, she rushed over without putting down the spatula-like tool in her hand, looking him up and down. However, after seeing Gerton's intact scales and the long line of goblins behind him, Nina smiled and said, "Mr. Gerton, welcome home. The oyster soup will be ready soon. You must try Nina's cooking later," she cheerfully told Gerton. Oysters. Gerton thought that if his memory served him right, this should be a sea creature. How could it be in the sewers? Well, there's an underground river beneath the sewers that connects to the ocean. Although it's just a small pit overflowing, there are occasionally some seafood. I found dried seafood in the storage room and asked about it, Nina explained while waving her tool, looking at Gerton with a face full of praise. Underground river. Gerton mulled over these words, feeling a spark of inspiration, but couldn't recall what it was. Good job. You must take me to see it later, Gerton praised Nina, and after receiving her enthusiastic nod, he tilted his head back to look at the goblins behind him. Once settled, have them gather at the base of the hall's platform. I have something to say. Along the way, Gerton had thought of many things. Since he had now united 3 clans, it was essential to integrate them, and the best way to eliminate clan barriers was to merge them together again. In other words, to create a new clan, one that belonged to him. In this way, there would no longer be distinctions like Kaz, Galak, or Daika. From then on, these goblins would only have one name and one master. Him, Gerton. Originally, he wanted to say this on the way, but he remembered there was still a batch of goblins in the bonfire hall. Gerton dismissed the thought and decided to wait until they returned to the bonfire hall to discuss it together, to avoid repeating themselves. All right, master. The elite goblins all responded in unison, especially the few elite goblins from the Daika tribe who had just joined, eager to rush to the back of the line to relay the message. Then, Gerton and Nina went down from the high platform, waiting for the pot of delicious oyster soup to finish cooking. As the aroma filled the hall, after Gerton and Nina finished a large pot of oyster soup, they waited a little longer until all the goblins from the 3 clans stood in the center of the hall, each with a broken bowl filled with rum beside them. The rum was confiscated from the Daika tribe, and Gerton and Nina also had a cup. He hadn't had the chance to inquire about its origin, but it should have come from some tavern above Kalando. He didn't know how they managed to get it. The goblins below the platform looked at the true dragon in front of them, and the Dragonborn girl Nina beside it with either respectful or fearful gazes. Nina's identity had long been circulated among the goblins. The Dragonborn girl with eyes similar to Gerton's had several versions of rumors about her. Some said she was also a true dragon, just disguised as a human. Others claimed she was a pet raised by Gerton, as it was hard to explain how a human weaker than a goblin could follow a true dragon. Of course, the most outrageous claim was that Nina was Gerton's offspring. Moreover, that goblin could confidently present evidence, such as their similar tastes, similar vertical pupils, and even comparable speaking tones. Wasn't that enough to prove she was his offspring? Although the rumors varied, there was one thing they all agreed on. Nina was a character not to be trifled with. Whether it was because of Gerton's favor or her hidden strength as a true dragon, both were beyond what the goblins could provoke. Gerton, however, was unaware of all this. At that moment, he looked down at the goblins quietly waiting for his command. He couldn't help but regard the goblin species, or rather the goblins in the sewer, with a bit more respect. Perhaps only such a strictly hierarchical race could establish their own kingdom in the sewers. Although that was in the past, at least they had once been glorious. Roar. I have summoned you all to say 3 things, so listen carefully. Gerton began with a roar that carried no pressure typical of dragons as an opening statement. As all the goblins' eyes turned to him, he spoke slowly. The first thing is that in the future, whether it's the Gallic, Kaz, or Daika tribes, they will no longer exist and will become one unified legion clan. The clan name will be Blackfire, and I, the true dragon Gerton, will be the sole king of your Blackfire clan. Gerton looked at the nearly 100 goblins before him and still decided to organize them into a clan. Upon hearing this, all the goblins, including the elites, were somewhat confused. You will be integrated into one entity, no longer divided. You are all my kin, Gerton added. At this moment, some goblins began to thoughtfully look at the other goblins from different clans around them. The master's meaning seemed to imply that in the future, there would be no distinction between the Daika, Kaz, and Gallic clans. Instead, they would all share the same identity, that of the master's followers. The quick-witted goblins already shouted in response. Blackfire clan. Ula, ula. The other goblins followed suit, expressing their agreement. Gerton looked at the orderly, approving faces of the goblins, raised his hand, and in the next moment, the goblins shouting Ula suddenly fell silent. Then Gerton nodded in satisfaction and glanced approvingly before continuing with his booming voice that filled the entire bonfire hall, slowly articulating the 4th command. The second matter is that a group of people must monitor the movements of the kobold lair day and night. If there are any changes, notify me immediately. Another group, aside from daily activities, must set aside time for training, guided by elite goblins. No one should sleep soundly beside the bed. After gathering a wave of followers, Gerton naturally needed to initiate a training plan. After all, the stronger they became, the better the effect of Gerton's war decree would be. Who knows, given enough time, Gerton might even be able to push down the kobold lair. As soon as Gerton uttered this sentence, cheers erupted from the goblins below, the waves of Ula rising higher and higher. The kobolds had previously been constantly clashing with the goblins, occasionally ambushing these isolated goblins. However, due to clan reasons and numbers, the goblins had been unable to mount an effective counterattack against the kobolds, forced to passively defend. Now that they had a chance for revenge, these vengeful goblins naturally could not ask for more. Some goblins were eager to go out now, volunteering to monitor those little dog-like creatures. The third matter is for you to compile the locations of monsters and resources in the sewers, and then go to investigate and collect them one by one. Gerton picked up the map of the sewers and pointed with his claw to the area belonging to the goblins. He was currently raising around 70 to 80 goblins, and the food they consumed daily was like a bottomless pit. Without a stable food source, it would definitely be unsustainable. In the past, they could rely on the stockpile left by the previous leader to get by, as they could still rob other clans. But now, apart from the kobolds, there were no other large clan tribes in this area, and relying on plunder for survival was nothing short of a fantasy. Unless they went to the Black Street to rob, But Gerton believed that the next day, the Adventurers Guild would post a request to clean the sewers. After all, they didn't care about theft, but if someone dared to rob, even in the Black Street, the Lord of Kalando and the nobles would not tolerate it. So Gerton understood that what he needed to do now was to manage this little piece of land well. Until there was accurate information from the kobolds, he needed to keep the goblins' combat power at its peak, or even stronger. He was already prepared for a prolonged battle. Now, for the birth of the Blackfire clan. Cheers. Gerton raised the rum in the cup beside him and spoke to the goblins below. Then, he directly tossed the cup filled with rum into his mouth, crunching it with his sharp teeth, leaving droplets of pale yellow, foamy rum dripping onto the copper coins on the high platform. The true dragon could eat anything, and a bowl was no exception. It wasn't that Gerton was wasteful, but rather that he found he couldn't pour it into his mouth, so he just tossed it in. The taste was not bad. It surprisingly felt like eating potato chips. Cheers. Huzzah! The goblins below the high platform, seeing Gerton swallow it all, also pretended to lift their broken bowls, but they didn't dare to be as bold as Gerton. Instead, they raised their drinks toward the true dragon on the high platform and downed them in one go. For a moment, the sounds of gulping and swallowing filled the bonfire hall. The bonfire blazed even more vigorously. Below Gerton's line of sight, the small green dots began to flicker erratically. When Gerton clicked on them, he found that the 3 titles he had before had now changed to just one. Lord of Blackfire. Chapter 38. Are you okay, Celia? In a dark cave, behind a massive rock at a corner, 2 slender figures were resting against the rock, panting heavily from their intense running, especially the sorceress, who was not known for her physical strength. Marglesia's once shiny silver armor was now battered, and her long sword had lost its former sharpness. A huge claw mark on her chest, almost revealing bare skin, was particularly shocking. However, even in this state, Marglesia, the female warrior, did not forget to gently care for her companion, the sorceress who had followed her for over a year. She had always regarded her as a younger sister. It's all my fault, Marglesia. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have taken this mission at all. Awakens and the others wouldn't have had to face it. It should have been me facing the dragon lion. The girl, Celia, who once had soft gray hair and shining gray eyes, was now mumbling to herself, her eyes vacant, and her face filled with self-reproach. She frustratedly grabbed her dry, tangled gray hair, no longer the spirited girl who accepted the commission. It's not your fault, Celia. Everything is a choice of fate. Even a prophet cannot predict the future. No one knew that instead of 1 dragon lion at the mission site, there would be 2. And one had already reached the 4th tier. Besides, we all approved this commission unanimously. As for Awakens and the others, Marglesia trailed off, unable to continue. Just moments ago, to hold back that 4th tier dragon lion and buy them enough time to escape, Awakens, Galiot, and Mayfane, the Wanderer, Warrior, and Ranger from the Dawn and Prosperity Adventurers Guild, had stayed behind to fight the dragon lion. Awakens was the last, a 2nd-tier forest scout, who was even more agile than monkeys in the forest. But just as they had fled to this dark cave, a few hundred meters away, they had already heard Awakens scream and the horrifying sound of bones being chewed. Then, with the giant roar of the dragon lion, a large flock of birds was startled into flight. It is said that the dragon lion particularly enjoys feasting on the heads of its prey, as chewing on skulls grants them wisdom and the ability to learn skills. Thinking of Awakens, who usually joked and played pranks on Liz, meeting such a fate, Marglesia could no longer comfort Celia, nor could she articulate the unspoken words. After all, he was their companion, and even in death, he remained so. Captain, I am the one who should not be alive. Celia raised her head, her face streaked with tears, and the more she thought about it, the more she fell apart. An overwhelming sense of regret filled her chest, leaving her with an indescribable discomfort, especially when recalling the departure of her companions one by one. It felt like a heart-wrenching pain. The pain of parting for adventurers. Celia finally felt it thoroughly after a year, and she couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Normally, as a sorceress, the only spellcaster in the team and still young, she was the one who received the most care. Both Awakens and Mayfane were extremely attentive to her, not out of romantic feelings, but like a family member caring for a younger sister. Even the usually taciturn half-elf Ranger Galiot would say to her, "Good day, Miss Celia." Even his fiercely protective Gabron hound, which only recognized one master, would wag its tail in greeting when it saw her. Captain Marglesia always kept diluted holy water ready for her, even for small injuries. No matter how severe her injuries were, She would only smile and say she was a warrior, that such injuries were nothing, while being reluctant to use the water. Clearly, Celia could hear Margalesia's hissing breaths while meditating at midnight, even when she pretended to be asleep. Although Celia knew this might be due to her sorceress charm, this care was genuine. Seeing Celia on the verge of breaking down, Margalesia quickly comforted her. That's why, Celia, you must not let their sacrifices be in vain. With your sorceress bloodline, you will surely avenge them. Just then, a hurried sound came from outside the cave, and a silver figure suddenly crashed into Celia's soft embrace. It was Liz, Celia's pseudo-dragon familiar, now perched on her lap, gesturing with its wings while communicating with her verbally and through its eyes. It said, "The dragon lion is coming to this cave." How is that possible? Margalesia's voice rose a noticeable decibel, betraying her surprise. Dragon lions cannot reside in dark, damp caves. I just dealt with the bloodstains on me and the traces outside the cave. There's no reason it would find its way here. Dragon lions spend most of their lives on the ground, a small part in the sky, and underground caves are not places they like to go. But Liz wouldn't lie to me. The fact is, it is indeed coming toward us. Facing danger once again, Celia seemed to calm down, stroking Liz's trembling body and saying, "It looks like we are all going to die here today, Captain. Liz, don't come out later." Celia spoke to her magical pet, then handed it some of her small trinkets. "When you return to the north, can you help me find that girl, the one you saw last time? The vertical-eyed Dragonborn girl? Give this to her. Don't tell her that I'm dead." Liz looked sadly at the sorceress girl who could cook black sturgeon, wondering if her less-than-2-year adventurer journey was about to end here. No way. Margalesia, seeing Celia's farewell demeanor, gritted her teeth and suppressed the pain in her chest. Just now, when they were dealing with another dragon lion's corpse, she was the first one attacked. If it hadn't been for Celia casting mage armor on her in time, she might have died even sooner than anyone else. She stood up, grabbing Celia's weak and boneless little hand, pulling her up. "There has to be a way down. I believe we still have a chance. Celia, no matter what, we cannot give up hope, because right now, you are not alone. You still bear the lives of others. Mephane's sister is still waiting for him in White Tower City. Are you really going to just abandon that? You're really disappointing me." As Margalesia spoke, her words carried a hint of reproach that she had never directed at Celia before. However, this stern talk seemed to make the gray-eyed girl, whose gaze had been dim, brighten slightly, as if she felt a bit of attachment to the mortal world. "Let us go. There must be a way down. If I'm going to die, I'll die in front of you." Margalesia let go of her hand and charged ahead into the deeper cave. Celia hesitated for less than 3 seconds before following behind with Liz, matching her pace. A minute later, a creature that had the features of a lion but with scales and wings of a brass dragon approached the giant rock, sniffing the air. Then, this dragon lion, with a mane that matched the color of its scales, let out a thunderous roar in the cave. "Found you, intruders." This massive beast, weighing a hefty 1,500 pounds, moved skillfully through the dark cave. Chapter 39. In the dark cave. The running Celia and Margalesia naturally heard the roar not far away. The sound was close to them, accompanied by the thundering footsteps of the giant beast getting nearer. Margalesia stopped, wanting to intervene. Although injured, her second-tier combat strength was still intact. However, she was pulled back by Celia, who said, "Margalesia, don't rush to stop it. We still have a chance. Look, what is this?" Celia's fingertips suddenly burst forth with a point of light, which then expanded. It was a 0-level spell. Light, suddenly illuminated the entire dark cave, allowing Margalesia to clearly see the overall appearance of the cave. Skeletons. There were skeletons everywhere, and these skeletons were quite new, with some of the white bones even infested with maggots crawling through the flesh. Moreover, these skeletons were of all parts of the body, but the one thing missing was the skull, the head. Here, not a single skull could be found. Margalesia's eyes were filled with fear. "That's right, Captain. This is its lair. We have come to the lair of the dragon lion." Celia added what she had not yet said. How could this be? Margalesia never expected that the dragon lion would go against its nature and nest in a dark cave, rather than a dragon lion. It would be more accurate to say it was a scorpion-tailed lion. Only such an evil creature would nest in darkness. Dragon lions prefer warm, hot places, usually in hills or grasslands. They should be guardians. Guardians of something in this cave, Celia said, as she rummaged through a pile of ornaments and pulled out an ancient copper hexagram seal, inscribed with a language Celia could not understand. This strange seal was obtained from the dead dragon lion, initially thought to be just one of the items they collected, intended to be identified upon returning to the free city. After all, dragon lions are said to be magical creatures related to the brass dragon, and it would be quite normal for them to inherit a bit of a collecting habit. However, it now seemed that this might be the key to guarding the secret door. As a warlock, she naturally had some understanding of magical pets, and her knowledge base contained quite a bit of information about dragon lions. The dragon lion inherits the wildness of lions and the cunning of brass dragons. Scholars claim that the likelihood of a hybrid between a brass dragon and a lion is very low, because their territories have no overlap. And as wise as brass dragons are, they would not take an interest in ordinary lions. They tend to lean towards the idea that dragon lions are magical creations, such as products of interdimensional hybrid experiments and magical accidents. However, a creature that can produce 2 syllables can chat for a day with a brass dragon. It is not impossible that one day, in the desert, a lost lioness had a delightful conversation with a brass dragon. Something slightly beyond friendship might have occurred. After all, those scholars do not understand what cross-species joy means. As a neutral creature, it could potentially be tamed by a mage or warrior as a follower. However, it requires leadership expertise or personal charisma, like someone like Celia. It is precisely because of this, and the fact that dragon lions are strongly territorial and harbor strong hostility towards any outsiders, that dragon lions make great treasure guardians. Of course, most importantly, it has inherited one advantage from the brass dragon. It only needs to consume a small amount of inorganic matter, such as rocks and soil, to survive. Although consuming meat is their nature as predators, they can also live by eating dirt. Therefore, many liches or mages would place dragon lions in their tombs or treasure caves to prevent intrusions by outsiders. As for why these 2 dragon lions broke free from their confinement and ran out to let the hunters see them, reporting it to the free city of Kalando, that is beyond what Celia could guess. However, with the footsteps and roars of the dragon lions getting closer, there was little time left for them. Fortunately, Liz's chirping voice quickly came through as soon as Celia realized they were in the dragon lion's lair. She immediately sent Liz to help search. Although the pseudo-dragon was not a true dragon, it was quite skilled at seeking treasures and secret doors. It quickly guided the 2 to a flat ground devoid of skeletons. They discovered the abrupt groove in the stone slab beneath them matched the size of the 6-pointed copper seal in Celia's hand. The moment Celia placed the seal into the groove, a massive black shadow charged towards them with a roar and a gust of wind. However, no matter how fast its claws were, they could not stop the magic circle under Celia's feet from operating. In almost an instant, Celia, Marglesia, and Liz, 2 girls and 1 dragon, were teleported away from the stone slab, leaving only the roaring dragon lion that seemed ready to topple the stone pillars of the cave. The 2 girls escaped a calamity, feeling as if they had danced on the edge of life and death, and before their hearts could settle, they heard a mechanical voice in their ears. Adventurers from afar, greetings. Welcome to the demi-plane of the legendary mage Gormadon, the Azure City. I am Tower Spirit number 1. Danriel, you have defeated the Guardian and may ask me 3 questions, then take 1 item from the Mage Tower as your reward. The sudden voice startled Celia and Marglesia, the 2 young girls, one big and one small, making them shiver. This voice sounded nothing like it could come from a human. At this moment, they looked up and saw a humanoid construct standing in front of them. The red light on its small head blinked, and even the pseudo-dragon Liz was curious about this being and approached it. Miss, please come down from my head. It reminds me of the feeling of being bald. Liz. Celia quickly called back her familiar. In this strange place, it was better to be cautious. After all, she was only a 2nd-tier sorceress, not one of those legendary mages. They could treat the territory of the demon Lord Mykenshute as a brothel, visit the fungal lady Zugmoy's Syndacra as a botanical garden, and enter the bottomless abyss as if it were their backyard. In such a peculiar demi-plane, it was best to be careful. At this moment, Celia finally had time to look through the tower spirit construct and see the towering spire behind them, which rose over 1,000 feet high. The tower was the only building in this demi-plane. Against the backdrop of the void, the tower's body was marked with a prominent 6-pointed star emblem. Meanwhile, in the sewer, Gerton was contemplating his new title, the Master of Black Fire, beginning a long period of reflection. Title, Darkfire Overlord. Your strength has made all the goblin tribes in the sewers submit to you. All goblins will regard you as their king and show you the highest respect. The Darkfire clan exists for you, and your will is the meaning of their existence. Effects. 1. Dragon's Might 2, Strength 3, Loyalty of all goblins in the sewers, 100, which will not diminish until the first failure arrives. 4. Your attacks will have a certain chance to trigger a will check. 5. Unlocked. Below the title effects, there is a line of light blue small text that Gerton can see clearly. Number of Darkfire Clan followers, 87, 100. What has it evolved into? Chapter 40. The change of title occurred when Gerton announced the establishment of the Darkfire Clan. Gerton remembers clearly that the little green dots on the screen started to flicker. At first, he thought it was other information, but it turned out to be the fusion of titles. But this is fine. He was a bit afraid that he would receive a title for each tribe he conquered, which meant that by the time he reached adulthood, he would have hundreds of titles. Just the opening remarks before the fight would take 10 minutes to recite. And the thought of that scene is already awkward enough to almost overflow the screen. However, does the denominator of 100 after the number of 87 followers mean that the fifth unlock of the title bar requires the number of followers to reach 100? Gerton began to study this. However, for now, Gerton had no other methods to increase the number of followers, but he could reduce it. His dark golden vertical pupils scanned slightly and quickly found that familiar elite goblin, who was originally a member of the Gallic clan. It was also that goblin who first came forward to submit with a burnt arm. Using it for an experiment should be perfect, Gerton thought, and then said to it, "Come here, master. What are your orders?" The elite goblin, who was lying comfortably, suddenly heard the familiar authoritative voice by its ear and, without thinking, rolled and crawled to Gerton's high platform, humbly asking, "What is your name?" Gerton indeed did not know the name of the goblin in front of him. On one hand, he was too lazy to remember, and on the other hand, it was really easy to recognize. The elbow burnt to charcoal stood out like a crane among chickens in the sea of green. A single glance was enough to find it. "Master, I am your most loyal servant, Grush Darkfire." The goblin named Grush reported his surname smoothly in front of Gerton, as if the surname Darkfire was something he was born with, without a hint of hesitation. Even Grush felt a bit proud after finishing his statement, clearly very satisfied with his answer. However, while waiting for the echo from the high platform, Grush's heart was a bit anxious. After feeling proud, his mind was filled with thoughts. Why did the master ask for his name? Could it be? A possibility lingered in Grush's mind. He had already thought of that possibility, the promise made by the master. He remembered very clearly that the master once said that the one who performed best among the Daika clan, he will be chosen as the leader of the Blackfire clan, the leader among goblins. Is the master going to appoint himself as the leader? Is he about to rise to the pinnacle of the goblins? Then, a wave of immense surprise instantly enveloped Grush, stirring his heartstrings. However, in the next moment, the words from the high platform fell, and Grush, whose heartstrings had floated to the astral realm, instantly plummeted into a bottomless abyss. "Very well, Grush. From now on you are no longer a member of the Blackfire clan, nor are you my follower." The rough, booming voice was filled with indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world. But upon hearing this, Grush was instantly dumbfounded. Why was he being expelled? And why him? Gerton lay on the high platform, watching this goblin named Grush, whose expression shifted from shock to pain, from overwhelming joy to dejection. The expression was particularly amusing. However, in the end, the slightly lonely and hunched figure still obeyed the command of the true dragon on the high platform and humbly knelt on the stone slab, saying, "As you wish, my master." Although he was filled with doubt in his heart, he did not ask why. Since it was the master's command, he would obey. Thus, he got up, turned, and walked toward a corner of the bonfire hall, preparing to pack his things and leave. However, Gerton, who had already tested that expelling goblins would reduce the number of Blackfire clan followers, called out to him with a single sentence before Grush had taken 5 steps away from the high platform. "But Grush, you will become the leader of the Blackfire clan. My true follower, not a vassal." Instantly struck by immense surprise, Grush turned back with an incredibly stiff motion, his already green face filled with disbelief, seemingly trying to ascertain the truth of Gerton's words. "Master," he murmured, and then a sound like heavenly thunder rolled in. The true dragon would not joke. "Grush Blackfire, you will become the first leader of the Blackfire clan. Do you intend to refuse?" "No, master, this is my honor. Grush Blackfire is willing to follow the master until the last moment of my life." The goblin immediately knelt down. Although he wasn't very bright, he could still thoroughly understand this simple matter. The first leader, the follower, anyone who heard this would know it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could already feel the envious and adoring gazes directed at him from those around him. The eyes of those goblins who were watching but dared not speak were almost overflowing with envy. Very well, Grush. Now, as the leader of the Blackfire clan, your first task is to carry out my orders. Do you understand? Grush will surely live up to the master's high expectations. If the master is not satisfied, you can kick Grush's head like a ball. Grush naturally knew that this was the moment to show his determination, and he vowed without hesitation. Very well. Now you are responsible for organizing the groups. One group to supervise the kobolds, another group for training warriors, and the most important third task. The goblins, lost and separated from the sewer, were absorbed by the Blackfire clan before being brought before me to pledge their loyalty. At the same time, there is another matter that concerns the future of the Blackfire clan, which is equally of utmost importance. Gerton spoke a lot, and although Grush didn't quite understand, he firmly remembered 3 points: to strengthen oneself, to monitor opponents, and to expand scale. Therefore, an hour later, on the rock wall of the bonfire hall, there was an additional line of text written in goblin language. Creating descendants equals creating the future for the master, for the Blackfire clan. Rejoice! In the half-plane of Azure City, the sorceress Miss Cecilia and the leader of the female warrior group, Marglesia, were watching the tower spirit Danfor as it spoke eloquently before them, like a chatterbox. The essence of its words was simply this: come and choose a collection of a traveling mage. It has everything. After selecting an item, even selling it could allow them to live a life of a noble lady without worries, becoming the envy of others. However, all of this could not escape that topic. Cecilia and Marglesia did not believe it at all, nor did they want to believe that this was a legendary adventure story as told by bards, with Lady Luck favoring them. If that were true, why would their teammates die one by one? Was there some sort of sacrifice involved? Thus, Cecilia spoke first, looking at the tower spirit Danfor, and asked, Danfor, didn't you say we could ask you 3 questions? Yes, beautiful lady, you can ask me any question. As long as Danfor knows it, I can answer. All right, I'll ask you my first question. Before we arrived, did anyone come here? Cecilia's voice was somewhat urgent. She and Marglesia had just made some speculations and began to recall the details from taking the commission to slaying the dragon lion. They discovered many coincidences, as if everything was deliberately pushing them toward the cave. Indeed, not long ago, someone did come to Azure City, and he took away my favorite manual, which recorded my master's autobiographical experiences. I usually use it to pass the time when I'm bored. Danfor's incessant voice struck the hearts of the 2 women like a heavy hammer. Was there really a conspiracy behind this? I was quite sad about it for a while. What's wrong, ladies? You have 2 more questions. What do you want to ask? Danfor can answer. The tower spirit noticed the dazed expressions of the 2 women and kindly inquired. Nothing, Danfor. I think we need to take some of your time to discuss for a bit, Cecilia said apologetically after glancing at Marglesia and receiving confirmation from her gaze. That's fine, ladies, but you only have 2 hours. Danfor's voice was lighthearted, yet his words carried an undeniable tone. 1 mile away, atop the highest hill, 3 people were gazing into the distance, towards the dragon lion cave that Cecilia and the others had entered. Among the 3, the leader was very young, with pale skin on his exposed wrist, dressed in simple knight training attire, looking like a young noble just starting out. His voice seemed to carry a hint of laughter as he faced the nearby dragon lion cave and said softly, Uncle Rosen, do you think they can get such an item? Young Master Joy, the spirit of the Mage Tower is eager to break free from its constraints and will surely do everything possible, even lying, to ensure they obtain that item for the traveling mage's promotion. Since you said that manual is not it, there probably aren't many choices left. The odds this time are still quite large. The knightly man in armor on the left quickly replied, his tone extremely respectful. Although the young master called him Uncle Rosen, he dared not act arrogantly in front of this future mage, or traveling mage. Then please keep an eye on them, Uncle Rosen. They can randomly teleport anywhere within a mile of the cave. Don't let them escape. I'll head back to the camp to rest for a bit. I've been watching the show all morning, and I'm a bit tired. Joy received a positive response, nodded, and gave another round of instructions. Yes, young master. You go back to meditate. I'll be here. The knightly man quickly agreed. Joy nodded, feeling quite at ease with the knightly man's abilities. He turned around and walked down the mountain. A gust of mountain wind blew, lifting the corner of his unbuttoned white shirt, revealing his strong chest. On his chest, a pale blue 6-pointed star was engraved. Chapter 41. The bonfire in the center of the hall blazed fiercely, and in the overly greasy sewer. The flames didn't take much effort. The scorching light could not conceal the broken morning light seeping through the corners at the top of the sewer. The goblins of the Blackfire clan, after their revelry, appeared somewhat fatigued, yawning non-existent yawns. However, even without movement, dawn was precisely when they were most relaxed. "Mr. Gerton, I'm leaving." Nina climbed down from the high platform and softly addressed the black-scaled dragon with half-open dark golden vertical pupils above. At the same time, she waved her hand to greet it. In her other hand, she tightly clutched a bulging little bag. It was morning again, and she was heading back to the perilous Black Street, this time to the alchemy shop in the civilian area. Unlike last time, she was on a mission, collecting materials and seeing if she could get a list of items from the alchemy shop to make it easier for Gerton to purchase next time. Although it was a bit risky, Gerton currently had no other creatures he could use, so he could only send Nina, this tool, to buy some things for him. If he sent a goblin, it probably wouldn't even be able to enter the alchemy shop before being killed by the city guards. "Be careful on your way." Gerton's voice was lazy. He was still waking up. He had thought a lot last night, leading to a bit of sleep deprivation. Saying this, he opened his mouth wide and yawned. The chilling fangs were fully exposed before Nina, yet she showed no fear. After spending several nights together, she had long known that this black-scaled dragon was not an evil black dragon, but a lava dragon. According to Mr. Gerton, it was irritable and quick-tempered, advising Nina to keep her distance when it was angry. However, Nina couldn't understand how Mr. Gerton, who had always been kind and caring like Sister Celia, could be so volatile. Although she had never seen Mr. Gerton angry, she thought it couldn't be particularly terrifying. "Well, Mr. Gerton, you have to believe me. Nina can do it." Nina smiled slyly and began to touch up her makeup on the spot. Soon, an ugly little girl, sickly and covered in red spots, resembling someone who was not long for this world, gracefully left the bonfire hall amidst the shocked gazes of dozens of goblins, carefully maneuvering around several small alarm devices. Then she climbed into the sewer pipes, and before long, she returned to the long-lost ground. The morning mist enveloped the Black Street, making visibility very low. However, amidst the mist, the incoherent ramblings of a drunken man and the distant barking of dogs and crowing of roosters could still be heard, creating a sense of peaceful chaos. But Nina didn't think too much about it. She directly slipped into the mist, skillfully passing through several secluded alleys. Then climbed over a crumbling courtyard wall and soon arrived at the entrance of the civilian area, where the fence had already been removed. There were city guards stationed there, but they generally wouldn't bother with someone like Nina trying to enter. After all, just touching a commoner like her made them feel uncomfortable. It was best not to see them at all. In their eyes, there was no difference between the civilian area and the Black Street. They patrolled merely to fulfill their routine duties. Nina hunched over, with a bulging, inconspicuous little bag in her arms, quickly entered the civilian area. Then she entered a small corner alley, removed her disguise, and transformed back into a 10-year-old girl who was just a bit shabby in her dress. With short white hair and a decent spirit, most of her makeup was applied to her skin or face, so it was relatively easy to take off. Originally, she was reluctant to remove her makeup because some materials were hard to find, but with the help of the Blackfire clan, Nina could probably remove her makeup 100 times a day, as the materials were inexhaustible, being local specialties from the sewers. After reverting to her original appearance as a petite and charming little girl, she took her small bag and wove through the various streets and alleys of the civilian area until she reached the alchemy shop, where she had traded for a giant rat's tailbone last time. The alchemy shop of Flan had a very beautiful half-elf owner, and the prices were fair, so she wouldn't take advantage of Nina for her young age. Therefore, without a second thought, Nina stepped into Flan's alchemy shop again. However, this time she didn't see the half-elf woman in the light blue robe, but rather a slightly older girl with red twin ponytails sitting at the front desk, deeply engrossed in flipping through a thick book. The title of the book was blocked by the table, and Nina couldn't see it. Originally feeling a bit anxious about not seeing friend Vilo, Nina felt reassured when she saw that the girl was of a similar age, with a still youthful face. "Excuse me, is Ms. Vilo here?" Nina spoke in a timid voice, startling the red-haired girl who was reading. She immediately looked around, but because the counter was quite high and she was relatively short, she didn't notice Nina beneath it. In a panic, she closed the book, jumped down from the high stool, stumbled, twisted her ankle, and hobbled into the back room while shouting, "Sister, there's a ghost in the store. A little girl's ghost. Is it here to eat me? I'm still young. I don't want to die." Sister, help me. When Franvilo, who was meditating in the back room, heard her distant cousin Rofu's startled voice, she got up to check. She discovered a little girl in a yellowed, tattered white dress peeking at them with an innocent expression, looking timid, which was quite alarming. She recognized the girl as the one who sold her the giant rat tailbone last time and realized that her cousin had caused a misunderstanding. Annoyed, she tapped the red-haired girl's head lightly. Where did a ghost come from? You're scaring yourself. It's a customer. This is how you run a store? At this rate, all the customers will be scared away, being timid and still liking to read those horror books. Really, Franvilo didn't know what to say for a moment, while flipping through the books left by the red-haired girl on the counter, scolding her. At that moment, Nina saw the title of one of the books, The Lair of the Mad Lich. Although Nina didn't understand what a lich was, it looked very evil at first glance. Consequently, she began to keep her distance from the girl who read such books. However, the red-haired girl, with a pained expression, limped over to Nina and apologized. I'm sorry, customer. Rofu was reckless just now. Saying this, she performed a deep bow of 160 degrees, leaving Nina quite flustered, as it was her first time experiencing such a gesture, making her feel both honored and surprised. It's okay. I was too hasty and didn't knock before coming in, Nina quickly replied. However, she didn't forget the purpose of her visit. She addressed Franvilo at the counter. Ms. Vilo, I have some items to sell this time. And I also want to buy some things. Do you have a list? 40 grams of ground black feather flour, well preserved. Is this animal blood for rituals? It seems to be second tier, quite uncommon. 120 grams of scattered dog head gold. And what's this perfume? It smells quite fragrant and seems to have a calming effect. Franvilo, the owner of the alchemy shop, professionally took out one tightly wrapped bottle or bag after another from Nina's small pouch, carefully investigating and appraising them. Although the items Nina brought were not heavy, they were quite varied. Fortunately, they were all common materials found in the sewers, which Franvil had collected before. However, this was only a part of what Gooden had gathered. There were still many more in the storage area of the campfire hall. Some larger items, such as weapons, Gooden didn't intend to let Nina sell. After all, regardless of whether the alchemy shop would accept them, even if Nina were to move them, she wouldn't be able to, and they would just become useless, left in the warehouse. As each item was counted, identified, and appraised, Franvil's expression remained unchanged from the beginning, focused and serious. Soon, she had finished counting the items Nina brought and wrote them down on a piece of paper. The item names were followed by prices, which Nina found very straightforward. 10 grams of black feather pollen, 9 silver and 30 copper coins. 20 grams of second-tier dark beast blood, 3 silver coins. 120 grams of doghead gold, 67 silver coins. Unknown calming perfume, 1 gold and 20 silver coins. Nina brought a total of 7 materials. The total price listed by Franvil for selling to the alchemy shop was 2 gold, 5 silver, and 20 copper coins. Surprisingly, the most valuable item was that bottle of perfume taken from the Kaz family's spellcaster's hut, which Nina had not expected. Although she had heard Mr. Gooden say that the perfume was worth some money, she was still a bit skeptical. After all, in her view, this perfume only served to mask the smell of the sewers and seemed to have no other use. How could it compare to gold? But the price in front of her made it hard for her to believe. A small bottle was worth more than gold. Nina was shocked. Nina, it seems you had quite a harvest this time. Did you encounter that dog-headed sorcerer tribe in the wild? Many of these materials had wasted a lot of value. Clearly not something that a thrifty human could have achieved. Those dog-headed creatures and goblins, lacking precise instruments, would end up producing such results. Franvil spoke eloquently. Beside her, Rovive looked at Nina with admiration, almost exclaiming, "So impressive." Although Nina was much younger, she was already fighting those monsters, while Rovive was still immersed in terrifying adventure stories. Unable to extricate herself, Nina neither refuted nor admitted it, but simply murmured a low HM, and then spoke to the half-elf shopkeeper. "I plan to sell everything, but could you help me exchange it for other items?" "I don't want coins," Nina said timidly, but her request was undoubtedly agreed to by Franvil. "What do you want, little girl?" "We have everything adventurers need here, but our main focus is alchemical potions. Whether it's the best-selling sleep potion or the underwater breathing potion, we have it all. However, in terms of equipment, we mainly have quality items, and there aren't many weapons suitable for you. Most are enhanced magical weapons, and that price." Franvil began to introduce the various items in the alchemy shop to Nina. Nina listened attentively, as she intended to remember these details and share them with Mr. Gooden when she returned. Ms. Velo, I would like to buy a combat skill book. Do you have any? A warrior training manual? Fran Velo looked at the little girl in front of her and asked with curiosity. How much is it? Nina nodded. One of the purchasing matters that Gerton had instructed her about was related to enhancing the strength of the goblin team. They could spend a considerable amount of money to buy warrior-type training skills, such as charge and cleaving strike, skills that an ordinary warrior could master. After training, they would be able to learn some skills, giving them an advantage in battles against monsters. After all, the Blackfire clan is now a tribe of nearly 100 people. Although they can't supplement high-end strength, they can enhance the capabilities of these elite members. The books are quite expensive. Learning at the Warrior Guild would be much cheaper. Just 1 gold coin per book. Franvella was somewhat confused. Did the person behind her want to establish their own territory? Train warriors? After all, going to the guild only costs 10 silver coins, and mastering better skills would cost at most 20 silver coins. The books are clearly much more expensive than learning from a teacher. However, under Nina's confirming gaze, she gave up on persuading her. Ms. Velo, I also need some fire oil and a dagger. While Nina was picking and choosing warrior skills, she did not forget to mention her additional needs to Fran Velo. The fire oil was something Gerton asked her to bring, but the dagger was what she wanted. She also wanted to be a useful person. Originally, she wanted to buy a small crossbow, but she was afraid it would be too expensive. So Nina settled for a dagger that would be more suitable for fighting in the sewers, a decision she made after consulting Mr. Gerton. Of course, she would pay Mr. Gerton back with her own money later. Fran Velo naturally agreed, as daggers and fire oil are the standard supplies for adventurers. Basically, you can buy these anywhere in Karanda's equipment shops. Just as Nina confirmed the books that Gerton had told her about, she was about to finalize her decision when suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from the door of the small alchemy shop behind her. Someone was coming. Like Nina, 2 little boys from the civilian district arrived early at the alchemy shop. However, as soon as the footsteps started, a childish voice rang out through the entire alchemy shop, revealing their identities. Sister Rove, can you get me a potion of Lady Luck? The one from yesterday expired. Little Kieran wants one too. Saying this, the 2 boys, who were as normal as could be from the civilian district, rushed to the front counter. They patted the counter, which was taller than them, with coins in their hands, eagerly urging and full of anticipation. Rove, go get them 2 bottles of potions. Fran Velo, holding fire oil in one hand and a dagger in the other, saw the rowdy kids and instructed the little girl beside her who was free. Hearing this, Rove skillfully took out tightly sealed bottles from a wooden box, poured out 2 drops of liquid the size of the bottle caps, and handed them to the 2 kids. The 2 children didn't say a word, and after giving a copper coin to Rovey, they smeared the potion on their hands and ran out of the alchemy hut, shouting, Waylon, I have a feeling I'm definitely going to find Flandra today. 2,000 gold coins are mine. Kieran, you go to the west of the city. I'll go to the east. Let's split up. If we find him, we'll share. Their voices faded as the 2 boys ran further away until they were out of sight. Felon Velo noticed Nina looking a bit dazed and thought she was also intrigued, so she kindly advised her, you won't find him. Flandra has been missing for so many days. He probably left Kalando long ago. Don't expect to get even 1 gold coin. They're just bored and want to try their luck. Nina, who carefully put away the blazing oil and dagger handed to her by the half-elf shopkeeper, couldn't help but ask upon hearing Felon Velo's words, who are they looking for? Is Flandra famous? Seeing that Nina didn't know, Felon Velo remained silent and directly handed her a notice from the front desk. The notice featured a bounty of 2,000 gold coins for information about a handsome blonde boy wearing a heart-shaped sapphire necklace. Nina looked at the image, smiling, and curiously asked Felon Velo, is it worth 2,000 gold coins just to find him? As long as you have something of his, yes. For the Durin family, 2,000 gold coins is nothing. They spend more than that at a single banquet, Felon Velo replied lightly. The Durin family, with hundreds of merchant ships docked at Kalando port, indeed found this amount trivial. However, for most adventurers in Kalando, this money could allow them to live a good life for the rest of their days without the uncertainty of an adventurer's life. But it's not that easy to get. Nina, you need to stay grounded and not aim too high. The odds are too slim. Only those bored adventurers waste their time in Kalando. What about that lucky potion? Nina asked again. That's a lucky potion that the temple has been selling recently. It said that applying it can garner the goddess's favor. I don't even know where that rumor started. As a result, now half of the temples in Kalando are selling these so-called lucky potions. and I just received a badge from the Temple of the Moon Goddess. It's said to significantly increase luck in dark environments. Of course, there was something Felon Velo didn't say. The so-called lucky potion was actually just holy water mixed with some other liquids, with no actual luck involved. A non-lucky person wouldn't suddenly become lucky. Upon hearing the last sentence, Nina's eyes lit up, and she shyly said, "Could Miss Vilo also give me a bottle of the Lucky Lady's potion? But could you help me prepare it? I don't want to use it just yet." Felon Velo chuckled silently at her request, but didn't refuse. In her view, it was perfectly normal for the little girl to dream of getting rich overnight. So, she handed Nina a bottle of the so-called lucky potion, and Nina also gave her a copper coin in return. The Hope of a Copper Coin, Chapter 43, Sewers. Bonfire Hall. Not long after Nina left, Gerton lazily propped himself up and began to enjoy the breakfast prepared for him by the servants of the Blackfire clan. Grilled live fish. 7 or 8 catfish-like creatures, weighing over 10 pounds each, were neatly arranged below Gerton's high platform, with a bonfire nearby to keep the fish warm. Gerton disliked cold food. He preferred it hot, the hotter the better, as everyone knew. This was something every servant of the Blackfire clan should be aware of. Just as Gerton finished his breakfast and started a new day, he heard a goblin come to deliver a message, saying there was movement from the dog-headed people. Naturally, Gerton summoned the goblin scout to inquire personally. The small goblin, looking frail but moving faster than ordinary goblins, hurried forward and humbly said, "Great true dragon, that despicable dog-headed man brought a lot of food into their lair today, including live goblins and ratmen." "Oh, did you hear any unusual sounds?" Gerton asked. "Aside from the barking of dogs in their densely packed lair, I didn't hear anything else. But from the sounds, they seem very excited and fanatical. A bit like our clan during past rituals." The small goblin, once a member of the Kaz clan, the so-called God-blessed goblin tribe, was quite familiar with rituals. "Well done. Keep supervising, but don't disturb them. You all need to be cautious and stay hidden," Gerton instructed, clearly aware that there must be secrets in the dog-headed man's lair. However, he was currently waiting for Nina to return and did not plan to act just yet. It wouldn't be too late to take action after gathering more information. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Gerton firmly believed in this principle. Information was incredibly important, whether in his previous life or in this other world. The news about the dog-headed people completely dispelled Gerton's plan to lie on the high platform like a salted fish. He felt he should do something. So he took a few elite goblins and went out to patrol the bonfire territory. He also thought he might encounter Nina on the way, as he was quite curious about the transaction at the alchemy shop. To buy items, aside from materials, Nina had taken all his savings when she left, which amounted to 7 silver coins on the high platform. Of course, this step was due to the concern that he might not have enough money, as he wanted to purchase valuable items, whether they were books or potions. And he was too sure if he could buy everything back. While Gerton pondered this, he skillfully avoided the warning traps hidden in the narrow gaps. If triggered, they would emit a piercing sound that could be heard even from 1,000 meters away. This allowed Gerton to effectively control the safety of his territory. After all, those goblins were quite familiar with avoiding these traps and generally wouldn't trigger them by mistake. This spared Gerton from experiencing the story of the wolf is coming. Today, the sewers were quite noisy with the wind. Gordon moved lightly on his strong limbs, deep in thought, silently gliding through the area near the bonfire hall like a cat. Behind him, a few elite goblins wielding bone clubs followed at a distance, resembling a terrifying wall of flesh. Terry, as one of the last giant rat knights of the Ratman tribe, bore many burdens that were not fitting for his age. After a suspected abyssal demon attack resulted in the deaths of 7 or 8 giant rat knights, there were no more formidable figures left in this branch of the giant rat knights. The outstanding giant rat knights like Tuka and Vicky had returned to their birthplace, the River of Hades. This led to the sudden decline of the giant rat knights in the Ratman tribe. The day before, a new batch of Ratmen had been trained to lean towards becoming Ratman Wanderers or Ratman Rangers, using poison short crossbows to shoot. These two professions were more suitable for Ratmen. Undoubtedly, with Tuka's death, the giant rat knights fell into decline and could no longer stir up any ripples. Slaying dragons ultimately was just a reflection on the surface of a lake, an illusion. Now, Terry, this giant rat knight, bore the supreme command of the Ratman tribe as high priest. He was to investigate the large fire in the southeastern area and the movements of the goblins. as there seemed to be significant activity over there recently. The priest planned to send scouts to learn more and see if a new power had emerged. Considering that wanderers had much less mobility than giant rat knights, Terry took on what he believed was a task to prove the usefulness of the giant rat knights. Thus, he was very attentive to this mission, first visiting the goblin gathering place originally known as the Kaz tribe and then the Daika tribe. He concluded that both tribes seemed to have been eradicated, especially since over a dozen still intact goblin corpses were displayed in the Daika clan hall. He initially intended to return and report, but an indescribable sense of responsibility swept over Terry. He wanted to follow and took his footsteps and revive the giant rat knights. He wanted the newly born rat men to see that knights held a status in the high priest's heart that was no less than that of wanderers and rangers. He aimed to inherit Tuka's will and promote the spirit of knighthood. Therefore, after learning about the two locations, he immediately urged his giant rat towards the third location, the goblin gathering place known as the Gallic clan. This time, he was determined to complete the mission perfectly. As Terry guided his giant rat through the sewers, he touched the heart-shaped sapphire hanging from his short, thick neck, silently praying, "Lord Tuka, bless me so that I can become an excellent giant rat knight like you, leading the rat tribe into the future." This was a treasure that Lord Tuka had personally awarded him upon his promotion to giant rat knight, and he had always regarded it as a precious gem, keeping it at home. It was only after Tuka's death that he wore it, to remind him of Tuka's legacy at all times. The remote crack ahead was the way in. Once there, he just needed to be a bit careful and observe before reporting back. Terry was racing through the sewers and soon saw his destination. Looking at the crack ahead, his mind was calculating the steps he would take. After carefully considering the steps and escape route, Terry gently led the giant rat and silently squeezed into the inconspicuous crack. Such a narrow gap seemed to be made for a rat man like him, a waste for those green-skinned brats. As Terry crawled through the crack, he thought to himself, and then the giant rat beneath him stepped on something resembling a switch. The next second, a sharp alarm rang out in the crack. Terry panicked instantly, as the previously dark corner ahead was now illuminated by flames approaching from afar. Clearly, he had been discovered. At the same time, the goblin's Ula shouts came from around the corner. However, Terry's expression was slightly startled but not overly reactive. In his view, as long as he wasn't surrounded, he could command the giant rat under him to charge forward with all its might, making it impossible for the goblins to catch him. This was also why he was so bold as to venture into the nest. Therefore, he even casually stepped on the sharp alarm device to break it, and then looked at the goblins approaching with a nonchalant demeanor. Cursing in the ratman language, he said, "Goodbye, green-skinned brats. If you have the ability, come chase your Lord Terry." As he spoke, Terry urged the giant rat to turn around, but just at that moment, he felt the exit behind him had darkened significantly. Then, Terry saw a pair of dark golden vertical pupils at the exit of the crack, staring at him without blinking. Moreover, the owner of those eyes spoke familiar ratman language. "Oh, look what I've found. Two cute and charming little mice." Chapter 44. Gerton was covered in thick black scales, with a soft belly layered with large pale yellow dragon scales, resembling a shield. He lay on a high platform, his half-open dark golden vertical pupils slightly squinting. But from his humanoid expression, it was clear he was in a good mood. The sharp claws wrapped in scales were unconsciously stroking a dazzling blue heart-shaped gem, playing with it in his hands. This was one of his spoils of war, worth quite a bit. It was also the most valuable item he had seen so far, worth a full 10 gold coins. Although it was a relatively low-quality sapphire, the heart shape had slight flaws, but it was a gem, wasn't it? Selling it to the blue dragon in the desert would likely fetch a higher price, as they considered gems of the same color as themselves to be the most precious. However, the premise was that this blue dragon was willing to purchase it with treasures from its treasury rather than trying to acquire it through conversation, physical means. Gerton hadn't expected that casually killing a mouse would yield a treasure worth more than conquering a tribe. He remembered that ratmen didn't like to collect shiny things. Their treasures were on par with those of goblins. But since it was in his hands now, Gerton didn't dwell on how the sapphire came to be. Now that it was his. As he thought, Gerton cast his gaze upon a line of light blue screens within his retina and contentedly allocated the two newly acquired talent fragments. Robust, 820, 1020. Watching the jumps in the light blue data information bar and the abundant strength surging within his body, Gerton nodded in satisfaction. Now, he had become stronger again. This tangible feeling of becoming stronger truly exhilarated him. If it weren't for the unclear situation with the dog-headed people and the unpredictable rat people, he might have already been unable to resist going out to hunt for talent fragments. However, he was still in a good mood. A patrol could yield unexpected surprises, and he hoped to encounter such fortunate events more often. What slightly concerned him was that it seemed his activities here had attracted the attention and probing of the rat people. Although that rat knight said nothing before he was pinned down, Gerton could still guess that he had come here on a mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this inconspicuous crack in the wall to trigger a trap. If it wasn't for the trap being effective, he might have been stealthily approached. Then, Gerton learned from this experience and set up a few more traps and made some minor adjustments at the crack. Just as Gerton was recalling what suitable traps were available in his talent, trap mastery, he heard footsteps coming from the left corridor. The newcomer seemed a bit out of breath, exposing herself without any concealment, clearly feeling very at ease here. However, the sound was familiar, and Gerton's lips curled into a slight smile. Nina was back, bringing him what he wanted. As Nina emerged from the corridor, she hadn't greeted him yet when she saw Gerton jumping down from the high platform and walking towards her. She couldn't shake the feeling that, after her brief absence, Gerton had grown significantly. Originally, he had curled up so that his head could only reach her chest area. Now, he could probably touch her neck. It was only 5 days, and Nina clearly remembered that Gerton was not much bigger than a house cat back then, only a bit larger than Liz, Cecilia's sister. Perhaps dragons truly had extraordinary talents. She calmed her slightly breathless chest from her hurried pace and smiled at Gerton. Mr. Gerton, I sold for over 2 gold coins. Those materials. I bought some of the things you wanted, but the invisibility potion you mentioned is too expensive. Even if I don't buy one item, I still can't afford the least effective invisibility potion in the alchemy shop, which costs 5 gold coins per bottle and lasts only 5 minutes. I asked Ms. Willow. As Nina and Gerton walked towards the high platform, she began to recount the magical potions in the alchemy hut and some of the popular items sold there. Once they returned to the high platform, Nina finally took out the tightly wrapped bag from behind her. A thin parchment book, a bottle of thick, dark liquid that looks viscous, with a thick body and a tightly sealed cap, indicating it has been carefully preserved. There is also a short dagger about a foot long, gleaming coldly in Nina's hand, resembling a short sword rather than a dagger. Additionally, there are some scattered silver coins and coppers, indicating that this purchase cost quite a bit. However, for Gerton, money is something he is relatively easygoing about. He is not a black dragon and does not have such a strong possessiveness. What attracts Gerton more is that thin parchment book. He naturally recognizes the familiar common language on the book's cover. It is one of the training manuals for the talent specialization that he instructed Nina to prioritize purchasing. It is a first-tier talent specialization training manual for the Bone Break talent, which is neither rare nor common. Bone Break talent. After special training, you can accurately pinpoint the weak points of a creature's joints and deliver a bone-breaking strike with skillful force. When struck, the enemy's body will make a check. If they fail, it will result in a crippling effect, potentially leading to paralysis. Note, bludgeons have a bonus effect for Bone Break. If you want to master this talent without a teacher, it requires accumulated combat and training over time. However, having the book makes it much easier. Gerton opened the parchment book, and the first page introduces a biological cross-section, which from the side view depicts a knoll. The sides, front, and even the head of the knoll are marked with every joint's critical points. There are also instructions on how to make a training dummy for talent specialization training. The following pages feature other biological cross-sections, allowing adventurers to target their attacks, including creatures like goblins and bear goblins. The content is clear enough that even a brainless barbarian could understand it. One can only say that the gold coin Nina spent was very worthwhile. Choosing Bone Break is naturally based on Gerton's knowledge from the dragon's legacy, recalling memories of powerful adventurers wielding bludgeons. According to his memories, there was once a 5th-tier Warhammer knight in the northern lands who, equipped with weakness perception and wearing armor made from winterwolf fur, managed to shatter all the joints of an adult white dragon, effectively paralyzing it. The white dragon had over 400 bones, and hardly any were intact. Accomplished through Bone Break, this memory is particularly vivid. Coincidentally, most goblins also wield bone hammers, which are bludgeons, so the training for the Bone Break talent has a high priority. After briefly flipping through the book, Gerton called over the leader of the Blackfire clan, Grush Blackfire. He directly tossed the parchment book in front of Grush, who was kneeling and listening to orders. A calm, authoritative voice came from the high platform. Grush, ensure they train well. Don't disappoint me. Yes, my master. Grush Blackfire looked at the open book and recognized it as some kind of martial skill or talent training manual, immediately feeling as if he had found a treasure and responding eagerly. At the same time, it expressed its determination in front of Gerton, saying things like, if I don't succeed, you can throw my head into the dung pit. This made Gerton momentarily think that it was just trying to scam for food. After Gerton's gesture, it cautiously put away the books. After being dismissed, it hurriedly walked towards another gathering place in the hall. Starting today, they were no longer training blindly. It must not disappoint its master, Grush thought. Meanwhile, on the platform, Nina also saw a strange light. Under the campfire, that blue hue was captivating. The heart-shaped blue gemstone beneath Gerton's light yellow breastplate emitted a brilliant glow. Chapter 45. The goblins of the Blackfire clan began their drills in a nearby clearing, practicing the key points of Bone Shatter. Their voices were neither loud nor soft. But now, to Gerton's ears, it was as silent as the grave. Because it had been shocked by the number Nina blurted out. What did you say? This thing is worth 2,000 gold coins. The people of Kalando have gone mad? Gerton lowered its head, looking at the blue gemstone pressed against its chest, somewhat surprised. Saying this, it hurriedly took the gemstone from beneath its not too heavy body, carefully placing it aside, afraid of crushing it. Then it lay down, closely watching this gemstone, which symbolized more than its actual value. Gerton still felt a bit uncertain, and before Nina could respond, it added, but this gemstone, although finely crafted, is made of inferior sapphire and isn't worth that price. Nina, are you sure what you saw was really this gem? Nina, listening to Gerton's words, also fell into doubt for a moment. After all, the Flandre described in the commission notice wore a heart-shaped sapphire, but she had no idea about the material. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, it would be a false joy, and she would feel quite guilty. So she quietly recounted everything she knew about the matter to Gerton, without personal bias, just stating the facts. This made Gerton feel somewhat convinced, as this blue gemstone indeed appeared quite strange, especially on a rat. There was a high probability that the gemstone's owner had perished, and it ended up in the hands of the rat folk. This assumption was easy to deduce. Therefore, when Gerton looked at the gemstone again, it seemed to see a future of luxury, the life of a king in the sewers. 2,000 gold coins was no small sum. It was enough to exchange for a shop deed in the precious land of Kalando or trade for a couple of decent magical items. However, how to prove it was also a rather headache-inducing problem. Gerton thought, staring at the distant burning campfire, the reflected flames burning in its vertical pupils. Lost in thought for a long time, Nina also fell into contemplation, clearly pondering this issue as well. Gerton thought further. If Nina took this gemstone to claim the reward, not to mention whether she could walk back through the Black Street with such a large sum of gold. Let's first talk about how to get through the trial of the God of Justice. After all, the priests of the God of Justice have word of power. And if Nina goes to turn in the quest, Gedon's existence will definitely be uncovered. One question and the truth will come out. The only ones who can deceive the gods in the temple are probably the followers of Shar or the followers of Lathander. Those 2,000 gold coins are a bit too hot to handle. Gerton feels a bit overwhelmed, as it seems that Nina is the only one he can trust, leaving him no room to maneuver. He feels powerless. Does he really have to watch those 2,000 gold coins slip through his fingers? Gerton is somewhat unwilling. But Nina speaks up. With a timid look in her eyes, she finally gathers the courage to say to Gerton, "Can I try? I think Lady Velo is a good person. Maybe she can help us." That half-elf? Gerton certainly knows of Fran Velo. Nina mentioned her during their last transaction. She is said to be a kind and generous owner of an alchemy shop with reasonable buying prices. However, Gerton scoffs, wanting to refuse and give Nina a good lesson on social psychology. Nina is too young. She may not understand the wickedness of human hearts. So-called betrayal is merely a matter of insufficient leverage. Some people might not care about trivial gains, but when faced with immense wealth, their true nature will be revealed. They are greedier than a dragon, taking everything away. No, more ruthless than a dragon. A dragon merely takes wealth, but those people will not rest until they have taken everything. 2,000 gold coins are enough to make even the most humble and courteous noble reveal their primal instincts. Pillage. As long as you are weaker than me, everything you have is mine. We can use the contract of the goddess of wealth. That way, both parties are guaranteed to have no issues, Nina quickly adds. In the free city of Kalando, if you ask which deity is the most popular, It is undoubtedly the goddess of wealth, Woken. Her temple occupies more than twice the area of other temples. The palace surrounding the temple is larger than those of ordinary deities, all built by her most devout followers. Merchants who worship the goddess Woken are nearly everywhere on the continent, and their faith is not just casual but fervent. Donating gold to repair the temple is a common occurrence. Moreover, in this merchant hub of the free city, Kalando, the number of Woken's followers rivals that of all the gods combined. This leaves Gerton somewhat speechless. Indeed, with the contract of the goddess of wealth, there are no more worries, and one can easily borrow manpower to help with identification or collection. After all, as long as the sapphire is genuine, the rewards will undoubtedly be paid in full. His preconceived notions temporarily clouded his judgment, while this native girl of under 10 years old thinks more clearly than Gerton. It's also true that the fairness of the goddess of wealth in transactions is unparalleled among the gods, if all merchants want to sign a contract. To prevent being deceived, the first choice is definitely Woken's contract. Only her contract can ensure the most fair transaction between both parties. Then let's proceed as you said. But everything must be done cautiously, Nina. 2,000 gold coins are not a small amount, and you can give up, if necessary, Gerton said in a deep voice, reminding her that this tool is quite useful. If it were to be ruined just because of 2,000 gold coins, then the favorable situation in the sewers might collapse because of it. Nina, upon hearing this, was as lost in thought as Gerton had been earlier. It wasn't until Gerton repeated himself that the rumbling noise brought Nina back to her senses. She quickly turned her head, wiped the corner of her eye, and then said in a nasal tone, I will. Mr. Gerton, you should know that Nina is even more vigilant than the rats in the sewers. She will run away at the first sign of danger. Listening to Nina's words, although Gerton knew they were somewhat out of place, his gaze couldn't help but drift toward the giant rat spinning over the campfire, its charred yellow skin glistening in the firelight. Young lady, it's better not to use rats as a metaphor. Of course, Gerton did not say this out loud. He merely changed the subject, asking, when do you plan to leave? Now, well, I've been to the temple district quite a few times before. It's still quite far from the Black Street, and it takes about an hour to walk there. The priests in the temple district occasionally distribute relief food, and Nina has been there a few times. However, the portions are often snatched away by other beggars and homeless people before she can leave the temple district. Over time, Nina felt that the food there was less appealing than the garbage bins behind the Hearth Tavern. At least there, she could eat with peace of mind. All right, let's have breakfast before you go. I suppose you haven't eaten yet this morning. Today, I'll take you back to enjoy some of the old flavors. Gerton pointed to the giant rat meat roasting not far away. Nina's eyes brightened, and she naturally agreed, as she was also hungry. Thus, Gerton had a goblin from the Blackfire clan, who was waiting nearby, bring the giant rat meat to share with Nina. However, after Nina had eaten to about 60 full, she suppressed her desire to eat more and bid farewell to Gerton. After all, being too full would make her feel uncomfortable, which would not be beneficial for her actions. Nina understood this reasoning. Gerton did not try to keep her, just offering some routine reminders. However, before leaving, Nina took out a half-transparent sealed bag, about the size of a fingernail, from her body. The bag seemed to contain a liquid. Nina opened the sealed bag, and then stepped forward to apply the liquid inside onto Gerton's padded claws. Gerton did not resist, allowing her to apply it, and he was somewhat curious about what it was. Once she finished applying it, Nina said, Mr. Gerton, this is a luck potion. It is made by the Temple of the Moon Goddess and is very effective, especially in the dim sewers, which belong to Sarah's domain. She will protect you. Gerton looked uncertainly at the dragon claw dampened by the liquid and brought it to his nose to smell. It was quite fragrant, but wouldn't it be too wasteful? How much is it? Gerton asked. 1 copper coin. Chapter 46. Stepping onto the journey of dawn before stepping onto the black street of Kalando, Nina walked with composure. It wasn't because she no longer had to hide in the sewers, nor was it because of Mr. Gerton and the lovely goblins of the Blackfire clan behind her. Instead, her heart was filled with hope and faith. She had started to notice the vibrant colors of the world around her and had the leisure to care about places she usually ignored. Perhaps it had begun 4 days ago, Nina thought. Under Gerton's watchful gaze, she climbed the familiar ladder of the sewer. Just before leaving, she silently mouthed to the owner of the dark golden slit pupils below, Mr. Gerton, hurry back. I'll return as soon as I've talked to Ms. Willow as you said. Be ready and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Saying this, Nina patted the hard dagger at her waist, indicating her safety was assured. As that figure faded from her sight, Nina took one step at a time, walking from the sewers of Kalando due to the already bustling black street above. Her somewhat sickly little head, made up after some makeup, peeked out from the half-destroyed sewer entrance, and someone noticed her. However, upon seeing the same Dragonborn girl covered in moss, looking like she was on the brink of death, they all quickly averted their gaze. Nina hunched her body, lowered her head, and unconsciously placed her hand on the dagger hidden beneath her skirt. She chose to take the more secluded paths as much as possible. When someone approached, she would turn into an ostrich, sidestepping and not running or resisting. This was a technique she had developed while navigating the Black Street. Running sometimes provoked the perverse desires of the thugs, but staying still could also attract unforeseen disasters. Therefore, Nina consistently picked remote areas, trying to avoid the thugs of the Black Street and other unsavory gang members. About 10 minutes later, she safely arrived at the junction of the Black Street and the civilian area. The city guards were still around, but the fog that concealed her figure had dissipated. A dilemma lay before Nina. Given her current appearance, if she dared to enter, she would undoubtedly be driven out. She already noticed children eyeing her like hawks, seemingly ready to hurl vegetables and stones at her the moment she stepped into the civilian area. In the past, she would have chosen to turn back at this point, waiting until the next day to come again. After all, if she got hurt because of this, she might very well die. But now, the situation left no room for retreat. She could only act circumspectly, pretending to leave first, then hiding out of sight, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, an opportunity arose. Nina seized the moment and moved in. 15 minutes later, after hiding in a corner and watching the last customer leave the Fran alchemy shop, she quietly stepped inside. The strange odor on her made her presence known even before she spoke. What a terrible smell. Hey, it's you, Nina, sitting at the front desk? Rovi was initially overwhelmed by an unpleasant smell and wanted to complain, but her eyes lit up when she saw Nina. She no longer minded the stench on Nina. In her mind, adventurers were supposed to smell bad. After all, they risked their lives to fight, venture, and explore. To Rovi, Nina was no different from those adventurers. She was someone she admired, an idol, and even that aspect was appealing. Do you have anything to sell? I'll go inside and call my sister out. After applying a drop of odor-neutralizing perfume on Nina, Rovi rushed inside like a gust of wind, startling Franvilo, who was conducting an experiment and almost ruining a potion that cost a lot of gold to prepare. However, upon hearing Rovi mention Nina's return, Franvilo thought something was wrong with the items for sale. So, after handling a part of the experiment, she hurried back to the front room. Looking at the Dragonborn girl standing there, somewhat at a loss, she gently asked, "Is there something else? If you want to return what you bought, you can do so today. If it's tomorrow, there might be depreciation fees." Fran's voice was soft, and she noticed the hesitation in the Dragonborn girl's eyes. However, Nina's words caught her off guard. "Sister Fran, I have a business deal worth 2,000 gold coins that I want to discuss with you." Franvilo's mind momentarily stalled, but she quickly reacted. She glanced outside, didn't respond to Nina, and hung the closed for the day sign on the shop door. Then, she closed the door, instantly silencing the air and separating the alchemy shop from the outside world. It was impossible for Nina not to feel nervous, but she still put on a feeble demeanor and timidly said, "Sister Fura, what about it? Have you found Flandra? Where is he?" Franvilo looked curiously at the Dragonborn girl, unable to fathom that this little girl, who had just learned about Flandra from her, would return within an hour to discuss a business deal worth 2,000 gold coins. Nina remained silent, and Franvilo understood. So, she changed her question. "Why are you looking for me? You can go to the temple yourself to submit the quest. The Temple of Justice won't refuse anyone entry, unless you have a secret." Nina wanted to argue, but felt it would only draw more attention. So she simply lowered her head and remained silent. However, Franvilo clearly understood, so she directly asked, "I can prepay you after appraisal, but you need to tell me how much I can take from this." Her voice was no longer gentle. In business matters, since the customer had a demand, she would not be stingy. 500 gold coins. Nina quoted a number, which was a reasonable share after Gerton's careful consideration, although the reward was a bit high. According to Nina, a single gold coin could send a bounty hunter to kill a few lives in the black market, let alone 500 gold coins, which is enough to buy a slave with noble blood. But if it can go as expected, it wouldn't be impossible. Moreover, this opportunity came too easily, like a pie falling from the sky, and with a little profit, Gerton wouldn't mind at all. Oh, what courage! The originally serious expression on Franvilo's face softened. and she suddenly found Nina more pleasing to the eye. I agree to 500 gold coins, she said. Where's the item? It's not with me. We need to go to the Woken Temple, and after signing the contract, I can give it to you. 50 silver coins, Nina can afford. Nina pulled out a heavy little pouch from her dress. The crisp sound of the coins inside was incredibly pleasing to hear. Good. Franvilo gave a deep look at the Dragonborn girl in front of her and then smiled brightly. To the stunned Roviv behind her, she said, Roviv, keep an eye on the shop. I'll go to the Woken Temple with her and be back soon. Don't sell anything recklessly. Understand? Okay, sister. The red-haired girl with twin ponytails stared blankly at the two, only able to nod stiffly. As for what they just talked about, Roviv could only shake her head in confusion. Seeing Franvilo readily agree, Nina finally relaxed her tense heart. The two of them then stepped out together, and Franvilo immediately called for a carriage from the street as soon as they were outside. Nina, who initially thought they would have to walk a long way, was caught off guard. Thus, Nina enjoyed the feeling of riding in a carriage for the first time, feeling surreal and light. But she was very excited. Sitting by the window, watching the reflections of the street recede, her eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Riding in a carriage was indeed delightful, of course. If only Mr. Gerton were beside her, it would be even better. In Nina's vertical pupils, the towering Woken Temple, shimmering with golden light under the sun, was close at hand. Chapter 47. The priests in the Woken Temple were dressed differently from those in other temples. Although they were called priests, they resembled more of nobles, adorned in luxurious attire. They wore silk shirts, leather sleeves, and short boots, all made from the most expensive fabrics and furs, epitomizing opulence and extravagance. The rings on their fingers faintly radiated magical energy. As priests of Woken, their divine powers were mostly tied to wealth. This led to the fact that the strength of Woken priests was related to their wealth. It was said that high priests could move tens of millions of gold coins. Able to invoke the Dragon Pact, to summon metallic dragons like gold or bronze dragons to fight for them. The cost of these true dragons launching an attack at once could easily deplete a wealthy nation's annual finances. Of course, most priests, when choosing to summon helpers, preferred to call upon their goddess Woken. They summoned powerful beings from her divine realm to assist them in the mortal world. This was more cost-effective. It was said that after frequent use, one could even get a buy-one-get-one-free deal, meaning summoning a powerful creature would also bring along a weaker one. Alternatively, after summoning 10 times, one can enjoy a chance to summon again for just 1 copper coin. However, the creatures in the realm of the goddess of wealth are often weaker compared to those in other divine realms. They are more adept at making money than at fighting. For them, as long as there is enough money, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Money is omnipotent. The followers of the goddess of wealth adhere to their goddess's belief that no matter what they do, they must gain a reward. Therefore, before seeing the contract, Nina and the half-elf Franviro took out at least 2 silver coins to enter the temple. It can be said to be a real-life example of being unable to move without money. However, Franviro was familiar with this process as she had done it before, and she directly bought a contract document with the goddess's effect from the temple priest. Then, she added clauses regarding the heart-shaped sapphire to this standardized contract issued by the goddess of wealth, specifying the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. It is worth mentioning that when assessing responsibilities and obligations are unequal on the contract document of the goddess of wealth, the contract will automatically balance itself, reducing responsibilities or obligations, or even leaving it completely blank and not displaying anything. In terms of trade, the goddess of wealth can be considered the god of fairness. However, the price to be paid is also astonishing. The total value of the goods must pay 1/10 as a reward to the goddess of wealth. This means that if Nina and Franviro want this contract to be recognized by the goddess, they need to offer 200 gold coins to the goddess of wealth. This was something Nina did not expect, but it made sense. Most of her knowledge came from Grandma Orlon or the adventurers in the tavern. Under the influence of hearsay, she thought that simply purchasing a contract would lead to recognition. She didn't consider that if it really only required 1 gold coin to gain the goddess's recognition, there wouldn't be so many greedy merchants in the world, nor stories of people being swindled and losing everything. However, even 200 gold coins were within Nina's acceptable range. After all, she had already spent 500 gold coins. Taking out 200 gold coins for safety was not unacceptable, especially since the 200 gold coins would be split proportionally. This meant that Nina only needed to provide 150 gold coins, while the rest would be borne by Franviro. Moreover, The validity of this contract depends on whether Nina's heart-shaped sapphire is indeed a relic of Flandra. Therefore, there was no need to worry about not receiving the 2,000 gold coins for the commission if it was not a relic of Flandra, as well as having to pay 200 gold coins to the goddess of wealth. By the time Nina observed the contract with the priest's help and pressed her handprint, half an hour had already passed. The gradually intensifying sunlight made the towering temple, covered in gold paint, shine brilliantly, with the circular roof reflecting pure golden light. Nina and Franviro had already walked out of the temple's main door, and at this moment, an almost imperceptible divine power was linking them together. The contract has been left in the Woken Temple. Before the expiration date of the contract, all their actions must be strictly implemented according to the regulations in the contract. Otherwise, the violator will face the divine punishment of the Woken Goddess, which is why the Woken contract is so powerful. Angering a deity's wrath is not something an ordinary person can bear. Even a legendary mage must be extremely cautious when facing a deity, let alone ordinary beings. However, when getting into the carriage, Nina handed the sapphire hidden on her person to the half-elf in front of her. With the constraint of divine power, she did not have to worry about the seemingly peaceful person in front of her harboring ill intentions. Upon seeing the heart-shaped sapphire reflecting dazzling white light in the sunlight, Franvilo put aside the small lie Nina had told earlier and began to carefully appraise the sapphire. Her expression gradually softened over time, eventually revealing a smile. When the carriage stopped at the Adventurers Guild, Franvilo gently whispered in Nina's ear, "Congratulations. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be the luckiest adventurer in Kalando this year, lucky Dragonborn." Nina gazed at the slender figure of the half-elf, her waist-length hair tied with a ring, as she walked gracefully into the bustling Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild, where commissions are submitted, and all subsequent matters are entrusted to Franvilo. This was a responsibility already assigned to her in the contract. Nina only needed to hand over the sapphire to her and pay her the reward of 500 gold coins after the settlement. Nina waited in the carriage for another half hour, as the blazing golden sun hung almost directly overhead. Finally, a smiling Franvilo emerged from the Adventurers Guild. She quickly returned to the carriage and signaled the long-waiting coachman to head to the next destination, Frang's alchemy hut, before teasing Nina, who looked hopeful. "You're a little rich lady now. Most second-tier adventurers probably don't have as much money as you. How about treating yourself to a new outfit?" "No, I just need a list from your alchemy shop, if that's okay, Ms. Vilo." Nina shook her head. Of course, having just received 500 gold coins from Nina, Franvilo naturally wouldn't mind earning a little more. "By the way, could you help prepare some items for me to take back when we leave?" "What items?" "Invisibility potions and luck potions, 10 of each. Please pack them up." Nina seemed to think of something joyous, her lips curving into a smile. A certain black dragon yawned in the sewer and continued to watch the passage, eagerly anticipating the familiar sounds. It began to feel a bit worried. Its restless mood and indifferent expression made the goblin's training sounds in the bonfire hall nearly non-existent. It was afraid of angering the master of the Blackfire clan, the great and benevolent True Dragon. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, in Flandra's Kin, a noblewoman was crying loudly while leaning on an oak table, tightly clutching a heart-shaped sapphire. After her cries gradually subsided, the noblewoman choked out to the head of the Adventurers Guild, "President Bem, I want to issue a commission. The task is to exterminate all the ratmen and their derived creatures in the sewers of Kalando. The reward is 5 times the average price. The heads of ratmen or giant rats can be used to claim the bounty. I want the ratmen of Kalando's sewers to bury my poor Flandra." After she spoke, her regal face was filled with uncontrollable anger. Chapter 48. "Jim, why are there so many adventurers in my territory? Do you know the reason?" In the headquarters of the Dragon Hunt gang, Finch looked grimly at his subordinate who had just returned from an investigation outside, needing an explanation. It was evident that this third-tier warrior, who had previously brought back the head of a bipedal dragon, was in a very bad mood, and only he knew why. "Boss, it is said that Flandra's commission has been completed." Then the great mage used retrace to discover that the murderer of Flandra was the ratmen in the sewers. So the Droon family issued a commission to exterminate the rats in the sewers to avenge their young Flandra. It is said that a regular ratman head is worth 20 copper coins, and a higher-tier ratman is worth 3 silver coins. The adventurers have gone crazy, coming directly with sacks to the Blackstreet sewers to collect money. Even among our gang, many want to go into the sewers to try and make some money. This lean man, who had a mottled scar running from his eyelid to his lip, quickly reported what he knew to Finch. Undoubtedly the strongest in the southern part of the Blackstreet. Finch's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, until it seemed he might burst, remaining silent. His subordinate Jim was so frightened that he trembled, only daring to bend over and wait for Finch's orders. "Never mind, you can go. Restrain the gang members. And don't let them clash with those outsider adventurers." Finch finally calmed down and said to Jim lightly, "Yes, boss. I'll notify the brothers right away, to avoid conflict with those adventurers." Jim felt greatly relieved, quickly taking the order and leaving, increasingly feeling that his boss's aura had grown stronger. As a second-tier elite rover, he felt restless, fearing that even stealth would be impossible in front of him. Finch didn't stay long in the headquarters and directly left the Dragon Hunt gang's territory, heading straight to the second floor of a thorny inn in the civilian district. He knocked on the wooden door of the last room at the end of the corridor and softly said, "Lord Weimer, are you there?" "It's Finch." This name belonged to the old woman in a black robe who had accompanied Finch to survey the Blackstreet scene earlier. However, what came from inside the room was a young, delicate female voice, laced with laziness and mystery. "Finch, what is it? Come in." The cheerful tone was somewhat prolonged, indicating that she was in a good mood. The hotel room door opened automatically. Finch glanced down the corridor and, finding no one, entered the room. As soon as he stepped inside, Finch saw a young woman with a graceful figure and black hair lying on the bed, her delicate hand holding a wine glass filled with a red liquid, her gaze meeting his with a charming smile. However, Finch could only steal a glance in envy at this woman who had seemingly regained her youth in just a few days. This was a unique ability of the Ouroboros cult, using life force to heal injuries and then, like a snake shedding its skin, returning to a youthful appearance. However, this was the first time Finch had witnessed it. He respectfully lowered his head and said, "Lord Vermeer must have received divine grace. It's truly enviable. What brings you here?" With a languid and pleasant voice, Vermeer crossed her long legs at an angle. She didn't respond directly to Finch, instead adjusting her position on the bed, placing the wine glass on the bedside table, and looking at the Tier 3 warrior in front of her, waiting for his answer. For some reason, Finch felt that Vermeer's gaze held a hint of greed, but his mind was occupied with the turmoil in the Blackstreet, and he didn't pay much attention to her unusual demeanor. "Many adventurers have come to the Blackstreet, and I'm worried about whether Lord Snake God's ritual will proceed." Finch was clearly caught off guard by the sudden influx of adventurers, feeling flustered. However, this was understandable. After all, anyone planning a ritual for an evil god would feel unsettled with adventurers wandering right under their noses. What is going on?" The originally languid woman sat up straight. "What are adventurers doing in the Blackstreet besides causing trouble?" Finch didn't hesitate to spill everything that had happened in Kalando that day to Vermeer. After hearing Finch's account, Vermeer, dressed only in a flowing silk nightgown, leaned back leisurely. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. They're clearing out their own, and we'll prepare for ours. Whether the Ratmen can hold out for 3 months is still unknown. Once the storm passes, the sewers will still be the same empty sewers, just like before." Vermeer returned to her in different demeanor, speaking softly, though she did remind Finch a few times, during this time, don't act impulsively. It's better to wait until the storm passes before taking action. 3 months is enough. Understood, Lord Vermeer. Finch nodded respectfully, wanting to leave. However, just as he was about to turn, a pair of pale arms draped over his shoulders, the icy fingers touching his neck felt chilling. The fragrance of orchids filled the air, accompanied by a voice that was both alluring and enchanting. "Since you're here, I haven't enjoyed this in a long time. Come, lie down." A look of fear flashed in Finch's eyes as he wanted to say something and break free from her embrace. But he found his body unresponsive, and involuntarily, like a mechanical doll, he walked over to the soft velvet bed and lay down. "Lord Vermeer, please don't do this." His words were filled with panic, and he clearly knew that this sudden encounter was not a good thing. This priest of the cult of the evil god, the Ouroboros, was Vimiel. However, there were terrifying rumors in the southern principality about him draining the life force of 2 or 3 dozen people. He didn't want to lose his qualifications for eternal advancement because of a moment of pleasure. "Don't worry, I'll have my limits. After all, I still need your help." "Don't I?" The alluring voice of the evil god's priestess came, carrying an undeniable tone. With her strength fully restored to the 4th-tier, desecrated priest, she was more than capable of making this 3rd-tier warrior obey her commands. Come, enjoy yourself," accompanied by her melodious voice and the humiliating expression of regret on Finch's face. A feast of pleasure quietly began in an inn. In the sewers, the commission orders had already fermented, with adventurers flocking to the black market from all corners of Kalando. However, most of them were heading southwest, not to the area where Gerton was located. They were hunting for rat men, not the worthless goblins. So, when Nina returned from Fran's alchemy shop, Gerton realized that the situation in the sewers had begun to change. However, this was within Gerton's expectations. After all, the murderer had to be punished. He initially thought a team of adventurers would come down to deal with it. He didn't expect the Durin family to take such a big step, directly using a bounty system to eradicate the Ratman clan in the sewers of Kalando. While contemplating the situation in the sewers and its impact on the Blackfire clan, he fiddled with the small bottle of blue liquid that Nina had handed him. This was the invisibility potion that Nina brought him, said to make a creature not exceeding 2 meters in size completely disappear from the air after ingestion, although movement would produce sound. Gerton didn't think for long and ultimately summoned Grush, instructing him to recall all the goblin scouts monitoring the dog-headed creatures. Right now, he didn't have the capital to clash with the adventurers. Avoiding the heat was his best option, wasn't it? Lying on a pile of several hundred gold coins spilled from a dimensional bag, the black-scaled dragon squinted its eyes, enjoying the cleaning of its scales by the Dragonborn girl with a cloth soaked in hot water, while comfortably pondering. Chapter 49. It had been 21 hours since Celia and Maglacia emerged from the half-dimensional city of Azure. They were now about halfway to the free city of Kalando. The midday sun was quite hot, but neither of them chose to rest because of the temperature. Their time was running short, now changed into outfits indistinguishable from ordinary adventurers. Maglacia asked Celia, who was following behind her, "Celia, how much longer?" "In 3 hours. The invisibility effect will wear off," Celia replied, still clad in her black robe. With her gray hair draped on either side and a silver pseudo-dragon resting on her shoulder, eyes closed in meditation. The only difference was that a mini golden crown, slightly rusted and lacking its original luster, rested atop the soft gray hair. As Celia walked, she replied. Her pace was neither fast nor slow, and her steps matched her rhythm, making her seem particularly adept at navigating through the forest. This was the best way to travel, maximizing both stamina and speed, a necessary skill for adventurers in the wilderness. Surprisingly, neither of them made a sound, whether they passed over grass piles or stepped on dry branches. Even if ants were beneath their feet, they would step down and the ants would still be moving their grain-sized food back to their nests. This was the most skillful form of invisibility, completely concealing their sounds and movements without affecting anything around them. Just like wanderers entering the shadow plane, they too had entered an illusory realm. In this way, their traces vanished from the material plane, as if by a miracle. However, Celia knew this was indeed a miracle, as the spell resembling a high-level invisibility was one that had been solidified on a semi-artifact. The semi-artifact, named Crown of Dimensions, was the one she wore on her head. When released, it could allow all allies within 30 feet to enter the dimensional plane for a duration of 12 hours, usable once per day. It was said to have been created by a demigod mage during the era when elves ruled the continent of Eo. A bit of a useless item. It was a defective product, usable only 10 times before it would collapse due to energy disruption. Afterward, the semi-artifact fell into another world during the Elven War due to its owner's demise and was unexpectedly acquired by a traveling mage. Later, it was displayed as one of the traveling mage's collectibles in the city of Azure. Then it was obtained by Celia from the Tower Spirit, becoming their escape tool from those pursuers. Reflecting on it now, Celia could feel the anger of that Tower Spirit, realizing they had seen through its true form, yet helplessly showing them how to use it. Let's walk for 2 hours first, then find a place to rest, and set off again the next day, Maglacia said, glancing at the rusty golden crown atop the gray-haired girl's head with a tone of regret. Upon hearing the sigh in her captain's voice, Celia naturally understood what she was lamenting. But the fact that they were still alive and safe was already a blessing from the gods. If they still hoped for more, even the greediest of rainbow dragons would find their greed overwhelming. Even if the Crown of Dimensions only has 3 uses left, it's enough to get us back to Kalando without worry, Captain. Besides, it seems they have given up on chasing us, haven't they? During the 9 hours that greater invisibility lasted, Celia had initially seen humans in the jungle trying to search for them. But as dawn approached, There were no longer any attempts to seek their presence nearby. Do not let your guard down, Celia. Among that group, there must be very skilled wanderers. I can feel it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find us so quickly. Although Marglesia felt some pain over the loss of the artifact, seeing Celia's indifference, she immediately gave her the necessary warnings. I know. Celia nodded in acknowledgement, her expression solemn, in stark contrast to her earlier lack of fighting spirit. She had experienced a lot in less than a day. As her emotions settled, Celia realized that there were dark hands behind the scenes. And after determining her resolve for revenge, she was no longer living for herself alone. She wanted to seek justice for those who had died. Even though their strength was currently insufficient, as long as they were still alive, there was hope. Seeing that Celia did not let her guard down because of the semi-artifact's presence, Marglesia also breathed a sigh of relief. She was a bit afraid that Celia would lose her mind because of the artifact. After all, throughout history, there were countless people who were backfired upon for possessing artifacts. Let us go, Celia. There's still a way to go. In a space that was completely invisible in the main material plane. The two continued on their journey back to Kalando. There was a glimmer of hope for revenge. Sewers of Kalando, southeastern area. 3 hours had passed since the commission to clear the sewers was issued. The Ratmen tribe, occupying the capital of Ratmen where more than 50 pipes converged, was in a state of panic. Although the adventurers had not yet found this place, it was only a matter of time. These sudden adventurers had completely disrupted the Ratmen tribe's good wishes and plans. They hadn't even fully occupied the southeastern area when they encountered the legendary, most terrifying adventurers. What made their despair even worse after this calamity, in their eyes, was that the once supreme priest of the Ratmen tribe had also vanished, leaving them momentarily leaderless. Some Ratmen suggested avoiding these adventurers, steering clear of their strengths, and finding a remote place where they couldn't be found to regroup. Others believed that hiding was impossible and that they could engage in a struggle with the adventurers in the sewers, using their own advantages. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of flesh from them, making them realize that Ratmen were not easy to bully. Just as these two voices were in a stalemate within the Ratmen tribe, 5 well-equipped adventurer teams had already gathered from the surrounding pipes of the Ratmen capital. The Ratmen serving as scouts at those pipe entrances were no match for those elite human wanderers. They were effortlessly silenced with slit throats and broken necks. The clear division of labor within the Ratmen tribe, along with their vast territory, exceeded the expectations of these adventurers, but more importantly, they were delighted. This also meant that those shiny little cuties were waving at them. Chapter 50, Blackstreet Sewers, Southern Area. A man dressed as a warrior charged forward, raising a whirlwind, then swung his broad sword down fiercely, directly striking a Ratman ranger who had no time to react. The crossbow and the body were directly knocked away and crashed into the uneven walls of the sewer, then fell down like a picture frame. The body covered in gray fur instantly collapsed into a pile of mud, completely losing its previous shooting form. Being up close to the warrior leads to this outcome. 3 silver coins in hand. This Ratman is much easier to kill than goblins or dog-headed men, right? Cheelin. The warrior cheerfully whistled, quickly jogged forward, and directly severed the Ratman ranger's head with a short dagger, carelessly ignoring the bloodstains as he happily hung it at his waist. It had been 3 hours since the riot in the Ratman city, and although the sky outside was nearly dark, there were still quite a few adventurers in the sewer, planning to work hard all night. Anyway, once they go out, there's a small booth set up at the entrance of the Black Street to exchange rewards, with piles of coppers and silver coins laid out on the table. Just bring a Ratman's head, and they can exchange it on the spot. There was also a nearby tavern, where after drinking, they could have a good sleep, truly a one-stop service. Don't be careless. Without my arrow protection, with your reckless charge, you would have been shot full of holes by now. A girl with a single ponytail, about 17 or 18 years old, replied lightly. Although she wore a gray robe typical of a mage, she held a light crossbow in her hand. She was currently shooting a dazed, ordinary Ratman to death, the arrow piercing right through its forehead, with the tail feathers still slightly trembling. But this was normal on the continent of AIO. Low-level mages have too few spell slots and not many usable skills. Most of the slots are used to memorize skills for protecting teammates or themselves, such as mage armor, arrow protection, environmental adaptation, and oil on feet, etc. Pure mages, at low levels and without magical items, are really quite weak. After a skirmish, they might have consumed most of their spell slots and then be left in a passive state. they become a burden that needs protection. And even an ordinary goblin could kill her. Therefore, choosing to use a light crossbow or take on a part-time warrior role is a necessary option for most low-level mages who venture out. Hee. The brave warrior scratched his head and chuckled. He didn't speak further. What the mage lady said was indeed correct. If it weren't for arrow protection, he might have been hit by that Ratman Ranger's crossbow bolt in the first round. You two, stop chatting. The battle isn't over yet. Whether we can go to the Hearthstone Tavern tonight for a full cup of oat wine depends on this. Such a bounty isn't common. The sound of blades piercing flesh accompanied the unique counting method of Captain Ryan. 20, 40, no 60, 80, 380. In just a few breaths, Ryan, a second-tier, elite swordsman captain, had already killed 4 ordinary ratmen and 1 first-tier ratman. Once Ryan spoke, the two naturally had no mind to continue their banter, and they hurried over to clean up this small gathering point of ratmen. They didn't need to worry about these ratmen escaping. The sewer pipes had already been blocked by debris. There was only one gap left, where 2 of their own teammates, a dwarf warrior and a half-elf ranger, were guarding. They had spent a lot of time setting up to take down this small Skaven gathering point. This moment was what they had prepared for, ready to reap the rewards. The slaughter had not stopped. An adventurer party like Ryan's ambush was quite common in the sewers. The Skaven clan had nowhere to escape from this sudden attack. Within less than a day, the Skaven clan had not even organized effective resistance before being scattered. But it was not entirely their fault. The sewers of the Black Street had seen nearly hundreds of adventurers pouring in, with 70 to 80 low-level teams. The Skaven, who had lived comfortably in the sewers for years, had completely forgotten that adventurers even existed. After all, not many people venture into the sewers of the Black Street, as they are poor and have no money. Unless there is an actual quest, few are willing to hunt monsters in the filthy, stinking, and poorly lit sewers. But now, they had come. So, they were all enjoying this slaughter feast, hoping to earn the generous rewards from the Doluan family. However, in this world, there are always some strange adventurer teams that can miss out on the silver cuties even while making money while lying down. For example, boss, where exactly is this? I haven't seen a single Skaven. A relatively well-equipped adventurer team was slowly advancing through the dark sewers, holding torches. One burly barbarian asked their captain, Shire, with a loud voice that echoed throughout the sewer. Barn, keep your voice down. If there are any Skaven, your loud mouth will scare them away, Sean. The warrior guarding the rear whispered, but there really is nothing here. We've been walking for 30 minutes, and the torch is almost burned out. I haven't seen a single rat hair, but I saw at the Black Street Exchange that the pickled Skaven heads were piling up as high as a house. Barn complained, feeling quite frustrated, unsure if it was because he hadn't seen any Skaven or if his plans for the night had been ruined. However, his voice had lowered a few notches, no longer booming. All you think about is that thing. Barn, sooner or later, you will die because of it. A beautiful female voice cursed harshly. It belonged to a short-haired female rogue in leather armor, clearly dissatisfied with her teammate. Manner. Dying because of a woman is also a kind of honor for the Northerners. If you don't understand, don't speak recklessly. Barn retorted, unconsciously puffing out his chest. But that was all. Otherwise, this small team might as well disband rather than go on an adventure. Don't worry, Barn. If I'm not mistaken, we should be close to the Skaven tribe. I remember entering from the southeast direction of the sewer. Which side is east on the Black Street, boss? Someone asked uncertainly. This. Shire pointed in a direction, somewhat unsure. My God, boss, I thought you had gotten rid of your bad sense of direction after the previous adventures. But I didn't expect you to still mix up east and west. Manor was holding her head in frustration, nearly in despair over this captain. If it weren't for his second-tier strength, he would never have been able to be the captain. Boss, let's hurry up. I'm tired of the stench here. The smell of the filthy sewers is unbearable, and there's also a foul odor coming from somewhere. Someone suggested. All right then. Knowing he was about to lead the team astray again, Shirey shrugged helplessly. He was still a bit confused. Wasn't the right side of the Black Street east? After all, he clearly saw quite a few adventurers gathering over there. However, after walking for a long time, the small team still couldn't find a sewer exit. At this moment, the wandering manor, stationed at the right flank, suddenly seemed a bit shy. I think, can we stop for a moment? I need to take care of something. It seemed she had drunk too much water that morning. Seeing the exit of the sewer was still far away, Manor really couldn't hold it any longer. Anyway, there weren't any monsters around here. Well, go ahead. We'll wait for you. Shirey stopped, and the other team members also stopped in unison. ready to wait for the female wanderer to take care of her physiological needs before heading to the next exit. So, Manor casually found a narrow gap and hid in. The gap was quite long, and the end led to a corner. She didn't know what was there, but Manor didn't think too much about it. Solving her problem was the priority. She quickly squatted down, ready to finish quickly, when suddenly she felt a chilling gaze directed at her from behind, as if she had been targeted. With her keen instinct, Manor quickly turned her head to look, but the corner was still empty, nothing there. Chapter 51. Manor? Are you done yet? Outside the gap, Shiri's voice came through. The hesitant Manor quickly replied, I'm here, but I feel like someone is watching me. As a wanderer, she could clearly sense the gazes around her, especially those filled with malice that caught her attention. That earlier gaze made her feel like she was being targeted by a beast. But when she turned her head, she found nothing. Was it an illusion? Manor was a bit uncertain, so she decided to ask her teammates for their opinions. Someone is watching you. I'm just fine here, the barbarian Barn from the north said, not missing any chance to tease Manor. You can't doubt me. I have no interest in your flat chest and backside. Just as boring as a man, huh? However, he mainly didn't take the sewer seriously, so he joked about Manor without restraint. After all, he had ventured into ogre lairs and escaped from frost giants. He even had a fleeting encounter with a wolf girl raised by winter wolves. A mere sewer was nothing in his eyes. No matter how dangerous it was, what could come out? A goblin warrior? A bear goblin? Or a dog-headed spellcaster? None of that was a big deal. In front of Barn, everything is just a matter of a few axes. As for stronger monsters, don't be ridiculous. Is it possible that a dragon might appear? Which colorful dragon or metallic dragon would hide in this lump? Even the black dragon, which loves swamps, would probably stay far away from a place like a sewer. Shut up, Barn. One day, I'm going to shove your head up your ass. Manor, who was already a bit irritated, was infuriated by this barbarian from the north. If she weren't afraid she would lose, she might have already taken action. Just say a little less. Manor, do you really feel it? Manor, who had no urge to urinate anymore, stood up and walked out from the gap, nodding at Shiri. That's right. I do feel someone lurking, a very strong feeling. Saying this, Manor took a spare torch from the warrior Sean and lit it. Then she walked back into the gap again, wanting to see what was inside. Should we let Barn go in? The lone wanderer's deep dive made Shiri somewhat uneasy. He thought it would be best to have the toughest barbarian from the north at the front. It's too narrow here. That guy Barn should just stay outside. Manor rebutted without a second thought. The north barbarian, wearing half armor, would probably have to turn sideways to enter this crack, and it would be difficult to back out. Then let Sean accompany you. Shiri still wasn't comfortable with Manor going into the crack alone, so he decided to have a more stable warrior in front to handle things. Grab a shield. Shiri handed a small round shield to Sean, which was his secondary weapon, force field round shield. It could be used to block arrows or attacks from swords. Additionally, it had the ability to turn into a 6-foot-high force field wall once a day to withstand attacks from spellcasters. It could be activated without magic power, making it quite a decent magical item, and it was the only magical object in their team. If they encountered a monster in the crack, it would also help him block. Although Shiri was directionally challenged, he still did quite well in this aspect. So much so that even the usually picky Manor had nothing to say about it. Seeing this, Manor stepped back first. And after Sean entered the crack with his shield and longsword, she followed him closely. Meanwhile, Shiri, the North Barbarian Barn, and a taciturn dual-wielding ranger named Fane stood guard outside. Shiri stood at the mouth of the crack, only able to watch the two figures under the torchlight grow further away, until Manor's shout of stop drew everyone's attention. What's wrong? There's a trap, but it's just a very rudimentary warning trap, something even goblins can set up. However, they prefer to use iron clamps to catch their prey. It seems to be a ratman's nest. Within the 20 feet illuminated by the torchlight, Manor, who turned sideways to look ahead, made a new discovery. There was a simple but sufficiently concealed warning trap on the ground. Although she was young, her adventuring career had already lasted 2 years. From being a confused newbie at the beginning to becoming a seasoned wanderer later, she was quite familiar with the traps in front of these monster lairs. Is there really a situation? Shiri was a bit confused by this sudden accident. He originally just wanted to investigate, but it seemed like he had really encountered something. So, he called the ranger Fane behind him and decided to go forward to provide some assistance to prevent the two from being isolated and helpless. In an adventuring party, the most important thing is unity. Those who are not united either died long ago in the wilderness, becoming monster droppings, or have become lone wolves who don't need cumbersome teammates. What about me? Should I just stand here and watch? Barn noticed something was wrong, and his heart felt like it was being scratched. Besides venting at the tavern these days, he hadn't fought for a while, and his hands were itching a bit. Barn, you wait here and don't let any other monsters flank us. Although Shirey was somewhat worried about leaving Barn at the back, there was no other way at the moment. So he instructed him like this. In the past, he usually chose Sean to cover the rear, with Barn charging ahead, which suited the team's roles. But now the gap was too narrow, and the 7-foot-tall barbarian from the north had to turn sideways to enter while wearing half armor, which was really not suitable. All right, but if something happens, I won't just stand by. Barn patted his half armor, which clanked, as if making a promise. In fact, he just wanted to participate in the fight. The blood of the North barbarians contained war and fury, and only blood could calm them. Shirey did not refuse. If something really happened, letting the North barbarian go forward was indeed a good choice. Okay, finally finished. Hunched over, Maniar, who had dismantled dozens of warning traps, let out a long sigh. Damn it, which idiot is so bored to set up one warning trap after another, making me worry for nothing. Maniar cursed in frustration as she remained vigilant for dangerous traps. There was still about 40 feet to the corner ahead. Maniar turned sideways, letting the warrior Sean with the round shield go in front. Otherwise, her fragile little body could be shot dead by a volley of arrows, especially in this cramped space where she couldn't move around. After taking a few more steps, a fragrance wafted through the air, startling her, and she quickly covered her nose. Be careful, it might be toxic, she said while covering her nose. Startled, Sean quickly covered his nose with a cloth, but Shirey, who was following closely behind, sniffed and found it quite absurd. The scent of the relatively rare blue shadow flower was in the air, if there were some behind. This time the haul could be at least 30 silver coins, as it was one of the main materials for making the mage's meditation potion. But I remember the Wanderers Guild tests for this. Maniar, how come you mentioned the toxicity? Shirey looked at the team member, Maniar, with doubt. Maniar scratched her head, put down the cloth, and sniffed. It was indeed the smell of blue shadow flower, and she felt a bit embarrassed. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that next time. It can easily disrupt. Shirey, there's movement around the corner. What is that? Maniar's voice sounded again, still filled with surprise. Just as Shirey was about to scold Maniar for being so jumpy, he looked up to see a pair of dark golden vertical pupils staring at them from the original corner, outside the range of the firelight. From the outline, it seemed to be a human. Sean stepped forward, trying to make the torch shine further. But the vertical pupils ahead caused the four of them to unknowingly step onto a ground covered in a viscous black liquid. After all, the sewer was a place where mud and waste gathered, so a bit of stickiness and blackness was perfectly normal. Finally, as they walked within 20 feet of the torchlight, they saw the owner of those dark golden vertical pupils, a Dragonborn girl wearing a tattered dress. Her delicate features and petite body proved the girl's grace. Those vertical pupils added a touch of exotic charm. This is it. At least 300 gold coins, if sold to those noble lords. Shirey looked at the Dragonborn girl in front of him and murmured, then immediately gave the order. Sean, catch her. Alive. Even a lost person can have good luck, right? Meanwhile, the impatient barbarian from the north, who had been waiting at the fissure entrance, also squeezed in. Chapter 52. Boss, what's the situation? Barn, the North barbarian, asked in a deep voice as he squeezed into the fissure. A top-quality slave, intact. A Dragonborn. With this appearance, at an underground auction, those nobles would go crazy for her. Shirey looked admiringly at the delicate girl with dark golden vertical pupils and murmured, there are such treasures in the sewer? It's like panning for gold and shit. He originally intended to make a quick buck, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a mobile little vault. Praise the gods, praise Shar. He sincerely prayed in his heart, believing that such a stroke of luck must be blessed by the gods. Otherwise, how could he, Shirey, have such good fortune? Therefore, Shirey planned to go to Shar's temple to offer a proper sacrifice after capturing this Dragonborn girl. The favor of the goddess of vengeance, the lady of the night. He would not dare to accept lightly. There must be a return for it. Meanwhile, the warrior Sean charged around the corner as he was ordered, ready to bring the little girl over. As for selling non-humans into slavery, adventurers like them were rather indifferent in their eyes. These half-breeds were not considered true humans and could even be called monsters. They felt no psychological burden regarding the sale, and besides, even pure humans, under the temptation of 300 gold coins, would probably not mind changing their identity and dabbling in slave trading, as long as there were no serious consequences. Adventurers, Except for a few with morals, were mostly neutral evil. They acted as they pleased in the continent of AIO like locusts. This led many villages in the wilderness to be unwelcoming to outside adventurers, even driving them away. They were not unfamiliar with actions that angered both gods and men. However, Sean suddenly froze just a little over 6 feet away from the Dragonborn girl. With his form blocking the view, Shiri had no idea why he stopped. So she urged him, "Sean, grab her. With her, we can live a comfortable life. Any tavern in Kalando will welcome us with open arms." As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips, and even the dual-wielding Ranger Fane behind him seemed a bit restless. Aren't adventurers supposed to live extravagantly and pursue excitement? For money, they would do almost anything, from rescuing deities from bottomless abysses to searching for a neighbor's orange cat. The range of commissions was extremely broad. "Boss, I'm stuck. Come help me," came Barnes' complaint from behind, but Shiri's attention had already been captivated by Sean, leaving her no time for him. However, Sean's feelings at that moment were unknown to them. He felt a bit flustered, but he wasn't one of those rookie adventurers. Almost as soon as Shiri's urging words fell, he quickly reacted. He fully activated the force field of the small round shield in his arm, and a 6-foot-tall force field wall instantly appeared in front of him. At the same time, Sean's sharp warning echoed out. "Everyone back off. There's a dragon. A live black hatchling." Around the corner, where only Sean could see, a monstrous head covered in black scales emerged. Its dark, golden slit pupils shone terrifyingly under the torchlight. True dragons, the oldest beings in the continent of EO, were also apex predators in the food chain. Just being at the top of the food chain was enough to make adventurers wary. And even if it was just a hatchling, it was sufficient for Sean to make such a display. Maynard and Shiri behind him were utterly stunned, and even the usually aloof Fane couldn't help but grip his dual blades tighter. A true dragon's hatchling, born as a second-tier creature, and judging by Sean's reaction, it was clearly a formidable opponent, far exceeding the challenge level of their team. Their party only had 2 second-tier members, the directionally challenged Shiri and a northern barbarian. A second-tier barbarian. The rest, including Sean, were all first-tier, having yet to even touch the second-tier threshold. The challenge was almost absurd, unless this dragon was a white dragon. But clearly it was not. As Sean slowly backed away, they also caught sight of the hatchling appearing around the corner. The black dragon head was held high, with 4 prominent horns already sprouting from the back of its head. The seemingly fully mature hatchling was even slightly larger than the biggest mastiff. Its thick, mature scales looked daunting, making one hesitate to challenge it. "We do not wish to offend the great true dragon. We will leave now. I am willing to offer this to seek your forgiveness." Shiri quickly began to communicate with the hostile true dragon, nearly disrupting their formation. The true dragons, regardless of their age group, possess the ability to communicate. Although the 5-colored dragons encountered in the wild are basically unable to communicate, as they are inherently evil and cannot engage in dialogue, Shire still did not want to give up. As he spoke, he took off a pouch from his body and tossed it in front of the black-scaled dragon not far away. However, the sparkling silver coins that scattered from the pouch did not catch the dragon's attention at all, and it completely ignored them. Just as he was about to say something to buy himself more time, he saw the dragon take a deep breath without hesitation, a sign that it was about to unleash its breath attack. Quick, retreat. However, before he could retreat a few feet, he found himself stuck in place, unable to move. Because the northern barbarian, Barn, was still wedged in the narrow crack, blocking the way for others. "Damn it, Barn. If I survive this, I will make Manor stuff your head up your ass." Shire cursed the northern barbarian responsible for the aftermath fiercely. Now, all he could hope for was that the force field wall created by the small round shield could hold for a while, allowing them to retreat safely until they reached an open area outside. They wouldn't be in such a desperate situation, cramped together like this. At least they would have a chance to fight back. Gerton looked at the adventurer team squeezed together in the crack before him, and at the transparent, rippling force field wall. His gaze was extremely cold. Although it was the first time he had seen humans other than Nina, it did not affect their terrible first impression, which thoroughly angered the ruler of the Blackfire clan. Originally, he had no intention of attacking this adventurer team, as there would be risks involved. If any of them managed to escape, his existence would surely be exposed. He might even have to flee Kalando overnight. According to the map of Kalando, all exits of the sewers lead to the moat, which not only has the elite city guards of Kalando, but also a gate that even lava cannot burn through, making it even harder for him to escape. Therefore, He did not want to expose himself in front of the adventurers for the time being. However, their proactive approach forced Gerton to watch the situation unfold until they submitted a zero-score answer to his test, which completely declared their end. Both in life and in their journey, this place was their final destination. As he inhaled a deep breath, it transformed into a violent elemental breath through his blood vessels. Before he expelled it, the gaps between each thick scale of his elongated body glowed with a fiery red light, as if streams of lava were flowing within him, dazzlingly bright. After a breath, a light brighter than a torch erupted from Gerton's throat, which flowed with lava, illuminating the dim sewer completely, turning the narrow crack into daylight in an instant. The scorching lava fire pillar, with an overwhelming momentum, crashed into the distorted force field wall in the air. Seeing this, Sean could only hunch his body, shielding himself with a round shield that expanded the force field wall, while praying to the gods above to protect him, hoping to survive this round of breath attack unscathed. Fortunately, the force field wall held up under the breath of magma. Sean felt only a slight heat on his arm and had no other reaction. He had survived. And just as he was about to turn back to share the good news with his teammates, he found that whether it was Manor, Shiri, or the barbarian barn from the north, they were all staring blankly at the ground. Starting from the scattered magma on the ground, a path of flames, faster than the fire pillars, swept directly toward them. In an instant, the 5-member team was engulfed in a sea of fire, and the position of the North Barbarian barn left them with no chance to retreat. The blazing oil, an alchemical product, emitted a strange odor. Just a drop could burn for 3 hours without extinguishing. Gerton smelled the oppressive, strange fragrance in the air, and in his cold, indifferent dark golden vertical pupils, the sea of fire and decay were reflected. Chapter 53. Unfortunately, the flames of the blazing oil could not completely kill these adventurers, except for the trapped barbarian barn. The agility of the others at this moment was no less than that of pure-blooded elves, and they almost immediately thought of a way to escape. Charging toward that black-scaled dragon would be tantamount to seeking death. A true dragon was not something their broken team could hunt, and there was no second outcome besides delivering themselves to it. The only way to survive was to climb over the 7-foot-high meat mountain and step on Barn's head to leave this constricting crevice that made their legs go weak. As for whether to abandon him or not, they thought that their teammate Barn, who had made such a grave mistake, had already been stabbed a few times out of respect for their past friendship. Fortunately, the crevice could only accommodate one person, so there was no scene of competition to be the first. The one who first stepped on Barn's shoulder and jumped down was the dual-wielding Ranger Fane. As a half-elf, he almost in the blink of an eye had leaped behind Barn before the North Barbarian even reacted. Fane looked back, and the crevice illuminated by the flames was a bright red, with the blue-green moss on the rock walls dyed orange-red. However, almost the next second, Fane ruthlessly turned and ran. He wanted to get away from this damned crevice. Get away from this filthy, stinking sewer. To hell with the Ratmen. To hell with the Commission. And this true dragon that suddenly appeared from who knows where. Go back to hell. Staying in the sewer, bullying these poor, weak, and helpless adventurers. Was that interesting? However, now everything was about to drift far away from him. Fane's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, sometimes fearful and sometimes gleeful. His thoughts flying, but his legs never stopped, like a swift cheetah, rushing toward the exit. Behind him, Fane could already hear the flames roaring back to life, along with the terrifying roar of the dragon. The dragon's roar almost instantly caused Fane's footsteps to falter, his mind momentarily blank. If he turned back now, he would see a black-scaled, true dragon cloaked in flames, roaring with molten lava splashing around it from the charge. With a momentum like a raging storm, he directly executed a powerful Iron Mountain strike, sending 2 struggling figures, who were desperately trying to escape the sea of fire, flying straight to the feet of the northern barbarians engulfed in flames. But Finn did not dare to look back. After steadying himself, he could only charge forward with all his might. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard the screams and shouts of his teammates. There were cries from Maynor and also from the warrior Sean. Without exception, all were wails of despair. They had nearly shattered their pelvic bones from this charge, making it difficult for them to even stand. The flames below mercilessly devoured their flesh and burned their skin. The voice of the trapped northern barbarian, Barn, along with their captain, Shiri, faintly reached Finn's ears. "Boss, you have to save me. Let me go? You stupid idiot. All you have in your head is muscles and women." This northern barbarian Barn, who had always affectionately called Shiri boss, was desperately holding onto Shyrie's left hand with his active right hand, trying to pull him over his head. He pleaded urgently. As a northern man, if placed in freezing weather, he could easily endure a day due to his cold resistance. But if they were to be exposed under the scorching sun, he might not last an hour, let alone being roasted by the fierce flames. However, all that responded to Barn was scornful curses and hatred. Clearly, Barn's reckless rush had disrupted all their plans. With their combined strength of 5, even if they encountered a young dragon, they would never have been in such a desperate flight, neglecting the lives of their teammates. This northern barbarian, the second-tier barbarian Barn, had already incurred Shyrie's wrath, especially after Barn had grabbed one of his hands. Old grievances and new resentments surged up, prompting Shyrie to draw his sharp short sword, aiming to stab it into the gap of Barn's half-armor. Not to kill, but to force him to let go. After all, a living Barn was far better than a dead one. Who knows, maybe the young dragon would stop chasing them because of it? Especially after Shyrie saw the warrior and the wandering lady, who had been knocked down by the horned black dragon, lying at Barn's feet, slightly larger in size. With his hand still held, Shyrie's eyes flared with fury, and without saying a word, he thrust the short sword into the gap of Barn's half-armor. Once a member of the Imperial Swordsmen, he was adept at wielding any sharp weapon. The sharp short sword penetrated 3 inches, and Barn let out a muffled grunt. However, he still refused to let go, firmly gripping his former captain with his right hand, holding on tightly. This was his only hope for survival. So he would never let go. Shyrie wasted no words. Upon seeing the black young dragon emerge from the flames, getting closer, his eyes turned bloodshot, almost frantic. He directly aimed the short sword at Barn's elbow joint, hoping to force Barn to release his grip. Driven by anger and fear, Shyrie had forgotten that if he were to wrestle with the barbarian Barn, there would be absolutely no other outcome. After being struck by Shyrie and Barn, although his mind was not very clear, Shyrie's actions in front of him completely enraged him. Since you won't save me, then let's die together. Enduring the severe pain radiating from his ribs, Barn unleashed an unparalleled strength. But this power was not used to deal with the true dragon. Instead, it was used to pull his former captain forcefully in front of him. Then, with a look that seemed to want to tear his teeth out, he delivered a vicious headbutt. "Boss, this is what you forced me to do." As he spoke, he delivered a second headbutt, blood gushing from both of their foreheads. However, the Imperial swordsman Shyrie was clearly in worse shape. His nose was shattered, several teeth had fallen out due to the facial blow, and blood covered his twisted face. "Oh, Dragon God above. If every visitor to my lair could be as worry-free as you two, that would be great." Barn and Shyrie both heard the common language coming from behind them. Undoubtedly, it was the black hatchling dragon that had rushed over from behind Barn. In the sea of flames, the only one who could leisurely stroll and speak was it. Gerton stepped on the bodies of the now silent wanderers, feeling the softness underfoot. And with its dark, golden vertical pupils, it closely watched the two adventurers harming each other, mocking them with a tone full of sarcasm. "Don't get too happy too soon. After Fane escapes, you won't be able to run away." Countless adventurers knew that in the sewers of Kalando, there was a hiding hatchling dragon. You will be killed or captured and sent to those mages interested in your body. Your dragon blood will be sold, and your treasures will be divided. Shyrie, whose speech was affected by his lost teeth, looked at the hatchling dragon with disdain and boisterously shouted. Knowing he couldn't escape, courage unexpectedly filled his chest. Even if he provoked the true dragon's wrath, he was no longer afraid. He had just seen the dual-wielding ranger Fane nearing the exit of the fissure, which somewhat comforted him, easing the pain in his face a little. At least, this dragon wouldn't live much longer. Not a loss. However, the next moment, he saw the true dragon looking at him mockingly. Oh, just as Fane thought he had escaped from the fissure entrance. Suddenly, he felt a fierce wind from his left, and as a half-elf, his reflexes were quick. He immediately raised the dual daggers in his hands to block the large, pale bone club that was not hidden even in the darkness. He also saw the attacker's appearance, a goblin, a sharp goblin. Before he could react to why there was a goblin at the entrance, another fierce wind came from his right, but this time he could no longer dodge. The thick bone club directly struck his kneecap, and he heard a crack. The sound of his kneecap breaking was excruciating. Coupled with the intense pain, Fane immediately lost his balance, half kneeling on the ground, clutching his knee and howling in agony. He looked despairingly at the elite goblins emerging from the shadows, a total of 10. Even if he escaped this time, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid this long-planned ambush. Even if Shiri were here, she might not be able to escape either. They had him cornered. When Fane was carried by the goblins, carefully avoiding the warning traps through another passage, and thrown into the bonfire hall. Right at the feet of the true dragon lying on the high platform, he saw the black hatchling again. However, he noticed that this hatchling was visibly larger than when he first encountered it. On the high platform, the dragon with black scales allowed the Dragonborn girl to wipe the blood off its claws with silk cloth. It looked down at the adventurer, who was crouching at its feet, with a contented and lazy gaze. Chapter 54, Bonfire Hall, on the high platform. Gerton looked at the adventurer crouching below. He did not rush to kill. He was currently digesting the gains from the previous four. The four adventurers, including the northern barbarian and the captain-like swordsman, had contributed 2 white light orbs and 2 black iron light orbs. The black iron talent shards were unfazed by the cold and sword mastery. Talent, unfazed by the cold. You will not fear the cold. In icy and snowy conditions, you can endure for a long time. And you have some resistance to the frost breath of winter wolves and white dragons, as well as some frostbite. But this does not give you the capital to provoke them. Talent, sword mastery, sharp sword, sharp eyes. Your swordsmanship is exceptional among hundreds of swordsmen. The sword is an extension of your body, and you can accomplish many incredible things with it, even slicing potatoes as thin as a cicada's wing. Gerton chose to directly decompose. The downside of dealing with humanoid beings is that the talent shards they possess always carry a deep malice towards true dragons. The former clearly looked down on the lava dragon's body. The heart of molten fire is not a lie, even in icy conditions. The high temperature inside the lava dragon is enough to ward off the cold, though the downside is that it may suffer double damage from cold-type spells in such environments. Similarly, like winter wolves that fear fire, fire-type spells will deal double damage to them, which is why products like fire oil always sell for a high price in the north. The latter held a grudge against its claws because its talent specified a type of military standard longsword, somewhat similar to a rapier. And no matter how one looked at it, it had nothing to do with Gerton's claws. Otherwise, Gerton would really want to try if his claws could slice potatoes. The white light orbs contained first-tier talent shards, theft, and iron wall. Talent, theft. Your sleight of hand allows you to steal from passers-by in bustling markets and trade areas without attracting attention, thus acquiring their wealth. Talent, iron wall. Your shield is like an iron wall, easily deflecting incoming projectiles. The shield in your hand is the strongest support for you and your teammates behind you. Another 2 worthless ones. Why not stealth? Don't wanderers have stealth? Gerton, in a murmuring tone, began to dismantle the 2 talent shards, then turned his gaze to the adventurer below, whose groin was unconsciously half-soaked. Gerton took to the air, soaring back to the platform with the help of his wings. And his claws, which had sprung from his pads, were stained with streaks of bright red blood. Nina, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown slightly at the sight, but she continued to wipe his claws with silk cloth, mumbling to herself. Mr. Gerton, these tasks could completely be handled by goblins. Their filthy blood shouldn't touch your claws. Gerton didn't respond, as he couldn't tell Nina that he needed to personally kill his prey to become stronger. This was a secret that he wouldn't mention to anyone, though it wasn't hard to guess. So, Gerton merely half lay down, lazily extending his claws, allowing the Dragonborn girl Nina to wipe them. He then began to think quietly. This talent seemed somewhat similar to the template of the god of slaughter, though he granted the goddess experience, not talent shards. Furthermore, through the hands of others, Gerton couldn't obtain talent shards. Otherwise, he could train a batch of subordinates, allowing him to lie back and collect shards, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Unfortunately, everything was just a dream, and for now, Gerton had yet to discover that the system panel had this feature. Perhaps it would open up in the future, but not at this moment. His attention began to converge on the new data information freshly displayed on the retinal panel, a newly detected talent. Ding. Detection successful. Detected as a first-tier talent, dual-wielding combat. Activate talent. Gerton looked at his shiny claws that Nina had been polishing and wondered if this counted as dual-wielding. However, it was just a talent shard, so Gerton was willing to experiment. The black wormling, already inclined towards wealth, silently clicked yes in the sea of consciousness. In an instant, the talent shard dissolved, and the data information transformed into light points, merging into Gerton's long claws. Within the light blue talent list, dual-wielding combat, 15, naturally entered Gerton's view. Dual-wielding combat. trained meticulously by a master of dual wielding from a young age, through daily practice. Your left and right hands have almost no difference, causing your enemies to feel several times more pressure when facing you wielding two weapons. Conversely, your pressure will be reduced several times when facing multiple attackers. However, your skills are still a bit unpolished, and it is recommended to learn more from that unnamed dark elf who carries dual daggers. A surge of mysterious and profound memories flooded into Gordon's mind, reminiscent of the charge skill as he skimmed through scenes from training as a dual dagger ranger. From daily training in his childhood to the agile use of both hands. From the precise slashes on wooden stakes to later adventures where he and his teammates completed quests defeating burrowing worms and trolls, and of course, some memories of battling with other adventurers. The memories of dual-wield combat, along with the dissolution of these memories, are etched into Gerton's hands like a brand. Before absorbing dual-wield combat, its claws would only tear apart, and they were rarely used. After all, the claws of a true dragon, while sharp, are mostly used in routine battles. Or rather, the heritage from the dragon's memories teaches them this. A true dragon attacks by first flying into the sky, using its dragon roar to intimidate enemies, then whipping up a gale to breathe fire down on ground forces from an aerial advantage. Occasionally, it would charge into the crowd, using its massive body to bite with dragon teeth or swing its tail to strike. It would only raise its claws to perform tearing attacks on nearby enemies near its abdomen. Now, Gerton feels that although its hands were flexible in the past, that kind of flexibility was only limited to the ordinary, literal sense. It wasn't this deeper level now. It can do many things in battle that it couldn't do before with its dual claws. For example, standing upright and attacking two enemies simultaneously with its claws, without distraction. And the striking power of its left and right claws wouldn't differ much. There is no distinction between left-handed and right-handed. Indeed, Gerton looks at the dual-wield combat in its talent list, quite satisfied. At least it's not useless. It is content. It just wants to test whether its claws can be considered weapons. The result is self-evident. It has already begun to contemplate whether it can find a talent owner with mastery in claws to experiment and see if it can elevate its attacking skills to a higher level. However, Gerton feels like it might be going off course. Clearly, it is a magical dragon, possessing innate sorcerer levels since childhood. So why is it going to such lengths to seek out melee combat abilities? Isn't being a spellcaster appealing? It is not a magic-inept magma dragon. That said, after this battle, Gerton finally understands why, in Dragon Heritage, adventurers are always evaluated as a group of creatures that are both loved and hated. It looks at the goblins below who have already started to divide the weapons and armor brought by the adventurers, and the small round shield next to it that can block its lava breath, deep in thought. After all, the loot obtained from killing an adventurer party far exceeds the plundered treasures from 3 or even 4 or 5 monster tribes. So much so that sometimes, if a high-level adventurer party fails in slaying a dragon and is wiped out, it could potentially lead to a significant wealth increase for the dragon. However, the price of failure is the life of the true dragon and the treasures they have spent their lives collecting. The risk is quite high, but this time, Gerton has genuinely enjoyed the rewards from the failure of the dragon-slaying team. Although not much, it is indeed richer than the previous 3 tribes. Not to mention the scattered coins amounting to nearly 1 gold piece. Just the small round shield in hand that can release a force field is already worth several times the total harvest of the previous tribes. Gerton has seen similar items in the alchemy shop item list brought by Nina. It is a ring that can release a force field wall no less than a human height and 1 foot thick 3 times a day. The ring is priced at 2,000 gold coins, which is unaffordable even if Gerton were to trade all of his wealth for it. Moreover, the appraisal that Gerton possesses clearly shows that the price of this round small shield fluctuates between approximately 200,400 gold coins. It seems that a good eloquence or timing is needed to sell it at a high price, such as to a team about to venture into a dungeon, or by using excellent persuasion to convince a wealthy novice to buy this weapon. However, Gerton would be very satisfied with 200 gold coins. He placed the round small shield into the dimensional bag that Nina brought back, planning to sell it directly to Fran's alchemy shop next time, which wouldn't be bad. But suddenly he thought that this might expose his traces, so Gerton dismissed that idea. Leaving it to Nina is also fine. After all, this item has decent defense and is particularly suitable for narrow places like sewers. If it weren't for the force field wall having a duration and the fierce oil traps below causing the adventurers to panic, Gerton might have to find another way to keep this group of adventurers behind. Anyway, he has already sent more than half of the goblins in the campfire hall down another passage to cut off their escape route. Their demise today is inevitable unless they have some hidden cards. But if that were the case, then Gerton could only lament his misfortune, leave the sewer, and search for an exit. He would also have to abandon the recently acquired followers. Their numbers were too many and too likely to expose his whereabouts. Chapter 55, Gerton Alduin Tangrillion. Title, Master of Blackfire. 87100. Race, Lava Dragon. Age, WRM, 0 to 5 years. Life, 40-40. Rank, 2 talents. First tier talents, Trap Mastery, 14. Gluttony, 59. Dark Vision, 411. Endurance, 17. Robust, 1020. Dual Weapon Combat, 15. Second tier talents, Scale Armor Enchantment, 420. Steel Teeth and Claws, 110. WRM's Roar, 18. Charge Proficiency, 18. Berserk, 118. War Command, 118. Spell Enhancement, 150. Sound Mimicry Skills, Fire. Immunity, Bite and Claw Attack. Lava Breath, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder, Free Talent Fragments. First tier Free Talent Fragments 2. Second tier Free Talent Fragments 2 after reviewing the brand new personal panel. It was time for the post-battle daily stat allocation. Gerton has consistently adhered to the philosophy that as long as others cannot kill him, he still has a chance. He consciously allocated 2 black iron talent points to Scale Armor Enchantment. Scale Armor Enchantment, 420, 620. It was yet another brand new experience. His body weight increased again, and the thickness and color of his scales began to develop towards a darker and smoother direction. The scales on his abdomen also appeared increasingly mature, slowly changing from a pale yellow to a grayish yellow. If seen by an uninformed person, they would definitely say that this dragon has gone through a lot of years and has darkened considerably. As for the remaining 2 first-tier talent points, there is no doubt that it will definitely max out the robust talent first. Whether it's to enhance its own strength or constitution, robust is far better than stamina. Although this allocation of points might cause Gerton's physical stamina to lag behind, at present, Gerton has not encountered any creatures that require prolonged combat. Moreover, it wants to see how much the talent of the juvenile dragon will improve after maxing out robust. It's important to note that both sharp claws and hard scales only require 10 pieces of any first-tier fragments to advance, while robust requires 20. From the perspective of the spell enhancement talent, the more fragments a talent requires, the more powerful it is, which is certainly reasonable. Therefore, this alone is enough to motivate Gerton to invest its remaining talent fragments. Robust, 1020, 1220. Life, 40404242. The feeling of increased physical strength returned once again, and its body also grew in size at an imperceptible rate. Now, when Gerton crouches down, it doesn't have to be much shorter than Nina. With its long dragon tail, it can easily surpass Nina's height. In less than a week, Gerton has grown so quickly. If Tiamat knew about this, it would surely regard Gerton as an aberrant dragon again. However, there is nothing wrong with Gerton's molten dragon genes. It just grows a bit faster than an ordinary hatchling and carries a few more talent skills and specialties. Other than that, everything is quite normal. It can use magic, and its appearance is also not strange, fitting well with the typical molten dragon hatchling. After completing the points allocation, Gerton's focus shifted away from the data panel in its retina. It looked up at the dragon girl sitting on a small chair left by the former spellcaster, enjoying her time with the spellbook. Gerton originally wanted to say something, but seeing Nina's concentrated expression, it thought better of disturbing her. Then it turned its gaze to the largest open space in the bonfire hall, where elite goblins were gathered together. Some of them had even switched to brand new weapons, including a warrior's longsword and a ranger's dual daggers, which they were wielding and practicing with. However, in the end, they all switched back to their bone hammers, discarding those relatively fine weapons. Compared to these strange weapons, these elite goblins still preferred their thick and heavy weapons, which were fearsome. Nevertheless, a few chose to replace their bone hammers with weapons from human adventurers. The goblin that was once smaller than the normal elite goblins, who had warned them, was now playing with a dagger stolen from a female wanderer's waist. And there was Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, who was wielding 2 cleaver axes, showcasing a fierce display. It is indeed the weapon left by the second-order barbarians, inheriting the half-armor of the barbarians. It is a bit large, but that is not important. As long as the defense is intact, The weight of the half-armor is almost negligible for goblins. However, it may hinder movement due to being ill-fitting. When he saw them exchanging weapons, Gerton felt no anger about his true dragon property being violated, as these were originally gifts he had bestowed upon them. At first, Grush appeared somewhat apprehensive and surprised. After all, managing to obtain a copper coin from the claws of a true dragon indicates that one holds a certain importance to the dragon. Dragons, whether metallic or chromatic, or even primal or gem dragons, are proud and stingy creatures. The rarity of treasures to a true dragon is unmatched. Even their mates and offspring cannot expect to receive a single gold coin from their horde, let alone their subordinates or followers who can be replaced at any time. It is a delusion to think otherwise. They would rather let treasures rot in the horde and rust than provide their subordinates with new equipment. This is well known throughout the continent of Ao. Therefore, after Gerton bestowed weapons upon them, a line in Gerton's title bar under the Blackfire Sovereign changed from 100% loyalty, maintained until the first defeat, to before the end of their lives. Loyalty is forever open only to the true dragon before them. It is evident that they have already taken on Gerton's form. Gerton had not noticed this at first, mainly because their previous demeanor had always been that of the most loyal lackeys, making it difficult to detect any anomalies. Gerton did not check the titles, and he only discovered the change later when he was bored. It can be said that it was an unintended consequence. Lying on the high platform, Gerton watched the goblins practicing with their weapons, and suddenly recalled the scale armor experiment he had set aside for a long time. Perhaps it could be done today. With so many weapons available, he could test the hardness of the scale armor more thoroughly to get a better understanding. Thus, after coming to this realization, Gerton did not hesitate and directly got up from the platform covered in gold coins, shook off the non-existent dust, and leaped down. With his dragon wings spread and the pads on his feet, his footsteps were light, not disturbing Nina nearby. Chapter 56. When Grush saw the true dragon striding towards him, he didn't even need to issue an order. All the goblins present performed the most devout gesture towards their approaching master, the black-scaled dragon. They prostrated themselves on the ground, just as they had at the beginning. Grush initially wanted to loudly praise Gerton's honor, but upon seeing Gerton signaling for silence, he immediately closed his mouth. Kneeling on the ground, he awaited the true dragon's approach. Soon, Gerton's distinctive roar echoed, "Grush, now, you will carry out my commands." "Master, what commands?" "Grush will surely uphold your will as supreme." Grush listened quietly after speaking, and then it heard the most absurd command it had ever encountered in its life. "Pick up your weapons and strike at my scales." Gerton's voice, authoritative and unquestionable, was clearly heard by the goblins present. If it weren't for Gerton's imposing presence, there would surely have been an uproar. "Master," Grush originally wanted to question, but upon seeing Gerton's solemn dark golden vertical pupils, it immediately lowered its head, being the first to stand up and pick up its twin axes, standing before Gerton. "I will obey your will, my master." Then, Grush carefully raised the twin axes and gently struck at the highest ruler of the Blackfire clan, its supreme master. After that, Gerton's roar echoed, "Grush, haven't you eaten? Put some strength into it." 20 minutes later, Gerton returned to the platform from the open space, satisfied. From the glimmer of joy in its eyes, it was clear that its mood was quite good. Indeed, it was in a good mood, under Gerton's command to let the goblins give it their all. It finally understood what kind of weapons and force its scales could resist. Although scale armor magic increased magical resistance in terms of physical defense, it was far thicker than the hard scales of a hatchling dragon. This could be seen from its armor-like scales. Therefore, through this experiment, Gerton could better assess the situation when encountering adventurers in the future, and its decision-making in battle would be optimized. Under certain circumstances, Gerton could disregard the weapons coming at it due to the thickness of its scales, allowing it to know more intuitively which weapons it could withstand and which it needed to avoid. With a clear understanding of the problem that had troubled it for a long time, Gerton changed from a standing position to a lying position, resting on the gold coins that brought it a slight sense of pleasure, and began to sleep soundly. The weakness from the intense exercise and the aftereffects of its rage made it feel a bit drowsy. Now that everything was finished, it was time to sleep. The crack at the exit of the campfire hall had returned to its original state, and the warning traps had been reset and installed. However, the scorched marks on the latter half of the rock walls could not be concealed. But in the sewers, no one would notice the abnormality of the rock walls. They were more concerned about what monsters might appear around the next corner. It was unlikely that anyone would guess that a true dragon was hidden inside, right? The last adventurer team that knew about it had all met their demise in the sewer, feeding their bodies to the creatures down there. The cold winds of the sewers blew away the last traces of burnt odor and the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. The entrance crack once again returned to its former tranquility. A day later, in the southeastern area of the sewers, a team of 6 adventurers was slowly advancing through the deep corridors of the sewers, holding torches. They all had, to varying degrees, the heads of ratmen hanging from their waists. Aside from the petite figure in the middle holding a silver spear, her face obscured by a hood. It was hard to see her features. However, judging by her behavior, this adventurer seemed less like someone on an adventure and more like someone who was here to experience fear, trembling continuously. Nevertheless, the rest of the adventuring party watched her actions, which were rather lackluster, without any complaints. After all, she was their patron. She had paid 3 gold coins to hire them to take her on a tour of the city's sewers to experience the life of an adventurer. This extra income was something they all wholeheartedly agreed to. If it were in the wilderness, they might have been concerned, but here in the sewers, the worst they might encounter would be goblins or ratmen. What other unique monsters could possibly appear? So, early in the morning, they readily accepted this commission and began a day tour of the sewers with this mysterious female patron. Leading the party was Level 1 Ranger, Keen, responsible for scouting ahead. The surrounding environment of the sewer was no different from the sewers they had passed through before. However, Keen could clearly sense that the smell of rats in the air had intensified, even though the predominant odors were still those of goblins and gnolls. Yet, he could still identify the scent, thanks to his animal companion, the sniffing prowess of his Basenji. The wind blew from all directions through the pipes, alleys, and corridors, making it hard for him to pinpoint where the ratman smell was coming from. Nevertheless, he could definitely feel that the scent was getting closer, not far from where they were. So he turned to his team leader, Wylan, who was not far behind, and whispered his complaint. "Damn it, Captain, these ratmen can really run. They've made it this far. If I'm not mistaken, we should be in the southeastern area now." Wylan, the captain, just smiled and replied to his team member, "The distribution of ratmen in the sewers isn't that sparse anymore. The ratmen tribe was mostly wiped out this morning. You saw what the Duran family did earlier today in Black Street, burning those ratmen's heads on the spot. It was quite a spectacle." Scout Keen nodded in agreement, recalling the scene he had witnessed before heading into the sewers that morning. Countless rat heads piled into a small hill, their humanoid faces displaying fear, fright, or even ferocity. Although they were not human but monsters, thinking back on it still gave Keen the chills. So, there aren't many ratmen left. Regardless of whether we find anything today, this will be our last trip to the sewers. Let us search around here and then head back up to the Adventurers Guild to hand in our commission. The extermination of ratmen isn't profitable anymore. What do you think, Miss Roviv? After making the decision, Wylan felt the need to ask for the patron's opinion. After all, there had been pitifully few battles in the sewers today, and they hadn't even slain 20 ratmen. Earning 3 gold coins felt a bit too easy, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. "I can go with whatever you decide." A little girl with red hair and twin ponytails held a seemingly expensive silver spear in her hands, trembling as she replied. At that moment, a low bark of woof, woof, came from around the corner of the corridor ahead. It was Keen's animal companion, a Bissau dog named Sharp Fong, who seemed to have discovered something. Scout Keen followed closely behind. Shortly after, Keen, who arrived first, returned to tell Captain Warren, saying, "Captain, there's a goblin den up ahead. The sewer has been dug up beyond recognition by them." Warren was quite pleased to hear this and happily said to the lady behind him, "Miss Rovi, you can enjoy a thrilling adventure soon. Look, a goblin den is waiting for our arrival. This will be a magnificent performance." Warren's voice was filled with joy, as if he felt he had earned those 3 gold coins back. At that moment, a chill wind from the sewer blew past, making Rovi, the girl who had secretly come out to adventure, feel a shiver down her spine, and she tightened her robe. Although she was somewhat excited to witness an exhilarating battle, a sense of unease suddenly arose in her heart. However, she touched the silver ring on her hand and felt reassured. With it, there should be no problems. Though she guessed she would probably face a scolding from her sister when she returned. But she had experienced the life of an adventurer, and it was indeed much more thrilling than described in the Lich's Adventure House. Chapter 57. In the Bonfire Hall. All the goblins of the Black Fire clan capable of training were stepping up in batches, swinging thick bone clubs, attacking humanoid scarecrows for combat training. This was to train their bone break specialty. Although the efforts of the past few days had yet to show results. Most goblins no longer swung their weapons randomly like before, but instead targeted joints for strikes, which was a small improvement. Meanwhile, Gerton lay on a pile of gold coins that had lost a few pieces, playing with a potion bottle, while Nina counted the coins under Gerton's feet with some distress. They had just warmed up, and now Mr. Gerton had used them to buy potions. Her dream of filling the hall with gold coins was drifting further away, and Nina's little face scrunched up adorably in thought. Gerton saw the little one looking like this, but found it hard to explain. After all, such actions were indeed strange for a true dragon, but to him, wealth was merely an external possession. It was best used to purchase equipment. Otherwise, if it was given to adventurers, wouldn't that be a loss? Although it was quite comfortable to sleep or squat on the coins. Gerton decisively bought a few bottles of potions to prepare for future needs, so he wouldn't be easily pushed over by adventurers. In its clause was a breath enhancement potion sold at Fran's alchemy shop for 10 gold coins a bottle, specifically designed to enhance the breath attack power of Dragonborn or sorcerers. This meant that when Gerton breathed out, it would cost 10 gold coins, which was quite extravagant. However, as long as it can enhance his combat power, Gerton is quite willing to spend. So he purchased 4 potions at once, along with some more fire oil and a few other potions he had long been eyeing, including the memory loss potion and the sleep potion, which are quite useful. For Gerton, fire oil can create advantageous conditions at any time, boosting himself and weakening his enemies, which is perfect for him. The latter was purchased after careful consideration. Just as Gerton was lying on the high platform pondering whether he should use this money to buy a magical artifact for protection, on the other side, Lovey had already followed the adventurer team to the vicinity of the kobold nest. The kobold nest is about 50 feet behind the corridor, in a broken hall crowded with more than 10 sewer pipe openings, with totem marks depicting dragon symbols on the outer rock walls. The dragon totem marks are a characteristic of kobold nests, as long as there are a slightly larger number of kobold tribes, regardless of whether they have spellcasters or not. There will be totem marks around to warn intruders. For them, totems represent faith, worship, and the aspiration to follow true dragons. However, for the weak true dragon hatchlings, they tend to prefer to raise them as ornamental pets or use them as a trump card for the tribe. Often, some adventurers are very cautious when they break into the final hall of the kobolds, because an inattentive adventurer might be ambushed by a true dragon lurking in the shadows, instantly turning a seemingly certain victory into defeat. Although such occurrences are rare, when they do happen, they can be talked about for many years. With the help of Ranger Scout Keen and his animal companion, the adventurer team easily found the true entrance to the kobold nest. A pipe in the second row of the lower left corner did not look any different from the others. However, Keen could clearly smell that the scent there was mixed with the presence of goblins and other creatures, while the other pipes had a pure kobold scent, which often indicates traps. Kobolds are adept diggers, spending 70% of their lives digging. Whether it's soft soil, hard granite, or scorching volcanic rock, they can always find a clever support point to prevent the cave from collapsing. It can be said that they are natural mining masters. Therefore, their nests often have 2 or 3 false entrances to confuse enemies. Inside, there are usually falling rocks and pits to trap those who dare to invade the kobold nest, be they adventurers or other humanoid creatures. Captain, I'm going in first. Wait for my signal. Scout Keen unhesitatingly entered this dark, damp entrance. The entrance to the nest is about half a person's height, just enough to accommodate the height of a kobold, and Keen had to bend down to enter. Generally speaking, the openings that kobolds frequently use are not trapped. Because they inherit a bit of the draconic pride, they possess a kind of sweet confidence in their own creations, not believing that other creatures can see through their entrance disguises. However, Keen still proceeded cautiously, step by step, starting to check for traps, as he did not want to get into trouble in the dog-headed humanoid's lair. Holding a glowing phosphorescent stone, which was enough to illuminate a 5-foot radius in front of him, he began to gradually investigate. He was not worried about anything lurking in the darkness or ambushing him, because behind him was his animal companion, and any movement would not escape the notice of the adult Bissig dog. So Kien felt reassured as he explored the entrance passage. At the end of the passage, a portion of the outline of a spacious and quiet underground hall appeared before Kien in the dim light. He was somewhat surprised, but still went out to carefully check the surroundings, though he did not dare to venture too deep and soon turned back. Upon returning to Wylowen, Kian relayed everything he had seen inside, waiting for Wailuan's judgment. Wailuan frowned slightly when he heard Kian mention that there were no signs of dog-headed humanoids in the hall. But he was still unwilling to give up. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go in and take a look. If we can't find any traces of the dog-headed humanoids, we'll retreat. Miss Loviath, please walk in the middle, follow me closely, and put away your spear. You should take this." The armored warrior Wailuan drew a 1.5-foot-long short sword from his waist and handed it to the girl in the black robe who concealed her face. "In this low cave entrance, your spear is a burden. This is more suitable for you." Loviath disassembled and stored her spear, took the short sword from Wailuan. And her pretty face beneath the low hood showed some excitement. "Is this what adventure is like? Loviath, you are also an adventurer now." She clenched her fist, unable to suppress her joy, as if her dream was coming true. Previously, when she watched them slaughter the rat folk, she also felt a sense of adventure. But in this moment, she truly felt part of it. One by one, the team members bent down to enter the entrance, and soon it was Loviath's turn. She held the short sword, hunched her body, and quickly slipped inside, then followed closely behind the figure in front. They quickly arrived at the dilapidated hall Kian had mentioned, where the light of the campfire illuminated the surrounding worn environment. However, from the traces on the ground and the garbage, it was evident that there had been biological activity here, whether it was the discarded bones or the piles of trash. They all indicated that there had been considerable biological activity. Yet, for some reason, it was now eerily empty. For safety's sake, Wailuan had them return to their usual formation as soon as they stepped out of the passage, scouts leading the way, warriors and swordsmen adapting as needed. The tower shield warrior remained at the back to guard and protect the only spellcaster among them. Behind Loviath were the two members of the adventurer team, the dwarf warrior with the tower shield and the tall man in a white robe, whose fingers were delicate and pale, with a hint of joy on his face. He had a harp tucked at his waist, but now he held a short sword just like Loviath's in his hand. In the team, there was the only spellcaster, a bard named Sis. He did not wear a temple badge, so Rovi didn't know which deity he worshipped and couldn't determine his alignment. Sis noticed Rovi looking back at him and immediately smiled, asking, "Miss Rovi, is there a problem?" And no, nothing. Rovi saw Sis's somewhat warm smile, but felt a chill and palpitations for some reason. However, she was quickly drawn to the commotion ahead. "Captain, there are signs of a campfire here. It's still warm. And there are wet footprints. Looking at the direction, they came from over there." In the decayed and broken hall ahead, Kian stood on the shattered floor tiles. One hand was feeling the temperature of the campfire ashes beneath him, while the other pointed to a pit on the eastern side, speaking to the teammate behind him, Wailuan. "Then let's go. Stay alert and keep an eye on the surroundings." Wailuan murmured, "Actually, in the sewers, there's no dark vision, whether you speak softly or not." The campfire in their hands would still expose their tracks. It was just a psychological comfort. Rovi was curiously surveying the surroundings, where debris was scattered everywhere. Under the firelight, she also saw the broken hall, with numerous openings over 3 feet high where humanoid creatures could hide. But seeing the bottom, it was evident that this was the dwelling of goblins. However, Rovi didn't observe for long before following their pace into the underground cave. The cave was different from the previous passage. It extended downward rather than parallel. There were also traces of mining in the surrounding area. But based on the newness and oldness, it had been open for a long time. "Oh my god, what have these goblins done? Did they dig through to connect to the sword shell bay outside?" As the group moved downward, someone finally sensed something was off. The salty smell of seawater in the air became increasingly apparent. Kian was the first to express surprise to his teammates behind him. Wailuan, however, didn't mind. On the contrary, he was more concerned about where the goblins were hiding. After walking for about 5 minutes, they reached the soft and damp ground of the extended, winding passage. After a few steps, they felt the space in front of them suddenly open up. Under the torchlight, they clearly saw the underground space they were in. It was a naturally formed cave, far larger than they had imagined. Their firelight could only faintly illuminate the arched rock walls of the cave, revealing scattered stalactites and densely clustered stalagmites above, resembling swords poised to strike. "By the gods, this is..." Everyone looked at the underground cave, murmuring in astonishment. The path beneath their feet was flanked by rock walls, leading to an elevated platform above, faintly illuminated by firelight and the sounds of monsters. On the other side, just a few steps away from the team, was a deep blue lake occupying all the visible space in the cave. The sea-like smell must be coming from this connection. Keen slowly crawled up, wanting to observe the activity on the platform. He poked his head out, and his eyes widened instantly. In the open area on the platform, a bonfire over 2 meters high was burning. The firelight allowed him to see clearly that more than 100 dog-headed creatures were densely gathered on the platform, all facing the deep blue lake in front of them, which was in the direction of Keen's right hand, respectfully crawling on the ground with their tails drooping. In front of them, there was a high platform, piled with various creatures, including goblins, rat-men, and even a few goblin dogs barking. Were they performing a sacrifice? Just as Keen was about to turn back and say something to the captain behind him, he noticed the blue lake on his right, which was as calm as a mirror, suddenly rippling. Triangular waves spread outwards, and a huge shadow grew larger from beneath the water at a visible speed, accompanied by a crashing sound. When he looked again, a fierce monster had already emerged from the water, half of its body above the surface. With its eerie green vertical pupils, blue-green scales, and fin-like dragon wings, it looked particularly menacing and terrifying under the illumination of the burning bonfire. Its gaze was fixed on Keen, filled with greed and anger. Chapter 58. The Gods Above, a sea dragon beast hidden in the sewers. What have these dog-headed creatures done? Before the scout Keen could voice his thoughts, the monster, whose upper body was 10 feet long, began to slither through the water, its massive body leaning forward as it swam toward Keen. It emitted a terrifying roar, and although the sea dragon beast was not a true dragon, its roar could still intimidate those with weak minds. Whether adventurers or humanoid creatures, they would freeze in place, allowing it to devour them. Even though Keen was a professional, he was momentarily startled by the sudden roar and paused for a few seconds. Fortunately, a familiar melody reached his ears, instantly alleviating the shock from the dragon's roar and lightening his steps, preventing him from waiting to die on the spot. This was the only spellcaster in their team, Sis, whose special bardic ability, Inspire Courage, could influence the mind through music. Inspire Courage effectively dispelled the fear of teammates, enhancing their combat abilities and allowing them to maximize their potential, while also providing some immunity against charm and fear spells. Hurry, Captain. That monster's back fins have completely transformed into deep purple. It's an elderly sea dragon beast. Adventurers may not be familiar with monster lore, but they were well aware of the creatures that appeared near Carland. Keen shouted, fully understanding the horror of this monster. Sea dragon beasts often raided passing merchant ships, capsizing vessels, and were notorious pirates of the sea, sometimes even more brutal than pirates themselves, as pirates have some rationale, while these monsters have no desire for communication. They sought treasure from the ships and the sweet blood and flesh of their prey. The former was a common trait among true dragon bloodlines, while the latter was a favorite of ferocious beasts. Even the weakest kobold has an unconscious habit of collecting shiny trinkets and coins. The team members, including their captain Veyron, instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing the monster. When they heard the roar, they froze even more, only feeling relieved when Sis's music echoed in the tall cavern. However, this adventurer team was ultimately not intimidated by the monster before them. After all, they had weathered many storms. Although they had never hunted a third-tier monster, they had certainly seen their fair share. Even adult dragons had once soared above them, and now thinking back, there was really nothing to fear, just the need to change their pants. Everyone, come here. Bark. Raise your tower shield and stand at the front. Veyron immediately called for the originally long line formation to close in, gathering together, and instructed the second-tier shield warrior, the dwarf bard, to take defensive position. After all, true dragons are all cunning. Even a white dragon deserves the title of a sly beast, and ambush is their specialty. They could not let this monster single them out and weaken their strength, which was Veyron's first reaction. Stand behind me, friends. The shield warrior dwarf bard unhesitatingly raised his tower shield, blocking in front of the five, staring unwaveringly at the monster before him. He knew that if he fell, his teammates would be easily defeated. The scout Kien, who had just returned to the team, also drew his crossbow and began to load specially enchanted arrows. The iron arrowheads would not harm the scales of the sea dragon beast in front of them at all. As a ranger scout, he had prepared some arrows specifically for dealing with high-tier monsters. Veyron and another swordsman drew their long swords, pointing their blades at the increasingly approaching sea dragon beast. Standing their ground, even Rovive trembled as she took out the silver pole without a spearhead, shivering as she faced the colossal creature. For a moment, It seemed that only the bard Sis's song echoed throughout the cavern. It proved effective. Their team's prickly defense made even the cunning and fierce sea dragon beast feel a sense of hesitation. Yes, just like that. Slowly retreat. Let's get out of here. Seeing the sea dragon beast's wariness, Veyron felt a surge of joy and quietly urged his teammates to back away step by step, wanting to retreat to the winding downward passage. However, just because the sea dragon beast found it somewhat difficult to attack and did not take the initiative did not mean it would give up on this fresh meat presented to it. It roared at the kobolds still watching from afar. Capture them and bring them to me. In Draconic. Hearing this, the kobolds, standing upright like red lizards, quickly picked up weapons from the ground, barking and rushing down from the high platform towards the adventurer team. Fight for the strong. This is the glory of the kobolds. Although this sea dragon beast was not a true dragon, it did not hinder these kobolds, who worshipped strength, from submitting to it. Even the most foolish sea dragon beast possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. Summoning its minions is a fundamental skill for true dragons. Almost all true dragons view their subordinates as a source of food reserves, so no matter how many die, they won't feel any pain in their eyes. As long as they can consume the life force of these adventurers, whether it be physical strength or spells, if they can trade one for that, it's a profit. Undoubtedly, it has inherited this trait. The adventurers looked at the swarming kobolds before them, their initial glee instantly extinguished, replaced by full commitment to battle. The kobolds were not terrifying, and most of them were ordinary kobolds, with none at the second tier, only a few first-tier kobolds mixed in. Normally, Veyron would be the first to unleash his ultimate move. These low-tier monsters would fall like wheat under his cleave. However, with the sea dragon beast watching closely, it was now a test of the team's cohesion. Whether they could withstand this wave without letting the dragon beast find an opportunity was a matter of life and death. Retreating to a narrow space to defend was not an option. Being on the lakeside was dangerous. Veyron, watching the sea dragon beast disappear into the water, warned his teammates with a wary expression. Without the sea dragon beast's gaze, the adventurers easily retreated back into the original cave, where they began to clear out the kobolds in a narrow area. Retreating further was naturally impossible. If they were surrounded by hundreds of kobolds in an open area, it would be very dangerous. Such attacks from all directions could only be handled by an 8-armed serpent demon. However, as time passed, they had already chopped down a quarter of the kobolds, and the corpses were piled at the cave entrance, nearly 3 feet high. Veyron and another swordsman had sore arms from hacking, yet the sea dragon beast hidden beneath the lake had yet to show itself. Were they just going to let it go? Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. It seemed absurd, but the reality was evident. Meanwhile, in the ruined hall above, a grotesque monster with ghostly green vertical pupils, resembling ghost fire, was slowly rising from a small, inconspicuous water area in the hall. As its entire body crawled out of the water, it shook off the water stains from its scales with some disdain, thinking how fresh water was truly bland. Then it oriented itself and headed towards the nearby cave that emitted a scent of the sea. Its several thousand pounds of weight allowed it to move as quietly as a snake on land. Chapter 59, The Bonfire Hall. Grush, with charred elbows and dual axes strapped to his back, knelt on one knee, reporting to Gerton, who lay on the high platform. About the current state of the Blackfire clan. My lord, 2 more females have become pregnant yesterday. I have arranged for them. The gestation period will take about 2 tidal cycles. 2 tidal cycles refer to the number of times the normal water level of the sewer river rises dramatically, approximately around 60 days. The black-scaled dragon on the high platform slightly nodded. The goblins scattered in the sewer had disappeared. And although the wind in the sewer was still fierce, it was not as bad as a few days ago. However, there were still significantly more adventurers than usual, so it didn't send anyone to search. If adventurers followed them to their lair, that would be troublesome. If they could win a fight, that would be one thing. But if they couldn't, it would be quite disastrous. It was naturally better for the clan to reproduce on its own, even though it took a long time, 2 months. But that was still better than nothing. Gordon's long tail intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Nina's foot as she counted the 3rd pile of gold coins on the high platform, clearly showing that it was in a good mood. Nina, caught off guard by Gordon's tail, was a bit annoyed, but she couldn't do much about Mr. Gerton. She could only hold on to his tail to keep it still and continue counting the gold coins that she hadn't finished counting yet. Her little face was scrunched up. In less than 2 days, the 1 350 gold coins, she had ended up being reduced to 680. She didn't even know how she spent it. She counted on her fingers to figure out what she had bought. Strengthening dragon breath potions, invisibility potions, luck potions, stone skin ointments, fire oils, incendiary bottles, memory erasing potions, and 2 spellbooks with 0-level spells that Gerton bought for her. The cost of the 2 spellbooks was almost half the price of the dimensional bag, which made Nina feel quite pained. The reason for buying 0-level spellbooks was that Nina had finally sensed some magical power yesterday, but she still couldn't cast spells. Moreover, the only thing left by the goblin spellcaster was an introductory meditation method without any spells, so Gerton planned to get her a few 0-level spells. Originally, he intended to buy 5, but Nina was still reluctant to spend money and only bought 2. One was Mage Hand, and the other was Dancing Lights. The former was an essential spell for mages from the spellcasting introduction manual, while the latter was a spell that Gerton suggested she must learn. After all, Dancing Lights could be quite useful and might have surprising effects at certain times, right, Captain? Get ready. At the exit of the underground lake, the bard Sis loudly warned his teammates, raising his wand high. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared at the tip of the wand. 0-level cantrip, Dancing Lights. The white light exploded in the narrow passage in less than half a breath, blinding all the kobolds crowded at the entrance, throwing them into a state of confusion as they swung wildly. Some even hit their own teammates, while others fell into the lake, splashing around. The scene turned chaotic. Meanwhile, Wyland and another swordsman, who were completely unaffected by the cantrip, took advantage of the kobolds' blindness. They entered kill mode, taking down nearly 1 or 2 kobolds with each swing. However, they didn't dare to pursue into the lake area, limiting themselves to within 5 feet of the cave entrance, still under the protection of Bag's tower shield, as they remembered the greatest threat of their journey. The 3rd-tier sea dragon beast has yet to appear, casting a shadow of gloom over everyone's hearts. The dog-headed warriors have already suffered nearly half of their losses, yet they still refuse to retreat. Welland drove his sword into the ground and spat. He wiped his sweaty hands clean, then drew his sword again, looking at the still fiercely motivated dog-headed warriors with confusion. Logically speaking, such creatures would never fight so desperately without a glimmer of hope for victory, especially since there were no true dragons overseeing the battle. Even if there were, under such a one-sided situation, their morale wouldn't be so unnaturally high. It was as if victory was just within reach. Let us clear out another wave of dog-headed warriors and leave. Remember to cut off their ears. We can exchange them for some coin. Welland felt a bit uneasy, but 50 dog-headed warriors in the empty surroundings were still too many, so he decided to clear out a portion first before leaving, which would be much safer. Although it was conservative, it was stable and wouldn't lead to any trouble. While he was thinking, Welland reminded the teammates behind him to cut off the ears from the dog-headed corpses. They could still fetch a few copper coins at the Adventurers Guild. Rover, holding a spear with a sharpened tip, nervously stared at the azure lake outside the passage. In fact, she wasn't the only one. Almost everyone in the adventuring team was glancing at the calm blue lake, knowing that a giant beast was lurking within. The arrow on the bowstring was the most terrifying, especially when they knew that it could very well be deadly. However, Rover didn't know why, but the more she stared at the tranquil lake, the more uneasy and restless she felt. There was an indescribable feeling of tightness in her chest that made it hard for her to breathe. Just as she was about to take a breath, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a ghostly green flame appearing from the corner of her eye. As she turned her head to look, she saw a menacing lizard-like head emerging from around the corner behind them. The blue-green scales shimmered, and the slightly open massive mouth revealed 3 sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark. Fear, panic, and horror washed over Rover, sending chills down her spine in an instant. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself unable to speak in the face of this monster. She could only watch helplessly as the creature stealthily approached one of the most important members of the team, the bard, SYSD. Just as SYSD noticed something was off when the sea dragon beast came within 15 feet, he halted his uplifting musical spell. He turned to the side and saw the strange red-haired girl with twin ponytails staring blankly at him. No, she was looking behind him. In an instant, he discerned something from Rover's gaze and hurriedly tried to cast a first-tier spell, Mage Armor, and followed it up with Expeditious Retreat. However, it was too late. A massive mouth, reeking of blood, swiftly bit the spellcaster, who had just been singing a battle song, in half. The headless corpse thudded to the ground. The few who were fighting the dog-headed creatures turned around to see this scene, still in a daze and unable to react. But the cunning evil dragon would not wait for them for even a moment, having eliminated the most troublesome spellcaster. The next target was the weakest and easiest point to break through. A massive tail swept diagonally towards Roiviv. Just hearing the sound of the wind, one could tell that if struck by this giant tail, one would be heavily injured if not killed. However, the others were still in shock, and the only one who could save Roiviv was herself. She felt the gust of wind by her ear and, not knowing where the courage came from, bit her tongue hard to shake off the sea dragon beast's intimidation. Then, with astonishing speed, she made a peculiar gesture and lightly brushed her left hand's silver ring. The magical brilliance suddenly burst forth from the ring. In the next instant, not even half a second passed, Roiviv's petite figure vanished from the cave. Chapter 60. Above, the high-level escape spell ranked alongside the teleportation spell as a sixth circle spell. But the former is not as stable as the latter, instead randomly teleporting within a 10-mile radius. Most wizards do not memorize this spell. However, this spell has a characteristic that teleportation cannot achieve. It is instantaneous and involves the body moving instantly, almost in the blink of an eye. The body moves to a location several miles away. It is a good skill for dodging certain area spells or targeted spells. There is no need to worry about being scorched halfway through opening a teleportation portal by a meteor shower falling from the sky. There is also no fear of being grabbed by the arm during the teleportation process, causing the upper half to end up miles away while the lower half remains in place. However, its practicality is somewhat lacking. After all, there are many good sixth circle spells, such as trigger spells, dispel spells, and anti-magic fields. It is not rational for high-level wizards to memorize this one for escaping. High-level wizards have more than one escape method. The second circle spell, Rope Magic, is an example. There are also third circle spells like Blink and Haste, along with more stable teleportation spells. With these spells, those high-level wizards do not need a spell with such random uncertainty. Nevertheless, as a magical artifact, this ring with the sixth circle spell, high-level escape, is still quite nice. It does not occupy a spell slot and serves as a trump card for escape, making it a decent spell ring among magical artifacts, albeit with a bit of uncertainty. Roiviv actually did not want to use this spell, but in that situation, she had no other choice. If she took a hit, she might not even have the chance to use the escape ring. She was not like those professionals with strong physiques, able to remain unaffected by the sweep of a third-tier monster. There was a high probability that she would be slammed against the wall, losing her combat ability, and would then have to let the sea dragon beast do as it pleased, completely incapable of resistance. It was even possible that she could die on the spot. Now, the only thing Leviath is somewhat grateful for is that this is a sewer, not the wilderness outside the city. The safety here, as well as the distribution of monsters, is certainly much lower than in the wild. In the wilderness, it's easy to randomly teleport to the territory of an ogre or a gnoll, or even end up in a dragon's lair. Such possibilities are not uncommon. However, in the sewer, after being down here for so long, she has only encountered a few ratmen and the dog-headed creature she saw earlier, with no other monsters in sight. The monster distribution rate must be low, and with her advanced escape skills, as long as she doesn't get extremely unlucky and teleport directly into a monster's nest, she can definitely make it back to the surface of Kalando alive and inform the Adventurers Guild about the dragon beast. After all, there is a third-tier dragon beast in the sewers of Kalando, and if this news gets out, those noble lords would surely be willing to pay a handsome reward to hire a seasoned adventurer team from Kalando to hunt it down. Anyone who knows there's a monster lurking beneath them would probably lose sleep over it, even if they know it's a sea dragon beast that can't stay away from the ocean for too long. As Leviath's body completely vanished into the depths of the cave, her thoughts were in disarray. Especially the tragic death of the bard Sis just moments ago made her realize that death is not simply a line in a novel. It is a bloody, painful reality. The bard, who had just been singing to inspire and uplift their spirits, was swiftly ambushed by the sea dragon beast, which bit off his head, leaving blood everywhere. This stark reality was hard for a girl barely 11 or 12 years old to accept, especially when she thought of the adventurer team that had no spellcasters to help them, facing a fully powered sea dragon beast while being flanked by its dog-headed minions. Even if she didn't understand the details, she knew that they certainly had no chance of survival. I will tell the Adventurers Guild and have other adventurers take revenge for you, Leviath silently vowed. But just as she regained her senses and saw what was in front of her, she was instantly frozen in place, her delicate face filled with surprise. Her small hands unable to resist propping against the cold wall beside her. In front of Loviath, illuminated by the light of a campfire, a serene white-haired Dragonborn girl was sitting in a chair, leaning over a table, meticulously copying something. Nina, looking at the striking vertical pupils and the familiar face. The name popped into Loviath's mind. Although she had only met Nina, the Dragonborn girl, twice, it didn't stop Loviath from seeing her as an idol. The fact that someone younger than herself had already become a proper adventurer made Loviath feel a sense of admiration. But why is she here? Nina. She couldn't help but call out softly. Hearing someone call her name in a delicate girl's voice, Nina, who was engrossed in writing something at the table, suddenly snapped back to reality, surprised. Looking up, Nina discovered that next to the high platform in the bonfire hall, there was unexpectedly a girl dressed in a black hooded cloak, holding a silver spear in one hand and propping herself up with the other, gazing at Nina with wide eyes of astonishment. From Nina's angle sitting under the hood and with the bonfire on her right, she could clearly see the girl's face under the hood, as well as her flowing, fiery red hair. It was the little girl from Fran's alchemy shop who had mistaken her for a ghost, whose name seemed to be something like Laura. Just as Nina was deeply focused on studying the zero-ring spell model, she momentarily forgot the girl's name in front of her. But there was no doubt that she recognized this girl and had seen her more than once. But why was she here? Nina, how did you get here? Are you here to kill the Ratman too? Sister Fran said you bought a lot of potions. She thought you were going outside the city. Laura, who had just survived a close call, blurted out a whole bunch of words to calm her current chaotic emotions. That's me. Nina was momentarily at a loss for words. This was the bonfire hall, the goblin's abode, Mr. Gerton's territory, and also her home. However, before Nina could hesitate about whether to tell Laura, the relieved Laura patted her chest, looking cautious. She gently said to Nina, Nina, do you know what's hidden in the sewers? Confused, Nina looked at the somewhat neurotic red-haired girl with a questioning expression. What? There's a dragon. There's a dragon hidden in the sewers, Laura said to Nina with a look of fear. Upon hearing this, Nina's expression immediately changed, and a hint of unease rose in her heart as her gaze involuntarily darted up to the high platform. Then she quickly averted her eyes. Could it be that Mr. Gerton was exposed? That shouldn't be the case. She seemed to have never revealed Mr. Gerton's existence to Lady Willow. As for her teammates, she often spoke ambiguously. Moreover, if it had leaked out from her side, Laura shouldn't be speaking like this. Laura noticed Nina's change in expression, but it was quite normal. Anyone would react this way upon hearing about a dragon, especially with news of a dragon hidden in the sewers. That would be enough to alarm the Adventurers Guild in Kalando. Don't be afraid, Nina, that dragon isn't here. I escaped using the relic my mother left me. Laura showed the silver ring on her hand to reassure her. She wanted to calm Nina's emotions and continue sharing her unfinished experiences. However, for some reason, she had a feeling of being watched and suddenly remembered why Nina was studying in the sewers, especially in the black market sewers. Where exactly was this? Suddenly realizing, Laura turned around and saw a scene that made her heart race. Goblins, almost as numerous as the previous dog-headed men, were all crouched on the ground, silent and motionless, with the only one lifting its head being a goblin with charred elbows, looking up towards them. No, to be precise, it was looking up above. Above her, Luawife unconsciously turned her head and looked up at the rock wall behind her. In her line of sight, a scaly tail was swaying in the air, and Luawife's view followed the tail to the left, revealing a back covered in black scales, wings, and finally a ferocious head with four corners. The dragon's head was slightly raised, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed on her, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. By the gods above, is this a real dragon? The spear in Luawife's hand clattered to the ground. The metallic spear made a crisp sound as it struck the ground. Chapter 61. Surprised Gerton flicked its tail and leaped down from the high platform, its strong, muscular body landing steadily on the ground without making a sound. It walked up to the girl with a black hood and red twin tails, stopping to sweep the silver spear that had fallen to the ground aside with its tail. The sound of the spear rolling was somewhat jarring to Luawife. Once the area was cleared, Gerton crouched down in front of the red-haired girl. Because Gerton's crouching height was slightly taller than Luawife's, and its wings were slightly spread, the shadow of Gerton's wings completely enveloped the girl. Looking down from above, it was quite intimidating. Although Gerton's eyes were filled with an overwhelming curiosity, its expression remained unchanged, still indifferent as before. It was brewing something. But the girl in front of it could no longer hold back. Lua wife looked at the menacing creature in front of her, feeling its breath was clear and audible, with a sulphurous scent pouring from its mouth, spreading and dissipating. She trembled as she raised her hand, pointing at it, murmuring, "Please don't come over. My meat doesn't taste good." Lua wife was overwhelmed by the silent oppression, the terrifying aura surrounding the black dragon, and her own psychological associations. She took a few steps back, stumbled, and lost her balance, sitting down on the ground with a thud, her voice trembling with suppressed cries. "Perhaps I should let you calm down a bit." Gedon's voice was as heavy as a rock, clearly entering Lua wife's ears, causing her to shiver. A dragon that could communicate. Not a five-color dragon. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lua wife's voice trembled, and she looked at Nina, who was watching from a distance with a pleading gaze. Seeing this, Nina made a reassuring gesture and said no more, leaving everything to Mr. Gedon. She would not express any opinions that might interfere with Mr. Gedon. After all, she and it were one entity. "My name is Gedon, and as you can see, I am a genuine dragon, just as you described." Its enunciation was clear and articulate, completely contrasting with its ferocious appearance, resembling a gentleman from high society. "So, can you tell me in detail about the dragon you mentioned in the sewer earlier? I am very interested in it." Gedon continued, its gaze unconsciously sweeping over the silver ring in Lua wife's hand, filled with restraint. The greed of a true dragon did not reveal itself at that moment. Its reason had long since completely overwhelmed the greed in its nature after seeing the amount in the valuation. 600,080,000 gold coins is the price of a high-level magical artifact. Although Gerton did not know if the ring was truly as the girl claimed, possessing the ability to teleport for escape, the price was here. The price of this ring was more than the weight of Gerton, sold by the pound. And for a girl to own such a ring, regardless of whether she was an ordinary person or not, the fact that she could use it safely indicated that Franville, this half-elf, must know something. Moreover, her whereabouts were not difficult to find in the sewers where adventurers roamed. And perhaps she also had a father of hero strength or a grandfather of legendary rank. The lessons learned from the Ratmen tribe were right there. Gerton had not inflated its ego to think it could do as it pleased without others around. Furthermore, since it learned about the Ratmen's past, it had already thought of how to deal with situations where it encountered something it could not provoke, but that had discovered its existence. Therefore, it did not harbor any murderous intent towards the girl. It only wanted to know the story of the dragon she mentioned, and then it could let her go. That dragon, it was a sea dragon beast. We found it in an underground passage dug by the kobolds. At that time, the kobolds were performing a ritual for it. It was very large and long, with a bluish-green body, moving silently. According to Mr. Keene, it was an elderly sea dragon beast that had lived for over 100 years. Seeing that the black dragon before her seemed to truly have no hostility and did not want to eat her, Lovey did not cry or fuss, and honestly recounted what she had encountered in the kobold lair. Her voice still carried a hint of lingering fear, and the sobs that had stopped did not fully cease. Lovey spoke intermittently, starting from when she first discovered it, describing the subsequent battle with the kobolds in the narrow passage. Then, at some point, she sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her eyes vacant, continuing to speak to Gerton. "It was very cunning. It ambushed from behind. I saw it. But at that time, I couldn't move or speak. I could only watch helplessly as it devoured Mr. Cease's head in one bite." Lovey's vacant eyes were filled with an unshakable fear, and her curled-up body tightened involuntarily, like a quail. "Cease was the bard in my adventuring party, and the only spellcaster," she added. Gerton's expression became somewhat peculiar upon hearing Lovey's initial mention of the underground cave and the blue lake. When it began to recall what Nina had said about the seafood oysters in the sewers, a thought suddenly sprang to its mind. That underground cave wouldn't connect to the ocean outside, would it? The best escape route? Did it have a way out? The mere thought of this made Gerton's joy somewhat uncontrollable, and it slightly revealed its large mouth filled with sharp teeth, which was intimidating. This expression, only Nina knew, was Gerton's expression of delight, because every time it scratched her little feet with its tail, it was this expression, full of mischief and frivolity. Gordon didn't care about how others viewed him. He continued to ask the somewhat dazed girl in front of him, "What do the adventurers say about that underground lake?" Mr. Keene mentioned that it might connect to the Sword Bay. Upon hearing this, Gordon knew he had to take down the goblin nest. He had already started to scan the information about the sea dragon beast in the Dragon's Legacy to master this underground passage. The first thing to deal with was the sea dragon beast. The sea dragon beast, a subspecies of true dragon, belongs to the dragon beast category, with adults ranging from 2nd to 3rd tier. However, if its back fins are deep purple, it is definitely 3rd tier. Not only does it possess abundant physical energy, but it also uses spell-like abilities. It has resistance to electric and water spells and is immune to certain toxins. Sleep and paralysis have no effect on it. It seems like a troublesome dragon beast, but as long as it's not a true dragon, Gerton felt the pressure significantly lessen. Beasts without intelligence are always easier to handle. Unfortunately, his level wasn't high enough. Otherwise, he might not even need to fight and could instead have it submit beneath his dragon wings. Gerton let out a slight sigh and frowned, but overall, it wasn't a big problem. There were definitely methods to deal with it, but they needed to be well refined to ensure success. After all, there might only be one chance. Even the most foolish sea dragon beast has the cunning nature of a true dragon's bloodline, and some tricks won't work a second time. Without at least 90% certainty, he didn't want to take action. Gerton had already begun to wholeheartedly think about how to conquer the goblin nest. However, he had not forgotten about the girl in front of him, who was still staring at him in a daze. After thinking for a moment, he carefully asked about the steps and details, confirming that nothing was overlooked. Then, Gerton directly returned to the high platform, using his agile claws to take out a vial of potion and handed it to Nina. In Chapter 62, in the hall, Gerton did not hide his words. He stood on the high platform, wrapping the potion vial with his agile tail and handing it down to Nina, reminding her once again. He instructed her to drink it. Then cover her eyes, and after 2 hours, let the goblin take her to the nearest sewer entrance. Nina took the potion, nodded. She knew this potion. The memory-forgetting potion was worth 50 gold coins a bottle. It could be used to erase the memories of ordinary people and was also effective on low-tier professionals, though there was a certain chance that professionals would be exempt. This potion was originally concocted by a genius student from a certain mage faction, who wanted to see if it could be used to reset spells of the day by forgetting memories to exchange for magic web spell restrictions, thus eliminating the need to use the 5th circle spell, exchange, to switch spells. Unfortunately, it failed. High-tier mage's intelligence, or rather, any professional after training, carried immunity resistance. The potion couldn't erase the memories of professionals, and thus this type of potion, which could only target ordinary people, became a failed product. However, this type of potion has played out many new tricks for those pleasure-seeking nobles. For example, a lover who never gets tired, each time feels like the first. The duration of memory loss depends on the dosage of the potion, ranging from 1 hour to a day. Therefore, it is not difficult to achieve this. The reason for waiting 2 hours is to allow the potion in Lovi's stomach to be fully digested and absorbed, making it impossible for anyone to notice that she drank the forgetfulness potion. After consuming the forgetfulness potion, Lovi also needs to drink a complementary sleeping potion. This potion is relatively cheap, costing just a few silver coins, and has no side effects. At first glance, this method may seem a bit impractical, but it is currently the most suitable for Gerton. Although it can only deal with 1st and 2nd tier adventurers or ordinary people, it is ineffective against higher tier adventurers. However, Gerton is not a match for 3rd tier professionals, so this flaw is basically negligible for him. It feels like a plan tailor-made for Gerton. Gerton's idea is simple: to make the girl in front of him forget about him, which is not difficult with the help of the forgetfulness potion. In fact, the 4th circle spell, Modify Memory, could do it more thoroughly. However, since he doesn't have that now, Gerton can only settle for second best. Moreover, Modify Memory has magical fluctuations, and if he encounters a high-level mage, he might get discovered. So, the potion is more convenient. Although it has limitations, for Gerton, these limitations are almost non-existent. He is not using it to forget spells, he simply wants the girl in front of him to forget this matter. The risk of exposing his existence is almost negligible. It is low risk. On one hand, there is the option to rob the silver ring, then kill the human girl, and gamble that no one is at her home, meaning her death would be in vain. However, the success rate of the second option is probably as low as the chance of a young copper dragon successfully teasing an ancient red dragon in its lair. As long as Gerton is not foolish, he knows to choose the first option, even if it means losing thousands of gold coins. But this means he won't have to suffer and worry about the next moment when a portal appears in the air, from which high-level adventurers emerge to crush him to bits. Drink up, Lovi, or Mr. Gerton won't let you go, Nina said softly as she handed the forgetfulness potion to the red-haired girl. However, Although her words were gentle, her gaze was fixed intently on the girl, watching for any unusual reaction. Sitting on the ground, Lovey listened to Nina's words, looked up at her, and hesitated, saying, "But if I drink this, I won't be able to report the adventurer team's situation to the Adventurers Guild. What about the sea dragon beast? What about the dead adventurers?" As she spoke, Lovey's emotions became a bit agitated. Having worked at Fran's alchemy shop, she naturally knew about this potion. She knew that after drinking it, she would truly forget everything that happened today, including the matter of hiring the adventurer team to take her into the sewers. She would forget everything completely. Her memories might linger on yesterday or this morning. Moreover, without others reminding her, she was completely unaware of the fact that she had lost her memory. But she didn't want to forget those who, to some extent, died because of her. Nina looked at the pair of sincere, unpretentious amber-like eyes, smiled, and blinked her slit pupils at Roviv, saying, "Roviv, don't worry. Mr. Gordon will definitely help you solve this problem." Her gaze swept across the bonfire hall, taking in the somewhat endearing goblins, the familiar dilapidated buildings, and the black-scaled dragon lying on the high platform, frowning and gesturing with its claws on the ground. She added, "Not only for you, Mr. Gordon is also doing it for himself and his clan. And me." Of course, Nina kept this last sentence to herself. She had been listening nearby and naturally understood what it meant that the cave beneath the goblin den connected to the ocean. It meant that this black hatchling dragon would always have a hidden escape route unknown to others, which would come in handy at critical moments. Roviv looked at Nina, then at the dragon that seemed to be calculating something, and finally sighed. She got up, brushed off the dust from her backside, and took the potion from Nina's hand. She drank it in one gulp, and under the glow of the bonfire, the sound of her swallowing her pale neck was particularly noticeable. After drinking, Roviv opened her mouth, stepped forward, and took Nina's hand. She hooked her pinky with Nina's and whispered in a faint, mosquito-like voice in Nina's ear, "Nina, pinky promise, no lying." Then she drank the other bottle of sleeping potion from Nina, and soon fell drowsily to the ground, unconscious. Gordon, who was calculating based on the information Roviv provided, caught sight of this scene and nodded slightly. A huge weight lifted off his heart, as the credibility of this girl in Gordon's mind was almost non-existent. With her having drunk the memory-erasing potion, there would be no problem. Next, Gordon only needed to think about how to deal with that sea dragon beast, and everything would be fine. The reason it had been hesitant to act before was the concern that the dragon inside was strong enough to make it unable to return. But now that it knew there was only a dragon beast inside, things became much easier. Now, it was in the light while Gordon was in the dark. As long as he was careful and weighed the situation, he could still confront an old dragon beast in the form of a hatchling dragon. After all, wasn't there the power of money? Gordon glanced at the golden coins beneath him. For the first time, he felt that these little cuties looked much better than ores. Chapter 63. 2 hours quickly passed. Gordon watched as the disguised Nina led the goblins to carry the red-haired girl with the high-level magical artifact away from the bonfire hall. He then withdrew his gaze from them, not intending to follow. There were still quite a few adventurer teams running around in the sewers outside, and if they encountered them, it would be quite troublesome. Goblins are relatively easy to explain. Gordon has warned them, so even if they are killed or captured, their loyalty will keep them silent, and they will never mention Gordon. Nina has been able to survive in the sewers of the Black Street for so long, naturally due to her keen observation skills, combined with her disguise, so there is no need for Gordon to worry at all. Therefore, Gordon following her out only adds unnecessary risk. With Nina and the elite goblins supervising, Gordon feels quite at ease. These adventurers have come to the southeastern area of the sewers to hunt ratmen, which is somewhat related to the ratmen's escape, but it also proves their madness. If it weren't for Gordon training the goblins of the Blackfire clan in the bonfire hall these days and not allowing them to go outside, one bad stroke of luck could lead to the adventurers finding their way here and potentially clearing out the bonfire hall. However, thinking about it, the stronger adventurers had already left after clearing out the Ratmen tribe on the first day. The first day was a big harvest, and the returns have been declining since, making it somewhat unprofitable for them to continue. Adventurers value efficiency and profit. Moreover, there aren't many Ratmen of second and first-tier strength left, and the copper coin bounties for those ordinary Ratmen are no longer proportional to the money and time for them. The remaining teams in the sewers are mostly small fries, with none exceeding Tier 3. If they were to come this way, it could just be delivering takeout for themselves. Of course, there is still risk. Right now, What occupies its mind the most is still the matter of the Knoll lair. Although it has run the calculations many times and has a draft in mind, just thinking about the cave below the Knoll lair connecting to the ocean makes it unable to suppress its excitement. If that cave really leads to the ocean, then perhaps it could try to settle down in the sewers of this city for real, developing steadily without having to plan to leave here after its youth. Maybe it could even last until its adolescent phase. The black-scaled dragon on the high platform, upon thinking of this, couldn't help but grin, revealing a mouth large enough to swallow several dozen pounds of meat. Before long, when Nina returned to the bonfire hall with the goblins, she saw Gordon's black-scaled chin, covered with sharp barbs, resting on a pile of golden coins. Its long, elegant tail hung down over the edge of the high platform, dangling halfway. With slitted pupils, it gazed unfocused, not knowing what it was thinking, though its peripheral vision remained fixed on both sides of the corridor. Upon noticing Nina's return, Gordon immediately lifted its head. As she walked closer, it asked in a deep voice, "Nina, did anything unexpected happen on the way?" "No, Mr. Gordon. The sewers are much quieter than usual. Not a ripple at all. I dropped Lavov off at a corner where she could see the entrance of the sewers. Then I left her there and hid in a corner waiting for her to wake up and leave before I came back." Nina replied as she turned to walk behind the high platform, occasionally looking up at Gordon. Soon, Nina's voice came again. "Mr. Gerton, I can help you check the goblin lair. After all, we still have invisibility potions, and with that, I have no problem." Nina climbed onto a stepping stone after the high platform, then grabbed the edge of the platform with both hands, pushed herself up, and stood in front of Gerton. Slightly out of breath, her small vertical pupils were filled with sincerity, and the desire was almost overflowing. However, Gerton looked at her for a long time and then shook his head, rejecting her. "Nina, the reason I tame goblins as my subordinates is not to have them train here. They can go when the time comes. You don't need to go." Gerton didn't want Nina to take such risks. It seemed meaningless after all, since he wasn't alone. After seeing the disappointment on Nina's face, Gerton softened and added, "At least not now, and I don't plan to take action these days. It's still too dangerous outside. After the sewer commission is cancelled, it won't be too late to act then. By that time, I will certainly need you to help me buy some alchemical potions, scrolls, and other materials from the alchemy shop, and observe that little girl's condition." Gerton originally planned to wait a few days before taking action. A few days or a week was something he could afford. Going to the goblin lair to stir up trouble with that sea dragon beast either now or tomorrow could very well lead to the kind of adventure stories sung by bards, where an adventurer team is attracted by the sounds of two dragons fighting, only to reap the benefits and slay the evil dragon. He didn't want to be a supporting character in such stories. Moreover, he intended to take a large part of the Blackfire clan with him. And with the support of his war command and the shallow training of recent days, he believed they could still be useful. With so many adventurers in the sewers, bringing goblins along could easily lead to discovery. After hearing Gerton's explanation, Nina first nodded in agreement, then looked sadly at the pile of gold coins beneath Gerton. Her dreams felt further away from her. However, she knew that some things couldn't be saved, so she didn't say much. Yet, she felt a bit unwilling to only help Gerton in this small way. Deep down, she was eager to fight alongside him. "If only I were a sorceress like Sister Celia, maybe I could fight side by side with Mr. Gerton now without having to wait long," Nina thought as she watched Gerton calculating the alchemy shop list in front of her. She grew up in an orphanage, and the director's words had long been engraved in her heart. Everything must be fought for by oneself. Of course, the main reason was that she wanted to prove her worth in front of Gerton so that she wouldn't be easily abandoned in the future. In other words, Nina felt very insecure now. She was afraid of returning to the past one day, so she desperately wanted power to prove herself in front of Gerton. Thus, Nina asked tentatively, "Mr. Gerton, do you know how sorcerers are born?" Gerton, who was staring at a page of a spell scroll and clicking his tongue at the price, tilted his head at Nina's question. "Why do you ask that?" However, seeing the hopeful look in Nina's eyes, he probably guessed her thoughts and shook his head, saying to her, "I don't know about other sorcerers, but dragon blood sorcerers require a stroke of luck. Your bloodline is too thin. Moreover, sorcerers awaken their magical abilities only after reaching a certain age." As he glanced at Nina while looking at the shopping list, Gerton paused and took a look at her from head to toe, as well as her face after removing her disguise. Comparing it with the age at which dragon blood sorcerers awaken in the Legacy of Dragons, he shook his head, somewhat regretfully saying, "At 64. Nina's age is indeed quite young. even though her behavior often makes people overlook her age. However, Gerton had only been born for a few days, and he had already grown to her waist height, now able to crouch and look her in the eye. Although he had the advantage of a stat boost, it was an undeniable fact that his body length had already surpassed hers. Nina wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. Her age was indeed under 10. The awakening age for Dragonborn sorcerers is generally around 12, 13, or even as late as 20. She realized that thinking about awakening her sorcerer talent at this age was indeed a bit early. Of course, if it were the offspring of a deity, there would be nothing to say. Awakening sorcerer talent right after birth is not impossible. So, in the end, Nina gave up on further questioning Gerton about dragon blood sorcerers and crawled down to sit on a small chair left by the spellcaster. She then continued to chew on that obscure and tedious magic book to increase her magical knowledge. Nina had not yet achieved what was mentioned in the Mage's Handbook, which was to easily access the magic web laid down by the goddess of magic, Mystra, on the continent of Aiou. She could only sense it but could not touch or change it, requiring a period of meditation. Therefore, the 2 0-level cantrips were temporarily useless. After all, without access to the magic web, there was no way to talk about constructing spell models within it to release spells through gestures or words. Her path as a mage was still very long. However, Nina's question made Gerton start to think about what he would need if he wanted to create Dragonborn minions. If he could give the goblins of the Blackfire clan dragon blood, it seemed like a good direction to enhance their strength. Of course, he did not have the discerning eyes of a true dragon to find beauty. He had tried before, but it seemed that due to his soul, he could not find any trace of beauty in those female goblins. However, he could distinguish beauty and ugliness in humans or the memory of true dragons. Nevertheless, true dragons typically wait until they are young dragons, around the age of 51 to 100 years, after half a century of growth, before they possess the ability to mate and give birth to offspring with bloodlines. Even if Gerton wanted to, he was powerless. It is worth mentioning that most of the first-generation Dragonborn in Aiou were created by the young dragons during their journeys, using their eyes that discover and excavate beauty. After all, collecting treasures and establishing territories requires finding a suitable location, and some true dragons may spend half a century choosing such locations. During this time, they naturally need to engage in some activities as a form of seasoning. Once dragons reach the ancient dragon stage, 801-1000, they completely lose their reproductive ability. After more than 7 centuries of revelry, although a significant portion of a dragon's life is spent in slumber, the number of Dragonborn produced is still considerable. Gerton searched through the vast legacy of dragons and quickly found the catalytic methods belonging to dragon-blooded creatures. There are 3 main types. The first is mating with other beings. Due to the lack of reproductive isolation, the offspring born will certainly possess dragon blood, commonly referred to as Dragonborn, and this is the primary source for dragon blood sorcerers. It is said that any larger dragon blood sorcerer family either signs a contract with a true dragon, such as the Drow elves of the Underdark, or they have imprisoned a true dragon to maintain a certain level of dragon blood lineage without dilution, like a certain shadow dragon. The second method is ritual transformation, where essential oils extracted from a dragon's body or potions made from its blood are applied all over the body. Through rituals, one can transform into a dragon-blooded creature. The fire-blooded dwarves enslaved by red dragons and the woodland elves manipulated by green dragons are born this way. Many powerful Dragonborn followers can also choose to directly endure the true dragon's blood to transform into dragon-blooded beings, though this often carries the risk of death. The third method is consuming parts of a dragon's body, such as eating dragon meat or drinking dragon blood, which over time will cause the body to develop dragon blood. For instance, the Frostblood orcs of the north have developed dragon blood due to their long-term hunting of white dragons and consuming everything edible from them, including dragon flesh and even dragon bones. The north is so barren that nothing that can be eaten is wasted. Over time, dragon blood has accumulated within the orc bodies, transforming them into dragon-blooded beings. Currently, Gerton's most reliable method is the second one, using the dragon blood ritual transformation to turn his followers into dragon-blooded beings. However, the dragon blood ritual requires a spellcaster of a certain level. Specifically, it must be at least a 4th-tier spellcaster to perform the ritual, which is often the level of sorcerers possessed by mature, true dragons. Of course, there is also a method involving the use of spells and divine arts to create dragon-blooded beings through experimentation. The mother of dragons, Tiamat, has done this. And it is also a specialty of the platinum dragon god Bahamut. Many legendary mages researching spells have done this as well. Dragon lions could very well be the result of a spell experiment. Dragon-blooded creatures like chimeras and three-headed dragons, which are not inferior to ordinary true dragons, are also creations of former deities. They undoubtedly have true dragon blood flowing within them, but their ancestors have no connection to true dragons. Gerton roughly browsed through the dragon legacy and redefined dragon-blooded beings. Due to the constraints of conditions, Gerton had no choice but to give up this idea. After all, even if there was a fourth-tier spellcaster willing to help it conduct the ritual, it couldn't produce such a large amount for the transformation. Moreover, whether using the bloodline of a fledgling dragon would significantly diminish the effect was still uncertain. The bonfire in the hall continued to burn, and the goblins were still diligently carrying out their training. Apart from the crackling of the fire, the sounds of goblin footsteps, and the swishing of sticks, there was nothing else. Unknowingly, Gerton began to feel a bit hungry in its abdomen, so it subtly signaled Grush with a glance and cleared its throat. Grush, who had already understood the meaning of Gerton's sound, immediately had a goblin bring over its dinner. A large pot containing chunks of beef soup with sharp-nosed frogs, along with about 10 roasted catfish of varying sizes, weighing around dozens of pounds, was served as the dinner combo. It must be said that it was quite a feast, but the taste was rather lackluster. However, Gerton didn't have high expectations for the goblin's culinary skills. It first picked out some food from the pot and set it aside, which was for Nina. Then it sprinkled a bit of something resembling chili powder into the pot to enhance the flavor. This was naturally brought from Fran's alchemy shop, but it was purchased with the help of Nina's request to the half-elf Frenvilo. The alchemy shop wouldn't have such seasonings. The price was still relatively expensive. Gerton had to pay 10 silver coins for a small bottle. After adding the seasoning, Gerton notified Nina to join it for dinner. During the meal, Gerton felt, whether it was an illusion or not, that Nina seemed to be eating more energetically than before and consuming more food. The bonfire in the sewer blazed brightly, while above ground in the free city, Kalando was also filled with rising smoke. The white smoke rising from the chimneys of each household gathered into a dense fog that lingered, and the taverns in the city lit up, becoming lively. Kalando's nightlife would officially begin only when the last ray of light disappeared beyond the undulating mountains. A red-haired girl was also among the crowd. Chapter 65, A Quiet Night. The storm arrives without warning. In the free city of Kalando, it raged for a day and 2 nights before finally departing. It soaked this land, where even the air tasted of copper, and made the grand city shine as if it had just bathed. Many merchants, who had long been prepared and hired workers to move goods from the dock area, breathed a sigh of relief. At the very first moment the rain stopped at dawn, they hurriedly rode in carriages to inspect their warehouses, praying that the storm lord Talos would not let his followers suffer losses. After all, they had paid for it. However, the rain did not stop for long. Before the first light of dawn had risen above the sea level, light rain began to patter down again, and the leaden clouds above the city showed no signs of dispersing. It seemed that the aftermath of this storm was far from over. Just as the sky began to brighten slightly, and the city gates were just opening, Celia, who had returned to the White Horse into rest, and her captain Marglesia were listening to the sound of the rain drizzling outside the window. Celia stood up, walked to the only window in the room, and looked at the droplets falling in strings from the eaves outside. She has taken off the rusty little crown from her smooth gray hair. The crown of dimensions now has 2 uses left, and she doesn't dare to take it out carelessly. This is calendar, or such elven-style magical artifacts, when worn on the head, always attract unnecessary envy, so she had already removed it before entering the city. Captain, do you think they will believe us? Celia looked out at the streets of the commoner district, where light rain fell and there were almost no figures. Her voice was soft and youthful, resonating in the simple inn room. Her gray eyes were deep and cold, contrasting with her voice. The gentle fluttering of her luxurious black robe also indicated that this adventure had indeed helped the sorceress grow a lot, both in mindset and strength. 2 days ago, after Celia cast the Greater Invisibility spell that came with the 3rd use of the Crown of Dimensions, she naturally comprehended the 3rd circle spell, Invisibility Sphere, and a gift from the Wind Element bloodline, also a 3rd circle spell, Wind Ward. Invisibility Sphere, upon release, it makes all creatures within 10 feet disappear from the air. The creature's body temperature, scent, and sounds will all vanish, lasting for 8 hours. Note, Actions such as attacking, being attacked, eating, and drinking will cause the invisibility effect to disappear. Wind ward creates a strong wind barrier that spins around you. Any weapon attack or projectile must pass a wind pressure check. If it fails, the attack is nullified. If it succeeds, it will reduce the damage. The strong wind barrier has no duration but will disappear after taking a certain amount of damage. Note, the size of the barrier can be controlled by the caster, but the damage it can absorb is affected by its size. This is why the Crown of Dimensions still has 2 uses left. They later traveled using Celia's newly learned spell, Invisibility Sphere, for concealment. Their timely return to Kalando was also due to the protection of Wind Ward, which allowed them to advance unharmed through the raging storm. Of course, the main reason was that after Celia used greater invisibility 3 times in a row, that cold, lingering aura seemed to have been shaken off, and there was no longer that feeling of being watched like a parasite. This is also why they dared to conserve the uses of the Crown of Dimensions. After all, that thing decreases with each use. Comprehending the third circle spells also means that Celia has officially entered the ranks of third-tier sorcerers. This is a remarkable thing to say. A 15-year-old third-tier sorcerer is a prodigy anywhere and is easily suspected of being a direct descendant of some wind giant. After all, the growth rate is simply too fast, reaching third tier in less than 2 years, a realm that many elite warriors cannot achieve even after years of fighting on the battlefield. However, the cost of her growth is somewhat severe. A bold adventure led to 5 going and only 2 returning, along with a pseudo-dragon. Since Celia advanced to a 3rd-level sorceress, she has not shown a hint of joy in the White Horse Inn, but rather a sense of worry. The gray clouds looming over the bell tower of Kalando made the environment feel somewhat oppressive, especially with the serious matters they were about to face. This made the newly promoted 3rd-level sorceress, Celia, feel an urge to speak out. "It's fine, Celia, just tell them the truth when the time comes. The head of the Adventurers Guild will surely take down that commission right away and go to investigate. After all, we are the ones who took on this task, and they trust our information." In the inn room, the knight, Marglesia, who sat on the white oak chair, comforted her. She looked at the frail silhouette of the sorceress, her gaze inevitably carrying a hint of pity. This girl, 3 or 4 years younger than her, was bearing responsibilities that were not meant for her age. However, it was precisely because of this that she managed to escape from that underground cave. Hopefully, for the sake of the deceased Waken, Myphin will absolutely not let him have his way. Having already regarded the mastermind as her target for revenge, Celia, upon hearing Marglesia's comfort, spoke with a somewhat elevated tone, from which one could detect a sense of relentless determination. This caused Marglesia's expression to change slightly. "Actually, Celia, seeking revenge is not wrong. But if you take revenge as your motivation to survive." As Marglesia spoke, she stood up and walked toward Celia. The sorceress felt the soft touch behind her as Marglesia drew close. Through the thin cotton fabric, she could even feel the other's heartbeat. Celia stiffened slightly. The blonde girl lowered her body, resting her chin on Celia's shoulder, gently advising her near her delicate earlobe. "You know, they wouldn't want to see you become like that in the River of the Dead." As the leader of the Dawn Adventurers, she keenly sensed that Celia was subtly beginning to shift towards living for revenge, and she did not want to see a vengeful Celia. Therefore, she chose to embrace her gently, hoping to help her step out of the shadow of revenge. "Captain, you don't have to worry about me. I want to use the power of the Night Goddess." Celia sensed the captain's concern behind her and quickly reassured her, as she knew what she was worried about. The day before, during the storm, they encountered a priestess who claimed to be the Night Goddess Shar, named Otana, while they were resting. It startled them, and Otana could easily see through their anger and desire for revenge. She even suggested that they could borrow the power of the Night Lady Shar for their revenge. However, borrowing the power of the Night Goddess comes at a cost. Marglesia was not willing to accept that cost. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chapter 66. The atmosphere in the inn lightened with Celia's denial. Even the oppressive air seemed to ease a bit. I'm just worried that you might be blinded by revenge." Margaritia felt relieved when Celia returned to her original state and chuckled lightly, no longer mentioning it. After all, it was better to say less about that goddess. It was best not to provoke them. However, Celia seemed to want to say something else. She turned her head, buried in the roundness, and looked up at the blonde captain, saying, "Captain, don't worry. I still want to visit my family's sister at the White Tower and see if Waken and Galio's families need anything. I won't cause any trouble. Besides, I want to go on adventures with you. I've already thought of new members for our team. You know, when you meet them, you'll definitely like them. That child has been charming since childhood. Then we can travel the Western continent with Liz. After Waken and the others finish their matters. We might even choose to take a floating boat to the Aken Forest on the Eastern continent. I've heard that all the elves from the Western continent are there, and I've never seen pure-blooded elves. The new kingdom of Italia on the new continent is also a good choice. There are said to be many adventurers there. As Celia thought about Nina's appearance and the future plans, she couldn't help but smile and chatter to Margarisha. Beside them, the pseudo-dragon Liz, who was pretending to doze on the table, trembled slightly as it listened, hesitating whether to tell Celia the truth it knew. That little girl has someone behind her, no? Wait, there's a dragon. Margarisha placed her hands on Celia's shoulders, pulling her head away from her chest, feeling a bit ticklish. Then she looked at the girl, who finally showed a smile, with an expression of no change, and nodded with a smile. She had learned about Nina's existence from Celia during their journey. However, they still had things to do in Kalando and planned to bring Nina over once everything settled down. After all, they were still not safe now. It's getting late. Captain, I'm heading out. Remember to stick to the plan. Okay, be careful on the way. Margarisha nodded. The plan had been formulated during their journey, and they were just following it now. Celia peeked out the window, although it was still raining. Quite a few shops in the previously quiet civilian area had opened their doors. Thus, she halted their conversation, wriggled out from under Margarisha's arm, and began to organize her belongings for going out. Meanwhile, the pseudo-dragon Liz obediently lay on Celia's shoulder, its vertical pupils spinning around, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, the sorceress girl in a black hood, along with a pseudo-dragon hidden somewhere, left the White Horse Inn. She navigated around the puddles on the road, heading towards the Adventurers Guild, distancing herself from the inn behind her. The rain continued to fall, but not a single drop of rain could bypass her strong wind barrier and land on her splendid black robe woven with golden threads. Almost as soon as Celia left, a tall, thin man dressed in pitch-black leather armor arrived in front of the White Horse Inn. Rabeg sniffed the air, feeling somewhat suspicious, but when he spotted the bright golden hair at the window, his expression immediately brightened. The young master's task can finally be completed. It was worth his daring journey to Kalando, where he caught a whiff of their shadows at the city gate. This former shadow assassin, who had once killed an injured 5th-level spellcaster, elemental master, couldn't help but lick the raindrops from the corner of his mouth. But within a second, his face turned sour as he spat it out, cursing multiple times. Damn it, it was exactly the same taste as that bitch Lilia's, utterly disgusting. When Rabeg tasted the seawater, a foul stench of dead fish burst forth between his lips, making him feel nauseous. He instantly recalled the drow elves from the dark regions and his past experiences, causing his mood to sour. Thus, he angrily drew his short sword and strode toward a commoner's inn. At the moment, he unsheathed his weapon. The sound of raindrops within 30 feet around him and his footsteps fell silent, as quiet as the deep of night. Once he decided to fight, Rabeg's innate ability, silent as the grave, awakened from a certain lineage of warlocks in the dark regions, quietly unfolded. It allowed all living beings within a 30-foot radius to produce no sound. No matter how intense the commotion, it could not escape this domain. Hence, his group of warlocks was often referred to as mage killers or spell breakers. As a natural killer of spellcasters, he thrived as a wanderer with such talent. Even though he was a bit frail and would need healing spells after a few rough encounters with drow elves, otherwise he might be played to death. This was also why he escaped from the dark regions. It was no place for a normal man. Rabeg, skilled in stealth techniques, was confident in dealing with a few adventurers under 3rd level, deeming it easy. After all, if it weren't for that strange invisibility spell, he felt those 2 girls would have already been brought back to the young master. So, he maintained a casual attitude, treating it as a cat-and-mouse game. However, the storm caused him to lose track of them, leaving him soaked like a drowned rat. What bad luck. He hoped it wouldn't rain when he took them back. Holding his short sword, Rabeg looked up at the gloomy sky, his face equally grim. It had dragged on for so many days, and the young master must be getting anxious. He didn't know if the mage's legacy had been secured. His feelings about this place were utterly terrible. Let this damned weather go to hell. As he stepped into the White Horse Inn, the front desk attendant, who was welcoming guests, was about to advise the tall, skinny man before her to put away his weapon to avoid unnecessary trouble when she found herself unable to utter a word. As if the entire world had fallen into silence, though the rain outside continued, which was quite strange. Just as she was about to say something, a flash of bright silver blades swept in, and she instantly lost consciousness. After killing the attendant with a single strike, Rabeg did not linger and headed straight upstairs. He needed to eliminate all witnesses. This was the instinct of an assassin. In a room somewhere on the second floor, Marglesia, who felt nothing amiss, was gazing out at the rain. In her heart, she prayed that the god of war, Tamphas, would bless their upcoming revenge war with success. She didn't know if it was a sudden inspiration or just her thoughts, but she suddenly turned to look at the door. The round oak handle of the door silently turned, and Marglesia's confusion was just beginning to surface. The expression on Marglesia's face instantly changed, and she rushed towards the long sword leaning against the bed. Just as she grasped the sword, the wooden door facing the window opened silently. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open, and Nina, wrapped in her thin dress, stepped into the familiar alchemy shop, bringing with her the coldness of the rain. Chapter 67. Good morning, Rovif. Nina looked at the red-haired girl with twin ponytails who had opened the door for her. At that moment, the girl was lazily rubbing her eyes, still holding an open book in her hands. Nina greeted her, her breath still carrying the chilly morning mist, appearing faint and hazy under the dim light. Rovif, who was still half asleep, was surprised and happy to see Nina after several days. Startled, she quickly returned the greeting. Good day, Nina. She had clearly forgotten about the previous incident in the sewer, and she pulled Nina's small hand with familiarity. Nina, what have you come to sell this time? You must have had quite the haul from your trip outside the city. Were there fearsome werewolves or trolls? Did you encounter the legendary evil dragon? Not long after seeing Nina, she was chattering nonstop, and before Nina could think of how to respond, Franvilo from the inner room was disturbed by Roviv's voice. Rovif, lower your voice. I can hear your chatter from the inner room, she scolded in her gentle voice. Roviv immediately shut her mouth, remembering that she had been criticized by Sister Fran for skipping work yesterday. The half-elf spellcaster had just finished her meditation and walked over slowly. Seeing Nina soaked from the rain, she quickly cast a warming spell on her. Then she bent down and looked at Nina. Welcome to Fran's alchemy shop. May I ask, Miss Nina, what good items do you wish to sell this time? I will definitely give you a good price. Her tone was playful, filled with teasing towards the Dragonborn girl in front of her. This made Nina's face turn bright red, and she quickly waved her hand, saying softly, No, Ms. Vilo. I'm not here to sell materials this time. I want to purchase some spell scrolls and some alchemical potions. Oh, have you used up the last ones? Fran Vilo looked at the girl who had thousands of gold coins, yet still hadn't bought herself a new set of clothes, her face full of curiosity. Nina lowered her head and remained silent, and Fran Vilo realized that these were questions she shouldn't ask, quickly laughing it off. Then what do you plan to buy this time? Spell scrolls of which tier? I don't have anything too high. Her tone was gentle and patient. Even the most impatient barbarian would calm down upon hearing her words. A lot, Ms. Velo. Could you let me take a look? Nina asked tentatively, feeling a bit anxious with the dimensional bag in her possession. Although Mr. Gerton had instructed her on what to purchase, the prices of spell scrolls were not cheaper than those of spell books. Whether she had enough money was still uncertain, so she chose to wait and see. After all, spell scrolls also had their priorities. Nina, I've told you many times, just call me Sister Fran like Roviv does. Come with me, the spell scrolls are inside. Fran Velo said somewhat helplessly, noting that Nina was generally good, but just too reserved. She made a side motion to let the Dragonborn girl go into the inner room to choose, where she had a special space for storing spell scrolls. The storage of spell scrolls always required careful placement and wouldn't be kept in a visible area of the alchemy shop. The clever half-elf shopkeeper noticed Nina's demeanor and realized she might be facing some issues, needing a large quantity of spell scrolls and potions. However, she decided to give a discount, allowing herself to earn a little less. And as long as Nina didn't speak up about other matters, she wouldn't pry further. Roviv, seeing the two enter the inner room again, wanted to follow them in, but then thought about how no one would be at the front desk if she did. Considering that she had already angered Sister Fran the day before, Roviv thought it over and decided to stay at the front desk, waiting for the next adventurer to arrive. When Nina came out from the storage room, Roviv had already flipped to the last chapter of the Lich's adventure house. Deeply moved by the loyal love between the Lich and the Knight, when she was startled by Nina's footsteps and the voice of Fran Velo coming from the inner room. Roviv, please help me get the alchemy potion. It's in the third box on the left side behind the front desk. Be careful, there's fire gel inside. Don't break it. She wiped away the tears that had just spilled from her eyes, quickly jumped down from the tall stool at the front desk, and took the alchemy list Nina handed over, searching for the materials while asking, "Nina, are you leaving already?" "Yeah, Roviv, I'm counting on you for the alchemy potions." "It's no trouble. Just make sure to tell me your adventure stories when you have time. I really want to join an adventure, but..." Sigh. Roviv sighed at this, feeling a bit discouraged. After waking up in the sewer yesterday, that deep and terrifying environment made her hesitant to think about personally going on adventures again. Sometimes, thinking about something is one thing, but when faced with reality, one realizes how ridiculous their so-called courage is. Her father was right. The cowardly were not suited to take on the mantle of the guardian. "Well, if I have the chance, I'll definitely tell you, but it'll just be like any ordinary story, nothing special." Nina carefully observed Roviv's expression, which seemed genuine. And given Fran Velo's attitude towards her today, she felt reassured. So, she relaxed her worried heart and said half seriously. Then she stood by, watching Roviv select alchemical items according to the list. The rain outside had unknowingly intensified, and by the time Nina secured the potions and other items in a small box and placed it into her dimensional bag, she pushed open the door to find herself in a torrential downpour. The rainwater pooled in the streets, flowing like a river towards the iron grates of the sewer entrance. "Maybe you should wait until the rain eases a bit before heading out," Nina, Lviv suggested softly, watching the drenched pedestrians struggling against the storm. "No, I'll go now. Please tell Lady Willow goodbye for me," Nina replied, glancing at the rain outside, worried that it would only get worse and she might return too late. Embracing her silver-haired little head as she had when she first arrived, she dashed into the rain, heading towards the black street, splashing through the puddles. Lviv wanted to say something more, but could only watch as Nina's figure grew further away, speechless for a while. When Celia arrived at the Adventurers Guild, the entrance was as crowded as ever with adventurers waiting to accept quests, but there were far more people than last time. She chose a relatively secluded corner to stand in, puzzled by the sudden influx of adventurers. The number had surged by over 50% compared to when she last accepted a quest here. How could there be so many more people? It didn't make sense. However, she quickly learned the reason. The Duran family had found the little boy Flandra they were searching for. He had been in the sewers, and it was the rat men who took him. Thus, while they were away, the Duran family had posted a lucrative quest to clear the rat men from the sewers at the Adventurers Guild. Yesterday was the last day to claim rewards, which explained the large number of adventurers present today. For some adventurers, clearing out the sewers was just a simple vacation task. Now the real work was about to begin. The wilderness, high mountains, dense forests, deep valleys, and ancient ruins across the desolate lands of the AIO continent were their true battlegrounds. This was merely an appetizer. Celia couldn't help but be amazed. The person hiding in the sewers had truly been lucky. If she had 2,000 gold coins, it would be enough to take Nina and the captain to a small kingdom to buy a territory. The rain continued to pour, and more adventurers gathered under the eaves to avoid getting wet, but hardly anyone dared to approach Celia. The black-robed spellcaster, though her pale skin revealed her youth, exuded an air of danger and an inexplicable whirlwind. Many preferred to squeeze in with ordinary adventurers rather than come close to Celia. Finally, when the rain reached a certain intensity, the door of the Adventurers Guild creaked open. A rumble of thunder followed, and the rain intensified even further, a foul odor spreading throughout the street. Chapter 68, Kalando, Black Street. The rain not only grew heavier, but suddenly turned into crimson droplets. Nina was also caught in this increasingly fierce downpour, becoming quite a mess. Even though she had run back, she was drenched and disheveled. The disguise on her face had been washed away by the rain, revealing skin that had become pale from years of hiding in the sewers. In the past, her skin had been pale and devoid of color. However, the nutrition she had received in recent days was the best she had eaten since leaving the orphanage, making her skin appear particularly rosy. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the streets at the moment, and the disguise on her face didn't dissolve in water that quickly. Moreover, most people who noticed Nina sprinting through the torrential rain glanced over and moved on. A mixed-blood girl looking so disheveled in the rain was no longer a spectacle worth their attention. But this strange, blood-scented rain had captured the attention of most residents of Kalando. Their gazes drifted towards the dense buildings outside the window, the distant clock tower, and the heavy, low-hanging gray clouds. Suddenly, a clap of thunder accompanied by lightning split the sky, illuminating the dim sky for a moment, like a flash of incandescent light. In that instant, Anyone watching the city sky, be they residents or creatures, would be shaken by what they saw and heard. A massive shadow within the low-hanging clouds flickered in the light of the lightning, creating a surreal feeling. But if it wasn't an illusion, and if proportions were accurate, that was a shadow of a giant dragon, measuring over 100 feet from nose to tail. The shadow's form exceeded that of an adult dragon, reaching the level of an ancient dragon. However, the dragon within the shadow appeared to be struggling and twisted, seemingly trapped in the clouds and unable to move. But none of this concerned Nina. She walked, stopped, and avoided the muddy puddles, finally returning to the dimly lit sewer. In her dark vision, Nina felt completely at ease. She moved faster than above ground, traversing the dark corridors and emerging from the cramped sewer pipes. After nearly 10 minutes of navigating the maze-like sewers, she returned to the bonfire hall. Gerton, the hatchling dragon that had just turned 7 days old, was crouched in the corridor, folding its wings, illuminated by the light of the bonfire. It looked down at the river below, which was emitting strange smells and colors, with a furrowed brow. Its dark, golden vertical pupils seemed lost in thought. "I'm back, Mr. Gerton," Nina greeted first, and Gerton had already noticed the dragon-blooded girl who had stealthily returned, drenched like a drowned rat. You're back, come here." Gerton opened its left wing, which was beginning to resemble that of a true dragon, and gestured for her to come closer. Nina rushed over as soon as Gerton called her, and upon reaching the spot, she took out a dimension bag still warm from her clothes, intending to hand it to the true dragon in front of her, when she suddenly felt her entire body wrapped in a heavy, snug cloak. It was Gerton's dragon wing. The temperature inside the black dragon wing was just right, warmly soothing, quickly dispelling the chill from the rain on Nina's body. Then, she heard the familiar rich voice by her ear. The girl stiffened. "Nina, next time, don't get caught in the rain like this. We're not out of money to buy umbrellas." Gerton's words carried a slight reprimand, trying to make the Dragonborn girl before him realize her mistake. However, Nina understood that Mr. Gerton was not concerned about money but about her. In terms of attitude towards wealth, she seemed to be a bit greedier than Gerton. A strange emotion lingered in her heart, but she quickly recalled what she wanted to say. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and said with a hint of pain, "But, Mr. Gerton, we really don't have any money left now. The spell scrolls and alchemical potions you wanted have left us with only 10 copper coins from our last fortune of 680 gold pieces. This is even with Lady Velo giving me a 10% discount. Otherwise, we might not have been able to get everything you wanted." "Gerton, all right. Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready, Mr. Gerton." Gerton changed the topic, and Nina did not continue to complain but obediently answered Gerton's question. Then, under the protection of the dragon wings, she began to take out the items Gerton wanted from her dimensional bag one by one in order. Soon, a pile of parchment inscribed with spell runes, rolled in individual tubes, was stacked up, along with heaps of alchemical potions beside them. Gerton glanced over and nodded in satisfaction. This kind of financial power brought him an inexplicable sense of joy. Even if they couldn't defeat that sea dragon beast in the end, escaping should be worry-free. He casually picked up a scroll tube, while Nina quietly explained it to him from the side. The spell scroll was wrapped in the tube. By gently twisting the lower part of the tube and then cracking it, the tube would shatter, and the scroll inside would tear open, allowing the caster to unleash the spell stored within at will. Of course, there was also a more brute force and wild method, which was to crush the tube directly, something Gerton could easily do with his strength. The former was the method given to Nina by Fran Velo, which was very simple. Even a 3-year-old child could cast Fireball. However, the lowest tier Fireball scrolls started at 400 gold pieces, not much cheaper than hiring a 3rd-level mage. Gerton naturally wouldn't buy such extravagant scrolls. He chose more common spell scrolls. The spells he selected leaned towards control, and the danger of making engraved runes and writing scrolls was not as high as that of Fireball. The approximate price of a 3rd-level spell scroll was around 200 gold pieces on average. He bought 2 3rd-level spell scrolls, Slow and Suggestion. 3rd-level spell Slow. The caster can cause one target within 30 feet to enter a slowed state, having the target's attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed for 10 seconds, during which time it also amplifies damage taken from external sources. 3rd-level spell Suggestion. The caster can cause one target within 30 feet to enter an illusory state, allowing the caster to issue commands to force it to carry out a command, but cannot issue commands that would lead to self-harm or any command that endangers its life. There is also a 2nd-tier spell scroll, 3 first-tier spell scrolls, and 2 third-tier spell scrolls, with a total value exceeding 600 gold coins. Those alchemical potions are minor compared to this. This is the real deal, accounting for 95% of the value. After reviewing the spell scrolls, Gerton looked at the alchemical potions, and, once he confirmed everything was correct, couldn't help but smile. Even the gloomy feelings brought by the strange smell faded a bit. However, Gerton still asked Nina if she knew anything about the blood-red rainwater flowing into the sewers, but Nina was too busy returning to the sewers to care about anything else. The black market area is simply too dangerous. One night after the adventurers withdrew from the black market, the previously active gang members reappeared under the eaves, idly gathering to plot mischief. Vigilant of her surroundings, Nina had no time to pay attention to the sky. "What's wrong, Mr. Gerton? Although this rainwater is a bit strange in color and has an odd smell, in the past, Kalando has had even more bizarre occurrences. There were times when fish fell from the sky. The biggest ones were this big. After that day, I rummaged through the garbage for a week, only to find fish bones and inedible rotten fish." Under Gerton's dragon-winged cloak, Nina wrinkled her nose with a smile, gesturing with her hands in front of Gerton to describe her past bizarre experiences. The nearby campfire cast long shadows of the dragon and the person. Seeing that Nina indeed didn't know, Gerton didn't ask further but stared blankly at the river. It naturally recognized the scent, the smell of a water-type true dragon, whether it be a bronze dragon, a sea dragon, or something else. However, it wasn't dragon blood, it was the scent of true dragon scales, carrying the essence of ocean waves. Just as Gerton pondered why a water-type true dragon had appeared in the outside world and caused such a tremendous blood rain, a human roar suddenly erupted above the sewers, in the sky of Kalando, overpowering even the thunderous rumble. Following that, a hoarse dragon roar echoed through the skies. Then, in the next moment, an object fell from the clouds, crashing diagonally toward the free city amidst the wind and rain. As the object drew closer to the ground, nearby residents could clearly see what it was. It was a massive true dragon head covered in aquamarine scales, descending like a comet, trailing a long blood-red rain flame. Crashing down in the square of the dock area, the dragon head, crowned with fin-like appendages, signified its identity. Chapter 69. When Celia stepped out of the Adventurers Guild, the blood rain outside had stopped at some point. Only the bloodstains on the ground and the lingering scent of the sea in the air testified to the previous anomaly. She had barely taken a few steps when she saw a crowd of Kalando people stopping to watch, pointing at the slightly glowing sky. She followed their gaze upward and spotted 2 floating ships above the clock tower, not far away. The massive creature hanging from the 2 airships was clearly visible to her. Under the bright light breaking through the dark clouds, the water-blue scales of the dragon's corpse shimmered in the sunlight, resembling the most dazzling aquamarine gem in the world. This was a headless giant dragon, its wounds frozen by ice, with not a drop of blood spilling down. It hung prominently in the air as the airship leisurely passed over the city of Kalando, flying southward. When the dragon's corpse came closer, Celia saw the wound and realized how the giant dragon had died. The neck wound, with its smooth, cut surface, indicated that it had been severed cleanly by a single blow, killed by a heavy weapon's decapitation. The technique resembled a warrior's heavy slash. Marglesia could perform this as well. However, the skill was undoubtedly on a much higher level. The neck of the dragon, over 3 meters thick, likely required at least Master Heavy Slash or Legendary Heavy Slash. It might also have been enhanced by several buff spells, such as Dragon Power, Bull's Might, or Berserk. However, to sever a true dragon of ancient lineage in one stroke, a powerful weapon was essential, most likely a high-tier 5 magic weapon. Such a rare 5 magic weapon would typically start at several 100,000 gold coins at auctions, and it belongs to a category of scarce availability. Of course, it's also possible that there was a caster friend capable of casting 6 circle spell, Master Sharpness, or 9 circle spell, Legendary Sharpness, allowing an ordinary weapon to temporarily transform into a high-tier magic weapon. Otherwise, achieving such a feat would be exceedingly difficult. Attempting to slay a dragon without a magic weapon could be considered a fool's errand. After all, even if a true dragon stood still, letting you strike it with an ordinary weapon for a day and night, even if you broke hundreds of weapons in the process, you would still be unable to penetrate its defensive scales or inflict even the slightest wound. An adult true dragon is immune to all spells below the 3rd circle due to its scales. and its scales also completely negate and rebound damage from weapons below, magic weapons. Damage from ordinary weapons simply cannot harm a true dragon at all. Whether from arrows or sword slashes, they would be deflected by the scales as hard as granite, and might even bounce back. This is why certain kingdoms, when provoking a true dragon, often refrain from deploying their armies and instead issue commissions for adventurers to eliminate the evil dragon. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is simply insufficient against a true dragon, and of course, cost-effectiveness is another reason. Unless they possess military weapons capable of inflicting damage on a true dragon, it is still more convenient and cheaper for adventurers to do the job. Judging by its size, this true dragon was likely over 1,000 years old, having reached the ancient dragon level. Its scales had long since transformed into the hardest armor in existence, and Celia found it reasonable that it had perished under a high-tier magic weapon. However, the words of the passers-by caught her attention. The airship is the emblem of the Ramerfin family. Did Sir Kalando have it made? Some sharp-eyed pedestrians did not notice the giant dragon, but instead focused on the family crest on the airship, which, while not small, was also not too large. From Celia's angle, it was difficult to see. She knew the name of the Sword of Kalando as soon as she entered the city. After all, it is one of the most powerful official forces outside the Kalando Temple. The Sword of Kalando, Waydram Ramerfin, has come this far as an adventurer. He currently holds the position of commander of the Kalando City Guard, under the jurisdiction of the city lord alone. He is also a 6th-level warrior, with his 4th-level class being AM Guardian. He has led the Kalando City Guard multiple times in purging pirates and clearing out surrounding monsters, always taking the lead. Fearless and bold, making him a god of war in the eyes of the residents of Kalando. Moreover, he has an exceptionally outstanding son. Shows Ramerfin has not only reached the level of a 3rd-level warrior, but is also incredibly handsome, unlike his rough father. He is witty and polite, making him the dream lover of many noble girls in Kalando. Unfortunately, he is already betrothed to the only heir of the AM Empire, Princess Hawilo. If nothing unexpected happens, this time next year, he will marry Princess Hawilo of AM and become a prince of the Empire. One cannot deny that he is a winner in life. The father and son duo is widely known among adventurers in Kalando, which is why someone would ask such a question. However, it was immediately met with a rebuttal. Impossible. The Ramerfin family only has Commander Waydram and his son, at most reaching a level just below extraordinary. This dragon is clearly not an adult dragon, and it is not a white dragon either. With this size, it must be at least an ancient dragon that has reached the level of hero. Even though Commander Waydram's reputation is high in Kalando, he cannot defeat such a terrifying creature. This airship is likely just borrowed. But that person was not convinced and wanted to say more. The debate continued, but Celia was already losing patience with their incessant chatter. After the shock from the true dragon's corpse, her mood gradually calmed down. Now, she wanted to immediately return to the White Horse Inn to inform her team leader, Marglesia, of both good news and bad news. The good news is that the Adventurers Guild has agreed to withdraw that commission and go investigate. Unfortunately, another adventurer team has taken on this task and left Kalando a day earlier to head to the location of the Dragon Lion. If the storm is still on the way, they must have already reached the Dragon Lion's cave by now. Regarding this matter, even the guild can do nothing. They cannot possibly dispatch a spellcaster capable of casting higher teleportation for such a trivial matter. Moreover, whether it is true or not is still unclear. They need to survey the site to find out. They need to confirm whether someone is pretending to commission in order to harm adventurers. As the street scenes quickly flashed past Celia's gray hair on both sides, her light body raced along the spacious street. Soon, she arrived at the agreed-upon location. Exactly 1 mile from the White Horse Inn, Celia, wearing a black hood, stopped at the street corner, gazing at the striking orange roof of the White Horse Inn in the distance. Hidden in a small alley, she silently recited incantations, her hand gestures subtly changing. An eerie and mysterious spell echoed from Celia's lips. The magic coursing through her veins transformed a breeze surrounding her into a lively fish, which darted abruptly toward the White Horse Inn. This was the 2nd-tier spell, Wind Whisper, capable of communicating with a target through the wind up to a distance of 600 meters. The Wind Whisper could return up to 3 times before dissipating into the most ordinary breeze. Not long after, the Wind Whisper sank like a stone. With no response, Celia's expression changed slightly. She realized something might have gone awry. Just as she was about to use the invisibility sphere to sneak into the White Horse and to investigate, a tall, thin man clad in leather armor appeared on the alley wall, his fingertips swirling with a wisp of breeze. He looked down at the woman below, a silent smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Found you, young sorceress." In the sewers, in the bonfire hall, preparations for battle were beginning. Gerton squatted atop a high platform. Below him stood a well-formed line of 89 goblins, with the leader of the Blackfire clan, Grush, at the forefront. Nina was busy beneath his claws, applying a so-called luck potion to his left claw. Gerton allowed her to do so. After all, he did not believe in such things. He only trusted the dimensional pouch on his chest and the power of his clan below. A total of 73 goblins were mobilized for this operation, all capable of combat. Among them were female goblins and 16 elite goblins, each wielding a bone club. Some elite goblins even wore luxurious armor and armaments. Grush needed no introduction. With dual axes at his waist, half armor covering his body, and a helmet on his head, complemented by his strong and upright physique. If it weren't for his slightly smaller size, one might even mistake him for a goblin warrior. This time, the Blackfire clan was fully committed, and Gerton was nearly prepared to exhaust his entire fortune to seize the lair of the sea dragon beast. The unusual feeling brought by today's rain had stripped him of his already limited sense of security. Even during lunch, his favorite dish, char-grilled sharp-nosed frog, tasted less appealing. Instead, Nina ate several more. Even now, the dragon-blooded girl kneeling to apply the luck potion to his claws still had remnants of oil on her lips. However, he felt somewhat tense. Although it wasn't his first time, it was far more important than the previous 3. This time, he planned to use all his skills. All 18 forms of martial arts, everything he could muster. Otherwise, if he failed to completely subdue the sea dragon beast and it escaped back to its lair in the lake, Gerton would find himself in a difficult situation. Spending money is not scary. What is scary is that after spending money, you end up worse off than if you had gotten it for free. That's the most frustrating part. Before the battle, Gerton didn't say much. He simply gave orders. The target, the knoll nest. 2 teams of goblin scouts were sent to scout ahead and behind, and they were to report back as soon as anything happened. The others were to act according to the previous arrangement. "Okay, Master." With the dispersal of the 4 goblin scouts, a goblin team of more than 70 emerged from a narrow crevice. Their crimson eyes stood out in the darkness, creating an atmosphere of fear. Chapter 70. Scale the Red Scale had not eaten for 2 days. After waking up in the spacious and dry cave, he stared blankly at the empty cavern, feeling an inexplicable emotion rising in his heart, mingled with the hunger in his stomach, which even resonated with a gurgling sound. This cave, before he encountered the sea dragon best, was a favorite of his wife, Fyra, and his son, Longjiao. He liked it too, because it was large enough. One of the biggest caves in the Knoll tribe, second only to the chieftains. There was even a small cave for storing treasures. Although it only contained some worthless trinkets, glass shards, and shiny little stones. But the Skeo family loved it. The cave size was all thanks to Skeo's exceptional expertise as a miner. Mining skills were tied to status within the Knoll tribe. After all, the more talented individuals there were, the greater the chance of gaining the approval of the true dragon they served. Each swing of the pickaxe in Skeo's hand struck precisely at the weakest points of the rock, and the tunnels he excavated were remarkably stable and well-sealed. He could even accurately discern where the ore was abundant in the soil. Though he had never used this ability, it was etched in his memory. The chieftain once commented that he might be the most outstanding miner in the history of the Red Scale clan, destined to serve the Knoll god Kurtamak in the afterlife. However, unfortunately, there were no mines in the sewers of Kalando for them to dig and showcase their skills. So most of the time, the Knolls could only idly practice their tunneling skills in their own caves. The traps at the entrance were mostly made by Skeo and his wife, Fyra, out of boredom. However, since his wife Fyra was taken into the sea by the self-proclaimed greatest master of the Red Scale clan, the sea dragon best, he had not been outside for a long time, relying on food portions distributed by his son, Longjiao, to survive. The sea dragon best did not like goblins who mined. It preferred those who fought, so Skeo's status in the Red Scale clan had plummeted due to his low combat skills. If it weren't for his son Longjiao being strong and achieving the rank of elite goblin at a young age, he might have been left far behind by the clan. However, just 2 days ago, his son had died, cut in half by a heavy sword at the hands of a group of adventurers. It originally wanted to beg Lord Best for a decent goblin funeral for its son to be buried in the mine. This was its first sincere plea to the master of the Red Scale clan, Best, since the passing of its wife, Fyra. However, the sea dragon Best, who had already changed the Red Scale clan's funeral rites to sea burials, completely ignored the hunched and small goblin. It roared, using its membranous arms to push all the piled-up corpses into the sea, planning to wait for them to bloat before feasting on them. In non-combat situations, it found this method to be tastier and more flavorful. As for Sigio, it had no mood to pay attention to an inconspicuous goblin. If it weren't for Best having a good mood due to acquiring a lot of coins, or if its followers hadn't dwindled significantly and still needed people, it would have long since tossed him into the sea to be pickled. Ignored, Sigio drifted back to its cave like a living corpse, lying there for 3 days. Starving for 3 days as well. It felt a bit like arguing with its old favorite rival, One-Eyed Pompey, about who was the best miner in the Red Scale clan. It had not argued in a long time, but then it suddenly remembered that Pompey had died in the battle a few days ago, even earlier than its own son. The one who once angrily scolded it for not having a dragon's face was now completely blind and dead, a knife cutting down from above. The eyes attached to the jaw, slashed at an angle, with only a bit of skin left connecting them. If it weren't for the prominent round white spot on the corpse's chest, Sigio truly wouldn't have believed it. Its memories continued, and it didn't know how long had passed when it heard a sound from outside the cave, as if it were Ula, Ula, goblin voices. Did those goblins dare to come to the Red Scale clan? It seemed it was really getting old. When they were young, those goblins would band together to resist whenever they moved out. Although Sigio's actual age was in the prime of a goblin's life, its appearance had already become like that of an old human woman. Its spirit was completely gone, curled up in its body, waiting for death in the dry cave. Soon after, new goblin leaders' shouts and curses echoed in the lair, as they were sending people out to capture those green-skinned brats who dared to mock the goblins and offer them as sacrifices to the sea dragon Best. Not long after, the first batch of Red Scale clan members went out, but after an hour or 2 hours, Sigio couldn't recall, but it knew that none of them returned, disappearing at the entrance. Then, the Ula Ula sound came again from the entrance of the goblin cave. The goblins had returned, but they appeared somewhat gasping for breath and weak. Even in this state, they dared to provoke. Thus, this time the goblin leader understood that if it did not act to eliminate these goblins, its reputation would be ruined. Therefore, it decided to take matters into its own hands and teach these green-skinned brats a lesson. So, it began to gather personnel again, but most of the goblins, sensing the danger, refused, with only a small portion willing to follow it. Just as it was about to explode in anger and forcibly summon the others, a detached voice in the dog-headed language came from a distant cave. I'll go and drive away those goblins. Scale, can you do it? The dog-headed leader naturally recognized this person as the father of his companion, Longjiao, who was said to be the best miner of the Red Scale clan. But he scoffed at this. What use is a miner? Strength is eternal. Only strength is the best shortcut for the dog-headed people to please Lord Best. When I was swinging a pickaxe and digging caves, you were still drinking milk in your uncle's cave, you little punk. As Scale saw the leader starting to doubt himself, he suddenly found the momentum to confront him, making this newly promoted dog-headed leader, Dipasai, flush with anger and embarrassment, but he had no power to refute him, because what he said was indeed the truth. All right, then you go to the front of the line. As the leader, Dipasai could naturally arrange the seating of the dog-headed people, and he intended to use this old fossil, who dared to embarrass him, as cannon fodder. The second team then charged toward the goblins who were shouting provocatively, Yura Yura. Most of the dog-headed people's equipment consisted of round shields made from their own scales and long spears forged and polished from melted metal, making it quite simple to deal with those green-skinned dwarfs. Dipasai couldn't understand how the first batch lost. However, soon they chased after the goblins, who were clearly on their last breaths, but running faster than anyone else, out of the entrance. Then, as Dipasai exited the entrance, he saw hundreds of small, crimson eyes staring at his group of fewer than 10 dog-headed warriors. Dipasai's first reaction was to realize that this was something they could not handle. Only Lord Best could solve this. He needed to escape back to report this incident to Lord Best. These green-skinned brats had actually united. Oh, dog-headed god above. However, accompanied by a shadow that jumped down from above the entrance, blocking it completely, their escape route was cut off. Just as Dipasai was about to command an attack on this intruder who dared to invade the dog-headed warrior's ranks, he saw the pair of dark golden vertical pupils, the menacing dragon horns, and the grand black wings. Dog-headed god. Lord Best. Can anyone tell me? This can't be real. By the gods, this was actually a real dragon. How could there be a real dragon in the sewer? Although it was just a whelp is still a real dragon. Dipasai was stunned by the sight of the black dragon before him, and then he heard an incredibly majestic voice that made him want to kneel, carrying the oppressive roar of the dragon language. From the mouth of the black, true dragon, which had already taken on the initial form of a giant dragon, came the command, kneel with your feeble knees before the great ruler of the Blackfire clan, the great molten dragon lord, and offer your loyalty, you crawlers. However, the great true dragon, we dog-headed people do not serve two masters, you know that. If you want a true dragon contest, I can help you call upon our great ruler of the Red Scale clan, Lord Best, the sea dragon. Dipasai had never heard of the Blackfire clan and didn't he know what a molten dragon was, but he never considered looking for another master. Although the dragon before him was a true dragon, as a hatchling, it was still too small and weak to compare with Lord Best. Therefore, Dipasai looked at the dark-hued hatchling with a slightly proud, yet humble tone. It was simply too small, compared to the great Lord Best. It was only the size of one of his wings. Is this it? You want me to switch allegiances? You are a Tier 1 elite kobold? The hatchling looked at him curiously. Dipasai raised his neck and nodded vigorously. That's right. I am the kobold leader appointed by Lord Best, Dipasai. Before Dipasai could finish saying his name in dragon language, he saw the hatchling before him open its mouth and smile. Then it pounced forward swiftly. Dipasai could only raise his shield to block, but the immense force from the shield still caused him to be pinned to the ground by the sharp-clawed owner. Unable to move. That's good. This time, it won't be wasted. He wanted to struggle and say something, but he heard the dark-scaled hatchling say something that left him puzzled. However, this confusion remained until his consciousness faded away. The hatchling's claws had already pierced his heart. Gerton stepped on the fallen elite kobold, decomposing the obtained white light sphere, shield mastery, and adding it to robustness. Robustness, 1220, 1320. Health, 4242, 4343. He sensed the strengthening of his physique. Then looked around at the remaining somewhat flustered but still resolute kobolds, shaking his head helplessly. It seemed clear that the gap between him and that sea dragon beast was too great. Even if these kobolds knew he was a true dragon, they still wouldn't bow down. It was impossible. The size difference was right there, and no matter how foolish these kobolds were, they wouldn't pledge allegiance to such a weak master. Even when he had threatened them with death, they still refused to recognize him as their lord. Just as Gerton was about to give up on the idea of subduing the kobolds, he heard an urgent voice. Incredibly powerful true dragon, I, Skeo the Red-Scaled, am willing to submit to you, to curl up under your wings, and your will. I will use my life to fulfill it. Please accept me. This servant who is nothing but loyal. A stooped figure abruptly emerged from the kobold tribe, kneeling directly on the ground, with both hands pressed against Gerton's feet. Using the most revered kobold gesture, he touched his forehead to Gerton's claws, allowing his scalp to be pierced by the claws. I accept your loyalty. Gerton naturally did not mind, and although this one was old and weak, as long as he was willing to submit, his plans would be easier to execute. He had a title bar and was not afraid of any pretense of submission. As long as there was movement in the title bar, it meant that he was indeed wholeheartedly submitting. Thus, the moment Gerton agreed, he opened his own panel again. Sure enough, the kobold before him was truly submitting. Next to the title Master of Blackfire, there was an additional distorted font made of. It quickly formed. However, it was not the titles Gerton had expected, such as Kobold Enslaver, Tyrant, Ruler, or Nemesis. Chapter 71. The Sewers, Entrance to the Dog-Headed People's Nest. Gerton, under the gaze of many goblins and the captured dog-headed people, stared blankly at the newly added title on the panel. Title, Savior of the Dragonborn. With the bloodline of a lava dragon and a true dragon, your mere appearance instantly rescued and captivated a despairing dragonborn. Although it is just the smallest dog-headed creature among dragon-like beings, there is no doubt that you have now become a towering figure in its eyes, akin to a deity. You have shone at the dawn in the darkness of night, and it now idolizes you, a pure-blooded true dragon, completely regarding you as its savior. Effects. 1. Dragon Breath Enhancement 2. Its loyalty is 100 and will never decrease until it encounters a stronger true dragon than you. 3. Unlocked. Below the title effects, there is also faint blue text, similar to Master of Blackfire, Savior of the Dragonborn. 1:10, meaning the next unlock requires the submission of 9 despairing souls. Gerton looked at this title and then glanced at the still kneeling Skeo. It gazed at the frail, hunched, dog-headed creature and couldn't help but think how miserable this dog-headed being must be to place its hope in it. Its current appearance is merely that of a growing young dragon, only 2 or 3 times larger than at birth, and compared to an elderly sea dragon beast. The size difference is stark. However, Gerton did not ask further. It directly equipped the completed title. After equipping the title, there seemed to be no change in Gerton's external appearance. However, the elemental energy in its blood and the core organ of dragons, the base blood vessels, began to undergo drastic changes. In less than 10 seconds, they had grown significantly. The rampant elemental energy increased its proportion in the blood, and the strengthening of the base blood vessels made Gerton feel that its ability to convert elemental energy had further improved, both in speed and quality. However, it couldn't test its abilities just yet, so it restrained the urge to experiment, knowing there would be an opportunity soon enough. There was no rush. As a true dragon and a hunter, it had the patience. Thus, it began to explain its plans to the hunched dog-headed Skeo. If it successfully captured the dog-headed people, it outlined how its plans would extend until the sea dragon beast, dwelling in the ocean beneath the cave, was completely eliminated. Gerton devised a total of 4 plans, from easy to difficult. The simplest plan was that as soon as these dog-headed people saw it, they would change their allegiance and kneel completely at its feet, leaving the sea dragon beast isolated in the water. The second plan was that as long as one dog-headed person was willing to submit, this plan could be implemented, making it easier to lure out those still in the nest, capturing them all without alarming the sea dragon beast. As for the third and fourth plans, they involved the risk of alarming the sea dragon beast while eliminating these dog-headed people one by one. This is also why Gerton brought so many goblin followers. He couldn't handle so many dog-headed people alone. A slight mistake could lead to total failure. Gerton even prepared the most extreme retreat plan, including which batch of goblins he was willing to sacrifice to cover their escape. However, Gerton, who had already invested money, did not believe such a situation would occur. Normally, by that time, whether they would succeed would depend entirely on luck. If that old sea dragon saw the true dragon retract its head and hide in the water, Gerton would truly have no way to deal with it. As for this escape route, he could only wait until he could defeat the sea dragon beast in the water before coming back to check it out. As for communication, he hadn't considered it. This cunning and fierce dragon beast might attempt communication with evil creatures of similar strength, but it could easily betray them. In their minds, the law of the jungle prevails, and there's no concept of fairness or upholding the spirit of contracts. After all, even Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, is not known for her trustworthiness. The communication between the true dragon and the dog-headed people lasted for 10 minutes. In the exchange, Gerton also understood why his first new follower, the dog-headed man Skeo, had fallen into despair and regarded him as a savior. He was quite a pitiful character. First, his wife was devoured by the sea dragon beast, and then his son died in a battle with adventurers, leaving no body behind, becoming someone else's meal. No wonder he longed for a true dragon to save him, because in his heart, he had imagined countless times that if a true dragon ruled over them, the outcome might have been completely different. After all, although the true dragon refused to acknowledge any blood relation to the dog-headed creatures, it would absolutely never eat such beings. Only those utterly unintelligent dragon beasts would consume dog-headed meat, just as humans would not eat the flesh of other humanoid beings unless in dire circumstances. Most of the true dragon's hunting actions were not for bodily needs, but to satisfy its appetite. After the conversation, the dog-headed man bowed his head and appeared obediently listening to the true dragon's instructions. Soon, the indifferent voice of the black, true dragon came from above. "Did you hear everything I said, Skeo?" Skeo, whose heart was already ignited with the flames of revenge, nodded heavily, blood from the wound on his forehead splattering onto the gray-white stone slab. "I heard clearly, master." Skeo's voice was no longer the defeated and withered tone from before. It was filled with determination and strength. His voice was loud and spirited, causing Gerton to glance at him. Just a moment ago, this dog-headed man looked weak and decrepit. Only Skeo himself knew that in their conversation, he had neither exaggerated nor downplayed the strength of the sea dragon beast, relaying it to Gerton. What he didn't expect was that his new master already had a good understanding of the sea dragon beast inside. Moreover, The news and intelligence were no less than what the dog-headed people, who usually stayed in their lairs, knew. They were clearly prepared. How could Skeo not feel both astonished and delighted? How could it not be spirited? Furthermore, with Gordon's early plans laid out for it, Skeo was filled with confidence regarding this war called expansion. People are always blind, and the dog-headed people are no exception. At this moment, Skeo had already imagined Gordon as a divine being sent by the heavens to save it. After all, the dog-headed tribes also had a tradition of being saved by true dragons, didn't they? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how a young dragon that looked to be less than 3 years old could expand its territory like this. Normally, young dragons would be focusing on growing up and would only act after going through the weakest 2 stages of true dragon maturity. A young dragon, like its new master Gordon, was extremely rare. Of course, Skeo was also unaware of the significance of that ocean passage for Gordon. After receiving a nod from Gordon, Skeo began to act according to the plans laid out for it. It first returned to the entrance, where the sounds of barking from the dog-headed people were already coming through, seemingly anxious. It could faintly hear the dog-headed people inside hesitating about whether to disturb the rest of the sea dragon best. Skeo did not think too much and walked straight out of the cramped dog-headed passage. The dog-headed people, being dragon descendants, naturally possessed dark vision, and they could clearly see Skeo walking out from the entrance. This once revered dog-headed person of the Red Scale clan was now wearing a troubled expression as it walked out from the entrance, its gait somewhat hobbled and bent. Quite unlike its previous self, one dog-headed person could no longer contain their curiosity and asked Skeo about the situation outside. Skeo revealed a sorrowful smile. They had driven away the goblins. They no longer needed me. They were outside enjoying the food left by the goblins and asked me to notify you to come as well. Then, without saying another word, Skeo hung its head low and dejectedly returned to its lair. All the dog-headed people had witnessed the conflict between Skeo and the dog-headed leader. It was not impossible for Dipasai to do such a thing, and since Skeo had always been honest and simple, the other dog-headed people hardly considered that it would lie. Therefore, the moment they heard about food outside, they all rushed out, fearing they would be late. The barking and the sound of swift footsteps filled the air as all the dog-headed people poured out of their lair, quickly disappearing at the entrance. As the last dog-headed person entered the cave, a black true dragon emerged from its invisible state, blocking the only path into the lair. In the absence of a campfire's glow, the dark golden vertical pupils in the darkness appeared particularly bright. Gordon slightly nodded to Skeo, the dog-headed person who looked over from a distance, then gracefully stepped into the narrow passage. Chapter 72. When the dog-headed Skeo saw its new master, the black young dragon, enter the lair, the previously outgoing red phosphorus clan dog-headed people had vanished without a trace, not a single one returning. Instead, there were more than 30 high-spirited goblins, each wielding a bone hammer or other weapons. Except for Grush, all the elite goblins were present. The remaining ordinary goblins were all robust and fierce green-skinned warriors, not far from the elite ones. The black hatchling moved forward in front of them, resembling a pet rather than its master. However, seeing the goblins' devout gazes and the sharp seriousness in their dark golden vertical pupils made it clear that this hatchling was not as simple as it seemed. Master. Skeo respectfully bowed to Gerton, who was not good with words and could only greet the true dragon in the most standard manner. Where's that sea dragon beast? Gerton's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. These dog-headed creatures were tougher than it had expected. None of them, except for Skeo, had submitted, refusing to acknowledge a hatchling as their master. Although their tone was respectful, they were unwilling to submit, which gave Gerton a headache. It wasn't that Gerton lacked the combat power of the dog-headed people, but it was worried that the unusual situation here would alert the cunning sea dragon beast. Having more dog-headed creatures would have felt more normal. It had never intended for the newly subdued goblins to engage in battle. Master, it's in that underground passage. Following it for about half a candle's time will lead to it. Besides a high platform, there is only the lake where it resides. As a member of the dog-headed tribe, Skeo had naturally been there. It described everything in detail, from the gravel on the high platform to the precise width of the passage at its widest and narrowest points. It made an effort to convey everything it knew to the true dragon before it. While nodding slightly, Gerton looked at the circular water area to the east of the lair. Can it come out from there? Gerton raised a claw, pointing towards the water area and asking the goblin. Although it had learned from Rovi that they had been ambushed from behind by the sea dragon beast, Rovi herself could not explain how they had ended up behind. Yes, Master. That water area is a convergence point of underground water and seawater. The passage has been opened by us, and best can easily come out from there. However, it dislikes freshwater and usually avoids that route unless necessary. As Skeyu spoke, it gazed at the water area, its thoughts drifting to the past. The beginning of its enslavement had started with the tribe leader opening the water area. Looking back now, it felt as if it had dug a path to hell. Gerton, however, did not notice the goblin's unusual emotions and nodded slightly. This was all part of its plan. Since the sea dragon beast could launch a surprise attack, there must be a hidden passage. It was not a mage capable of teleportation out of thin air. It had already devised countermeasures. Master, if you need, I can collapse it. Skeyu seemed to have sensed the importance in Gerton's eyes and immediately thought of its expertise. Digging. The dog-headed people were skilled at underground excavation, whether for mining or constructing works. It could accurately identify load-bearing points and knew which passageways would not collapse when dug. But this also means that it can easily identify the weak points of the tunnel and destroy them. Oh, Gerton looked at the dog-headed man, Sigio, in front of him. Is that so? However, Gerton thought it was normal. After all, the dog-headed people are best at digging. Otherwise, why would those evil five-colored dragons like to find dog-headed people as their followers? It should be noted that aside from dog-headed sorcerers, other dog-headed people are significantly weaker compared to other races. During ordinary times, they are just a bit stronger than regular goblins, and after advancement, they can be easily left behind. They are just valued for their mining skills, working for no pay, and not needing meals. They will also contribute the treasures they collect to the dragons. 2 words can describe them aptly: licking dogs. However, this kind of licking dog still has a chance to end up with everything in the end. A happy dragon lord will not hesitate to transform their followers into dog-headed dragon-vein sorcerers. Can both tunnels be collapsed? Gerton asked. Master, no problem. Just give me some time. Sigio said excitedly, rubbing its claws. It was already eager to pick up the long and used pickaxe. Well, there is plenty of time. I still need to set things up here. Gerton nodded, but suddenly thought of something and asked. We won't wake up that sea dragon beast, will we? Don't worry. Master, Best doesn't care about our lives. It only cares about whether our monthly offerings can be delivered on time. Sigio spat, and then made a gesture of respect to Gerton. Then, Master, I'll go back to the cave to get the tools. Go ahead. Gerton naturally agreed, watching the dog-headed man walk further and further away, feeling a bit surprised. Nowadays, Sigio stood straight, giving Gerton the impression that this dog-headed man seemed to be taller than the others. However, this thought didn't linger in its mind for long before it was shaken off. Using the heavy, hoarse voice belonging to the lava dragon, it commanded, warriors of the Blackfire clan, it's time to work for the lava dragon lord. Clean up this area, coat it with the blazing oil I provided, and then apply the alchemical fish oil refined from sea fish on top of the blazing oil. The voice wasn't loud in the nest, but it was enough for all the goblins present to hear clearly. These goblins, who had undergone several days of training, naturally responded eagerly, applying the blazing oil given by Gerton. This wasn't their first time doing this. It was just a change of location. You go dig a shallow pit the same size as the water area and coat it with clear oil. Clear oil is also a type of alchemical potion that can burn in water. Water cannot extinguish it. And the only correct way to put out the fire is to roll on the ground to extinguish the flames. All the goblins immediately started to get busy. The size of the dog-headed man's nest was much larger than the bonfire hall. However, many ruins occupied the space, which reduced the workload significantly. A bottle of blazing oil can cover an area of 1,010 square feet. Gerton made Nina buy this the most, cheap and useful, as for the fish oil produced. Besides having an incredibly strong fishy smell, its burning ability is very poor, and the temperature is not high. It's said to be a material for making low-temperature candles. About half an hour later, the dog-headed people's nest gradually finished work, and that Skagu was already doing the final collapse work of the last underwater cave. Although Gerton thought the sea dragon beast shouldn't last this long, he still waited for another 20 minutes, just in case. When Skagu emerged from the water with the mining tool, the goblins outside were already sitting neatly on the ground. In front of them was a broken box picked up from somewhere, tightly closed, but there were still gaps to see the situation inside. Through the fresh cracks, one could see a lot of copper coins and a silvery sheen. Is this a box of coins? After seeing Skagu come out of the water, Gerton first asked how to collapse the passage as before, then conducted a field inspection. Finally, he handed a silver coin to Skagu and said to him, "Go now, Skagu." I will be waiting for your good news up here. Don't worry. Master. Skagu is fearless. The upright, dog-headed man nodded heavily, put down the mining tool, and walked directly towards the underground cave. Gordon watched its figure grow smaller, counting the time in his heart, and when the time was almost up, he took out the last bottle of invisibility potion, but he didn't rush to drink it. Instead, he crushed a bottle of fish oil, applied it to himself, then drank the potion. As Gordon's figure blended into the darkness, the dog-headed people's nest suddenly became quiet. Only the sounds of goblin breathing and the howling of wind passing through the passage could be heard. Best was not hungry today. He didn't even want to eat the pearls from the oysters. He planned to save his appetite for tomorrow when the food fermented well, and then enjoy a hearty meal. He lazily stretched his long body covered in blue-green scales, stirring the dark currents of the seabed. Then, with his paw, which made a popping sound, he played with a pile of rusty coins beneath him, some copper, some silver, some gold. But the colors weren't very nice. After all, in the water, he wasn't a bronze dragon and wouldn't ask for too much. He only inherited a part of the true dragon's habits. He preferred the feeling of these hard little guys rubbing beneath him. That feeling was very comfortable, indescribably pleasant. Of course, pleasant times are always short-lived. Just when he wanted to take a good nap, a brand new silver coin, shining with a silvery glow, fell from the azure water with bubbles and landed on a coral reef not far from the sea dragon's nest. A coin from the sky? This made Best's slit pupils brighten slightly, and he happily flipped over in the water, but the dragon language coming from above made his brow furrow slightly. Violent, frantic emotions surged up instantly. What do these dog-headed people want from him before the sacrificial time? After carefully placing the silver coin back into his collection pile, he glanced at it reluctantly. Then it twisted its body, controlling the water flow, and quickly rose to the surface. In less than 3 breaths, it broke through the calm water's surface, looking at the lone knoll on the high platform, and with a mouth large enough to swallow the knoll in front of it, asked, "What business do you have with the great sea dragon, Best? You pathetic, disgusting crawlers." The hunched knoll before it was clearly trembling, just like the others before it. However, what it said surprised Best somewhat. Nest, coins, goblins. The simple meaning was quickly pieced together. Did goblins bring coins to seek Lord Best's protection? Was there a whole chest of coins up there? As the knoll described, the image in Best's mind became increasingly vivid, and its toothy mouth slightly opened. In the end, it couldn't help but crack open a gap wide enough to frighten a noble lady. "They are waiting for your presence above, Lord Best." In Best's eyes, the gnolls all looked the same, humbly bowing down. "Well done." Best praised its gnoll minion with a satisfied nod. Suddenly, it felt that the minion it accepted was somewhat useful. It didn't ask too many details. Even if it did, the gnoll might not be able to answer. Besides, it didn't believe the crawler in front of it would dare to deceive it, so it immediately sank underwater and followed the hidden passage up. The gnoll then stood up, waited for 5 or 6 seconds, looked at the ripples gradually fading on the water's surface, and then took off running towards the passage. From its agility, it was impossible to tell that it had been hunched before. Chapter 73. When the now elderly sea dragon Best swam upstream and broke through the freshwater that made it somewhat nauseous. Its earlier good mood of potentially acquiring a large stack of coins had completely dissipated. It quickly surfaced, its massive body covered in blue-green scales slowly emerging from the expansive cave waters, its purple dorsal fin fully unfurling behind it. As it began to survey its surroundings, the hidden Gooden was also watching it invisibly from the corner. This sea dragon, larger than those in the Dragon Legacy, measured about 20 feet long when fully revealed. In stark contrast to Gooden's total length of 6 feet, it was no wonder the gnolls were unwilling to submit. Even Gooden itself, if it weren't for the spell scrolls, might feel fear upon seeing such a colossal creature. Perhaps because this sea dragon had reached old age, its blue-green scales had taken on a somewhat black sheen. If it weren't for the sea dragon's oddly shaped dragon wings and the claws connected to its flanks, as well as its somewhat unconventional purple dorsal fin, Gooden, under dark vision, might have mistaken it for a variant black dragon. However, the script had already begun, and all Gooden could do was hold its breath and quietly wait for the right moment. As Best just broke the water's surface and scanned the surroundings without any abnormalities, it shook off the disgusting freshwater from its body. The feeling of freshwater moisture always gives it a strange sensation, as if scales were mixed with seaweed and kelp, making it extremely uncomfortable. It greedily inhaled the air filled with the smell of the sea, a scent it had never encountered here before. Previously, It had only smelled the odors of mold and sewage, which also made it nauseous. Of course, if someone were to ask it whether freshwater or moldy sewage was more bearable, Best would surely swallow that foolish person whole. Becoming food was its only purpose. After stretching for a while, its vertically slit pupils, glowing with a ghostly green light in the darkness, immediately focused on the only gathering of living beings. A group of goblins, which were larger than the ones it had previously consumed. Watching these goblins sitting on the ground, somewhat fearfully gazing at themselves, stirred Best's appetite. The goblins brought by those dog-headed creatures for sacrifices had similar expressions. The taste of them was delightful, with a sweet and sour sensation. Best had an excellent memory, recalling the flavor of every creature. However, it still restrained itself, for what attracted it more was the dilapidated treasure chest in front of the goblins. It immediately spotted the copper and silver coins revealed through the gaps. What a marvelous luster, far better than the coins it had seen underwater. Best marveled internally, and its movements were swift, slithering forward like a serpent. The smoothness of the ground in the dog-headed creature's lair gave Best a feeling reminiscent of being underwater. It was incredibly slick, and it quickly arrived in front of the chest. There seemed to be no shining golden coins among the hard currency, but the copper and silver coins could still bring Best immense satisfaction, just as it was filled with joy. Eagerly anticipating whether there were 1,000 or 800 coins inside, it heard a cracking sound from the darkness behind it, along with a somewhat familiar roar. Was that a dragon's roar? But before it could grasp the meaning of the roar, its attention was still drawn to the open chest. However, when its gaze swept across the inside of the chest, it felt its blood boil. Anger and humiliation filled its chest. It had been tricked. There were not 1,000 coins inside. There weren't even 100. Aside from the copper and silver coins visible through the cracks, the rest was just rubble, utterly terrible. Just as Best's anger began to ignite, it noticed that the goblins, which had been squatting motionless, were now standing up, each holding a bottle of something oily. Its instincts told it that this was not simple. So, it instinctively unleashed its fierce aura, hoping to make these lowly, despicable creatures tremble under its dragon might. Sure enough, as the aura erupted around it, all of the green-skinned little ones fell into a state of stupor. Best sneered disdainfully, just about to turn to see who dared to plot against the cunning sea dragon king Best, when it heard another dragon roar from behind. This time laced with magical fluctuations. Born with a trace of sorcerer blood, it sensed the magical energy contained within, reminiscent of that robed human from last time. It felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, after a dragon's roar, the previously dazed goblins, due to Gerton's war order, quickly returned to their original state, even becoming slightly more ferocious than before. One by one, they threw the pre-prepared oil bottles at the sea dragon beast, which was engulfed in blazing fire. Then they quickly retreated. This was no longer a war they could interfere in. The sea dragon beast, possessing the high reflection ability, sensed something was off from the incoming glass bottles and attempted to twist its body to evade. However, a faster spell struck Bistar directly, causing its agile body to momentarily slow down. The once nimble form slowed down significantly, with many of the bottles it could have dodged exploding against its scales. The third circle spell, Slow, turned its previously proud agility into a mere illusion, directly having its speed. Among the dozens of oil bottles thrown by the goblins, 7 or 8 of them hit the massive bluish-green monster, covering its scales, back, and dragon wings with a thick black goo. Bistar felt as if it had donned another layer of armor, sticky and confusing, leaving it unsure of what the goblins intended to do. Bistar was puzzled, but it didn't think of fleeing. Instead, it wanted to see what the creature behind it was. Therefore, it remained calm, believing that the goblins in front of it posed no threat. Moreover, if it wanted to leave, no one could stop it. The escape route was just 100 feet away, and it could reach it in less than 2 seconds at full speed. So, as it was covered in goo, it even curiously turned its head to see who was brave enough to challenge it. The cunning king of sea dragons, Bistar, whose intelligence rivaled that of true dragons. Then, it saw a fierce creature radiating a scorching red light from its chest. Although its size was less than a quarter of Bistar's, the familiar shape made Bistar realize what kind of creature it was. A true dragon hatchling. A true dragon had come to the dog-headed people's lair? Just as this thought lingered in the sea dragon beast's mind, Gerton consumed the enhanced dragon breath potion and, boosted by the Dragonborn savior, dragon breath enhancement, prepared to unleash lava breath. Before the effects of Slow had dissipated, he released the violent and scorching elemental energy. A brilliant white lava beam erupted from Gerton's mouth, instantly illuminating the entire lair as if it were daytime. The transformation from night to day reflected clearly on the sea dragon beast, which was covered in black oil, revealing its somewhat dazed expression. Then, the conical stream of white lava poured down onto the upper body of the sea dragon beast, which constituted the largest part of its form, like a spider web. The scorching hot magma reacted with the thick light blue dragon wings and the scales on the chest of the sea dragon beast. In the next moment, the beast's piercing roar echoed throughout the knoll lair, shaking the dirt from the rock walls. At this time, the sea dragon beast was in a sorry state, with its upper body, dragon wings, and scales continuously dripping white magma. It twisted incessantly, trying to escape the burning flames, and Best realized quickly that the sparks on the ground had turned into a raging fire surrounding it, ignoring the burns on its body. It looked at the true dragon with dark golden slit pupils, its own emerald green slit pupils filled with resentment. Best remembered this grudge. A quick glance at Gerton, and it swiftly swam towards the water area to the east of the knoll lair. The small whelp could not block its path. Best was very sure of this. Behind the burning flames, the sound of shattering came again. A scroll shattered in Gerton's mouth, and the blue-white magical light spilled out, dissipating like stars at its lips. An invisible wave of magic hit the fleeing sea dragon beast at high speed. The third circle spell, Suggestion. The sea dragon beast, engulfed in flames, instantly froze in place, its originally resentful gaze turning blank. The voice of the spellcaster behind it, filled with temptation, followed. I think what you need most right now is to extinguish the flames on you. I doubt there's any water area cooler than here, right? Chapter 74. On one side was a freshwater area that felt like sand mixed into its scales, and on the other was a seemingly nice shallow puddle. The sea dragon beast had little choice. Its mind was blank, cunning and cruelty vanished, and it began to unconsciously follow the voice. It found the black whelp before it made a lot of sense. The freshwater indeed looked less comfortable than the puddle over there. Anything would be better than the freshwater. At least the smell over there was better than this freshwater. The effect of the suggestion spell was very effective on the beast-like sea dragon beast. Its large head wouldn't think too much. It simply found Gerton's suggestion quite good and was willing to give it a try. Although the duration of the suggestion spell was not long, it was enough for the sea dragon beast to roll in that small pit covered in oil. The sea dragon beast, under the influence of the suggestion, began to turn its head, ignoring the flames burning on its scales and the blue-green wing membranes that had already been scorched by magma. It started to move, swiftly navigating through the sea of fire towards the direction pointed by Gerton. Seeing that the suggestion spell had not gone wrong, Gerton's anxious heart finally relaxed. The earlier effect of the magma spouting was somewhat worse than it had anticipated. Although it had hit the sea dragon beast in front of it and made the oil stains on its surface catch fire, the injuries it caused might only be moderate. It still had the strength to fight. Gerton has always been invincible with his magma breath, turning both adventurers and sewer monsters into charred remains. However, this time he was psychologically prepared for the minimal effect of his breath. Therefore, this was still part of Gerton's plan. After all, the monster before him was not those weak humans, defenseless goblins, or feeble rat men, but a genuine third-tier dragon beast, and an elderly one at that. Its scales could more or less rival those of a young true dragon. Thus, it possessed a certain degree of elemental resistance, reducing damage from fire, ice, acid, and other sources. Coupled with the robust vitality and strength of an elderly dragon beast, it had even more health than a young dragon, making it comparable to an indestructible cockroach. Therefore, the magma breath, which could cause such a large area of damage, still prevented the sea dragon beast from unleashing its full power and only inflicted moderate injuries. Gerton was already quite satisfied with this outcome. Everything was within Gerton's expectations, with no significant deviations. As the curtain rose, the script was unfolding as anticipated. In the blink of an eye, the sea dragon beast swiftly slithered across the burning ground like a serpent, closing in on the cool puddle of water less than 100 feet away. In its world, it was indifferent to Gerton's figure, the surrounding goblins, and even the flames burning beneath it. Only one thought echoed in its mind. Rolling in that cool puddle would extinguish the flames on its body. This agonizing sensation that felt like a maggot gnawing at its bones would also disappear, and it could hardly wait. Watching the puddle just 30 feet away, The corner of the sea dragon beast's mouth curved slightly, and it exerted force with its lower body. The entire dragon sprang up like a spring, its massive body lifting at least 6 feet off the ground. It rapidly approached the rugged shallow puddle, which was about 40 feet in diameter, a perfect spot for the entire dragon to lie down. Just as the sea dragon beast made contact with the cool, oily puddle, Gerton knew his moment had arrived. He hesitated no longer and crushed the prepared spell scroll in his hand. The first ring spell, Enlarge. It could double the size of a creature not exceeding the standard size of an ordinary human. Note, even gnomes have the right to pursue happiness, declared a gnome mage who aspired to experience the customs of the continent of Aiou. Gerton's body suddenly shot up, growing from under 6 feet to over 10 feet, as if illuminated by a magnifying glass. The effect of the enlarged spell gave Gerton a taste of what it felt like to be a young dragon. But time was limited, and he had no time for further reflections. Like the wind, he darted out, his skeletal structure continuing to grow until he reached 14 feet long and 5 feet high before slightly halting. His dark golden vertical pupils shifted to dark red, and the brutal aura emanating from him was unmistakable. Without a doubt, the berserk state had been activated. Meanwhile, the sea dragon beast had come to its senses. After coming into contact with the puddle, the flames enveloping it surged as if they had consumed some powerful elixir, instantly doubling in size. The entire puddle was also covered by flames, truly a sea of fire. As the sea dragon beast fell into the center of this fire sea, it was still unaware that it had just been hit by the spell of a spellcaster. Just as the sea dragon beast regretted wanting to get up and leave this central fire sea, a shadow over 5 feet tall suddenly appeared from within the wall of flames. The shadow strolled through the fire, and the intensely hot flames beneath it behaved like a docile cat, seemingly subdued by its fierce appearance and dark red vertical pupils. Was this the hatchling dragon from earlier? The sea dragon beast looked at the hatchling dragon, now over twice its original size and clad in thick scales, in disbelief. This was no mere hatchling. It was comparable to an adult sea dragon beast. Moreover, its aura was not like that of ordinary true dragons, but rather akin to those gold and red dragons that could reach the 3rd tier even in their juvenile stage. Just as the sea dragon beast pondered how to address the true dragon before it, Gerton approached at a certain distance, not giving it any time to speak. With a slight bend of its limbs, it charged forward. An invisible gust of wind surged from within its scales, forming a visible massive wind column that blew the surrounding flames askew. Gerton's enormous body, propelled by the powerful gust, collided directly with the dazed sea dragon beast. Bang! The clash of scales produced a tangible sound, and the sea dragon beast, which still wanted to plead in dragon language, was immediately slammed against the rocky walls of the cave behind it. With the sound of falling stones, the words finally escaped the sea dragon beast's mouth. Great true dragon, best is willing to submit and follow you until death. The dragon language was somewhat stuttered, but the meaning of pleading was quite clear, presenting a weak sea dragon trying to make the aggressor stop its actions. However, in the language of the metallic dragon clan, there is a saying, never trust the cunning and evil dragons, whether they be dragon beasts or true dragons. Their words are more false than those of mischievous little fairies. All right, I accept your submission, Gerton said indifferently after the sea dragon beast finished speaking, glancing at the motionless title column on the panel. In the flames, Gerton's emotionless voice was hoarse yet powerful, reaching the ears of the sea dragon beast, Best. Just as Best was secretly pleased and wanted to say the next sentence to continue communicating with the robust black dragon before it. That fierce black hatchling dragon spread its wings from the flames and pounced towards it with a leap, heading straight for the wall below. The cold, sharp claws made its intentions very clear. Today, a dragon must die here. As an amphibious creature, the sea dragon beast's melee capability on land was virtually at freezing point. All of its superb combat skills and agility underwater could not be exerted on land. This was the only advantage Gerton had. However, its vigilance remained unyielding, for it remembered that the sea dragon in front of it possessed breath attack damage comparable to that of the bronze dragon and blue dragon. The lightning breath-like spell ability, Bolt of Lightning, was indeed formidable. As expected, the sea dragon, which prided itself on being in a desperate situation, began to fight back fiercely. Its scales crackled with electric sparks, creating an uncanny resonance with the roaring flames. Blue lightning flickered uncertainly in its mouth. This was the strongest killing technique of a third-tier Elder Sea Dragon, a core spell capable of wiping out an entire adventuring party, Bolt of Lightning. At the same time, upon witnessing this scene, a cracking sound emanated from the gaps in Gerton's teeth. The second-tier spell scroll, Energy Shield, worth 150 gold coins, shattered with a loud bang. Blue-white magical light flickered amidst the flames. An invisible circular energy barrier enveloped Gerton completely. Shortly after Gerton finished casting the Energy Shield scroll, a lighter blue, Bolt of Lightning, slightly different in color from its scales, was unleashed from the sea dragon's mouth. In the pitch-black cave, a thick, twisted bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the wall illuminated by fire, striking mercilessly at Gerton's dragon body covered in black scales. Originally, the sea dragon best was relieved, thinking that this unusually large black hatchling dragon was too proud to dodge its lightning. It should be noted that its bolt of lightning could directly stun even robust aquatic monsters like the second-tier Great Sea Lion. Adventurers daring to enter its domain would be met with the smell of burnt flesh. Throughout its history, its bolt of lightning had never let it down. Moreover, if one time wasn't enough, it was just as best was anticipating the hatchling's impending predicament that it saw the bolt of lightning accurately strike the charging hatchling. In the air, a purple magical ripple appeared out of nowhere 3 feet in front of the hatchling, blocking the lightning's attack. Best could only watch helplessly as the shield completely absorbed the lightning before slowly dissipating into the air. A spellcaster's means. Yet again, a spellcaster's means. If Best were a humanoid creature, it would surely be gritting its teeth in frustration. The former expression was due to the spellcaster's scroll putting it at a disadvantage multiple times. Although a third-tier power could easily crush a hatchling dragon, even a true dragon's hatchling, it felt like it was being pressured by the hatchling instead, leaving it little room for choice. The latter, however, was due to the flames still burning fiercely on its body, which had not yet extinguished. Despite Best's scales being comparable to those of the hatchling, it felt increasingly dehydrated under the high-temperature roasting. Its previously numbed senses had now returned, and even though it had a robust constitution, it was starting to struggle. Of course, what infuriated it even more was how much gold this hatchling dragon had prepared to defeat it. Although Best didn't have much concept of treasure, it was keenly aware of the prices of magical artifacts and spellcaster items like scrolls, knowing that the value of just one such item equaled a fraction of its hoard. This was a price that would make even an adult sea dragon beast tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Gerton watched indifferently as the chain lightning disappeared under the counteraction of energy protection. Its fierce head bore no expression, and then in front of the sea dragon beast, it consumed a vial containing a potion with effects similar to stone skin. As the dragon melee was about to begin, it wouldn't skimp on this potion. Since it had bought it, it was meant to be used. Otherwise, would it just be kept hidden as a dragon's treasure? It certainly had no such habit. The mottled gray-white color quickly emerged on Gerton's black scales. Even the brown-yellow underbelly turned pale. Its body seemed to swell a bit due to this stone skin potion. At first glance, it appeared to be a true dragon with a wingspan of 10 feet, a length from nose to tail of nearly 15 feet, and its body covered in mottled gray-white scales. It looked as if a red dragon had painted its scales with a layer of pale lacquer. Gerton's form did not slow down at all due to the chain lightning. It charged straight toward the sea dragon beast, whose burning state was gradually fading. Just before its rear claws landed on the sea dragon beast, the battle-hardened elder sea dragon beast reacted with remarkable agility. It attempted to roll away, but the intense pain in its chest slowed it down just enough for Gerton to seize the opportunity. For sharp claws unreservedly sank into the thick and hard scales of the sea dragon beast. As Gerton's claws pierced through the scales, there was a moment of resistance. But once through, it was smooth sailing. The claws plunged directly into the flesh of the still-pained sea dragon beast Best. Instantly, it felt a more piercing pain in its upper body, and its long body twisted involuntarily, trying to entangle the creature before it. Without a second thought, Gerton released its claws and darted out of the impending entanglement. It then became like a swimming fish, searching for opportunities around the sea dragon beast. However, the sea dragon beast also defended itself in an orderly manner, preventing Gerton from attacking its vulnerable spot, the most fatal throat. Just moments ago, Gerton had indeed aimed for that spot, but the sea dragon beast was too vigilant, causing the attack to fail. Time ticked away and Best, growing impatient from Gerton's relentless assaults, flashed a look of determination. A streak of blue lightning suddenly reappeared in its mouth, and its dorsal fins erupted with blue sparks from their lethargy. Best knew that if this dragged on, the injury on its chest would worsen, and with its stamina declining, it would undoubtedly die. Therefore, it decided to use its last trump card, 2 consecutive chain lightning. This was all thanks to a talent it had comprehended from its bloodline in its old age. Dragon-class super breath talent, breath recovery. With the bloodline of the dragon race, you can use your breath attack twice in a short period of time. However, the cost is that your elemental energy is drained for a certain period, and you cannot use breath weapons again until the elemental energy is restored. The sudden electric light on the sea dragon beast startled Gerton. But without energy protection, he could only try to avoid the electric light as much as possible. However, this close-range lightning bolt was not so easy to dodge. It was nearly impossible without advanced reflection. The electric light hit Gerton without any obstruction. The powerful high-voltage current easily penetrated the gray-white stone skin. However, it suffered on Gerton's demonic scales, which had stacked to 6 layers of scale demonization, dissipating a significant amount of the originally high-voltage current. The damage was reduced by as much as 30%, which was just enough for Gerton to feel his whole body numb and his muscles twitching. However, he was not completely paralyzed by the electricity. His claws could still move. Yet, he cunningly curled up stiffly, turning his back to the sea dragon beast, secretly rummaging through his dimensional bag. To disguise himself, he deliberately folded one dragon wing while spreading the other, letting it droop over his body to cover his upper limbs and head, creating the appearance of being electrocuted into a puddle of mud. Sure enough, seeing Gerton like this, the sea dragon beast had no doubt, for it was well aware of the power of its lightning bolt. Therefore, Best was filled with joy, as its previously weakened state after using the breath attack had recovered significantly. It forced itself to swim up in front of Gerton. "Huh, you are destined to fall at my feet, young whelpling." Just as Best arrogantly announced the whelpling's defeat, a crisp sound rang out, and a crescent-shaped divine light floated out from under the dragon wing. An enhanced healing scroll, valued at 80 gold coins, made by the priests of the moon goddess Sullen's temple and entrusted to Frenviro for sale, exploded under the cover of the dragon wing. Although the price was almost comparable to that of a second-ring ordinary spell scroll, its effect was undeniably useful and perfectly suited for this situation. It not only healed moderate injuries, but also removed ordinary negative statuses from the body. Effects such as paralysis, fear, poisoning, burning, freezing, and sleep could all be removed. Instantly freed from paralysis by the moonlight, Gerton sighed softly. Is that so? The unsuspecting sea dragon beast exposed its most vulnerable part to Gerton, the soft throat under its jaw. The gray-white stone layer had been completely cleared by the lightning bolt, and Gerton's scales shone black once more. At the same time as he spoke, he suddenly lunged upward, biting the sea dragon beast's throat, his sharp teeth easily piercing through the softer scales, which were even more vulnerable than other parts. The sea dragon beast tried to break free, but Gerton's 4 sharp claws were firmly embedded in its upper body, making it impossible to shake off the ferocious true dragon no matter how hard it tried. Its bite, in front of Gotan's enchanted scales, was like that of a fragile infant. Apart from the clanging sound, no other noise could be heard. Its struggle weakened as Gotan sucked the boiling blood faster and faster. Until the end, the cunning and resentment in its large, wide, emerald-green slit pupils vanished without a trace. In their place was a gray, hazy light of deathly silence.